Zhou Yao inexplicably finds himself transported to a world of survival on a deserted island, beginning his journey in dire circumstances. While others are fortunate enough to have their own islands for survival, he is left adrift in the vast ocean, clinging desperately to a few splintered wooden planks for dear life. However, fate seems reluctant to allow him to succumb to despair. As a form of compensation, the system grants him a singular opportunity to draw from a pool of innate talents. To his astonishment, he acquires the extraordinary SS-level talent, known as Heavenly Eye, which bestows upon him the ability to perceive all things and discern both crises and opportunities. Additionally, his innate talent awakens, revealing another SS-level gift termed Double Fortune, which promises that good fortune will multiply and opportunities will abound. With the dual SS-level talents at his disposal, Zhou Yao resolutely chooses to forge his own path. While others busily construct their islands in search of stability, he dedicates himself to the creation of a warship in pursuit of development. Chapter 1. Survival on the Island? Where is the island? Ding! The Universal Island Survival game has commenced. The population of Blue Star, totaling 6 billion, has been randomly allocated to various game islands. Children under the age of 10 have been assigned randomly to either parent. Friendly reminder: this world is fraught with peril, please strive to survive. As the cold, synthesized voice echoed in his mind, Zhou Yao slowly opened his eyes. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt the rush of wind and then plunged heavily into the ocean. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Yao emerged from the water, spluttering and gasping for air while gazing out at the boundless sea. Isn't this supposed to be island survival? He exclaimed. Where's the island? Though I can swim, I cannot traverse this endless expanse of ocean. Infuriated, he searched desperately for land. After a fruitless search, he spotted several wooden planks floating a short distance away. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yao, who had just been railing against his predicament, swam vigorously towards the planks, disregarding the toll it took on his energy. After 10 exhausting minutes of swimming, Zhou Yao found himself still a dozen meters away from the planks. Just as he contemplated pausing for breath, he noticed a ripple to his right, swiftly approaching him. Panic surged through him, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Forgetting his fatigue, Zhou Yao's only thought was to reach the planks as long as it wasn't a shark or some other large fish. He believed he could save himself. With both hands frantically paddling through the water, Zhou Yao kept his gaze fixed on the encroaching ripple. What had once been a considerable distance of over 100 meters had now closed to just a few dozen. Alarmed, Zhou Yao increased his paddling speed, his mind racing. Faster. I must go faster. The ripple drew closer, now merely 10 meters away, allowing him to discern the elongated, slender creature adorned with intricate patterns beneath the surface of the water. The name sea serpent instantly surged into Zhou Yao's mind, evoking terror. Naturally apprehensive of serpentine creatures, Zhou Yao let out a fearful howl. He lunged towards the nearby wooden plank. Just as he scrambled up onto the plank, the sinuous body of the sea serpent glided past beneath it. Lying flat on the plank, Zhou Yao gasped for breath. Congratulations, you have earned the title of Survivor. Strength 1, Agility 1. Detection confirms that Survivor Zhou Yao has acquired a vessel and lacking an island for refuge. As an apology, a novice gift pack has been prepared for you, along with a chance for a talent lottery. The voice resonated in his mind, and a wave of warmth coursed through his body as Zhou Yao felt his stamina gradually replenishing. After a moment, Zhou Yao sat up, surveying the so-called vessel beneath him. The plank measured a little over 2 meters in length and about 1.5 meters in width, taking on a regular rectangular shape. As he examined his surroundings, bewilderment swept over him. Just moments ago, he had been enjoying a meal in the cafeteria with classmates, and now he was on the brink of becoming the sea serpent's lunch. Gazing at the vast expanse of ocean, Zhou Yao realized that, despite his reluctance to accept his fate, survival was his only option. Recalling the system prompt from earlier, he thought, lottery. With a mere thought, a translucent, pale blue panel materialized in his mind. Announcements character vessel backpack chat trade friend Zhou Yao, unable to contain his eagerness, hastily opened the lottery interface, his eyes dazzled by the array of talents swirling on the panel. Would you like to proceed with the talent lottery? Yes. Talent extraction successful. Congratulations, Survivor. You have drawn the SS level talent Heavenly Eye. Heavenly Eye SSS level unique. You have gained a pair of eyes capable of piercing through the ocean with a mere glance across the water surface. You can locate submerged resources. You can easily sense the distribution and locations of islands, freshwater, food, and resource boxes on the ocean surface. Current exploration range above sea level. 10 kilometers below sea level. 2 kilometers 100 can be upgraded. The ancients did not deceive me indeed. Surviving great adversity brings forth great fortune. Zhou Yao rejoiced inwardly. With his SS-level divine skill, could he still worry about resources? Furthermore, it could be upgraded. Imagining the future when it reached its maximum level, the exploration range would be nothing short of terrifying. While others toiled to find resources, he would merely sweep the area with his heavenly eye, revealing all resources within a 10-kilometer radius. How exhilarating. After the initial excitement, Zhou Yao focused his thoughts and opened the announcements interface. 1. During the 7-day novice protection period, marine creatures will not actively attack survivors. Develop cautiously, do not act recklessly. 2. The temperature variance at sea between day and night is extreme. Please take care to keep warm. 3. After nightfall, the combat strength of marine creatures increases by 50. Plan your battles wisely. 4. Following the novice protection period, a black mist will assault. Enhance your strength as quickly as possible. The announcements provided numerous survival tips, and for Zhou Yao at present, maintaining warmth posed a significant challenge. Subsequently, Zhou Yao opened the character interface. Name: Zhou Yao. Age: 21. Physique: 541. Strength: 5. Agility: 651. Spirit: 8. Charm: 6. Luck. Talent: not yet drawn. Talent: gifted. I have insight. SSS level unique. Title: Survivor. Combat power: average. Upon gazing at the unselected talent section, Zhou Yao found it hard to believe his eyes. Without further hesitation, he immediately clicked to draw a talent. Ding! Would you like to proceed with the talent lottery? Yes. Ding! Talent draw successful. Congratulations, survivor. You have obtained the SSS level talent Double Fortune. Double Fortune SSS level unique. Possessing the Double Fortune talent is akin to carrying a charm of luck. When completing tasks and receiving items or opening treasure chests for rewards, the rewards will be doubled. However, it is important to note that acquiring items through trade will not trigger the Double Fortune talent. As Zhou Yao read the talent description, he could hardly find words to express his fortune. This was not merely a stroke of luck, but rather an explosive stroke of fortune. Not only did he possess dual talents, but they were also complementary dual SSS level talents. Zhou Yao, an ordinary junior college student, had never anticipated being suddenly transported to this place, nearly meeting his demise by a sea serpent. After calming himself for a moment, Zhou Yao continued to inspect the ship and backpack. Name: Wooden plank level. Average owner. Zhou Yao upgrade requirement: 15 wood, 1 iron ore. There are indeed a few wooden planks beside the plank I dwell on, but how do I obtain this iron ore? Zhou Yao pondered silently. With no leads on the iron ore, Zhou Yao decided to momentarily set aside the concern and open his backpack, which held only 20 slots. Inside the empty backpack lay a novice gift pack quietly awaiting his attention. Zhou Yao's mind stirred. Ding! Would you like to open the novice gift pack? Open it. Zhou Yao replied eagerly. Chapter 2. Dual SSS level talents. Ding! Novice gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained 500 G of bread X2, 500 milliliters of mineral water X2, a novice fishing rod X1, a dagger X1, a lighter X1, and a compass X1. Ding! Double Fortune talent triggered. All rewards doubled. Congratulations, you have received 500 G of bread X4, 500 milliliters of mineral water X4, a novice fishing rod X2, a dagger X2, a lighter X2, and a compass X2. Zhou Yao beamed at the items revealed from the pack. Double rewards were indeed gratifying. He considered that the most crucial resources while drifting at sea were food and fresh water. Now that he had secure provisions, the next step was to locate a resource box and quickly upgrade the wooden plank beneath him into a proper vessel. Novice fishing rod. A rudimentary fishing rod, allowing for 10 fishing attempts per day, with a 70 chance of catching nothing and a 30 chance of catching common fish and shrimp. Can be synthesized. Zhou Yao's mind sparked. Synthesize. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 ordinary fishing rod. Ordinary fishing rod. Allows for 11 fishing attempts per day, with a 60 chance of catching nothing, a 39 chance of catching common fish and shrimp, and a 1 chance of catching rare fish and shrimp. Upon examining the attributes of a standard fishing rod, Zhou Yao felt a lack of enthusiasm. It was hardly the moment for angling. He cast the fishhook into the sea and proceeded to forge a military dagger. Military dagger. A standard military dagger. Damage 20. Gazing at the sun that had just risen in the east, Zhou Yao did not hasten to seek out resource crates, instead directing his thoughts to the chat channel. World channel ding. The channel is currently unavailable. Hua, Xia channel ding. The channel is currently unavailable. If neither is open, what is there to discuss? Zhou Yao thought discontentedly. Regional channel 96, 866-100-000. There are 100,000 people in the regional channel. How is it that over 3,000 have already disappeared in such a short time? Zhou Yao was inwardly alarmed. Could it be that they, like me, fell into the sea? If that were the case, it was indeed plausible. In the chat channel, each individual bore their true name, immutable and unchangeable. At that moment, the regional channel resembled a vast reunion scene. Wang Xiulan, Xiaoli, where are you? Can you hear what mother is saying? Lin Yu, dad, mom, where are you? I'm so scared alone on this deserted island. Shen Yu Qiang, Xiao Xian, my dear, where are you? I miss you dearly. Sun Daowei, is this a reality show? Why was there no prior notice? Zhao Yu, is the person above an idiot? What reality show? Do you think you're a celebrity? Chai Jiangwo, I support the person above. The entire world has been cast onto deserted islands, and yet it's a reality show. Su Gang, there are sharks around my small island. I can't even fish. Yang Jianjun, everyone, don't panic. The government will rescue us. Qin Muyu, what a fool. The entire human race is on deserted islands. Where is the government now? Observing the chat channel, Zhou Yao gleaned some useful information. The majority of participants had started on a deserted island, with a small fraction in the surrounding waters. However, none had yet reported beginning their journey in the boundless sea as he had. Perhaps there are others, but it's highly likely they've already fed the marine creatures. Zhou Yao mused contentedly. Having gathered this information, Zhou Yao activated his heavenly eye talent, surveying the surface of the sea. After a thorough scan, all resource crates within a 10-kilometer radius were marked on the system panel's map. However, on the map, only the area within 400 to 500 meters of Zhou Yao was depicted as water. Beyond that lay a shroud of darkness, with only scattered yellow dots illuminating the expanse. Ding! No catch was made. The fishing line is automatically retracted. Indeed, a 60 aerial probability proved advantageous. Zhou Yao grasped the fishing rod and cast it toward the scattered wooden planks. After several attempts, he finally snagged a plank, gradually reeling it in. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 8 units of wood. Ding! The double luck talent has been activated. All rewards are doubled. Congratulations, you have obtained 16 units of wood. The system had directly converted the plank into wood. Zhou Yao contemplated this and proceeded to collect all the wooden planks with the doubled rewards. He now had a total of 96 units of wood stacked in a single slot within his backpack. Zhou Yao felt a surge of joy. He had sufficient wood now. But for iron ore, he could only check the marketplace. Zhou Yao's thoughts turned to the trading post. Upon opening it, he was greeted by an entirely vacant page. Perhaps everyone was still acclimatizing to this otherworldly environment. With a sigh of resignation, Zhou Yao closed the trading post and opted to open the regional chat instead. Zhou Yao, exchanging timber for iron ore. Interested parties may message me privately. Ding. Message sent successfully. Remaining messages for today, 9. Almost instantly, 2 private messages arrived. Zhou Yao casually clicked on the first avatar. Li Mingwei, hey buddy, how about 1 iron ore for 3 pieces of timber? Zhou Yao, why don't you just go and seize it? After sending this message, Zhou Yao swiftly blocked the individual named Li Mingwei. He then opened the second message, which was from a girl named Suyu. Judging by her avatar, she appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. Suyu, hello, I have 5 pieces of iron ore that I don't need. Can we exchange them for timber? Zhou Yao, of course. How did you intend to exchange? After a brief moment, the girl's response arrived. Suyu, 1 piece of iron ore for 1 piece of timber. Does that work for you? A very reasonable offer. Zhou Yao nodded and subsequently sent a trade request. Ding! Trade successful. Timber 5, iron ore 5. Gazing at the 5 dark iron ore pieces he had just acquired, Zhou Yao eagerly opened the ship's interface. Upgrade. He whispered to himself. Ding! Upgrade successful. The wooden boat has been successfully upgraded to a canoe. Timber 15, iron ore 1. Canoe. Simple to construct, resistant to leaks and disassembly, is the oldest means of water transportation. Seated in the cramped canoe, with the paddle in his hands and his body slightly leaned forward, Zhou Yao focused his thoughts. Ship name, canoe rank, inferior, owner, Zhou Yao, advancement requirements, timber 50, iron or 5. Looking at the remaining 4 pieces of iron ore, he felt a twinge of melancholy, thinking the system is truly annoying, insisting on this one piece of iron ore. However, the canoe is certainly a significant improvement over the previous wooden board. Zhou Yao stretched his body. It's far better than moving on a wooden board with a constant worry of capsizing. With that thought, Zhou Yao began to paddle towards the nearest yellow light spot indicated on the map. After approximately 10 minutes, he spotted a gray chest floating on the sea ahead. After exerting himself for a few more minutes, the canoe finally reached the resource box. With a thought, an introduction for the wooden resource box appeared before Zhou Yao. Wooden resource box, the most basic resource box in the survival world, capable of yielding a small quantity of food and materials, with a very low probability of containing beginner crafting blueprints or basic skill books. Resource boxes can be used 1,010 times daily. Ding. Wooden resource box discovered. Would you like to open it? Open. Chapter 3. Continuous upgrades. Ding. Congratulations, you have received bread 500 GX1, burlap X1, rope X2. Ding. The talent double fortune has been triggered, doubling all rewards. Congratulations. You have obtained bread 500 GX2, burlap X2, rope X4. Upon seeing the items extracted from the wooden resource chest, Zhou Yao shook his head in resignation. Truly, this is the most worthless resource box, yielding nothing of significance. He shook his somewhat sore arms and continued to grumble. With only 10 opportunities to open boxes each day, I need to find some higher grade ones to unlock. Contemplating this, Zhou Yao zoomed in on the system map, watching as the yellow dots gradually transformed into treasure chests. To his delight, he discovered that even the enlarged chest icons bore distinct differences. Fixing his gaze on a relatively larger resource box on the map, Zhou Yao steered his canoe decisively towards it, paddling vigorously. After traversing a distance of approximately 2 kilometers, Zhou Yao arrived near the resource box. Utterly exhausted after nearly an hour of effort, gasping for breath, he inwardly cursed. Damn it, this wretched system. Even retrieving a box is enough to wear me out. Why can't I just have an island? While grumbling, he couldn't help but scrutinize the resource box before him. The resource box was significantly larger than the wooden ones and was secured by 2 iron plates crossing each other in a crisscross pattern. After examining it for a moment, Zhou Yao, having regained some composure, focused on the resource box ahead. Black iron resource box, a relatively low-level resource box in the survival world, capable of yielding a small quantity of food and materials, with a low probability of producing basic crafting blueprints or skill books, etc. Resource box can be used 9-10 times per day. Ding. Black iron resource box detected. Would you like to open it? Open. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained dried beef 500 GX1, mineral water 500 GX2, iron or X3, stone X2, basic water purifier blueprint X1. Ding. The talent double fortune has been triggered, doubling all rewards. Congratulations, you have received dried beef 500 GX2, mineral water 500 GX4, iron or X6, stone X4, basic water purifier blueprint X2. Zhou Yao felt a surge of joy. Indeed, what you think of is what you get. If I can craft the water purifier, I will achieve freedom in fresh water amidst this vast ocean, and I can also exchange it for a plethora of resources. Basic water purifier blueprint requires 5 iron ore, 4 wood, 6 coal. The materials appear to be few, but coal still needs to be traded for. However, the immediate priority is to upgrade the canoe beneath me. The iron ore I just acquired should suffice for the upgrade. Sitting in the canoe has become exceedingly uncomfortable. Without further ado, Zhou Yao concentrated his thoughts. Upgrade the canoe. Ding. Advancement successful. The canoe has successfully evolved into a small skiff, consuming 50 wood and 5 iron ore. Small skiff. A small boat constructed of wood, originally comprising a single bottom plank and 2 sideboards, later evolving into a commonly used small vessel. Seated in the small boat, Zhou Yao, brimming with excitement, opened the ship interface. Boat. Name. Small dinghy rank. Low grade 1 owner. Zhou Yao upgrade requirements. 25 wood, 2 iron, or upon noticing to have upgrade requirements. Zhou Yao initially felt a surge of joy, only to swiftly realize that this was not an advancement, but merely an upgrade. At that moment, his inventory contained 26 units of wood and 5 units of iron ore, compelling him to unhesitatingly choose to upgrade the vessel. Ding! Upgrade successful. The small dinghy has been successfully upgraded to a dinghy. Wood -25, iron or -2. Dinghy, slightly larger than the small dinghy, but still primarily propelled by human paddling. Boat name, dinghy rank, medium grade 1 owner. Zhou Yao upgrade requirements, 50 wood, 5 iron ore for linen by heavens. Zhou Yao couldn't help but exclaim. The increased size notwithstanding, it still required paddling. Was this meant to exhaust him to the brink of collapse? As a contemporary university student, he had never exerted himself so vigorously. Now, both of his arms were swollen and painfully sore, with blisters forming on his hands. After venting his frustrations, Zhou Yao reluctantly accepted the harsh reality for the sake of survival, acknowledging that the next upgrade would necessitate linen. He surmised it would likely lead to the addition of sails. With this thought in mind, he opened the regional channel. After more than 2 hours of acclimatization, the regional channel had transformed from a reunion gathering into a marketplace of survival, facilitating exchanges and communication. Guchun, everyone, please refrain from going into the sea. Without fresh water to rinse off upon returning to shore, it can lead to dry skin, dehydration, and even itchiness and swelling. Wang Yuhang, thank you for the informative advice. Li Taidan, just pulled a resource box from a sea, and now I'm itching all over. Sun Hongyang, quickly, let us see what's inside the resource box. Of Dongsheng, 1. Kong Ijia, 1008, Li Taidan, 555, a bunch of rascals. Lin Yu, I'm so thirsty. Is there any kind gentleman who can spare me some water and food? I can trade with a set of photo collections. Wang Changbua, the beginner fishing rod gifted by the system is utterly useless. I've cast 10 times and caught nothing. Wang Su, 5 wood in exchange for 500 G of drinking water. At this moment, Zhou Yao sat contentedly on the dinghy, savoring beef jerky with one hand while holding a bottle of mineral water in the other. With sustenance in hand, he continued to peruse the regional channel. Qi Guanghao, 9 empty casts in a row. Dear system, grant me a fish this last time. Qian Fei, have some backbone, my friend. Li Ming, another unfortunate soul. Li Zixuan, a timid inquiry. What happens if the fishing rod gets pulled into the sea? I'm anxiously awaiting a response. Shenbing, just toss in a salad. Chu Yong, is there a kind-hearted individual willing to share some food and drink? I can exchange resources. Lin Feng, a friendly reminder. Everyone should keep an eye on their islands. Resource boxes may float nearby. Qi Guanghao, a good Samaritan above. I'll hasten to check. Darn it, the 10th cast was also empty. Wang Chuang, 2 large birds just flew past my island. Shenbing, how large were they? Song Honchong, on my island, there are 2 coconut trees, and I have gathered 5 coconuts. Do you not have any on your island? Su Tayo, young man, could you spare me a coconut? We can have a video chat privately. Chu Yong, brother, I would like to exchange resources. Would 5 pieces of wood suffice? Song Honchong, if you desire coconut leaves, please message me with resources privately. Having indulged in a satisfying meal, Zhou Yao also decided to contribute to the regional channel. Zhou Yao, I am willing to trade 100 G of bread or 100 G of mineral water for 10 pieces of wood or 10 iron ores. Additionally, I am purchasing burlap. If you have any, please message me with your price. To those from Africa, kindly refrain. After sending this message, Zhou Yao, who had just closed the regional chat, received over 10 private messages. After filtering out those seeking handouts and opportunistic individuals, Zhou Yao was left with 3 relatively reliable private messages. Xiao, brother Zhou, I have more than 70 pieces of wood and 1 piece of burlap that I currently do not require. Would you be willing to exchange them for 500 G of drinking water and 300 G of bread? Zhou Yao wasted no time and promptly placed 500 G of mineral water and 300 G of bread in the trading column. Once the other party placed 70 pieces of wood and 1 piece of burlap in the trading column, Lin Feng decisively clicked to confirm a trade. Chapter 4. The Dinghy Sailboat Ding. Transaction successful. Bread, 300 G. Mineral water, 500 G. Wood, 70. Linen, 1. The transaction completed, and Xiaoyi sent another message. Xiaoyi, brother Zhou, Feel free to contact me if you need to exchange resources in the future. Ding. Survivor Xiaoi requests to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Agree. Zhou Yao. Pleasant cooperation. He opened another private chat. Wang Hu. Buddy, I just found some linen from the resource box. How can I exchange it? Zhou Yao. One piece of linen can be exchanged for 100 g of bread or mineral water. At this moment, Zhou Yao had draped a piece of linen around himself, tightly wrapping his body. The scorching midday sun burned his exposed skin to a vivid red. Before Wang Hu could respond, Zhou Yao opened his last private chat. Lu Yao. Hello, Zhou Yao. I have 20 pieces of iron ore and 10 pieces of wood. I would like to exchange them for some fresh water. Clearly, Lu Yao recognized Zhou Yao as her junior, a year below her. They both belonged to the school's photography club, although not particularly close friends. They could consider each other as acquaintances. Zhou Yao, of course, senior, as long as there are resources to exchange. Upon seeing Lu Yao's avatar, Zhou Yao immediately recognized her as the campus belle, holding the top spot due to her gentle demeanor and elegant beauty. Her background was also quite extraordinary. Meanwhile, he considered himself an ordinary individual, and if not for this survival game that had thrust everyone into such a perilous world, he would have remained just another face among countless workers after graduation. With these thoughts in mind, Zhou Yao casually placed 500 g of mineral water in the trading slot. Lu Yao. Zhou Yao, I only have these resources which are insufficient to exchange for 500 g of mineral water. Zhou Yao. Senior, the resources you have are very useful to me. How about this? If you add some other unused items, we can achieve a win-win situation. Lu Yao. Thank you, Junior. As the other party placed 20 pieces of iron ore, 10 pieces of wood, and 8 pieces of black coal in the trading slot, Zhou Yao immediately confirmed the transaction. Ding. Transaction successful. Mineral water, 500 g, iron ore, 20, wood 10, coal, 8. The transaction completed. Zhou Yao promptly added Lu Yao as a friend. He then opened Wang Hu's private chat again. Wang Hu. Seems reasonable. I have 6 pieces of linen, and I need 600 g of bread. Zhou Yao, all right. Let us make the exchange. Saying this, Zhou Yao placed 600 g of bread in the trading slot. Ding. Transaction successful. Bread, 600 g, linen 6. With materials in abundance, Zhou Yao immediately summoned the system interface. Upgrade the dinghy. Ding. Upgrade successful. The dinghy has been successfully upgraded to a dinghy sailboat. Wood 50, iron or 5. Linen 4. Dinghy sailboat. Based on the dinghy, a sail has been added to the center of the hull, allowing the small boat to harness wind power for movement. Vessel name. Dinghy sailboat rank. First class superior owner. Zhou Yao upgrade requirements. 200 wood, 80 iron ore, 10 linen, 20 ropes at long last. The upgraded dinghy sailboat could harness the power of the wind, liberating Zhou Yao from the arduous task of rowing. With the ship's upgrade complete, he retrieved a blueprint for a basic water purifier from his backpack. Crafting a basic water purifier. Ding. The basic water purifier has been successfully crafted. Acquired 1 basic water purifier. Resources consumed. -5 iron ore, -4 wood, -6 coal. Basic water purifier. The simplest water purification device. Capable of converting seawater into pure water. It can purify 1 liter of seawater per hour, with a maximum storage capacity of 20 liters of pure water. Gazing at the newly crafted basic water purifier, Zhou Yao eagerly poured seawater into it, anticipating a bountiful yield of pure water. He skillfully steered the dinghy sailboat towards the next promising treasure chest. Covering a distance of nearly 4 kilometers, propelled by the sails, he arrived in mere minutes. Had he been aboard a canoe, the journey would have taken considerably longer. Zhou Yao felt a surge of satisfaction for his astute decision as his hand reached for the black iron resource chest floating on the sea's surface. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 500 g bread x2, glass x3, coal x5, wood x3, harpoon x1. Ding! Double luck, talent triggered, all rewards are doubled. Congratulations! You have obtained 500 g bread x4, glass x6, coal x10, wood x6, harpoon x2. Harpoon, a long-handled tool with sharp prongs used for fishing. Damage, 20. Craftable, craft. Ding. Crafting successful, congratulations. You have obtained 1 iron harpoon, black iron level. Iron harpoon, a fishing tool forged from fine iron, possessing formidable destructive power. Damage, 50. This harpoon exceeds the damage of a military dagger by considerable margin. Zhou Yao marveled at the description of the iron harpoon, appreciating its practicality as a long-handled weapon. As he toyed with the iron harpoon in his hands, he continued to navigate the dingy sailboat forward. Whenever he ventured beyond the range marked by his eye of heaven talent, he unhesitatingly activated it once more. Over the course of nearly 3 hours, Zhou Yao collected 6 black iron resource chests. Rather than opening them immediately, he steered the sailboat towards a shimmering treasure chest indicated on the map. Ding! A special resource chest has been discovered. Would you like to open it? Do not open. With a thought, a panel materialized before him. Special resource chest. First class, a wondrous chest that can yield various special items. Curious about what treasures the special resource chest might contain, Zhou Yao glanced at the setting sun, a chill creeping over him. He urgently needed to find a place to dock. Otherwise, the evening's cool sea breeze could spell disaster. Contemplating this, Zhou Yao activated the Eye of Heaven talent once again. On the map, aside from the yellow markers, a black light point appeared in the northwest direction. It must be a small island. The wind is favorable. I shall investigate. With that thought, Zhou Yao once again set the sailboat in motion, heading swiftly towards the black dot. A gentle breeze caressed the sails of the vessel, propelling the small boat forward at a speed of 5 to 6 nautical miles per hour. In less than half an hour, Zhou Yao's little boat reached within 100 meters of the island. He scrutinized the diminutive isle, which measured less than 100 meters in size. At the center of the barren land, a modest stone cottage stood. Beside the cottage, a lush lychee tree thrived, its branches adorned with clusters of vibrant red lychees. Upon seeing the bountiful fruit, Zhou Yao licked his still moist lips. Noticing the absence of any survivors, he deftly maneuvered the sailboat, cautiously steering it toward the island. Chapter 5. A Bountiful Harvesting. Congratulations on discovering a desolate island. The moment Zhou Yao set foot on this small isle, the system notification resonated in his mind. A desolate island? This implies that it is an unclaimed territory, Zhou Yao pondered. He remained vigilant, gripping his harpoon tightly as he cautiously approached the entrance of a stone dwelling. With the harpoon, he gently pushed open the door, revealing a humble stone bed positioned by the window, covered with a thin layer of straw. At this sight, Zhou Yao felt a slight sense of relief. Uncertain whether the island was inherently barren or if its previous inhabitant had met an untimely fate. Subsequently, Zhou Yao summoned the system interface, attempting to bind himself to the island, but after a thorough search, he found no option for island binding. The only pertinent information was found in the announcement. No protection during the 7-day novice period applies to unclaimed islands. After 7 days, survivors may seize other players' islands or desolate islands to become their subordinate territories. His system panel lacked an island option, indicating that to claim an island, one must forego the novice protection period. Since it was not rightfully his, he could not force the issue. Zhou Yao thought to himself with a sense of nonchalance. As the sun approached the horizon and the temperature began to drop, Zhou Yao took a seat on the stone bed within the dwelling and commenced opening the resource chests he had gathered that day. Ding! The black iron resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining 500 G of bread X4, 500 milliliters of mineral water X2, 6 pieces of wood, and 12 stones. Ding! The black iron resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining 500 G of bread X2, 500 milliliters of mineral water X2, 8 iron ore, and 4 glass. Ding! The black iron resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining 500 G of braised fish, Kin X2, 500 milliliters of mineral water X4, 10 iron ore, and 16 pieces of wood. Ding! The black iron resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining 500 G of bread X2, 6 pieces of rubber, 8 iron ore, for glass, and 2 wooden barrel blueprints. Ding! The black iron resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining 500 G of bread X4, 500 milliliters of mineral water X2, 10 pieces of wood, and 6 saltpeter. Ding! The special resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining 2 low-quality stamina pills, 2 ordinary wind-running pills, 2 meteorite iron, and 2 basic sensing rings. Basic skill book. Random opens to acquire a random basic skill. Open all. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring Basic Swordsmanship X2. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring Basic Diving X2. Basic Swordsmanship. The most fundamental introductory sword technique, simple to learn, aiding survivors in mastering the basic application of swordplay. Can be synthesized. Synthesize. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining Intermediate Swordsmanship X1. Intermediate Swordsmanship. An extension of the basic swordsmanship, offering more complex, faster, and more powerful techniques. Learn Intermediate Swordsmanship. Ding! Congratulations on mastering Intermediate Swordsmanship. Zhou Yao retrieved a military dagger from his backpack, grasping it in hand and swinging it a few times. Indeed, with no prior knowledge of martial arts, Zhou Yao felt the blade's fierce wind and an overwhelming sense of power. Beginner diving. After learning beginner diving, one can freely explore shallow waters up to 10 meters and sustain for 5 minutes. Craftable. Synthesis. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring Intermediate Diving 1. Intermediate diving. After learning intermediate diving, one can freely explore shallow waters up to 20 meters and sustain for 10 minutes. Learning intermediate diving. Ding! Congratulations on mastering intermediate diving. Barrel manufacturing blueprint. 10 wood, 1 iron, Oregon. Crafting all. Ding! Barrel crafted successfully. Acquired 2 barrels. Wood -20, iron or -2. Barrel. An unremarkable wooden barrel, capable of holding a maximum of 30 L of liquid. Strength pill, inferior due to high impurities, a maximum of 2 can be consumed daily. Grants 2 strength upon consumption. Windwalk pill, ordinary, a remedy that carries risks, a maximum of 5 can be consumed daily. Grants 5 agility upon consumption. After reading the descriptions, Zhou Yao unhesitatingly consumed 4 pills. Instantly, a surge of immense power erupted within him. Deep within his meridians, a faint power began to gradually flourish. Ding! Consume strength pill, inferior, strength 2. Ding! Consumed strength pill, inferior, strength 2. Ding! Consumed windwalk pill, ordinary, agility 5. Ding! Consumed windwalk pill, ordinary, agility 5. Zhou Yao suddenly unleashed 2 punches, feeling an incomparable increase in both strength and speed. Meteoric iron, a premium material for forging weapons or armor. Beginner sensory ring, a special item, a ring that can detect danger. Simply wearing it on a finger allows detection of dangers within 300 meters, issuing a warning. Craftable. Synthesis. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring Intermediate Sensory Ring 1. Intermediate Sensory Ring, a special item, a ring that can detect danger. Simply wearing it on a finger allows detection of dangers within 800 meters, issuing a warning. After toying with the sensory ring for a while, Zhou Yao adorned it on his finger, feeling nothing particularly remarkable. He then retrieved a can of ribbon fish, finished it, wiped his mouth, and then drank a bottle of mineral water. Zhou Yao proceeded to the sailboat, took the water purifier into the stone house, and poured the 5 L of purified water into the barrel. Observing that his backpack was filled with sufficient materials, Zhou Yao utilized the remaining beginner water purification blueprint to craft another beginner water purifier. Synthesis. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring Intermediate Water Purifier 1. Intermediate Water Purifier, a standard water purification device capable of converting seawater into pure water. It can purify 2 L of seawater per hour, with a maximum storage capacity of 50 L of pure water. After crafting the Intermediate Water Purifier, Zhou Yao filled it with seawater once more and placed it on the skiff. Carrying the barrel into the stone house, Zhou Yao indulged in a luxurious shower. After a shower, feeling somewhat bored, he lay on the stone bed, which was covered with a burlap cloth. Out of boredom, Zhou Yao opened his backpack to review the day's harvest. Backpack bread 12, 100 g dried beef, 500 g quantity, 1 braised fish canned, 500 g quantity, 1 mineral water, 500 g quantity, 16 timber, 61 iron or 34 hemp cloth, 7 ropes, 6 stones, 16 coal, 6 saltpeter, 6 rubber, 6 glass, 14 meteoric iron, 2 lighters, 2 compasses, 2 ordinary fishing rod, 1 military dagger, 1 iron harpoon, 1 wooden barrels, 2 character name, Zhou Yao age, 21 years physique, 541 strength, 9 agility, 16, 151 spirit, 8 charm, 6 luck, talent, double luck SSS level, unique, Gifted talent. Divine ISSS level. Unique. Skills. Intermediate swordsmanship. Passive. Intermediate diving. Passive. Title. Survivor combat power. First tier beginner. Ship. Name. Dinghy sailboat grade. First tier superior owned by. Zhou Yao advancement requirements. Timber 200. Iron or 80. Hemcloth 10. Ropes 20. Chapter 6. The night battle with the serrated crocodile. As night fell, the temperature within the stone dwelling plummeted, leaving Zhou Yao, who lay on the stone bed, shivering uncontrollably. With no other option, he rolled off the bed and retrieved a piece of wood, placing on the ground. He then produced a lighter and ignited the wood. As it caught fire, a flicker of warmth gradually permeated the stone house. Ding! The wood has successfully ignited. 1 unit of wood can burn for an hour. Hearing the system notification, Zhou Yao extracted 6 more pieces of wood from his backpack and tossed them into the fire. Returning to the stone bed, he covered himself with 2 pieces of burlap. This damn temperature. Tomorrow, he must acquire a heavier garment. Otherwise, he would surely succumb to the frigid night. Lost in these thoughts, Zhou Yao slowly drifted into slumber. Midnight arrived, enveloping the world in silence, with silvery moonlight cascading over the island. Zhou Yao, deep in sleep within the stone house, was abruptly jolted awake. He sprang from the stone bed, alerted by the sensor ring on his right hand, which was emitting a warning. A danger had entered its detection range. He approached the door, peering through the crack to survey the chilly beach, which lay eerily quiet. After a brief moment, he spotted a crocodile slithering towards the stone house. Serrated crocodile, first-tier beast. Though merely a first-tier beast, its sharp teeth, formidable bite force, and rapid speed enable it to deliver a lethal strike in close-quarter ambushes. It possesses certain advantages in aquatic combat. Upon reading the description of the serrated crocodile, Zhou Yao grasped a metal harpoon from his backpack, determined to test his skills against this first-tier beast. With a sense of resolve, he opened the door and advanced towards the serrated crocodile. The creature, measuring approximately 3 meters in length, possessed rough scales that glinted with a cold sheen under the moonlight. It opened its gaping maw, revealing a row of sharp teeth, and emitted a low growl, its small eyes fixated on the approaching Zhou Yao. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yao propelled himself towards the serrated crocodile, his agility at a remarkable 16 points. He aimed the harpoon directly at the crocodile's small eyes. The crocodile reacted swiftly, its head jerking to the side as the harpoon struck its tough scales, producing a sharp clang of metal against armor, yet inflicting no significant damage. Enraged, the serrated crocodile lunged at Zhou Yao with its gaping maw. In that split second, Zhou Yao deftly sidestepped to the right, narrowly avoiding the razor-sharp teeth that grazed his clothing. Seizing the opportunity as the crocodile missed its mark, Zhou Yao hoisted the harpoon high and, with all his might, thrust it downwards into the crocodile's wide-open mouth. With a resounding roar, the metal harpoon plunged deeply into the joint of the serrated crocodile's jaw, the immense force driving it further into the ground, burying it half a foot deep. Securing the crocodile to the earth, Zhou Yao swiftly retreated. The colossal body of the serrated crocodile trembled violently, its limbs thrashing wildly against the ground. As its strength waned, the creature's growls diminished. Soon, the crocodile's movements ceased, leaving only its wide-open eyes, which seemed to glimmer with a lingering sense of defiance. Ding! Congratulations on vanquishing the first-tier demon beast, the razor-toothed crocodile. As the first survivor in this region to achieve such a feat, you are rewarded with 1 ordinary body refinement pill. Ding! You have obtained 2 ordinary body refinement pills. Body refinement pill, ordinary, a remedy that may carry some toxicity. A maximum of 5 may be consumed daily. After consumption, physique increases by 5. Ding! You have consumed an ordinary body refinement pill. Physique increased by 5. Ding! You have consumed another ordinary body refinement pill. Physique increased by 5. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yao opened his mouth and swallowed both body refinement pills. Disturbing my slumber was rather vexing, yet this unexpected first kill was a fortuitous gift. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yao approached the carcass of the razor-toothed crocodile and forcefully extracted the harpoon that was deeply embedded in the ground. Ding! Would you like to dismantle the razor-toothed crocodile's carcass? Dismantle. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 14 pieces of first-tier crocodile meat, 2 pieces of first-tier crocodile skin, and 8 pieces of first-tier crocodile claws. First-tier crocodile meat. Consuming it will slightly enhance strength by 2 for 24 hours. First-tier crocodile skin. An excellent material for crafting low-tier leather armor. First-tier crocodile claws. A superior material for crafting low-tier claw-type weapons. The haul was quite satisfactory, making my midnight venture worthwhile. Zhou Yao murmured softly to himself as he returned to the stone hut to resume his slumber. From that point forward, the night passed uneventfully. The following morning, just as the sun began to ascend beyond the horizon, the air still held a chill. Accustomed to rising early, Zhou Yao awoke promptly, glanced at the extinguished campfire, and stowed away the burlap from his stone bed. He stepped outside the stone hut to stretch his limbs, casting his gaze toward the sailboat anchored at the island's edge. Suddenly, Zhou Yao froze. The sailboat, once secured to the shore, was now adrift approximately 4 to 5 meters from the island surface. Upon surveying the desolate island, he noted that its area had diminished by nearly half since his arrival the previous night. What could be the cause? Was it high tide? Confounded. Zhou Yao opened the chat channel in search of answers. However, upon noticing the dwindling number of participants in the chat, he realized that over 10,000 individuals had vanished in just one night. Indeed, a brutal survival world. At this moment, the regional channel was abuzz with chatter. Zheng Chaoyong. Could someone explain why, upon waking this morning, I found my small island inexplicably shrunk by about 10%? Chu Hanxing. Same question here. Jiang Feng. My island shrank as well. After finally expanding it twice yesterday, it has now diminished by nearly 10%. Su Shuaying. Has everyone's island area decreased? Mine shrank by 7 or 8 square meters, roughly 10% of its total area. Are others experiencing this too? After observing for a while, Zhou Yao closed the chat channel, contemplating that while others' islands had shrunk by 10%, his desolate island had lost a full half of its area. Could this be due to its status as an unclaimed island? As he pondered, Zhou Yao moved to the center of the island and began to pluck the enticing lychees. When the final notification chimed, over 100 vibrant red lychees lay quietly in Zhou Yao's backpack. Subsequently, Zhou Yao tucked the lighter into his pocket and placed the wooden barrel, dagger, and harpoon onto the small boat. Climbing aboard the skiff, he gazed at the bulging system backpack and shook his head in dismay. Opening the trading post, he found an array of items available today, the vast majority being materials, albeit at exorbitant prices. Perhaps the reasonably priced items had already been snatched up. Zhou Yao mused as he maneuvered the skiff forward and continued to peruse the offerings. After flipping through a couple of pages, a blueprint caught his eye. Chapter 7. Heavy Harpoon Crossbow. Crafting Recipe for Basic Backpack. 1 cloth, 2 ropes. Behold the exorbitant prices below. Any food for 10 kilograms or drinking water for 10 L. Such an outrageous demand. Zhou Yao attempted to message the owner of the crafting recipe. Zhou Yao. Brother, I'm interested in the backpack crafting recipe. Would you consider trading it for 1,000 G of bread? Indeed, the price for the backpack crafting recipe was preposterous, particularly in a time when most were struggling to fill their bellies. One must ponder on the first day in this island world. How many could possibly open all 10 resource chests daily? Those fortunate enough to open 5 chests would be considered exceedingly lucky, and individuals like himself, who not only managed to open all chests but also acquired black iron grade and special resource chests, were likely one of a kind. Zhou Yao thought to himself with a hint of pride, while simultaneously popping a piece of beef jerky into his mouth. At that moment, the survivor who listed the backpack crafting recipe responded. Sun Shui ran. I painstakingly retrieved this backpack crafting recipe from a resource chest I managed to haul ashore. I nearly risked my life for that black iron resource chest. Your offered exchange is indeed too low. How about I make a concession and ask for 9 kilograms of bread? Zhou Yao, 5 kilograms of bread. That is the utmost limit of my food supply. Zhou Yao understood the principle of not revealing one's wealth. Given the current market conditions, 5 kilograms of bread seemed more than ample for this crafting recipe. After a brief moment, a reply came from the other party. Sun Shui ran. Brother, could you add a bit more? How about 5 kilograms of bread? Zhou Yao. Then let it be. Perhaps we can collaborate another time. No sooner had Zhou Yao sent his message than a reply arrived. Sun Shui ran. All right, 5 kilograms it is. With that, a trade request was promptly sent, clearly indicating that the other party had been hungry for quite some time. Zhou Yao glanced at the crafting recipe for the basic backpack in the trade window and placed the 5 kilograms of bread in return, confirming the transaction. Ding. Transaction successful. 1 basic backpack crafting recipe. Dash 1500 g of bread. Ding. Sufficient materials detected. Crafting basic backpack? Yes. Ding. Backpack crafted successfully. Acquired 1 basic backpack. Materials used, 1 cloth. 2 ropes. Basic backpack, 20 slots. Upon receiving the new backpack, Zhou Yao neatly placed the basic backpack into an available slot in his system inventory. The initial backpack capacity of a survivor is 20 slots, with 4 additional blank slots behind the initial backpack, allowing for the storage of 4 more backpacks. Observing the newfound 20 slots, Zhou Yao decisively stored items such as iron harpoons into the backpack. He then divided the purified clean water into 200 portions of 100 milliliters each, placing them into disposable cups generated by the system. Subsequently, he listed them on the trading platform for sale. Each 100 milliliters of clean water was exchanged for either 10 pieces of wood or 10 iron ores, with other materials priced according to their respective values. Zhou Yao activated his Heavenly Eye ability multiple times, collecting resource chests one by one, as indicated on the map. In the span of a morning, Zhou Yao successfully acquired 6 black iron resource boxes and 1 bronze resource box. Curious about the status of the water exchange at the trading post, he pondered whether the conversions had reached completion. Wrapped in a piece of burlap, Zhou Yao focused his thoughts and opened the trading post. To his delight, the 20 liters of purified water had been entirely exchanged, yielding an impressive total of 860 units of timber, 730 units of iron ore, 11 pieces of burlap, 24 ropes, 35 units of saltpeter, 20 units of rubber, and 65 units of glass. With a satisfied grin, Zhou Yao exclaimed, "Upgrade the vessel." Ding! The advancement was successful. The flat-bottomed sailboat had successfully evolved into a single-masted sailboat. The costs were 200 units of timber, 80 units of iron ore, 10 pieces of burlap, and 20 ropes. Single-masted sailboat. Featuring only 1 mast, this vessel boasts a simple structure and ease of operation, equipped with a cabin, making it suitable for solo navigation. Vessel name: single-masted sailboat. Rank: second tier, low quality. Owner: Zhou Yao. Upgrade requirements: 600 units of timber, 200 units of iron ore, 60 pieces of burlap, 40 ropes, and 20 units of glass. Zhou Yao circled the sailboat, which measured approximately 7 to 8 meters in length and 2 meters in width, its lines elegantly flowing. My ship finally has a cabin, Zhou Yao exclaimed, excitement surging through him as he ripped away the burlap that enveloped him and entered the cabin through the hatch in the center of the deck. Pushing open the wooden skylight, he let the light streaming in from the hatch and skylight illuminate the cabin's arrangement. The cabin was roughly 4 meters long, with a sturdy bed constructed from thick wooden beams and planks positioned at the front. The system had kindly laid down a layer of straw atop the bed. In the center of the cabin, there stood a simple square wooden table surrounded by 4 wooden stools. Beneath the table was a fire pit. At the back of the cabin sat a basic desk, on which rested an oil lamp, the only other item present. Zhou Yao settled at the wooden table, finishing off the last can of braised fish and washing it down with a bottle of mineral water. He then reclined cross-legged on the wooden bed, ready to unveil the spoils of the morning. Ding! The black iron resource box was successfully opened, and he was congratulated with the acquisition of 500 grams of bread. For units of mineral water, 500 milliliters, 8 units of timber, and 10 units of saltpeter. Ding! The black iron resource box opened successfully, granting him 500 grams of bread, 2 units of mineral water, 500 milliliters, 6 units of iron ore, 2 ropes, and 2 crafting blueprints for a lightweight harpoon crossbow. Ding! Another black iron resource box was successfully opened, yielding 500 grams of bread, 2 units of mineral water, 500 milliliters, for units of glass, and 6 units of soil. Ding! The next black iron resource box opened successfully, providing 500 grams of bread, for units of mineral water, 500 milliliters, 18 units of timber, and 6 units of coal. Ding! Yet another black iron resource box was opened, resulting in 500 grams of bread, for units of mineral water, 500 milliliters, 12 units of timber, and 10 units of iron ore. Ding! The final black iron resource box opened successfully, bestowing upon him 2 cans of luncheon meat, 500 grams each, For units of mineral water, 500 milliliters, 6 units of glass, and 4 pieces of burlap. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations! You have acquired 500 G of lamb, 500 milliliters of beer, 2 low-level energy stones, 26 saltpeter, and 2 crafting blueprints for long swords. Crafting blueprint for the light harpoon crossbow. 10 wood, 10 iron, or 1 rope, 1 rubber, 1 harpoon. Can be synthesized. Synthesize. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 crafting blueprint for the heavy harpoon crossbow. Crafting blueprint for the heavy harpoon crossbow. 50 wood, 30 iron, or for ropes, 2 rubbers, 1 iron harpoon. Observing the double materials for the heavy harpoon crossbow, Zhou Yao remained unfazed, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Craft the crossbow. Ding. Crossbow crafted successfully. You have obtained 1 heavy harpoon crossbow. Wood -50, iron or -30, rope -4, rubber -2, iron harpoon -1. Heavy harpoon crossbow. Bronze level capable of launching 1 harpoon. The tail of the harpoon is embedded in an iron chain linked to the crossbow mechanism, allowing for retrieval. Inflicting substantial damage upon hitting the target. Damage, 120, maximum attack range, 600 m. Ding! A heavy harpoon crossbow has been discovered. Would you like to equip it to the single-masted sailboat? Keep. Ding. Equipment complete. Chapter 8. Silver-level weapon. Zhou Yao ascended the deck, hastening towards the heavy crossbow stationed at the bow of the ship, scrutinizing the imposing weapon. The massive crossbow, firmly anchored to its specially crafted base, resembled an ancient behemoth. Curiosity piqued, Zhou Yao grasped the mechanism, aimed at the distant sea, and abruptly pulled the trigger. The iron harpoon shot forth like lightning, its tip slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, while the trailing iron chain clattered behind it. With a thunderous boom, the harpoon plunged into the ocean surface, its momentum halting only when the chain became taut. As Zhou Yao concentrated, the slender, resilient chain gradually retracted, coiling upon the ship's roller, and he readied the harpoon once more in the crossbow. Witnessing the formidable power of the weapon, a newfound confidence blossomed within him regarding his maritime journey. Returning to the cabin, Zhou Yao reclined upon his bed, producing the design for the Tang Dao. Tang Dao blueprint. Iron or 2, niter 1. Craftable. Synthesize. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring Tang Dao Blueprint 1. Tang Dao Blueprint. Iron or 5, niter 2. Forge the Tang Dao. Ding. Detection confirms the presence of meteorite iron in your backpack. Would you like to incorporate the meteorite iron? Indeed. How could I have overlooked this? It is the pinnacle material for weapon crafting. Zhou Yao thought, responding. Incorporate. Ding. Forging successful. Gain meteorite blade 1. Iron or -5, niter -2, meteorite iron -1. Meteorite blade, silver level forged from celestial meteorite iron, embodies a fierce power infused with the strength of a fallen star. Damage 360 ding. Congratulations on becoming the first survivor in this region to forge a silver tier weapon. Reward, 1 primary water spirit stone. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring 2 primary water spirit stones. Primary water spirit stone, embedded in silver level or higher weapons, significantly enhances weapon power, adding water-type damage. Haha, another first. Excellent. I've received 2 more water spirit stones. Zhou Yao lifted the Tang Dao in his hand. Embed water spirit stone. Ding, embedding successful. Having completed the weapon forging, Zhou Yao rested briefly in the cabin. As noon passed, the sun's heat waned. He ascended the deck once more, positioning himself at the bow. Heavenly eye. With a mere thought, he scanned the surrounding sea within a 10-kilometer radius and the underwater expanse of 2 kilometers. Gazing at the system map, a purple dot flickered at the ocean floor, a few hundred meters away. What could this be? It must be a special treasure. Let us investigate. Zhou Yao mused, maneuvering the sailboat swiftly towards the luminous point. Arriving above the glowing spot, Zhou Yao unsheathed the meteorite blade, gripping it firmly, and plunged into the sea. With intermediate diving skills at his disposal, he effortlessly descended 12 to 13 meters, nearing the seabed, where he could distinctly see a purple metal chest resting quietly on the ocean floor. Excitement surged as he swam towards the chest, his pace unhurried. However, as Zhou Yao approached within a meter of the treasure, An ominous sense of danger suddenly enveloped him. Just as Zhou Yao sensed impending danger, a colossal claw suddenly surged from the soil beside the treasure chest, lunging towards him. With remarkable reflexes, Zhou Yao raised his blade to parry the attack. A resounding crash echoed as the blade collided with the enormous claw, generating a shockwave that coalesced into a massive bubble rising towards the ocean's surface. The violent impact forced Zhou Yao to stagger backward nearly 5 meters towards the sea. Shaking his numbed hands, he assessed the creature before him. It was an astonishingly large shrimp, towering at over half a man's height, exhibiting a dark bluish hue. Its eyes glinted like fierce rubies, glaring menacingly at Zhou Yao. The immense claw sported serrated edges, and a noticeable crack marred one of its pincers, evidently a remnant from the clash with his iron blade. The giant shrimp maintained its aggressive stance, yet it refrained from launching another assault. Giant mantis shrimp, second-tier demon beast, exhibits a strong territorial instinct, possesses a hard shell, and boasts 2 prominent claws capable of effortlessly crushing foes. A second-tier demon beast, no wonder it was so formidable. However, with my intermediate swordsmanship and the aid of the silver-grade iron blade, subduing this massive shrimp should pose no significant challenge. Zhou Yao faced off against the giant mantis shrimp, contemplating that if the situation became dire, he could lure it to the ocean's surface for resolution. With this thought, Zhou Yao charged towards the giant mantis shrimp. His movements in the water were noticeably constrained, and the speed of his intermediate sword technique diminished significantly. In stark contrast, the giant mantis shrimp twisted its massive body with agility in the water, swinging its right claw towards Zhou Yao with astonishing speed. Zhou Yao quickly sidestepped, utilizing the water's current to cushion his movement, narrowly evading this lethal strike, though he was still rocked by the force of the water. Steadying himself, he seized the moment, gripping the cloud iron blade tightly, and, aided by the water's thrust, struck fiercely at the shrimp's small head. The giant mantis shrimp responded with equal swiftness, raising its left claw to block the attack. The blade met the shrimp's claw with a resounding clang, sending up a spray of water. The tremendous impact left Zhou Yao's arm tingling, nearly causing him to lose grip on the iron blade. Sensing the opportune moment, he harnessed the recoil from the clash to propel himself rapidly towards the ocean's surface. The giant mantis shrimp seemed incensed by this blow, both claws moving in unison as it pursued Zhou Yao. Emerging abruptly from the water, Zhou Yao thrust his head above the surface and, wielding his blade, collided once more with the pursuing giant mantis shrimp. Utilizing the force from the impact, Zhou Yao retreated to the side of the sailboat, exerting his strength to leap from the water, grasping the ship's edge with one hand. With another powerful movement, he rolled himself onto the deck. The giant mantis shrimp, witnessing Zhou Yao's ascent onto the vessel, glared at him in furious resentment. Below the water's surface, it swung its massive pincers, unleashing a torrent of water akin to a basin, hurtling towards Zhou Yao, who was hastening towards the crossbow. Reacting instantly, Zhou Yao dodged swiftly, the water column narrowly grazing the hem of his garment as it shot toward the mast behind him. With a sharp crack, the mast of the sailboat broke a quarter of the way up, collapsing backward. In astonishment, Zhou Yao marveled at the immense power that rivaled that of a high-pressure water gun. Having swiftly positioned himself beside the heavy crossbow, he cursed upon witnessing the mast being severed. With deft precision, Zhou Yao aimed the crossbow at the colossal mantis shrimp lurking beneath the surface of the sea, poised to pull the trigger. The formidable creature, sensing the impending threat of the crossbow, frantically stirred the water with its elongated limbs, attempting to retreat into the depths of the ocean. However, Zhou Yao was resolute in denying it an escape. His finger, resting on the trigger of the crossbow, abruptly pulled back, sending the iron-tipped harpoon slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling towards the fleeing mantis shrimp. Confronted with the specter of death, the mantis shrimp, upon seeing the rapidly approaching harpoon, was left with no choice but to raise its massive claws in a desperate attempt to withstand this lethal assault. Chapter 9. Xiao Mo. There was no thunderous clash of metal, only the subtle sound of a blade piercing flesh, emanating from beneath the water. As the sound reverberated, the speed of the iron chain connected to the harpoon began to diminish. Moments later, a crisp system notification echoed in Zhou Yao's mind. Ding. Congratulations on slaying the second-tier beast, the giant lobster, as the first survivor in this region to kill a second-tier creature. You are rewarded with 1 clear heart pill, ordinary, and 1 strength pill, ordinary. Ding! Congratulations. You have also received 2 additional clear heart pills, ordinary, and 2 strength pills, ordinary. Upon hearing the notification, Zhou Yao, confirming the death of the giant lobster, began to turn the winch. As the iron chain was reeled in, the iron harpoon slowly emerged at the surface of the sea. Zhou Yao observed as the harpoon gradually surfaced, its tip piercing through the cracks of the massive claw, and then emerging from the creature's head. He tossed the carcass of the giant lobster onto the deck, and subsequently proceeded to dismantle it. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained 8 units of second-tier shrimp meat and 2 second-tier lobster claws. Second-tier shrimp meat. Delicious shrimp meat that, when consumed, increases mental acuity by 3 for 24 hours. Second-tier lobster claw. Enveloped in an exceptionally hard shell, this claw contains exquisite meat that, when consumed, permanently increases mental acuity by 10. Zhou Yao then took out the 4 pills rewarded by the system. Clear heart pill, ordinary, a remedy fraught with potential side effects. A maximum of may 5 be consumed daily. Grants a mental boost of 5 upon consumption. Strength pill, ordinary, a remedy fraught with potential side effects. A maximum of may 5 be consumed daily. Grants a strength boost of 5 upon consumption. After examining the properties of both types of pills, Zhou Yao unhesitatingly placed all 4 black pills, each the size of a fingernail, into his mouth. Ding! Consumed clear heart pill, ordinary, mental acuity increased by 5. Ding! Consumed clear heart pill, ordinary, mental acuity increased by 5. Ding! Consumed strength pill, ordinary, strength increased by 5. Ding! Consumed strength pill, ordinary, strength increased by 5. With his spirits invigorated from the consumption of the pills, Zhou Yao approached the broken mast and opened the ship interface. Ship name, single-masted sailboat tier. Low second tier, damaged. Owner, Zhou Yao. Repair requirements, 80 units of wood, 10 units of iron ore. Upgrade requirements, 600 units of wood, 200 units of iron ore, 60 units of cloth, 40 units of rope, 20 units of glass. With a firm resolve, Zhou Yao decided to repair the vessel. After all, without an island as a foundation, it was prudent to restore the ship that was essential for his survival as soon as possible. Ding! Single-masted sailboat repaired successfully, minus 80 units of wood, minus 10 units of iron ore. After patting the now upright mast, Zhou Yao, emboldened by his newfound strength, dove back into the sea. This time, he smoothly arrived at the purple treasure chest, stowing it in his backpack before returning to the ship. Mysterious chest. A mysterious chest forgotten by time, resting in the depths of the sea. Once opened, will it bring forth a cursed calamity, or treasures capable of reshaping the world? Its secrets await the fearless to uncover. Gazing at the description of the chest, Zhou Yao wrestled internally. A 50-50 chance. Should he open it or not? If it were a treasure, it would soar to great heights. If it were a calamity, it could jeopardize one's very life. Fortune favors the bold. Ultimately, Zhou Yao resolved to open the mysterious chest. He placed the enigmatic box at the edge of the deck, ready to kick it into the sea at a moment's notice. Reassured by the protection of the novice period surrounding his single-masted sailboat, upon opening the mysterious chest, a notification chimed. Success. Please inspect the contents at your leisure. Unlike a resource box, which directly grants items upon opening, this one required personal inspection. Zhou Yao cautiously approached the chest and peered inside, where he discovered a white egg, approximately the size of a bowl, resting peacefully within. With a long exhale of relief, Zhou Yao gingerly lifted the egg from the chest. As his palm made contact with the shell, a gentle warmth emanated from it. Mysterious pet egg. Can be hatched after blood, is offered for recognition. Upon reading this simple description, Zhou Yao produced a combat knife, slicing his finger without a moment's hesitation. A drop of his blood fell onto the white shell, rapidly seeping into it. Soon after, bizarre crimson patterns began to emerge on the surface of the egg. The patterns glowed, their radiance intensifying, and the shell trembled slightly, as if something within was on the verge of breaking free. Zhou Yao fixated intently on the quivering pet egg, and moments later, A head the size of a walnut emerged from the shell. Subsequently, the entire turtle body crawled out. The turtle, having just struggled out of its shell, was roughly the size of a fist, its shell a dark brown adorned with irregular patterns. Its round head cautiously poked out, with eyes like green beans that twinkled with curiosity about the world. Its short limbs appeared robust, with sharp claws that scratched at the remnants of the shell. A slender tail gently swayed behind it. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the battle pet Mo Gue. Please name your battle pet. Given that it was a Mo Gue, rather drab in appearance, Zhou Yao decided to call it Xiao Mo Ding. Congratulations on successfully naming your battle pet Mo Gue. Battle pet name, Xiao Mo owner. Zhou Yao type, Mo Gue, juvenile, bloodline. 2 Xuanwu bloodline combat power. Initial stage 1 skills. None description. A common Mo Gue, yet possessing a trace of Xuanwu bloodline, granting it some rudimentary abilities to control water and earth, alongside enhanced defensive capabilities compared to other pets of the same tier. Zhou Yao gently cradled the little Mo Gue that had just emerged from its shell. He hadn't anticipated that Xiao Mo bore the Xuanwu bloodline, one of the legendary 4 guardian beasts of Huaxia. The little creature flailed its limbs in the air, its diminutive claws opening and closing adorably. Now that it had become Zhou Yao's battle pet, he vowed that one day he would transform it into a true Xuanwu guardian beast. As if understanding his words, Xiao Mo emitted a soft, low chirp, nuzzling affectionately against Zhou Yao's palm. Zhou Yao, observing the intimacy between them, smiled gently and retrieved a piece of crocodile meat from his backpack, offering it to the little creature. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, captivating the little creature, whose bright eyes fixated intently on the crocodile meat before it. With a sudden, enthusiastic bite, it emitted a delightful smacking sound as it chewed, and within moments, a piece of meat larger than its own body was swallowed whole. Sated, it let out a contented burp and affectionately nuzzled Zhou Yao's palm. Zhou Yao gently stored the little one in the pet space and resumed his quest for resource boxes aboard the sailboat. Soon, he secured the last 3 resource boxes of the day, 2 bronze and 1 black iron. Ding! The black iron resource box was successfully opened. Congratulations! You have received 500 G of lunch bread, 2 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 10 units of wood, and 2 ropes. Ding! The bronze resource box was successfully opened. Congratulations! You have received 4 premium apples, 2 bottles of 500 milliliters cola, 2 low-level energy stones, 28 pieces of glass, and 2 barbecue grills. Ding! The bronze resource box was successfully opened. Congratulations! You have received 4 pieces of beef jerky, 4 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 24 stones, 28 pieces of glass, and 2 blankets. Chapter 10. Monday Apple. Superior quality of common fruit. Crisp, sweet, and juicy. Consuming it can slightly enhance one's physical constitution. Having opened the treasure chest, Zhou Yao returned to the deck, gazing at the fiery sunset on the horizon. Another day had slipped away, and he took out several pieces of alligator meat to place into his battle pet space, hoping that Xiao Mo would grow swiftly. As the sun gradually descended, the chill of the sea enveloped the surroundings. Dressed lightly, Zhou Yao retreated to the cabin, first igniting the oil lamp on his desk. He settled at the square table, igniting a piece of coal and tossing it into the fire pit. Subsequently, he poured the purified water from the intermediate purifier into 2 wooden barrels. Opening the trading hall, he listed 20 liters of purified water once more, dividing it into 100 milliliters portions. After completing these tasks, Zhou Yao retrieved the grill and began preparing dinner. Soon, a generous portion of roasted crab claw meat and sizzling lamb, accompanied by 2 bottles of beer, found their way into his stomach. After a hearty burp, his mental attributes increased by another 10 points. Sated, Zhou Yao lay on his bed, covered by a thick quilt, and began to tally the day's harvest. Backpack bread, 23 kilograms beef jerky, 500 G braised fish canned, 500 G lunch meat canned, 500 G lamb, 500 G lychee, 109 superior quality apples, 4 tier 1 alligator meat, 9 tier 2 shrimp meat, 8 tier 2 shrimp claw, 1 mineral water, 500 G, 35 cola, 500 G, 2 wood, 632 iron ore, 655 hemp fabric, 11 rope, 8 stone, 40 coal, 11 niter, 75 rubber, 24 glass, 145 soil, 6 meteoric iron, 1 tier 1 alligator skin, 2 tier 1 alligator claw, 8 low-level energy stone, for primary water spirit stone, 1 lighter, 2 compass, 2 common fishing rod, 1 military dagger, 1 iron harpoon, 1 wooden barrel, 2 automatic grill, 1 character name, Zhou Yao, age, 21 physical constitution, 15, 141 strength, 19 agility, 16, 151 mentality, 28 charm, 6 luck, talent, double luck SSS-Grade, unique, gifted talent, divine SSS-Grade, unique, skills, intermediate swordsmanship, passive, intermediate diving, passive, title, survivor combat power, late tier 1 ship, name, single-masted sailboat rank, lower tier 2 owner, Zhou Yao upgrade requirements, with 600, iron or 200, hemp fabric 60, rope 40, glass 20. Moonlight once again graced the surface of the sea as a solitary single-masted sailboat drifted upon the waters. Within the cabin, Zhou Yao lay nestled in bed, deep in slumber. He felt no concern for beastly assaults as the sailboat, under the novice protection period, would not be subject to aggressive attacks. A night passed in silence. On the third day of survival, Zhou Yao awoke in the morning, nourished and refreshed. After completing his morning routine, he opened the trading hall. Last night, the 20 liters of purified water listed for consignment were completely exchanged. I retrieved the materials from the trading hall, yielding 640 units of wood, 520 units of iron, ore, 35 pieces of linen, 26 ropes, 30 units of saltpeter, 18 units of rubber, and 55 units of glass. The harvest was quite satisfactory. After collecting the materials, Zhou Yao browsed the items in the trading hall. Suddenly, one particular item caught his eye. Servant summoning scroll. Summons a servant to serve you. The summoned servant is not a real human, but requires the master to provide food and fresh water. It was as if a pillow had been offered to his sleepy head. A perfect remedy for his daily struggles on the sea. Zhou Yao felt a surge of excitement. As for the food and fresh water, that was trivial. It was merely one more mouth to feed. With the provisions in his backpack and the purification capabilities of his mid-tier water purifier, sustaining one or even several servants posed no challenge whatsoever. With that thought, Lin Feng glanced at the trading price beneath the scroll. 50 kilograms of food? Was he out his mind? On the third day of survival, for a servant to demand 50 kilograms of food. Zhou Yao shook his head and clicked on the seller's profile, sending a message. Zhou Yao, brother, it's just a servant summoning scroll. How dare you ask for 50 kilograms of food? I can offer you a maximum of 5 kilograms. Almost instantly, a reply came back. Wong Kong, all right, big shot. I'll send you a trade request right away. Looking at the message, Zhou Yao felt puzzled. What was going on? So straightforward. No haggling? Little did he know that most survivors were not just struggling to fill their stomachs. Many had nothing to eat at all. Individuals like Zhou Yao, with substantial resources, were exceedingly rare. Otherwise, in a region with 100,000 survivors, it would not have dwindled to fewer than 80,000 in just 2 days, with 20,000 disappearing in the blink of an eye. And this was merely one area. Just as he finished reading Wang Kang's reply, a trade request appeared. Zhou Yao calmly placed 5 kilograms of bread in the trade slot, not rushing to confirm, but instead sending another message. Zhou Yao, brother, how did you acquire this scroll? Wang Kang. On the first day, I found a bronze treasure chest by the island's edge, and it came from there. Seeing Wang Kang's response, Zhou Yao couldn't help but smile wryly before clicking confirm. Ding. Trade successful. Obtained 1 servant summoning scroll, 500 G of bread minus 10. Activate the scroll. Ding. Congratulations. You have summoned a servant. Please name it. Zhou. Ding. Name successfully registered. Servant name, Zhou Master. Zhou Yao qualification, ordinary type. Support a proficient in sailing and steering combat power. Mediocre with the addition of the servant. Zhou Yao stood contentedly at the bow of the deck, savoring the sea breeze. Activating Heavenly Eye, Zhou Yao shared the coordinates he had in mind with Zhou and began to surf through the trading hall once more. He listed 20 liters of purified water again, but did not encounter any particularly noteworthy items in the trading hall. Zhou Yao summoned Xiao Mo from the battle pet space, and with a slight ripple of spatial fluctuation, Xiao Mo materialized upon the deck. At present, Xiao Mo had grown to the size of a basin. eagerly shaking its head and tail in a display of affection toward Zhou Yao. It seemed that the consumption of 5 pieces of first-tier crocodile meat had significantly contributed to Xiao Mo's growth. Intrigued, Zhou Yao opened the battle pet interface. Remarkably, within just one night, Xiao Mo's combat power had already reached the pinnacle of the first tier, a swift surge in strength that surpassed expectations. It was astonishing that the beast meat, which merely provided a temporary boost in attributes for survivors, could enhance a battle pet to such an extent. Contemplating this, Zhou Yao retrieved a piece of second-tier shrimp meat from his backpack and presented it before the eagerly anticipating Xiao Mo. Upon seeing the shrimp meat offered by Zhou Yao, Xiao Mo wasted no time in opening its mouth and devouring it, swallowing the bowl-sized morsel in mere bites. After licking the remnants of the meat from its lips, Xiao Mo appeared somewhat unsatisfied, and soon its physique began to swell. Chapter 11. The Jagged Shark. In but a brief moment, the size of Little Mo expanded to that of a grinding wheel. Battle pet name: Little Mo Master. Zhou Yao species: Ink Turtle. Growing stage: Bloodline. For Xuanwu Bloodline combat power. Early second stage skills: Water Bullet Impact. Launches a powerful water bullet that inflicts water damage on a single enemy while also applying a slowing effect. Description: An ordinary ink turtle. Yet due to a trace of Xuanwu bloodline within, it possesses rudimentary abilities to manipulate water and earth, along with a defensive capability surpassing that of its peers. Having consumed the flesh of a second-tier shrimp, Little Mo successfully advanced to a second-tier battle pet. Suddenly, Zhou Yao heard a childish voice echoing in his mind. Master, Master, Little Mo has broken through to the second tier. At last, I can communicate with you. Listening to Little Mo's exuberant voice, Zhou Yao felt an immense joy, reaching out to pat Little Mo's large head while mentally conversing. Little Mo, that's fantastic. I am determined to cultivate you into a true Xuanwu sacred beast. A Xuanwu sacred beast? Little Mo mused. That is the supreme belief of our entire turtle clan. Unfortunately, the voice trailed off abruptly, filling Zhou Yao with curiosity. You press for more. Unfortunately, what? It has long since perished. Little Mo proclaimed startlingly. Zhou Yao was taken aback and continued to inquire. Perished? How could that be? The Xuanwu is such a powerful guardian beast. What kind of force could possibly vanquish it? It seemed that Little Mo's memories were sealed, leaving only fragments. However, Little Mo sensed that a great calamity loomed on the horizon, urging its master to hasten the enhancement of his strength. As the earnest words of Little Mo echoed in his mind, Zhou Yao felt an overwhelming astonishment. The sailboat, controlled by Zhou Yao, sped swiftly across the surface of the sea. Little Mo frolicked joyfully in the surrounding waters, occasionally tossing fish onto the deck. These ordinary fish bore no significance for Little Mo's growth, yet they were quite suitable for Zhou Yao to exchange for resources at the trading hall. Before long, a series of resource boxes were stored in Zhou Yao's backpack. In less than half a day, he had amassed 10 bronze resource boxes. Returning to the cabin, Zhou Yao retrieved a can of luncheon meat to appease his growling stomach. Just as he prepared to open the resource boxes and inspect his haul for the day, Little Mo's excited voice chimed in his mind once more. Master, Master, I sense a large creature swimming towards us. Acknowledging with a response, Zhou Yao made his way to the bow of the ship and gazed out over the sea. After a brief moment, he noticed a ripple appearing in the distance, expanding outward. As it drew closer, a massive fish fin emerged into view. Jagged Shark, second-tier demon beast, a formidable marine demon beast of colossal size. Characterized by its razor-sharp dorsal fin resembling a steel saw and its serrated teeth. It swims with incredible speed and possesses astounding strength, making it a predator of the ocean. Upon seeing the system's introduction, Zhou Yao's heart raced. It is merely a second-tier beast. I shall slay it and offer it as a delectable treat for Xiao Mo. Zhou Yao thought with pride. Approaching the heavy harpoon crossbow, he steadied it with both hands, placing a finger upon the trigger, while aiming at the enormous figure beneath the waves. Xiao Mo, in the sea, was also eager for a thrilling battle with the swiftly approaching creature, yet awaited Zhou Yao's command. The serrated shark was merely 100 meters from the sailboat when it suddenly accelerated, darting towards Xiao Mo. With a sharp crack, Zhou Yao decisively pulled the trigger. The iron harpoon, trailing a slender iron chain, soared through the water, nearly reaching the shark's snout in an instant. Unfazed by the whistling sound above, the shark swung its massive tail, sending forth a torrent of water to intercept the speeding harpoon, causing it to veer slightly off its intended path. With a resounding thud, the iron harpoon grazed the shark's tough skin, plunging forcefully into the ocean's depths. Infuriated, the serrated shark lunged towards Zhou Yao, its gaping maw wide open, aiming to bite the bow of the sailboat. The heavy crossbow, which Zhou Yao had believed would deliver a fatal blow, had instead captured the attention of the shark. Seeing the shark's enormous mouth rushing towards him, Zhou Yao remained composed. He retrieved his meteorite blade from his backpack, gripping it firmly while fixating on the approaching threat. Just as the shark was about to strike the sailboat, Zhou Yao seized the moment. Leveraging the rocking of the vessel, he leapt into the air, using his left foot to propel himself off the crossbow, tracing an arc through the sky. In midair, he swung the meteorite blade with all his might, a flash of silvery light emanating from the strike, tearing through the surrounding air to create a vacuum. The shark, sensing a lethal threat, instinctively attempted to evade, but the distance was too short. Zhou Yao offered it no time to escape. The silver-grade meteorite blade struck the shark's head with precision, and despite the shark's formidable exterior, it could not withstand the force of the blow. With a sickening squelch, the blade penetrated the shark's skull by several inches, and as it withdrew, a stream of blood, reeking of salt and iron, burst forth from the massive wound on its forehead. Reeling from the grievous injury, the serrated shark thrashed its enormous body, generating towering waves that caused the single-masted sailboat to sway precariously like a leaf in a tempest, buffeted by the sheer force of energy. Having struck the shark, Zhou Yao found himself suspended in midair, with no means of support, and could only watch helplessly as a colossal wave approached. There was no escaping it, and with a startled exclamation, he was forcefully thrust into the sea. Emerging from the water, Zhou Yao's head broke the surface, and soon his body followed suit. Beneath him, Xiao Mo's vast form gradually surfaced, stabilizing him upon the ocean's surface. Standing on Xiao Mo's back, Zhou Yao observed the still turbulent shark ahead, and with a thought, directed Xiao Mo to swim towards the sailboat. Upon reaching the vessel, Zhou Yao swiftly retrieved the harpoon from the water, reloading it onto the crossbow. He aimed once more and prepared to fire. The harpoon, imbued with tremendous force, once again soared towards the thrashing sawshark. With a resounding thud, it pierced through the creature's abdomen, emerging nearly a meter from its back with the harpoon's tip. Struck by yet another fatal blow, the sawshark yearned to flee, propelling itself swiftly into the depths. Zhou Yao stood at the swaying bow of the vessel, observing the retreating sawshark with an air of calm. Beside him, the iron chain plummeted rapidly into the sea until it was entirely submerged. In the next moment, the chain linked to the harpoon tautened abruptly, yanking the single-masted sailboat forward at a speed far exceeding that of conventional navigation. Chapter 12. The Shattering Star / Standing at the bow of the ship. Zhou Yao felt the decelerating pace, a sign that their journey was nearing its conclusion. Xiao Mo, go claim your spoils, he called out. With excitement, Xiao Mo darted forward, while Zhou Yao lifted his gaze to the left side of the ship, where a dark silhouette flickered against the horizon. Whose island could that be? He resolved to investigate it shortly. Ding! Your battle pet has slain a second-tier sawtooth shark, earning the title of Shark Slayer. Shark Slayer, awarded for the first kill of a shark-type beast above the first tier. All attributes 5. Ding! Congratulations, your combat power has ascended to the second tier. As the first survivor in this region to achieve this milestone, you are rewarded with 2 soft armors and 2 skill books with the skill Sky Shattering / Soft armor, crafted from the hides of sea beasts. This armor is lightweight and flexible, though its protective capabilities are limited. It can be enhanced with beast materials to improve its defensive attributes. Can be synthesized. Synthesize. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring 1 double-layered soft armor. Double-layered soft armor. Constructed from the hides of sea beasts, this double-layered armor maintains lightness and flexibility while significantly enhancing protective capabilities. It can be augmented or replaced with beast materials to further improve its defense. Zhou Yao inspected the materials in his backpack and continued, at a first-tier crocodile hide. Ding! Upgrade successful. You have obtained 1 crocodile skin armor, -2 first-tier crocodile hides. Crocodile skin armor, bronze tier created by incorporating first-tier crocodile hides into the basic soft armor. It retains the lightweight and flexible nature of the soft armor while greatly enhancing its protective attributes. It can be augmented or replaced with beast materials to boost its defensive capabilities. Zhou Yao promptly donned the crocodile skin armor, moving about without feeling any constraints. He then turned his attention to the skill book. Sky-shattering slash. Concentrates energy into the blade, leaps high, and then strikes forcefully downward. The blade's energy can tear through space, inflicting immense damage on a single target. Can be synthesized. Synthesize. Ding. Synthesis successful. You have obtained 1 shattering star slash. Shattering star slash elevates one's energy to its zenith, converging it within the blade to unleash a strike of unparalleled force, dealing devastating damage to the enemy. Just as he finished learning the shattering star slash, another notification chimed. Ding. Your battle pet has consumed the flesh and blood of the sawtooth shark, increasing its Xuanwu bloodline by 2. What a delightful surprise. Zhou Yao marveled at the unexpected discovery that the sawtooth shark contained a trace of the Xuanwu bloodline. No wonder Xiao Mo had been so exuberant upon sensing it. This shark had likely been heading straight for Xiao Mo. A moment later, after tidying up the battlefield, Xiao Mo returned, noticeably larger than before. Thank you, Master, a sweet voice echoed in Zhou Yao's mind. All right, Xiao Mo, no need for formality. Let us explore that island over there, he said, gesturing towards the horizon on the left. Xiao Mo had something to present to him. Upon hearing Xiao Mo's words, Zhou Yao called Xiao Mo back into the battle pet space and then placed it onto the ship, where Xiao Mo's size now rivaled that of the ship's deck. On the deck, the small creature, Xiao Mo, opened its mouth and expelled a flesh-colored orb, approximately the size of an egg, interlaced with veins of crimson. Second-tier inner elixir, a product of energy condensing within a serrated shark, serving as the primary material for the creation of ordinary grade elixirs. Zhou Yao deftly placed the inner elixir into his backpack and gently patted Xiao Mo's head. Subsequently, Xiao Mo flipped and plunged into the water, frolicking around the sailboat. Zhou Yao pointed towards a distant black speck and said to Zhou Yi at the stern, head towards that island. Zhou Yi acknowledged and turned the ship's bow, navigating at full speed in the direction Zhou Yao indicated. Returning to the cabin, Zhou Yao commenced the opening of today's resource chests. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining 500 G of bread, 2 bottles of 500 milliliters beer, 22 units of wood, and 28 units of glass. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining 2 cans of braised ribbon fish for bottles of 500 milliliters beer, 28 units of wood, and 6 units of cloth. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining 2 packs of 500 G beef jerky for bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 26 stones, and 8 ropes. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining 2 cans of braised ribbon fish for bottles of 500 milliliters beer, 28 units of wood, 10 units of cloth, and 2 basic weapon enhancement scrolls. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining 4 packs of 500 G bread, 2 bottles of 500 milliliters red wine, 16 units of saltpeter, 20 units of glass, and 2 intermediate backpacks. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining 2 cans of luncheon meat, 6 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 6 units of soil, and 2 low-tier energy stones. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining 2 cans of luncheon meat, 2 bottles of 500 milliliters cola, 2 low-tier energy stones, 8 units of cloth, and 2 basic well construction blueprints. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining 2 packs of 500 G mutton, 2 bottles of 500 milliliters red wine, 12 ropes, 6 units of cloth, and 2 servant summoning scrolls. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on obtaining 2 packs of 500 G mutton, 2 bottles of 500 milliliters red wine, 26 units of wood, 10 ropes, and 2 blueprints for crafting a lightweight harpoon crossbow. The bronze resource chest yielded quite favorably, with 5 special items among the 10 chests. Zhou Yao mused. beginning to examine his gains. Basic weapon enhancement scroll, crafted from special beast hide inscribed with runes, capable of enhancing the hardness and sharpness of weapons, slightly increasing attack power. Without hesitation, Zhou Yao retrieved the meteorite dagger from his backpack and held it firmly. Enhanced the meteorite dagger. Ding! The enhancement of the meteorite dagger was successful, increasing its damage by 10. Only a 10 increase in damage. Zhou Yao muttered with a hint of dissatisfaction. Well, better than nothing. He consoled himself. Subsequently, Zhou Yao returned the enhanced meteorite dagger to his backpack and took out the newly acquired intermediate backpack. Intermediate backpack, 40 slots. Nodding in approval, Zhou Yao placed the 2 intermediate backpacks into the equipment slot of his backpack. Zhou Yao's backpack has reached a capacity of 120 slots, which should suffice in the short term. Blueprint for a basic well, 10 stones, 10 timber for iron ore, 6 ropes, craftable. Crafting. Ding! Crafting successful. Congratulations on acquiring 1 intermediate well blueprint. Intermediate well blueprint. 30 stones, 50 timber, 10 iron ore, 12 ropes. The required materials are not excessive. However, Zhou Yao currently lacks an island, so he temporarily places the intermediate well blueprint back in his backpack. As for the attendant, Zhou Yao does not require one at the moment. Zhou Yi can manage the vessel alone. Additionally, Zhou Yao has merely crafted the heavy crossbow blueprint and stored it in his backpack. Approximately 2 hours later, the sailboat approached the island, and Zhou Yi roused the slumbering Zhou Yao from the cabin. Chapter 13. Resource Island. Zhou Yao ascended to the deck and approached the bow of the ship, surveying the island before him. This island sprawled over an area of approximately 3 square kilometers, its verdant trees suggesting the presence of untold treasures concealed within. With a flicker of thought, Zhou Yao activated the system panel, directing his gaze toward the expansive island. Resource Island. This island is not only rich in mineral veins, but also harbors treasure chests waiting to be uncovered by the fortunate. However, it is also home to ferocious beasts, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a deadly encounter. Upon setting foot on this vast resource island, the sensing ring on Zhou Yao's hand began to emit a persistent alarm, warning him of the myriad dangers lurking within. Resource Island, a splendid place, despite the peril. I must first investigate the mineral veins, Zhou Yao declared. With a focused gaze, Zhou Yao's eyes glimmered with a faint golden light as he scanned the island. 3 modest mineral veins intertwined across the land. Iron, ore, coal, and nitrate, each nearly exposed above the surface. On the western side of the island, approximately 100 meters underground, lay a small energy stone mine. For treasure chests were symmetrically distributed at the cardinal points of the island, each about 1,000 meters apart, with a larger chest discreetly nestled at the center of this square formation. Empowered by his keen insight, Zhou Yao laid bare the resources and treasure chests of this island, needing only to remain vigilant against the island's beasts. Observing the map, he noted that the nearest treasure chest was roughly 400 to 500 meters distant. He glanced at the sky. It was still early, and he decided to venture forth. With confidence stemming from his second-tier combat prowess, Zhou Yao retrieved his meteorite blade, gripping it firmly as he cautiously entered the dense thicket, eager to uncover its secrets. Each step was taken with utmost care, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of movement, the blade gleaming with a chilling luster as dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves. The silence around him was almost eerie, interrupted only by the rustling of leaves beneath his feet and the occasional chirp of insects, which seemed particularly jarring in the stillness of the woods. The low shrubs along the path fell before the meteorite blade like fragile straw, effortlessly dispatched. Suddenly, a chill surged from behind Zhou Yao, and his second-tier instincts alerted him to the impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the meteorite blade with fierce intent toward the source of the threat. With a swift motion, the sharp edge cleaved through the vibrant scales of a multicolored snake, severing its body in 2, blood spraying from the wound as the 2 segments fell, lifeless, onto the carpet of fallen leaves. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the second-tier beast, the venomous patterned snake. You have acquired 2 snake gallbladders, 2 venom sacs. There was no time to inspect his spoils. Zhou Yao hastily stowed the items in his backpack and continued his cautious trek toward the treasure chest location. As Zhou Yao ventured deeper, the trees grew taller and sturdier, nearly shrouding the sunlight, casting the surroundings into a dim gloom. He became increasingly vigilant, gripping the meteorite blade with greater intensity. At that moment, he spotted a small clearing 100 meters ahead, where a chest, faintly glowing, stood prominently at its center, stark against the darkened backdrop. Zhou Yao refrained from rushing forward, as his instincts warned him of potential guardians lurking near the treasure. He meticulously scanned the area around the chest, and soon fixed his gaze upon a robust ancient tree. Amidst the dappled interplay of light and shadow, a massive silhouette emerged, partially obscured. Earth Fury Bear, an early-stage third-tier beast, the Earth Fury Bear boasts a formidable physique. Cloaked in resilient brown fur, possessing immense strength that can cause the ground to tremble with a single stomp. A third-tier beast? This could pose a significant challenge. I must first test the bear's defenses. With that thought, Zhou Yao raised his meteorite blade, channeling his energy with fervor. The energy coalesced around the blade, intensifying its glow. The Earth Fury Bear, sensing the surge of energy, slowly opened its eyes and turned its gaze toward Zhou Yao. As the energy reached its peak, Zhou Yao bellowed. Sky Splitter Star Shatter Slash. A brilliant blade of light, infused with unparalleled momentum, surged forth from his meteorite blade, hurtling towards the Earth Fury Bear. The bear, now acutely aware of the imminent threat, shed its previous languor, adopting a fierce and alert demeanor. It rose to its full height, its already colossal form appearing even more imposing. Its massive forepaws, the size of cooking pots, were raised high, crashing downward to intercept the approaching light blade. With a thunderous roar, the bear's paw collided with the blade, unleashing a shockwave that radiated outward from the point of impact, uprooting trees and sending branches flying. The light blade, though momentarily dimmed by the bear's ferocious strike, pressed stubbornly forward. The fur on the bear's paws singed and curled from the radiant blade, emanating a charred odor. Zhou Yao's heart sank at the sight. Is this Earth Fury Bear truly so formidable? My most potent attack has been thwarted. As he watched the bear push the light blade closer with its massive paws, disbelief washed over him. The power exhibited by the Earth Fury Bear far exceeded his expectations. Continuing the standoff would undoubtedly lead to his demise, prompting Zhou Yao to prudently pivot and flee towards the forest's edge. Just as he neared the tree line, the Earth Fury Bear finally extinguished the light blade. With an enraged roar, it cast a murderous glare at Zhou Yao, launching itself after him like a cannonball, its powerful paws propelling it forward. Hearing the furious roar behind him, Zhou Yao instinctively accelerated to his utmost limit. Fully aware that the Earth Fury Bear was in hot pursuit, Zhou Yao exerted every ounce of his strength to burst forth from the woods, sprinting relentlessly towards the sailboat at the edge of the island. Hot on his heels was the earth-breaking bear, pursuing him without relent. Just as Zhou Yao reached the shoreline and grasped the boat's railing, beginning his ascent onto the vessel, the bear surged forth from the underbrush like a wraith. Its eyes blazed crimson, exuding a fierce malevolence, and it was now less than 100 meters behind him. Upon seeing Zhou Yao clamber aboard, the beast let out a thunderous roar, leaping high into the air like a small mountain, charging towards him with a velocity that distorted the very air around it. Chapter 14. The earthquake bear Zhou Yao felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom from behind, causing his heart to race with fear. Summoning every ounce of strength, he heaved himself onto the deck of the ship. Almost simultaneously, the earthquake bear lunged towards the sailboat, its razor-sharp claws embedding deeply into the wooden hull, sending splinters flying. The sailboat rocked violently from the force of the impact. Just as the bear was about to initiate its destructive assault, a water projectile, as large as a bowl, shot forth from the sea with the speed of an arrow, striking the bear with precision. Bang! The projectile hit the unsuspecting bear with a muffled thud, and in that instant, the bear's massive form was knocked back several meters, as though struck by a heavy blow. Its aggressive charge was momentarily halted, its speed noticeably diminished, and droplets of water clung to its fur, rendering it a picture of disarray. The water projectile had been launched by the small creature, Zhou Yao, upon witnessing its master's peril, unhesitatingly delivered this timely rescue strike. Seeing Zhou Yao's successful attack that repelled the bear, Zhou Yao's heart swelled with joy. He concentrated his thoughts and silently urged Zhou Yao, Continue to launch water projectiles and keep the bear at bay while I navigate the ship. Zhou Yao seemed to grasp the urgency of the situation, its agile eyes shimmering with understanding as torrents of water energy surged around it. A series of resounding bangs echoed as the water projectiles relentlessly struck the bear. Each impact sent forth splashes of water, and while they could not inflict substantial harm, the bear was forced to retreat under the barrage, its fur soaked and its demeanor increasingly frantic. The bear roared in fury, yet the water projectiles kept it from approaching the sailboat. Zhou Yao, witnessing the bear's retreat, felt a surge of hope and quickly turned to Zhou Yi at the stern. Calling out, "Zhou Yi, hurry, steer the sailboat into the sea." Zhou Yi responded promptly, expertly adjusting the angle of the sails while maneuvering the helm, guiding the sailboat away from the shore. As the vessel distanced itself from the coast, it seemed to have escaped the bear's wrath. The bear, unwilling to concede, let out a few frustrated roars before slowly turning away and retreating into the lush forest behind it, swiftly disappearing from Zhou Yao's sight. Standing upon the advancing sailboat, Zhou Yao furrowed his brow, contemplating how to eliminate the earthquake bear. Given his current strength, a direct confrontation with the bear was certainly futile. He needed to devise another strategy. What should he do? Casually surveying his backpack, an idea suddenly struck him like a flash of light. Noticing the materials within, he realized he was on the verge of upgrading the sailboat. He opened the trading hall, where the 20 liters of pure water he had listed for sale that morning had been fully exchanged for materials. He now had a bounty of 540 units of wood, 620 units of iron ore, 50 pieces of linen, 32 ropes, 35 units of saltpeter, 28 rubber pieces, and 45 glass panes. With the materials gathered, it was time to upgrade the ship. Ding! Upgrade successful. The single-masted sailboat has been successfully transformed into a two-masted small sailboat, consuming 600 units of wood, 200 units of iron ore, 60 units of linen, 40 units of rope, and 20 units of glass. Two-masted small sailboat, a vessel equipped with two masts. Designed for efficient navigation through optimized sail configurations, featuring a stable structure and agile handling. It can be armed with 6 small cannons, making it suitable for coastal exploration. Ship name, two-masted small sailboat rank. Intermediate 2 equipment. Heavy harpoon crossbow crew, 120 owner. Zhou Yao upgrade requirements, 3,000 units of wood, 1,800 units of iron ore, 360 units of linen, 200 units of rope, 80 units of glass, and 50 units of rubber. Zhou Yao joyfully inspected the freshly upgraded two-masted small sailboat. The upgraded vessel had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its hull, once short and cramped, now extended gracefully to a length of approximately 15 to 16 meters, perfectly balancing agility with a newfound gravitas. The ship's sides bore 6 designated firing ports, though the empty gun mounts appeared somewhat desolate. As he made his way along the deck to the bow, the heavy harpoon crossbow stood resolutely in place. Although it no longer seemed as imposing against the backdrop of the upgraded two-masted small sailboat, it still emanated an undeniable aura of intimidation. While the upgrade of the vessel was undoubtedly a positive development, the management of the ship became a pressing concern. The two-masted sailboat required multiple individuals for effective operation. With Zhou Yao summoning 2 attendants through a scroll, the 4 of them could barely manage to navigate. The immediate priority was to summon additional attendants to ensure the sailboat could sail smoothly. Otherwise, they risked drifting aimlessly across the vast ocean until they succumbed to exhaustion. Despite the scarcity of attendant summoning scrolls, Zhou Yao reasoned that the substantial population of survivors should yield a few in trade. Thus, he ventured to the trading hall in search of assistance. After a thorough search and some haggling, as the moon ascended into the night sky, Zhou Yao successfully exchanged 9 kilograms of bread and 18 liters of purified water for 7 attendant summoning scrolls and 1 blueprint for a light cannon. Without hesitation, he crushed the attendant summoning scrolls, increasing his attendant count to 10, sufficient to operate the two-masted small sailboat effectively. Light cannon blueprint, 50 units of iron ore, 10 units of wood, 10 units of saltpeter. Crafting the light cannon. Ding! Low-level energy stones detected in the backpack. Would you like to include the low-level energy stone? Surprised, Zhou Yao responded affirmatively. Ding! Crafting successful. Obtained. 1 light energy cannon. Iron ore 50 with 10 saltpeter, 10 low-level energy stone 1. Light energy cannon. This cannon abandons traditional gunpowder projectiles in favor of an energy-based firing mechanism, utilizing energy stones for power. Upon firing, it releases a formidable shockwave, with a maximum range of 2,000 meters. It has a capacity for 100 shots. 100. Upon reading the description of the energy cannon, Zhou Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement, prompting an involuntary chuckle. He promptly mounted the energy cannon on the first gun platform on the right side of the ship, securing it firmly in place. Zhou Yao could hardly contain his inner excitement. Eagerly, he aimed at the tranquil surface of the distant sea and activated the primary energy cannon. The moment the cannon was engaged, a dazzling orb of white light coalesced at the muzzle, accompanied by a deep, resonant rumble. The energy projectile hurtled forth, leaving a searing trail through the air. As the projectile crashed into the sea, it created a colossal water column that soared several meters high from the point of impact, while the waves surged wildly and radiated outward, forming tumultuous ripples with diameters reaching 100 meters. Chapter 15. Slaying a clumsy bear. After completing the debugging of the primary energy cannon and arranging for the artillery crew, Zhou Yao returned to his cabin with a gait that was both weary and exhilarated. Sitting at his desk, he began to tally today's harvest. Backpack, bread, 15 kilograms beef jerky, 500 GX 6 braised fish canned, 500 GX 7 lunch meat canned, 500 GX 2 lamb, 500 GX 5 lychee, 109 apples, premium 4 tier 1 crocodile meat, for tier 2 shrimp meat, 7 tier 2 shrimp claws, 1 bottled water, 500 milliliters 45 red wine, 500 milliliters 6 beer, 500 milliliters 10 cola, 500 milliliters 2 lumber, 1306 iron ore, 1545 hemp fabric, 66 rope, 56 stones, 66 coal, 31 saltpeter, 146 rubber, 82 glass, 273 soil, 12 meteoric iron, 1 tier 1 crocodile claws, 8 tier 2 inner pills, 1 snake gallbladder, 1 toxin sac, 1 basic enhancement scroll, 1 intermediate well construction blueprint, 1 heavy crossbow blueprint, 1 low-tier energy stone, 7 basic water spirit stone, 1 lighter, 2 compass, 2 common fishing rod, 1 military dagger, 1 iron harpoon, 1 wooden barrel, 2 automatic barbecue rack, 1 character name, Zhou Yao. Age, 21 physique, 20 strength, 24 agility, 21 spirit, 33 charm, 11 luck. Talent, double luck SSS level, unique, gifted talent. Divine ISSS level, unique, skills, intermediate swordsmanship, passive, intermediate diving, passive, star cleaving strike, titles, survivor. Shark Slayer combat power, early tier 2 ship name, double-masted sailboat tier, medium quality tier 2 equipment, heavy harpoon crossbow X1, primary energy cannon X1 crew, 1020 owner. Zhou Yao upgrade requirements, lumber 3000, iron or 1800, hemp fabric 360, rope 200, glass 80, rubber 50. Having tallied his gains, nightfall enveloped the surroundings. Zhou Yao poured the purified water produced by the purifier, indulging in a refreshing bath that alleviated some of the day's fatigue. After bathing, he gazed at the remaining purified water and decided to list the 20 liters on the trading platform for consignment. At dawn the following day, Zhou Yao rose early. After breakfast, he refrained from his usual routine of scavenging for resource crates and instead made his way to the deck, instructing the ship's attendants to steer the double-masted sailboat toward the resource island. Zhou Yao had devised a plan. Today, he was determined to slay the third-tier violent bear. As he gazed at the gradually clarifying silhouette of the island in the distance, anticipation surged within him. When the sailboat was a mere 200 meters from the resource island, it came to a gentle halt. Subsequently, the stern swayed, and the vessel adjusted its position, with the dark mouth of the primary energy cannon aimed squarely at the island above. Zhou Yao stood upon the deck, gazing towards Resource Island, his eyes fixed on the treasure chest location marked on the system map. He promptly relayed the coordinates to the artilleryman. Upon hearing the coordinates, the artilleryman adeptly maneuvered the energy cannon, slowly aligning its barrel towards the position of the Earth Bear. Fire! Zhou Yao commanded. In an instant, the cannon trembled violently. A blinding radiance erupted from its mouth, accompanied by a deafening roar. The energy projectile, imbued with immense power, surged towards its intended target with ferocity. The The projectile struck the ground next to the Earth bear with the precision of a meteor. Atteindre explosion ensuite. Within a diameter of 50 to 60 meters from the impact point, the once lush trees succumbed to the overwhelming shockwave, snapping with audible cracks before collapsing to the ground. Some of the more fragile trees were obliterated entirely, their splinters swirling like snowflakes in the air. Dust billowed, and smoke enveloped the area, shrouding it in chaos. Zhou Yao's gaze remained fixed on the treasure chest icon on the map, his heart racing with apprehension. Fortunately, the icon showed no signs of alteration. Allowing him to exhale deeply, his anxiety momentarily alleviated. Had the explosion damaged the chest, all his careful planning would have been for naught. Observing that the treasure chest icon remained unchanged, confirming its safety, Zhou Yao promptly issued orders. Turn the ship around and aim the crossbow at Resource Island. Before the echoes of the explosion had fully dissipated, a furious roar emanated from the epicenter of the blast, a wrathful bear's growl, as if it sought to rend apart the intruder. Moments later, the colossal three-tiered earth bear burst forth from the woods. From a distance, patches of its fur were singed, emitting wisps of smoke, yet these superficial wounds did nothing to diminish its ferocity. With powerful strides, it charged towards the beach, fixated on the sailboat in the sea. The earth bear moved with astonishing speed, plunging into the water in the blink of an eye. However, the ocean significantly impeded the bear's progress, causing its velocity to plummet. At that moment, the sailboat had successfully turned its bow. Zhou Yao stood at the forefront of the vessel, seizing the opportunity, exclaiming, "You seek your own demise." He locked his gaze on the approaching earth bear. Zhou Yao wielded the heavy crossbow, gradually adjusting its angle to target the swiftly swimming beast. As he pulled the trigger, a sharp twang echoed, and a harpoon, glowing with an eerie green luminescence, shot forth like lightning towards the bear in the water. The green light appeared particularly sinister under the sunlight, as if harboring a lethal force. The earth bear sensed the impending danger, attempting to maneuver its massive body to evade the strike, but its movements in the water proved cumbersome. With a dull thud, the iron harpoon struck the bear's flank with brutal force. The tip penetrated just enough to breach its defenses, but that was sufficient. The eerie green glow swiftly spread through the wound like venomous serpents wreaking havoc within the earth bear's body. The earth-violent bear emitted a thunderous roar, a sound laced with both fury and anguish. Its robust paws struck the water's surface with tremendous force, sending plumes of water soaring several meters into the air. After a brief struggle, the earth-violent bear ceased its fight, followed by a crisp notification resonating in Zhou Yao's mind. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the third-tier beast, the earth-violent bear. As the first survivor in this region to accomplish this feat, you are rewarded with 2 exquisite body refinement pills and 2 exquisite strength pills. Body refinement pill, exquisite, a premium elixir with fewer impurities and minimized side effects, with a maximum daily intake of 10. Upon consumption, physique increased by 15. Strength pill, exquisite, a premium elixir with fewer impurities and minimized side effects, with a maximum daily intake of 10. Upon consumption, strength increased by 15. Ding! Consumed body refinement pill, exquisite, physique increased by 15. Ding! Consumed body refinement pill, exquisite, physique increased by 15. Ding! Consumed strength pill, exquisite, strength increased by 15. Ding! Consumed strength pill, exquisite, strength increased by 15. Chapter 16. Slaying a silver wolf. Zhou Yao slowly turned the winch, gradually retracting the verdant spear. The bronze-grade iron spear exhibited its green hue because yesterday, in a frantic escape from the earth-shattering bear, Zhou Yao discovered the venom sac of a poison-patterned gene snake quietly nestled in his backpack. With utmost care, he punctured the sac and evenly smeared the venom onto the iron spear. As the venom gradually seeped in, the spear began to merge with the toxin, resulting in a newly forged spear imbued with deadly poison. It was this spear, laced with venom, that struck the earth-shattering bear, causing the toxin to enter its bloodstream, leading to its eventual demise. After reattaching the deadly spear to the crossbow, the sailboat cautiously approached the floating carcass of the bear. Upon reaching the lifeless form, Zhou Yao initially intended to dissect the bear, as its skin, meat, and bones could prove to be exceedingly valuable resources on this desolate island. However, upon seeing the bear's grotesquely green body, his interest swiftly waned. Consequently, Zhou Yao turned and ascended to Resource Island. Following the path he had traversed the previous day, he entered the woods, where the aftermath of the energy blast lay scattered. Charred trees lay askew, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and burnt matter. Before long, Zhou Yao arrived at the treasure chest. The chest emanated an ancient and mysterious aura. Gazing at it, a flicker of anticipation crossed his eyes as he inhaled deeply, slowly extending his hand to unveil this unknown trove. Ding! Discovery of trial treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Open the chest. Ding! Chest opened successfully. Congratulations on acquiring a fragment of the Ancient God S-Mark. Ancient God S-Mark fragment. Collect 4 fragments to synthesize the Ancient God S-Mark. The Ancient God S-Mark? What could that possibly be? The name sounds rather impressive. Contemplating this, Zhou Yao, filled with curiosity yet unable to comprehend, shook his head and cautiously set off towards the location of the next treasure chest. At last, having navigated through the dense thicket, the second ancient treasure chest emerged before Zhou Yao's eyes. However, before he could revel in the discovery, his gaze shifted to a nearby, silvery figure. A magnificent silver wolf, exuding an air of authority, was fixated on him with keen intensity. This colossal wolf, comparable in size to an adult brown bear, boasted a shimmering silver coat that glinted with a cold brilliance under the sun. Its eyes radiated both vigilance and ferocity, while its exposed fangs reflected a chilling gleam in the daylight. The wolf slightly crouched, seemingly poised to launch an attack at any moment. Swift Silver Wolf. As a Tier 3 initial stage beast, the Swift Silver Wolf possesses a lithe physique, accompanied by winds as it dashes, with a speed that renders others mere spectators. Recognizing that the wolf matched the earth-shattering bear in Tier 3 initial stage prowess, Zhou Yao, emboldened by his recent gains in strength, fixated on the imposing silver wolf before him. A fervent battle spirit igniting within him, eager to engage with this formidable creature. Although he acknowledged the wolf's renowned swiftness, he was unafraid, confident in his own enhanced abilities. Moreover, even if one wished to flee, the speed of a silver wolf would hardly afford such an opportunity. The Gale Silver Wolf, perceiving the human's provocative gaze, launched its attack first, moving like a silver flash, swiftly closing the distance to Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao's pupils constricted in an instant as he deftly sidestepped, the wolf's razor-sharp claws grazing past his garments, stirring a fierce gust of wind. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yao swung his long knife, the blade glinting as it struck fiercely toward the flank of the silver wolf. The wolf, reacting with remarkable agility, twisted its body mid-air, effortlessly evading the blow, and lunged with its jaws toward Zhou Yao's arm. Zhou Yao retracted his arm, simultaneously launching a kick aimed at the wolf's head. The silver wolf tilted its head, avoiding the kick with ease, then leaped backward, creating distance between them. It circled around Zhou Yao, its emerald eyes fixated upon him, diligently searching for an opportunity to strike again. Zhou Yao, not daring to relax his guard, tightened his grip on the long knife, his gaze following the wolf's movements, fully alert and prepared. Suddenly, the silver wolf charged once more, its speed surpassing that of the previous assault. This time, Zhou Yao stood firm, unwavering. He meticulously gauged the wolf's trajectory, raising his long knife high, channeling all his strength into the attack. The void-splitting star cleave executed in an instant, the knife descending with force. The wolf, taken aback by Zhou Yao's unexpected response, failed to evade in time, resorting to using its forepaw as a shield. The clash resounded with a deafening thud as the iron blade struck the wolf's outstretched paw. An overwhelming force erupted instantaneously. The silver wolf felt an unstoppable power surge forth, as one of its forepaws was cleaved in two. The Gale Silver Wolf emitted a piercing howl of anguish, its injured paw dripping with blood, staining the earth around it. In its wounded state, the wolf let out an enraged howl, showing no inclination to retreat, instead launching another attack at Zhou Yao. However, the severed paw significantly hampered its speed. Zhou Yao, firmly grasping the iron knife, observed as the wolf advanced once again, albeit at a considerably reduced pace. He remained vigilant, waiting for the opportune moment. With a slight shift of his body, he easily dodged the wolf's lunge. The iron knife followed the motion, slicing through the wolf's abdomen in a flash, instantly tearing a gaping wound. Blood gushed forth as the silver wolf yelped in pain, staggering backward and nearly collapsing to the ground. Seizing the moment of weakness, Zhou Yao lunged forward, his feet pounding the ground as he surged toward the silver wolf like an arrow released from a bow. The iron knife, raised high and imbued with lethal intent, descended mercilessly toward the wolf's neck. With a sickening sound, the sharp blade effortlessly sliced through the wolf's throat, crimson blood splattering forth as the creature wavered before crashing to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the third-tier beast, Gale Silver Wolf. Zhou Yao, breathing heavily, approached the wolf's lifeless form. Disassemble the corpse. Ding! Disassembly successful. Congratulations on acquiring 2 third-tier inner cores, 2 wolf pelts, 16 pounds of wolf meat, and 6 wolf claws. It appears that I must undertake the disassembly myself to receive double rewards. Relying on Xiao Mo results in only a single portion. I shall need to be more attentive in the future. After reviewing the spoils, I found them rather satisfactory. The wolf pelt and claws serve as materials for forging, while the inner elixir constitutes an ingredient for alchemy. As for the wolf meat, I shall return and offer it to Xiao Mo, enabling him to swiftly enhance his prowess. Having contemplated the utility of the materials, Zhou Yao leisurely approached the treasure chest. Ding! A trial treasure chest has been discovered. Would you like to open it? Open the chest. Ding! The chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations, you have obtained a fragment of the ancient god S-Mark. As Zhou Yao gazed at the fragment of the ancient god S-Mark once more in his hand, a tentative hypothesis began to crystallize in his mind. It is highly probable that each of the 4 treasure chests scattered around this resource island can yield a fragment of the ancient god S-Mark. While acquiring the fragments themselves may not pose an insurmountable challenge, successfully opening the chests and retrieving the fragments necessitates the defeat of the monstrous beasts guarding them. Chapter 17. The Slaying of a Giant Python. Zhou Yao gazed at the fragment of the ancient divine seal in his hand, pondering that the 2 remaining treasure chests must be fiercely guarded by formidable beasts, and a fierce battle was likely unavoidable. However, given his current strength, he felt no fear. Rather, a sense of anticipation began to stir within him. After taking a brief respite, Zhou Yao set off toward the location of the next treasure chest. As he drew closer to his destination, the atmosphere around him grew increasingly oppressive. Moments later, beneath a concealed cliff, Zhou Yao beheld the 3rd treasure chest, emanating a faint glow. Coiled beside, it was a massive purple python. This serpent measured over 20 meters in length and was as thick as a barrel, its scales gleaming with a metallic sheen. Its eyes resembled 2 eerie green lanterns, coldly fixated on Zhou Yao, while its forked tongue flicked in and out, producing a hissing sound. The ground around the python was deeply indented from its immense weight, and the surrounding flora lay trampled and scattered. Purple-patterned python, a 3rd-tier beast in its early stages, covered in purple-patterned scales, known for its potent venom, lurking in the shadows of the forest. A terrifying presence that strikes fear into the hearts of adventurers. Indeed, it was a 3rd-tier beast in the early stages, Zhou Yao mused. He resolved to first test the python's method of attack. With a sudden push against the ground, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, wielding his meteorite blade high above his head, aiming a fierce strike at the python's head. The purple python, sensing Zhou Yao's aggressive approach, exhibited a glimmer of ferocity in its blood-red, slit pupils. It deftly maneuvered its massive head to the side, effortlessly dodging Zhou Yao's formidable blow. In the next instant, its powerful tail lashed out like a colossal whip, sweeping toward Zhou Yao. The air filled with a whooshing sound as it struck, a blow imbued with immense force that, if landed, could reduce Zhou Yao to mere pulp. Realizing the imminent danger, Zhou Yao swiftly executed a leap backward, employing all his agility. Yet the python's assault did not cease. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a dense, green mist toward Zhou Yao. Although the mist moved slowly, the moment it touched the surrounding trees, they withered and perished instantaneously, revealing the lethal potency of the toxin. The sight of such a virulent poison filled Zhou Yao with alarm. The instant decay of the surrounding life was far beyond what he could withstand at this moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted back toward the direction of his vessel. The purple python, unwilling to relent, pursued him relentlessly. However, despite its formidable strength, its massive form proved less agile in the treacherous terrain compared to Zhou Yao. In mere moments, he had distanced himself from the python. At last, Zhou Yao spotted the twin-masted ship not far ahead. He dashed onto the deck and swiftly commanded the crew to prepare the vessel for departure. After a brief wait, seeing no sign of the python emerging from the woods, Zhou Yao ordered the gunners to aim the energy cannon at the location of the third treasure chest. At this moment, the purple python, frustrated by its inability to catch Zhou Yao, retreated beside the treasure chest, only to see a dazzling orb of light hurtling toward it from the sky. The massive body of the python twisted rapidly, attempting to evade the impending attack. However, the speed of the orb was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it had reached directly above its head. The python had no time to escape. It could only raise its head and open its mouth wide, releasing a thick, green mist to counter the orb. With a thunderous explosion, the energy projectile penetrated the toxic haze effortlessly, crashing violently into the python's stout form and unleashing a fierce detonation. The shock wave uprooted the surrounding trees, and the ground trembled, fissures spreading across its surface. The python let out a pained hiss as the once impenetrable scales began to show cracks, blood seeping from the wounds. Before it could recover from the agony, another energy projectile was already racing toward it. Instinctively, the python attempted to struggle and evade, but its massive frame was inherently sluggish, and the previous explosion had exacerbated its injuries, rendering its movements even more labored. The energy projectile detonated beside the python, subjecting it to another brutal explosion. The searing energy collided with its body, leaving its already mangled wounds in a lamentable state. The python yearned to flee, yet its gaze fell upon the ancient treasure chest nearby, extinguishing that thought. Since it had memory, it had been bound to guard this chest, a profound, inescapable duty, even in the face of death's threat. 3 consecutive blasts erupted, flames soaring skyward, the overwhelming force enveloping the purple python. As the smoke began to clear, the area within 100 meters of the treasure chest lay devoid of vegetation, reduced to a smoldering wasteland. The once mighty purple python was now charred and battered. Its scales, once gleaming with a metallic sheen, had largely peeled away, revealing a gruesome mass of flesh beneath. At that moment, the python lay near the treasure chest, barely clinging to life, its breath faint and nearly imperceptible. Above the sea, Zhou Yao stood on the deck of a 2-masted sailboat, resting a hand on the railing. Not dead yet. This python has quite the resilience, Zhou Yao mused in surprise. He then called out to the artilleryman, Zhou Qi, fire another shot. I refuse to believe that the energy cannon can't finish it off. Boom! The energy cannon roared once more, and a projectile streaked through the air like a meteor, crashing down toward the location of the purple python. The energy projectile struck beside the python, erupting with another deafening blast. The violent shockwave radiated outward from the point of explosion, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and debris. At that moment, a long-awaited notification chimed in Zhou Yao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the 3rd-tier monster, the purple python. Upon hearing this notification, Zhou Yao eagerly leaped from the sailboat, sprinting swiftly toward the treasure chest location. Before long, Zhou Yao sprinted to the side of the treasure chest, gazing at the scorched earth left in the wake of the explosion, nodding in satisfaction. At this moment, the treasure chest, having endured the recent tumult, stood resolutely, emanating an ancient and enigmatic glow. Beside the chest, the charred carcass of the purple-striped python lay motionless on the ground. Zhou Yao did not hasten to open the chest. Instead, he approached the body, decomposing the python's corpse. Ding! Decomposition successful. Congratulations, you have acquired 2 3rd-tier inner elixirs, 2 snake gallbladders, 2 venom sacs, and 14 pieces of python meat. Chapter 18. The slaughter of a wild boar. The harvest was rather satisfactory, not a waste of the 6 energy shells. Open the trial treasure chest, Zhou Yao silently intoned. Ding! The chest was successfully opened, and he was congratulated for obtaining a fragment of the ancient god's mark. Zhou Yao stored the 3rd fragment in his backpack, exhaling softly as he pondered. Should he emulate the previous strategy and use the energy cannon to eliminate the 4th guardian beast? However, relying solely on his existing melee capabilities to confront the unknown guardian beast posed considerable danger. Furrowing his brow, he deliberated for a moment before ultimately deciding to first ascertain the nature of the beast. Zhou Yao treaded cautiously along the rugged mountain path, each step measured, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Before long, the last trial treasure chest appeared before him. The chest lay quietly amidst a thicket of low shrubs. Not far from it, a massive wild boar was glaring at him with intent. The boar was robust, measuring over 2 meters in length, its body covered in coarse, tough black bristles. 2 elongated tusks jutted from its mouth, resembling sharp, curved blades. At that moment, it glared with fiery red eyes, snorting heavily, poised to charge at Zhou Yao with ferocity. Wrathful boar, a tier 3 novice beast, with tough skin and thick flesh, its bristles like spikes, possessing immense strength, sharp tusks. Easily provoked, adept at charging, Zhou Yao felt a slight relief as he gripped the meteorite blade in his hand, gazing at the menacing wild boar with a hint of disdain. Just a wild boar, he muttered under his breath, his tone laced with contempt. The boar seemed to sense the disdain in Zhou Yao's eyes, snorting angrily as it hastily dug its front hooves into the ground before charging towards him. The wrathful boar lowered its head slightly, its sharp tusks aimed directly at Zhou Yao's vital points. Too slow. A cold smile curled at the corners of Zhou Yao's lips as he effortlessly sidestepped. The colossal form of the boar thundered past him. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yao swung the meteorite blade, a flash of cold light slicing through the air, striking the boar's flank with precision. With a muted thud, the reinforced blade penetrated the boar's thick hide, leaving but a shallow wound. The wrathful boar bellowed in pain, its fury escalating as it swiftly turned to charge again. This time, its speed was greater, its ferocity intensified. Zhou Yao nimbly moved his feet, evading the onslaught while deftly delivering another strike. The keen edge of the blade carving another wound into its side, crimson blood gushing forth instantaneously. Evidently, though the wrathful boar possessed brute strength, its somewhat sluggish pace rendered it negligible in the presence of Zhou Yao. The boar charged again and again, its seemingly ferocious assaults effortlessly dodged by Zhou Yao. With each evasion, the meteorite blade would accurately descend, leaving a trail of wounds on the boar's body. As time wore on, the blood flowing from the boar's injuries increased significantly. Excessive blood loss gradually rendered it feeble, its movements becoming increasingly sluggish. Zhou Yao sensed that the moment had arrived. He raised a meteorite blade high above his head, channeling all his energy into the weapon. Crack the sky and shatter the stars, Zhou Yao bellowed. A terrifying wave of blade energy, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, sliced toward the neck of the wild boar with lightning speed. With a dull thud, the blade energy struck the beast's head with ferocity, instantly inflicting a deep gash, flesh torn asunder, blood gushing forth like a fountain. This strike nearly cleaved the wild boar in two, and with a thunderous crash, its massive body collapsed to the ground. As the boar fell, the system's crisp notification chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the 3rd-tier demon beast, the wild boar. Ding! As you have surpassed and defeated all 4 guardian beasts. You are rewarded with the title Guardian's Nemesis and the skill of Basic Alchemy 2. Astonished, Zhou Yao exclaimed, "What a stroke of fortune! Slaying 4 guardian beasts grants me rewards." Guardian's Nemesis, unique during the novice phase, consecutively defeated 4 guardian beasts of a higher tier. All attributes 20, luck 2. This title not only augmented all attributes by 20 points, but also increased luck by 2, causing Zhou Yao to murmur with excitement. Basic Alchemy. Upon learning, one can concoct basic elixirs with a success rate of 50. Can be synthesized. Synthesis of Alchemy. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained. Intermediate Alchemy 1. Intermediate Alchemy. Upon learning, one can concoct intermediate elixirs with a success rate of 60. Without hesitation, Zhou Yao eagerly delved into the study of intermediate alchemy, impatient to summon his skill panel. Skills. Skill name. Intermediate Alchemy. 0-100 skill type. Life skill effect. Can concoct basic and intermediate elixirs. Includes foundational recipes. Great strength pill recipe. 2 giant strength fruits. 1 beast core. Body refining pill recipe. 2 vitality herbs. 1 beast core. Wind walk pill recipe. 2 wind walk grasses. 1 beast core. Tranquil Heart Pill Recipe. 2 focus flowers, 1 beast core. These 4 elixirs require herbs, which can be found on this resource island. I shall acquire them after vanquishing the demon beast at the island's center. It is still too perilous to send my attendant for herb gathering. Contemplating this, Zhou Yao approached the corpse of the wild boar. Disassemble the corpse. Ding. Disassembly successful. Congratulations, you have obtained 2 tier, 3 beast cores, 4 tusks. 22 pounds of wild boar meat, 2 wild boar hides. After placing the materials in his backpack, Zhou Yao strolled over to the trial treasure chest. Open the chest. Ding. Chest opened successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained a fragment of the ancient god S-Mark. Ding. Detection shows that the fragments of the ancient god S-Mark have been collected. Would you like to synthesize the ancient god S-Mark? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yao consented to the synthesis. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations. You have obtained the ancient god S-Mark. At the instant of the ancient god S-Mark's creation, a peculiar force emanated from Zhou Yao, radiating outward. Meanwhile, from the heart of the island, a thunderous roar of a tiger suddenly reverberated. Zhou Yao instinctively tightened his grip on the iron blade in his hand and gazed toward the source of the roar. Deep within the jungle at the island's center, a colossal silhouette flickered in and out of view, seemingly advancing towards his location. In just a few breaths, the figure materialized within Zhou Yao's line of sight. It was an enormous white tiger, perched upon a small peak several hundred meters away, its haunting blue eyes fixed intently upon Zhou Yao. He could distinctly feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the beast, rendering him somewhat breathless. Zhou Yao feigned calmness, and with a thought, the information about the immense white tiger manifested before him. Riftwind Spirit Pattern Tiger. Mid-level 4th-tier beast, exuding a chilling aura, possessing formidable strength, with spirit patterns swirling across its body, seemingly imbued with the power to annihilate worlds. Chapter 19. The Gale Spirit Pattern Tiger cursing silently within, Zhou Yao thought. How on earth am I supposed to deal with this creature? At this moment, he feigned calmness, locking eyes with the Gale Spirit Pattern Tiger, while secretly attempting to communicate with Zhou Yi aboard the ship. As Zhou Yao pretended to maintain his composure in the face of the tiger, he cautiously retreated, his movements subtle, fearful of disturbing this formidable beast perched atop the mountain. The tense atmosphere lingered for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, a shimmering energy projectile, exuding a haunting blue glow, hurtled towards the white tiger on the summit. Hearing the whistling sound, the white tiger turned its head slightly, glancing at the approaching projectile, its azure eyes flickering with a hint of disdain. With a slight lift of its forepaw, the massive palm swatted at the energy projectile with tremendous force. A thunderous explosion erupted as the projectile disintegrated beneath the tiger's strike, scattering into countless fragments of energy that splintered outward. Zhou Yao, his nerves taut, perceived the incoming energy projectile as a lifeline. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted toward the direction from which it came. After dispersing the energy projectile, the white tiger caught sight of Zhou Yao racing towards the beach, a flash of anger igniting in its gaze. Just as it prepared to pursue, 2 more energy projectiles soared through the air towards it. With a ferocious roar, the tiger unleashed a flurry of strikes, shattering the incoming projectiles. The energy waves from the explosions rippled through the surroundings, sending fragments of rock and dust soaring into the air. Once the 2 projectiles were neutralized, the white tiger turned its gaze toward the center of the island, as if recalling something of great importance. After a moment's hesitation, it ultimately abandoned the pursuit of Zhou Yao, swiftly dashing towards the island's heart. Zhou Yao continued his frantic run towards the beach, glancing back intermittently. Upon realizing the white tiger was not in pursuit, his taut nerves began to ease, and his pace slowed. Gritting his teeth, he muttered fiercely, "Damn beast! You wish to devour me? Just wait. I shall ensure you meet a gruesome fate." With that, he accelerated once more towards the drifting ship by the shore. Upon boarding the vessel, Zhou Yao eagerly commanded, "Set sail." The ship gradually began to move, and he stood at the bow, activating his celestial vision to search for treasures and resource crates within a 10-mile radius. The afternoon sun cast its golden rays upon the sea. Having spent much of the day at sea, Zhou Yao felt slightly fatigued, yet his eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. He had successfully collected 10 resource crates today. Perhaps due to the added luck from his title as the Guardian's nemesis, he had also obtained 2 silver treasure chests. Ding! The bronze resource crate has been successfully opened. Congratulations, you have received 500 G of bread, 2 bottles of 500 milliliters beer, 22 units of wood, and 28 units of glass. Ding! The bronze resource crate has been successfully opened. Congratulations, you have received 2 cans of braised fish for bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 28 units of wood, 6 units of burlap, and 2 servant summoning scrolls. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on receiving 500 G of bread, 500 milliliters of mineral water, 26 stones, and 8 ropes. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on receiving 2 cans of braised fish, 500 milliliters of beer, 28 pieces of wood, 10 pieces of burlap, and 2 blueprints for crafting light cannons. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on receiving 500 G of bread, 500 milliliters of red wine, 16 saltpeter, 20 pieces of glass, and 20 wheat seeds. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on receiving 2 cans of braised fish, 500 milliliters of mineral water, 20 pieces of coal, 12 pieces of rubber, and 12 seeds of windgrass. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on receiving 2 cans of luncheon meat, 500 milliliters of mineral water, 6 pieces of soil, and 2 low-grade energy stones. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on receiving 2 cans of luncheon meat, 500 milliliters of cola, 2 low-grade energy stones, 8 pieces of burlap, and 2 blueprints for constructing a small water reservoir. Ding! The silver resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on receiving 10 pieces of bread, 8 pieces of mineral water for low-grade energy stones, 12 pieces of burlap, and 2 intermediate agility scrolls. Ding! The silver resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations on receiving 6 pieces of mutton, 500 milliliters of red wine, 26 pieces of wood, 10 ropes, and 2 blueprints for crafting a spirit-gathering knife. Haha! Quite a fruitful harvest. Zhou Yao chuckled heartily as he began to examine his gains for the day. Summon attendants. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring 2 attendants. Please name them. Zhou 11, Zhou 12. Ding! Naming successful. Crafting a basic cannon. Ding! Low-grade energy stones detected in the backpack. Would you like to include low-grade energy stones? Yes. Ding! Crafting successful. Received 2 basic energy cannons. Minus 100 iron or minus 20 wood, minus 20 saltpeter, minus 2 low-grade energy stones. After installing the 2 light energy cannons on either side of the sailboat, he appointed Zhou 11 and Zhou 12 to operate each cannon respectively. Zhou Yao then continued to examine his harvest. Wheat seeds. Common wheat seeds that can be sown in soil to yield 1 kilogram of wheat. Growth time, 6 hours. 6 hours? Indeed, this is another world. It's a pity there are no islands at present, Zhou Yao murmured with a hint of regret. Windgrass seeds. Common herbal seeds that can be sown in soil to yield 2 to 6 stalks of windgrass. Growth time, 10 hours. Windgrass. Precisely the alchemical ingredient I urgently need. I must plant it as soon as possible. With that thought, Zhou Yao retrieved 2 wooden buckets from his backpack, filled each with soil, and then planted the 2 windgrass seeds into the earth. By tomorrow morning, I'll be able to harvest windgrass and commence crafting the wind elixir, Zhou Yao thought excitedly as he casually opened the blueprint for the water reservoir. Small water reservoir blueprint. Can be constructed on an island. Requires 80 stones, 10 soil, and has a capacity of 1,000 L. Can be synthesized. Synthesize. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on receiving 1 medium-sized water reservoir blueprint. Construction blueprint for a medium-sized water reservoir. It can be built on an island, requiring 200 stones and 30 soil, with a capacity of 3,000 liters. Very well. Let us speak of it once the island is acquired. Intermediate body technique. An extension of the basic technique. It offers a more straightforward and practical approach, enhancing speed. Can be synthesized. Synthesize. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining Advanced Body Technique 1. Advanced Body Technique. An evolution of the intermediate technique, it provides an even simpler and more practical method, further increasing speed. Learn the Advanced Body Technique. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the Advanced Body Technique. Zhou Yao stood at the bow of the ship, feeling a remarkable lightness in his body compared to before. Instinctively, he swayed slightly and found himself at the stern of the ship in an instant. Losing his balance, Zhou Yao nearly toppled into the sea, quickly grasping the railing to steady himself. Goodness, this speed is entirely overwhelming, Zhou Yao murmured to himself. If he were to face the wind-rending spirit pattern tiger now, although he would still be at a disadvantage, in terms of speed, they would be on equal footing. Chapter 20. Lu Shiyao's request after a brief adjustment. Zhou Yao took out the blueprint for the Spirit Gathering Blade and began to examine it. Spirit Gathering Blade Blueprint. Low-level energy stone X1, iron or X10, nitrate X2. Can be synthesized. Synthesis. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring Spirit Gathering Edge Blueprint X1. Spirit Gathering Edge Blueprint. Intermediate energy stone X1, iron or X10, nitrate X2. An intermediate energy stone? Where can I procure one? This item likely can only be found in resource boxes of gold tier or higher. Zhou Yao thought with a hint of resignation. He casually opened the trading hall, but found no listings for intermediate energy stones. Thus, Zhou Yao had no choice but to take a chance and send out a purchasing message in the regional chat. Zhou Yao, looking to acquire an intermediate energy stone, can exchange for food, purified water, or beast materials. Private message with a price. Blacklisted for those seeking to freeload. After sending it 3 times, Zhou Yao closed the chat channel and continued exploring the surrounding waters. After blacklisting dozens of survivors who sought to exploit him, Zhou Yao activated his heavenly eye talent once more. Less than a kilometer from the sailboat, a treasure chest appeared beneath the sea. Just as he was about to command the vessel to sail towards the chest, a private message notification chimed in. Annoyed, he opened the message to find it was from a friend. Lu Yao. Hello, Zhou Yao. I wonder if you have managed to acquire an intermediate energy stone? Upon seeing the message from a senior, Zhou Yao felt a flicker of interest and replied. Zhou Yao, not yet. At this stage, it seems quite difficult for anyone to obtain one. Does senior have an intermediate energy stone? Lu Yao, I don't have one, but I do have a task that is rather challenging. If successful, the reward includes an intermediate energy stone. Zhou Yao, what kind of task is it that offers an intermediate energy stone as a reward? Lu Yao then shared the task details with Zhou Yao. Task requirements. Delve into the depths of Dark Reef Island. Defeat the Bloodfang Wolf King, who has reached the pinnacle of Tier 3. And retrieve the heart of the Bloodfang Wolf King. The maximum number of participants is 3, with a time limit of 48 hours. Upon completion, the Merchant Guild will provide generous rewards. Failure results in a deduction of 20 in basic attributes and a -10 to guild reputation. Task rewards. Intermediate Energy Stone X1. Frostbind Staff X1. Ice Spike Skill Book X1. Random Special Item X1. Upon reading the task details shared by Lu Yao, Zhou Yao nodded silently. With his late-stage Tier 2 strength, complemented by a silver-grade weapon, swordsmanship, and agility, facing the pinnacle Bloodfang Wolf King, while not guaranteed success, he felt confident with a probability of 6 or 7 out of 10. With this in mind, Zhou Yao replied to Lu Yao. Zhou Yao, Senior, I can assist you in completing the task, but how do we reach Dark Reef Island as mentioned in the task? On a small island over 100 miles away, Lu Yao stood before a delicately crafted stone house. Her beautiful eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, gazed longingly across the distant sea, a hint of melancholy gracing her features. At that moment, the notification sound from her friend's channel interrupted her reverie. Upon seeing Zhou Yao's response, Lu Yao felt a surge of delight. She sent a message to Zhou Yao merely because she had observed him acquiring intermediate energy stones in the regional channel, and with a spirit of experimentation, she decided to reach out. Lu Yao, Zhou Yao, you may gather on my island. Anjiao Island is not far from my location. We could take a small boat there. What do you think? Hearing the somewhat pleading tone in Lu Yao's voice, Zhou Yao smiled lightly and replied, Sure, senior sister, please send me the location of your island. If it's not too far, it should be feasible. However, how much time do you have left for your task? Lu Yao, I have just over 45 hours remaining, as I received the task only at noon. Let me send you the location of the island. Subsequently, the position of the island was sent. Upon opening the location, The map displayed that Zhou Yao's island was merely over 120 kilometers away from his current position. Not too distant. Considering the maximum sailing speed of the sailboat is 15 kilometers h, it would take approximately 8 hours to arrive. With this in mind, Zhou Yao responded to Zhou Yao once more, "Senior sister, I will reach your island early tomorrow morning. I hope you will be prepared to receive me." After exchanging a few more words, they ended the communication. Standing at the entrance of a stone house, Zhou Yao whispered to herself, "He can reach my island by tomorrow morning? Is it really that close? Given the speed of a small boat, that seems implausible. Is he planning to travel through the night? How is that any different from courting disaster?" Yet, Zhou Yao's tone was so confident. Ultimately, unable to comprehend, Zhou Yao sighed and put the matter aside. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yao's concerns, Zhou Yao was eagerly preparing to dive for the treasure chest. As the sailboat glided over the chest, Zhou Yao gripped his iron knife and plunged into the sea without hesitation. After descending 7 or 8 meters, the underwater scenery gradually became clear, revealing a treasure chest quietly resting on the seabed. However, coiling atop the chest was a colossal black octopus, measuring 3 meters in length. The giant octopus seemed to sense Zhou Yao's arrival, its lantern-like eyes turning towards him, exuding wariness and hostility. Ink Shadow Squid, a level 3 initial stage demon beast. Its surface as dark as ink, capable of releasing ink attacks and adept at concealing its form. Upon realizing it was merely a level 3 initial stage demon beast, Zhou Yao's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. With a heart full of pent-up resentment, he raised the iron knife high, channeling all his energy into the blade. In an instant, a small vortex formed around Zhou Yao. Skyrift Star Slash. Without any intention of engaging in a prolonged struggle with the giant octopus, Zhou Yao unleashed a decisive strike. A blade of light surged forth, imbued with formidable energy, slicing towards the Ink Shadow Squid. Sensing this lethal threat, the octopus desperately ejected a copious amount of ink in an attempt to counteract the terrifying blow. However, Zhou Yao's enhanced Skyrift Star Slash far exceeded its expectations. With a crisp sound, the ink was effortlessly torn apart, and the blade struck directly against the colossal body of the Ink Shadow Squid. With a swift and fierce blade of light, the body of the shadowy ink squid was cleaved in twain. Only its 8 tentacles, now bereft of their core, continued to thrash instinctively, flailing aimlessly in the depths of the ocean. A notification chimed. Congratulations on the defeat of the 3rd-tier demon beast, the shadowy ink squid. No rewards were bestowed, merely an empty congratulation, thought Zhou Yao with disdain. As the inky darkness of the ocean floor enveloped him, Zhou Yao groped about in search of the treasure chest's location, when the sensing ring on his finger, which had just ceased its warnings, emitted a new alert of impending danger. Chapter 21. Alchemy. What is this again? Pondering in confusion, Zhou Yao zumont xiao montak. Upon materializing before Zhou Yao, the immense figure, measuring over 3 meters in length, lunged toward him. Xiao Mo, Zhou Yao communicated mentally, there are ferocious beasts approaching. Sense their location. Responding to Zhou Yao's words, Xiao Mo took a moment to attune itself, and then shared telepathically, "Master, they're a group of small sharks. Leave this to me. You go collect the treasure chest." With that, it swam off to Zhou Yao's left front. Relying on memory, Zhou Yao continued to explore the seabed in search of the treasure chest. Soon, he located it and deftly stowed it away in his backpack. "Xiao Mo, what's the situation?" Zhou Yao inquired mentally. "Master, 2 of them are trying to flee. Should I pursue?" "No, return. We're setting off on a long journey." With that, Zhou Yao ascended toward the surface. Back aboard the sailboat, Zhou Yao returned to the cabin, took a refreshing shower, and then emerged onto the deck once more. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Mo tossed 2 3rd-tier inner elixirs onto the deck for Zhou Yao before frolicking in the waters nearby. Zhou Yao placed the mysterious treasure chest on the deck. Contemplating, the first mysterious chest yielded a pet elixir that hatched Xiao Mo. I wonder what this one will produce. With a 50-50 chance. Let us hope it's not a calamity. He opened the mysterious treasure chest. Ding! The mysterious treasure chest has been successfully opened. Survivors are requested to inspect it themselves. Cautiously, Zhou Yao approached the chest and peered inside, where a pearl-sized, milky white orb lay quietly at the bottom, emanating a soft, gentle glow. He reached out, grasping the orb, and a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body. Zhou Yao then examined the orb closely. Water-repelling pearl. Infusing it with internal energy allows the user to forcibly displace the surrounding water, creating a dry space approximately 10 feet in diameter centered around the holder. What a splendid item! With this, I won't be hindered while battling in the sea. Zhou Yao joyfully placed the water-repelling pearl into his backpack. Next, Zhou Yao stored the resources exchanged in the trading hall into his backpack and spent 500 milliliters of purified water to acquire a large-capacity water bucket. He placed the bucket in the servant quarters of the cabin and transferred the purified water from the purifier into it. After returning to the cabin and enjoying a sumptuous feast, he lay on his bed and opened his attributes panel. Character name: Zhou Yao. Age: 21. Constitution: 70 Strength, 74 Agility, 41 Spirit, 53 Charm, 31 Luck. Talent: Double Fortune SSS level. Unique talent: Gift 3rd Eye SSS level. Unique skills: Advanced Agility, passive. Intermediate Blade Technique, passive. Intermediate Diving, passive. Void Shatterstar / titles: Escapist, Shark Slayer. Guardian Nemesis, unique, combat power. Late stage of 2nd rank, ship name, twin-masted sailboat rank. Mid-level 2nd rank equipment. Heavy harpoon chain crossbow X1. Basic energy cannon X3 crew. 1220 owned by Zhou Yao. Upgrade requirements: 3,000 wood, 1,800 iron, or 360 hemp, 200 ropes, 80 glass, 50 rubber. Battle pet name: Xiao Mo. Owner: Zhou Yao. Type: Ink Turtle. Growth stage: Bloodline. For Shuamu Bloodline combat power. Early stage of 3rd rank skills. Water bomb impact. Launches a powerful water bomb, inflicting water damage on a single enemy and applying a slowing effect. Azure Wave Guardian. Creates a vast water barrier centered around itself. When an enemy touches the barrier, they're swept into the water flow, entering a brief state of dizziness. Observing Xiao Mo's attributes, Zhou Yao nodded, noting not only its combat power reaching the early stage of the 3rd rank, but also the acquisition of a new skill. Early the next morning, Zhou Yao's twin-masted sailboat floated serenely on the sea, approximately 2 kilometers from Lusha Yao Island. Inside the cabin, Zhou Yao first harvested the wind-running grass sown in the barrel yesterday. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 4 wind-running grass. Ding! Successfully triggered the double fortune talent. Congratulations. You have obtained 8 wind-running grass. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 5 wind-running grass. Ding! Successfully triggered the double fortune talent. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 wind-running grass. Continuing to sprinkle seeds of wind-running grass into the barrel, Zhou Yao began to refine the wind-running pill. Refining wind-running pill. Ding! Detected that there are 2nd rank and 3rd rank inner pills in the backpack. Please specify which rank of inner pill to use for the pill refinement. I forgot I still have a 2nd rank inner pill in my backpack. Let us try the 2nd rank first to see the success rate. Confirming his thoughts, Zhou Yao declared, use the 2nd rank first. Ding! Pill refinement successful. 2nd rank inner pill -1. Wind running grass -2. Congratulations, you have obtained wind running pill, ordinary, X3. Ding! Successfully triggered the double fortune talent. Congratulations, you have obtained wind running pill, ordinary, X6. Using the 3rd rank inner pill, continue refining. Ding! Pill refinement successful. 3rd rank inner pill -1. Wind running grass -2. Congratulations, you have obtained wind running pill, premium, X4. Ding! Successfully triggered the double fortune talent. Congratulations, you have obtained wind running pill, premium, X8. It appears that the ordinary pill was produced using the 2nd rank inner pill, while the 3rd rank inner pill yielded a premium pill. As the rank of the inner pill increases, so does the quality of the refined pills. Having grasped the essence of pill refinement, Zhou Yao continued to refine the wind-running pill. Using the 3rd rank inner pill, continue refining. Ding! Pill refinement successful. 3rd rank inner pill -1. Wind-running grass -2. Congratulations, you have obtained wind-running pill, premium, X3. Ding! The double fortune talent has been successfully activated. Congratulations on obtaining 6 wind-walking pills, premium. Ultimately, after exhausting all 8 3rd-tier inner elixirs, 1 2nd-tier inner elixir, and 18 wind-walking herbs, Zhou Yao garnered a total of 6 windwalking pills, regular, and 56 windwalking pills, premium. Ding! Consuming a windwalking pill, regular, grants an agility boost of 5. Ding! Consuming another windwalking pill, regular, also grants an agility boost of 5. Ding! Consuming a windwalking pill, premium, bestows an agility boost of 15. Ding! Consuming yet another windwalking pill, premium, grants an additional agility boost of 15. Eagerly, Zhou Yao consumed 5 regular windwalking pills and 10 premium windwalking pills, feeling as light as a swallow. Ding! Congratulations on your combat power breaking through to the 3rd tier. As you're the first survivor in this region to achieve 3rd tier combat power, you are rewarded with 2 Iron Sand Bracers and 2 Frostflower Sky skill books. Iron Sand Bracer, Bronze level Strength 8, Constitution 2, can be synthesized. Synthesizing a bracer. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining 1 Strength Bracer. Strength Bracer, Silver level Strength 20, Constitution 5. Wearing the bracer on his arm feels remarkably comfortable, devoid of any discomfort. Zhou Yao proceeded to examine the skill books. Chapter 22, Reef Island, Frostflower Skill Book. Upon activation, it unleashes a vast expanse of frost within a range of 6,060, possessing formidable chill and lethality. It swiftly freezes foes, diminishing their mobility and offensive capabilities while inflicting damage. Can be synthesized. Synthesize skill book. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring Frostflower Domain Skill Book 1. Frostflower Domain Skill Book. Upon activation, it unleashes a vast expanse of frost within a range of 100,100, exuding terrifying chill and lethality. It swiftly freezes adversaries, diminishing their mobility and offensive capabilities while inflicting substantial damage. 0-100. Regrettably, I do not wish to become a mage. Otherwise, mastering this skill would be an exceedingly rare opportunity. Contemplating this, I stowed the skill book in my backpack. After completing these tasks, Zhou Yao opened his character interface to examine his attributes. Character name, Zhou Yao. Age, 21. Physique, 75 strength, 94 agility, 216 spirit, 53 charm, 31 luck. Talent, double fortune SSS level, unique, gifted talent. Heavenly Eye SSS level, unique. Skills, advanced agility, passive. Intermediate swordsmanship, passive. Intermediate diving, passive. Rending void star/titles. Survivor, Shark Slayer. Guardian Nemesis, unique, combat power. Early stage of tier 3, gazing at the character panel. Zhou Yao was taken aback by his astonishing agility attribute of 216. Murmuring in disbelief. How could this be? Having consumed the maximum of 2 qualities of Windwalker elixirs at once, he found a rapid enhancement of agility somewhat overwhelming. Stretching his body, Zhou Yao commanded his attendant to navigate the 2-masted sailboat toward Lu Shiyao's island. Standing on the deck, he opened his friend's list and sent a message to Lu Shiyao. Zhou Yao, Senior, I'm almost there, prepare to welcome me. At that moment, Lu Shiyao was already standing at the edge of the island, her mouth agape in disbelief as she beheld the swiftly approaching sailboat. The vessel measured 15 or 16 meters, with 2 towering white sails rising majestically from its center, their pristine fabric rustling in the ocean breeze. At the bow, a formidable crossbow was positioned, its arrowhead gleaming ominously. Meanwhile, 3 dark cannon ports protruded from the sides of the hull, emanating an imposing aura. A notification sound shattered her astonishment. Upon reading Zhou Yao's teasing message, Lu Shiyao promptly replied, Lu Shiyao, Zhou Yao, is that grand sailboat yours? How did you manage that? Seeing Lu Shiyao's astonished response, Zhou Yao smiled. Zhou Yao, what do you think, Senior? Isn't it quite magnificent? Moments later, the sailboat anchored beside the island. Glancing at Lu Shiyao, who stood at the shore to greet him, Zhou Yao leapt gracefully from the deck, landing steadily before her. A smile graced his face as he extended his hand toward Lu Shiyao, saying, Senior, it's been a few days. You've become even more beautiful. A clear and melodious voice, laced with a hint of playfulness and perhaps a touch of teasing, caught Lu Shiyao off guard. Her fair cheeks instantly flushed with a delicate hue as she scrutinized the junior before her. Though his appearance had not undergone drastic changes, the once shy student now exuded a vibrant confidence that was unmistakable. Noticing Lu Shiyao's momentary daze as she gazed at him, Zhou Yao continued to jest. What's wrong, senior? Is there something on my face that has captivated your attention? With this, he deliberately touched his own face, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Lu Shiyao snapped back to reality, realizing her lapse in composure, and the blush on her face deepened. She extended her delicate hand, gently shaking Zhou Yao's larger one, and softly replied, No, I was merely struck by how much you've changed. It's quite a sentiment. Although she spoke thus, her gaze lingered on Zhou Yao a moment longer than intended. Zhou Yao ceased his teasing, adopting a serious demeanor as he inquired, Are you ready, senior? Where is the location of the reef island? Please provide me with the coordinates, and we shall set off immediately. His tone carried an undeniable authority. Nodding in response, Lu Shiyao relayed the coordinates of Reef Island to him. Without further ado, Zhou Yao unexpectedly wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Lu Shiyao felt a sudden constriction around her midsection, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, Zhou Yao propelled them both upward, leaping onto the deck that towered over 3 meters high. As they landed on the deck, Lu Shiyao's cheeks burned crimson, a flurry of emotions swirling within her, shame and anger intertwined. The close proximity of their embrace accelerated her heartbeat, as if it might burst from her chest. Yet, an inexplicable sense of security enveloped her. She recognized that Zhou Yao had transformed from the naive and introverted junior she once knew. However, this unexpected turn of events left her flustered, prompting her to scold lightly. You could have at least said something. Zhou Yao flashed her a radiant smile, tightening his embrace slightly as he leaned closer and whispered, Isn't the situation urgent? I couldn't possibly let you risk climbing that 3-meter-high deck alone. Lu Shiyao's cheeks flamed with embarrassment as she shyly replied, Please let me go. She subtly shifted her body, attempting to escape Zhou Yao's stronghold. But whether it was his grip being too firm or a reluctance within herself, her efforts appeared weak and ineffective. Zhou Yao chuckled and, albeit reluctantly, released his hold on her slender waist. Taking a deep breath, Lu Shiyao endeavored to regain her composure. She cleared her throat and feigned calmness, saying, Let's set off. With that, she led the way toward the edge of the deck. Observing Lu Shiyao's bashful demeanor, Zhou Yao felt the lingering softness on his arm. Turning to Zhou Yi, who stood nearby, he commanded, Let us depart immediately. Our destination is Reef Island. The sailboat glided swiftly across the sea, covering the distance of several miles in under an hour, arriving within 200 to 300 meters of Reef Island. This is a modestly sized deserted island, approximately the size of 3 or 4 football fields. The vegetation is sparse, and the landscape is adorned with rugged, peculiar stones. Amidst the crevices of these bizarre rocks, the faint silhouettes of several blood-toothed wolves can be discerned. Zhou Yao turned to Lu Shiyao beside him and remarked, Shiyao, this is the place. Hearing Zhou Yao address her, Lu Shiyao did not object. Instead, she responded, Indeed, it is here. According to Locke, who issued the mission, there exists a pack of around 50 to 60 blood-toothed wolves on this small island, among which one blood-toothed wolf king possesses nearly 4th-tier strength. Their frequent assaults on passing small merchant vessels have caused considerable losses to the Wanbang Merchants Association. Hence, they have issued such a mission for the nearby islands. However, the current strength of the survivors renders this task exceedingly challenging. If it weren't for your seemingly effortless acceptance of this mission, I would have lost all hope. With that, Lu Shiyao offered a self-deprecating smile. Chapter 23. Battling the pack. Listening to Lu Shiyao's words, Zhou Yao solemnly remarked, This is not a task suited for women. Such acts of charging in a battle must be left to us men. After speaking, Zhou Yao deliberately averted his gaze from Lu Shiyao's expression and shouted sternly at the helm, Zhou Yi, change course. Aim the right cannon at Dark Reef Island. Observing Zhou Yao's serious demeanor, Lu Shiyao could not suppress a roll of her eyes, though a faint smile tugged at her lips as she muttered softly, always putting on airs. The sailboat gradually changed direction, and within moments, the 2 ominous cannon muzzles were aimed at the distant Dark Reef Island. Target the visible blood-fawn wolves. Fire at will. Zhou Yao commanded the gunners loudly. Boom! Boom! Before Zhou Yao could finish his sentence, 2 resounding blasts echoed in his ears. Goodness, such haste! You nearly startled me. Zhou Yao could no longer maintain his serious facade and scolded the gunners. Standing beside him, Lu Shijiao could not help but chuckle at Zhou Yao's comical expression. The energy cannonball struck before the two Bloodfawn wolves, and with two tremendous explosions, a powerful shockwave radiated from the impact points, sweeping outward. Several Bloodfawn wolves were caught in the brunt of the blast, sent flying like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily against the distant boulders with a dull thud, lying motionless and unknown whether they lived or died. The ground around them was blasted into two deep craters, the edges charred by the intense heat, emitting wisps of smoke. The other Bloodfawn wolves on the island, startled by the sudden explosions, fell into chaos. Before they could react, two more energy cannonballs rained down upon the pack. After two more explosions, another dozen Bloodfawn wolves succumbed amidst pools of blood. The enraged pack howled at the sky, their cries filled with fury and unyielding spirit. However, their regrouping was nowhere near as swift as the firing of the energy cannons. One by one, the cannonballs descended like meteors, detonating within the pack, igniting fierce flames that lit up the sky and littered the ground with wolf carcasses. On the sailboat, Zhou Yao and Lu Shijiao stood side by side. Zhou Yao, intrigued by the continuous kill notifications ringing in his mind, watched with interest as the energy cannonballs decimated the wolves on Dark Reef Island. Meanwhile, Lu Shijiao lowered her head, unable to bear the sight of the slaughtered wolves. After several rounds of bombardment, the once barren island lay in utter disarray. The formidable pack had been reduced to mere remnants, with only a few third-tier Bloodfawn wolves surviving due to their agility and relatively strong defenses. The others were either killed or severely injured, howling pitifully as they lay on the ground. The remaining four third-tier Bloodfawn wolves, witnessing the sailboat floating on the sea, were not emboldened to charge, but instead retreated in fear. Just then, a massive Bloodfawn wolf, significantly larger than the others, came barreling towards them from the opposite side of the island. The Bloodfawn Wolf King. At last it has emerged. As the scene unfolded, Zhou Yao addressed Lu Shijiao, saying, "Shijiao, wait on the ship. I shall retrieve the heart of the Wolf King for you." Without waiting for her response, he leapt from the deck, soaring towards the direction of Dark Reef Island. Just as his feet were about to skim the ocean's surface, he utilized his extraordinary agility, propelling himself towards the island. This remarkable feat, typically found only in novels on Blue Star, was effortlessly executed by Zhou Yao. In mere moments, he traversed several hundred meters of ocean. Upon firmly landing on Dark Reef Island, he turned back to Lu Shijiao and, with a touch of flamboyance, flicked his hair. Watching Zhou Yao, Lu Shijiao felt a twinge of concern and wished to caution him against underestimating the danger. Yet her voice could not reach him over the distance. Just as Zhou Yao contemplated his next move, an enraged wolf howl diverted his attention back to the battlefield. The fury in the Wolf King's eyes indicated it had no intention of engaging him in a one-on-one battle. Instead, it surged forward with a pack of 5 third-tier Bloodfawn wolves, all rushing toward Zhou Yao, their eyes alight with vengeful intent, eager to shred this seemingly insignificant human to pieces. On the shore, Zhou Yao regarded the 5 approaching Bloodfawn wolves with a slight smirk, unperturbed as he retrieved his meteorite blade from his backpack. When the wolves were less than 10 meters away, he sprang into action with astonishing speed, dashing into the pack. With one hand gripping the meteorite blade, he executed a dazzling arc of silver, targeting the vital spots of the foremost Bloodfawn wolf. Meanwhile, another wolf leapt high, aiming for Zhou Yao's throat. He swiftly retracted his blade, leaning slightly to evade the fierce assault, and countered with a swift slice that cut across the wolf's abdomen. The creature howled in agony, crashing to the ground, its blood instantly staining the earth. The remaining 4 Bloodfawn wolves lunged at Zhou Yao from various angles, with the Wolf King exhibiting greater speed and ferocity in its attacks. Zhou Yao's gaze sharpened as he deftly dodged, the Wolf King missing its mark and brushing past him. In a flash, Zhou Yao brought down his meteorite blade, leaving a deep gash across the Wolf King's back, blood pouring forth in a vivid crimson cascade. Rather than retreating in fear upon seeing their leader wounded, the 3 remaining wolves howled and charged at Zhou Yao with renewed vigor. The leftmost wolf struck first, darting towards his throat like an arrow. Zhou Yao sidestepped with uncanny grace, simultaneously swinging his meteorite blade in a reverse arc. a cold gleam cutting through the air as it severed the wolf's neck. The creature fell heavily to the ground, its blood gushing forth, limbs twitching momentarily before falling still. Without a moment's pause, the central blood-fawn wolf lunged at Zhou Yao's arm with impressive speed. Undeterred, he leaned back slightly, skillfully evading the fierce bite. In almost the same instant, he swiftly drew his blade, the meteorite knife piercing the abdomen of the blood-toothed wolf. With a sudden surge of strength, Zhou Yao slashed fiercely, eviscerating the beast on the spot. Its carcass collapsed, spilling a gruesome array of entrails onto the ground. Before Zhou Yao could rise, the final blood-toothed wolf lunged at him. The creature, exuding a foul stench, charged straight for Zhou Yao's face. Quick to react, he abruptly fell backward to the ground, simultaneously raising the meteorite knife high above his head and driving it forcefully into the wolf's neck, accompanied by a sharp and brief wail of despair. The razor-sharp blade penetrated the creature's throat deeply. Zhou Yao then yanked the knife free, rolled on the ground, and sprang up nimbly, his feet finding solid purchase on the earth. The blood-toothed wolf crashed heavily to the ground, the ferocity in its eyes gradually fading, its limbs twitching futilely a few times before it succumbed to death. From a moment he dispatched the first blood-toothed wolf to wounding the Wolf King, and finally slaying the last of the pack. Only a fleeting span of mere seconds had elapsed. At this moment, Zhou Yao's chest heaved as he caught his breath, gripping the meteorite knife tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the blood-toothed Wolf King ahead. Chapter 24. Blood-fawn Wolf King. The wound on the back of the Wolf King continued to bleed profusely, staining its fur a deep crimson. Its furious gaze fixated on the seemingly insignificant human before it, eyes ablaze with rage. On the ship, Zhou Yao anxiously observed the unfolding battle on the island. Her jaw dropped in astonishment upon witnessing Zhou Yao not only remain unscathed amidst the assault of 5 third-tier blood-fawn wolves, but also swiftly dispatch 4 of them. "This is utterly incredible," Zhou Yao murmured, her voice laced with disbelief. Zhou Yao slightly adjusted his grip on the knife. Though fatigue from the intense combat began to creep in, he maintained a disdainful glare at the blood-fawn Wolf King. Sensing the contempt emanating from the diminutive human, the Wolf King unleashed a thunderous roar. In an instant, it propelled itself off the ground with its hind legs, charging towards Zhou Yao with even greater ferocity. Zhou Yao's eyes narrowed, and he surged forward to meet the oncoming Wolf King. Just as they were about to collide, he deftly sidestepped the wolf's frontal assault, utilizing his agile form. Concurrently, he swung his meteorite blade, harnessing the momentum of his body to strike fiercely at the Wolf King's hind leg. With a sickening thud, the blade connected, causing the Wolf King to emit a pained howl as it lost its balance and crashed to the ground, sliding several meters across the surface. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yao advanced without hesitation, raising his blade for a decisive strike aimed at the Wolf King's head. Sensing the imminent threat above, the Wolf King desperately attempted to evade. However, Zhou Yao's strike was too swift. It could only manage to tilt its head slightly to the side. In an instant, the blade grazed its ear, severing it cleanly. Undeterred by the near miss, Zhou Yao swiftly withdrew his blade, preparing to strike the wolf's neck. Just as he was about to deliver the blow, a sudden wave of danger washed over him. The fallen blood-fawn Wolf King abruptly lifted its head, mouth agape, as a blood-red figure shot towards Zhou Yao like lightning. Reacting with remarkable speed, Zhou Yao barely had time to raise his blade in defense. With a resounding clash of metal, the crimson figure collided with his knife, a tremendous force coursing through the blade, numbing his arm and nearly causing him to lose grip as he staggered back several meters. Regaining his focus, Zhou Yao examined his weapon, discovering a distinct crack running along the blade. What on earth was that? This creature is cunning indeed, Zhou Yao muttered, raising his long knife with renewed determination. Shouting, "Sky Rift Star Shatter Slash!" He swung the blade with all his might, unleashing a radiant arc of light that soared towards the still-recovering Wolf King. In an instant, before the Wolf King could react, the blade's radiance traversed several meters and struck fiercely upon the Wolf King's head. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the third-tier blood-fawn Wolf King. Zhou Yao took a couple of steps forward, bent down to pick up the blood-red tooth from the ground. Examined it for a moment, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Little did he expect that such a small tooth could shatter a silver-grade, meteoric iron blade. With a sense of wonder, Zhou Yao placed the tooth into his backpack. Subsequently, he approached the corpse of the Bloodfang Wolf King, wielded his knife, and sliced open the Wolf King's chest to retrieve a blood-red heart. Heart of the Bloodfang Wolf King, quest item. Presented to Captain Locke of the Wanbang Merchant Guild for a generous reward. Got it. Zhou Yao murmured softly, then summoned Xiao Mo, saying, Go clean up the battlefield. I only need the demon beast core. You can handle the wolf's body yourself. Xiao Mo nodded its large head and began to tidy the area with its cumbersome form. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yao executed his movement technique and shot toward the sailboat several hundred meters away. He landed elegantly on the deck, strolling over to Lu Yao and producing the bloody heart of the Wolf King from his backpack, presenting it before her, saying, I have fulfilled my duty. At that moment, Lu Yao had yet to recover from her astonishment. Was this truly the somewhat introverted junior she recalled? Noticing Lu Yao's dazed gaze upon him, Zhou Yao chuckled. Yao, no need for surprise. To survive in this cruel otherworld, one must grow strong. Lu Yao nodded, eventually shaking off her shock, feeling as though a shackle within her heart had been unlocked, granting her an overwhelming sense of clarity. In that moment, Zhou Yao perceived a subtle change in Lu Yao's aura, reminiscent of his own transformation since arriving in this world. Lu Yao reached out to take the bloody heart from Zhou Yao's hand, saying, Thank you, Zhou Yao. I never imagined we could truly accomplish this task. Zhou Yao gazed at Lu Yao's flushed cheeks and smiled. Yao, there's no need to be formal with me. Hurry and submit the task. Lu Yao slightly nodded, then summoned the task panel and submitted it. The heart of the Wolf King vanished from her hands. Subsequently, she retrieved 4 items from her backpack and laid them upon the deck. She addressed Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao, you single-handedly defeated the Wolf King. These 4 items are the rewards for completing the task and rightfully belong to you. Zhou Yao did not respond, but instead inquired, Yao, what is your talent? Does this staff and skill book resonate with your abilities? Lu Yao shyly replied, Yes, the staff and the Ice Spike skill book align perfectly with my talent. She then shared her talent with Zhou Yao. Ice Spirit Holy Body SSS rank. Unique. With this talent, you possess an extraordinary sensitivity to ice elements, effortlessly drawing upon the surrounding ice elements, and the circulation of ice elements within you is exceptionally swift. Cultivating ice-based techniques becomes exponentially more effective, and the power of the ice spells you cast is increased by 200. After observing Lu Yao's exceptional talent, Zhou Yao spoke up, Yao, please put away the staff and the skill book. They are perfectly suited for you, so do not feel hesitant. As he handed the 2 items to Lu Yao, Zhou Yao added, A man's earnings are meant to be spent on his wife. Chapter 25. Platinum Equipment. Just as Lu Yao was about to say something, she was suddenly rendered crimson by Zhou Yao's words. Shyly, she stammered, Zhou Yao, who is your wife? You mustn't speak nonsense. After finishing, her cheeks flushed. She hurried towards the cabin. Watching Lu Yao's silhouette disappear from the deck, Zhou Yao shrugged and muttered nonchalantly, That's just a matter of time. He followed this with a mischievous chuckle. Zhou Yao first placed the intermediate energy stone into his backpack and then picked up the scroll lying on the ground. Energy Defense Tower Blueprint. 1 energy stone, 50 iron, or 10 wood, 10 stone. Manufacturing Energy Defense Tower. Ding. Detecting the presence of low-tier and intermediate energy stones in the backpack. How many tiers of energy stones would you like to use for the tower's construction? Low-tier energy stone. Ding. Construction successful. Energy stone -1, iron or -50, wood -10, stone -10. Congratulations, you have acquired 1 low-tier energy defense tower. Low-tier energy defense tower, silver tier installed on islands. It automatically releases energy beams to attack enemies, capable of simultaneously targeting up to 10 foes, with a maximum attack range of 300 meters. This defense tower is quite impressive. Since I have no use for it myself, I'll install it on Yao's little island when I return. He then took out the spirit-gathering blade blueprint from his backpack, examined it closely, hoping to forge a weapon of exceptional quality. Please don't disappoint me, Zhou Yao murmured, and then, with a thought he silently intoned, forged spirit-gathering blade. Ding! Detecting the presence of meteorite iron in the backpack, Would you like to include it? Include. Ding. Forge successful. Meteorite, iron -1. Intermediate energy, stone -1. Iron or -10. Niter -2. Congratulations, you have acquired 1 meteor blade. Ding. Congratulations, you are the first survivor in this region to forge a platinum tier weapon. Reward, 2 mysterious iron. Zhou Yao eagerly grasped the meteor blade, bringing it before his eyes to inspect its attributes. Meteor blade, platinum tier forged from mysterious meteorite iron. The blade incorporates energy stones, making it not only exceptionally durable, but also capable of absorbing the energies of heaven and earth for attacks, far exceeding ordinary weapons. Strength, 120, damage, 6,000. Wow, a platinum weapon. The damage is extraordinarily high, and it also grants an additional 120 points of strength. Zhou Yao could hardly believe it as he caressed the blade, which bore a striking resemblance to a traditional Tang sword from China, grinning foolishly. After a moment, Zhou Yao regained his composure and pulled out a scroll from his backpack. Enhanced Meteor Blade. Ding. Enhancement successful. You have obtained an Enhanced Meteor Blade. Enhanced Meteor Blade. Platinum tier forged from mysterious meteorite iron. The blade incorporates energy stones, making it not only exceptionally durable, but also capable of absorbing the energies of heaven and earth for attacks, far exceeding ordinary weapons. Strength, 120, damage, 7,200. Not bad. Though my strength hasn't increased, the damage has risen by 20. 4th tier tiger, just you wait. Tomorrow, I shall skin you alive. Zhou Yao thought bitterly as he slowly made his way toward the cabin. At that moment, Xiao Mo's voice echoed in Zhou Yao's mind. Master, the battlefield has been cleared, and here are the inner cores of the monsters. Please take them. As soon as the words left her lips, a swirl of white energy floated towards Zhou Yao from the sea, carrying over a dozen inner cores. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 21st tier inner cores, 12 second tier inner cores, and 4 third tier inner cores. Zhou Yao stored the inner cores and said to Xiao Mo, not bad. We'll set off soon. Stay close to the sailboat. Entering the cabin, he found Lu Shiyao seated at a wooden table, carefully examining her staff with both hands. Zhou Yao approached and sat beside her, inquiring, Shiyao, how many resource chests can we expect to open each day? With a hint of resignation, Lu Shiyao replied, if luck is on our side, we might find 2 or 3 resource chests around the island each day. However, just yesterday, I managed to discover a black iron treasure chest at the island's edge. Zhou Yao was taken aback by her response. Is that all? He genuinely did not anticipate that ordinary survivors would find it so challenging to acquire resource chests. Indeed, not only did one need luck to stumble upon the chests, but those that were too far from the island, even if visible, might be beyond their capability to retrieve. Listening to Lu Shiyao's explanation, Zhou Yao nodded and said, follow me. He then took her hand and led her onto the deck. Reaching the bow of the ship, Zhou Yao addressed Lu Shiyao. Shiyao, watch closely. Eye of Heaven, activate. At Zhou Yao's command, a flash of golden light appeared at his brow, then fell silent. Just as Lu Shiyao was about to ask something, Zhou Yao began to recite 3 coordinates in rapid succession. Curiosity filled Lu Shiyao's face as she considered inquiring about Zhou Yao's actions, but feeling a bit shy, she chose to quietly observe from the bow. When she spotted a resource chest floating on the sea and attempted to alert Zhou Yao, he simply shook his head, still holding her hand. The 2-masted sailboat sped across the surface of the ocean, and after a brief span of 10 minutes, a silvery resource chest emerged on the water surface. Once Zhou Yao retrieved the chest aboard, the sailboat continued towards the next coordinate. 2 hours later, as noon approached, Zhou Yao had collected a total of 12 treasure chests, with 3 being silver chests and the rest all bronze. By this time, Lu Shiyao, already aware of Zhou Yao's talent, was no longer as astonished. Returning to the cabin, Zhou Yao set up a barbecue grill to cook meat. After enjoying their lunch, they resumed their quest for resource chests. Ding! Congratulations, your talent Eye of Heaven has leveled up. Eye of Heaven SSS level. Unique. Level 2. You have acquired a pair of eyes capable of piercing through the ocean's depths. With a mere glance over the water surface, you can pinpoint hidden resources below. You can also effortlessly sense the distribution and location of freshwater, food, and resource chests on islands and the sea. Current surface detection range, 30 kilometers. Underwater detection range, 5 kilometers, 1,000 for upgrade. Gazing at the upgraded eye of heaven, with its nearly double detection range, Zhou Yao redirected his focus elsewhere. 2 hours later, it was approximately 4 p.m., and the sailboat was only 7 or 8 kilometers from Zhou Yao small island. The two individuals had already collected over 20 resource chests, including 6 silver resource chests and even a special one. Zhou Yao and Zhou Yao opened all the resource chests they had gathered today. A chime resonated as a silver resource chest was successfully opened, revealing 500 grams of mutton, 500 milliliters of red wine, 30 units of wood, and 32 stones. As Zhou Yao and Zhou Yao sat upon the deck, sharing laughter and conversation, their sailboat approached the small island, now less than 2 kilometers away. Zhou Yao gazed toward the island and noticed a small sailing vessel docked nearby. A few figures were bustling about on the island, and as Zhou Yao focused his attention on them, it appeared that the island's inhabitants had also spotted the approaching two-masted sailboat, turning their gaze toward it. With a grin, Zhou Yao turned to Zhou Yao and remarked, "Zhou Yao, it seems our home has been claimed by others." Zhou Yao shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Then why don't you go and chase them away?" Chapter 26. The wealthy child on the island brother. It seems the master of the island has returned. What shall we do? A young man with blonde hair inquired of a middle-aged man in his 30s, seated beneath a tree. Do not panic. First, keep them calm. Observe their vessel. It appears to be a two-masted sailing ship, seemingly armed with cannons. The middle-aged man replied, pausing briefly before continuing. Try not to provoke them. Just say we are passing through and stop to rest on the island. The blonde youth nodded in agreement with a robust companion, then suggested, "Brother, should we lure them onto the island and deal with them?" The middle-aged man delivered a swift slap to the blonde, admonishing, "We do not yet know their intentions. Follow my lead." Moments later, the sailing ship approached the island. Without hesitation, Zhou Yao leaped from a more than 3-meter-high vessel into the sea, awkwardly swimming toward the shore. Soaked, Zhou Yao emerged onto the island and timidly addressed the trio before him. "Who are you? What brings you to my island?" The middle-aged man scrutinized the student like Zhou Yao, smiling warmly as he replied, "Young man, please do not take offense. We are merely drifting at sea in search of resource boxes and have stopped here to rest for a moment before departing." Zhou Yao thought to himself, "What nonsense! I'd be a fool to believe you." He discreetly signaled to Zhou Yi to set sail. Feeling a bit uneasy, Zhou Yao remarked, "You're also searching for resource boxes? I departed this morning for the same purpose, but my raft was shattered by the waves. If it weren't for the rescue by the Wanbang Chamber of Commerce, I might not have returned." The middle-aged man observed the Na'vi youth before him, and upon seeing the sailing ship drifting away, he felt reassured. He then asked Zhou Yao, "Young man, how has your hunt fared today? How many resource boxes have you collected?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhou Yao scratched his head, a hint of pride illuminating his expression as he responded, "Today, I gathered 6 resource boxes, including 1 bronze resource box." He then retrieved a bronze resource box from his backpack and placed it on the ground. The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with interest as he glanced at the distant ship, then regarded Zhou Yao with the gaze of a predator eyeing its prey, signaling to the 2 young men beside him. The 2 young men retrieved their weapons from their bags. The blonde youth brandished a dagger, while the other wielded a roughly 1-meter-long machete. They slowly approached Zhou Yao, with the blonde finally taunting, "Kid, who told you to return at this moment? Since you've crossed our path, consider yourself unfortunate." With that, the blonde youth lunged at Zhou Yao with a wicked grin, dagger poised to strike. Observing the blonde's practiced movements, Zhou Yao recognized this was not his first encounter with violence. Resolving not to feign ignorance any longer, he seized the blonde's wrist, applying slight pressure. "Ah!" The blonde youth cried out in agony, feeling as if his wrist might shatter, rendering him unable to retain his grip on the dagger. With a sharp clang, the dagger fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. The youth behind the yellow-haired man, witnessing his companion's wrist being gripped painfully by Zhou Yao, let out a series of agonized cries. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the watermelon knife viciously towards Zhou Yao's head. Zhou Yao, however, did not flinch. Instead, he raised his leg and delivered a forceful kick to the young man's abdomen, propelling his body several meters away. The young man crashed heavily onto the ground, kneeling with both hands clutching his stomach, gasping for breath, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. Subsequently, with a powerful motion, Zhou Yao hurled the yellow-haired youth away as well. The youth arced through the air, his head striking the ground, his eyes rolling back as he fell into unconsciousness. The middle-aged man, witnessing Zhou Yao's display of strength, felt a chill run down his spine. He swiftly retrieved a handgun from his backpack, aiming it at Zhou Yao and pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! After 2 gunshots rang out, Zhou Yao stood behind the middle-aged man, clutching a blood-soaked military dagger. The middle-aged man, now holding his neck with both hands, was gushing blood from a wound, and within moments, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ding! You have slain survivor Niu Fongrong and randomly acquired half of the items from his backpack. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 3 giant strength fruits, 1 arrow tower, 25 loaves of bread, 500 G each, 16 bottles of mineral water, 500 G each, 367 units of wood, 295 units of iron ore, 416 stones, 42 units of cloth, 71 ropes, and 196 saltpeter. Indeed, the acquisition of resources through violence is far swifter than through mere labor, Zhou Yao mused. He strolled towards the watermelon knife-wielding youth. Upon seeing Zhou Yao approach, hastily bowed his head, pleading with a quivering voice, "Brother, brother, I was wrong, I truly was. I implore you, show mercy and spare my life. I was merely following orders. You are magnanimous, please do not hold this against me. Grant me a chance to live." Observing the youth's tear-streaked, terrified visage, Zhou Yao hesitated briefly, then suddenly raised his leg and delivered a kick to the youth's chest. The young man coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing, lifeless. Ding! You have slain survivor Wang Liang and randomly acquired half of the items from his backpack. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 1 giant strength fruit, 1 small villa construction blueprint, 8 loaves of bread, 500 G each, 6 bottles of mineral water, 500 G each, 182 units of wood, 96 units of iron ore, 326 stones, 25 units of cloth, 41 ropes, and 89 saltpeter. You sought my life, and now you wish for my mercy. How could I possibly let you go? Zhou Yao shook his head and approached the unconscious yellow-haired youth, swiftly twisting his neck with resolute finality. Ding! You have slain survivor Su Ming and randomly acquired half of the items from his backpack. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring 1 iron harpoon, 1 deep mining machine blueprint, 1 basic backpack, 500 G of bread, 500 G of mineral water, 264 units of wood, 129 units of iron ore, 167 units of stone, 27 units of hemp cloth, 15 units of rope, and 113 units of saltpeter. After securing his spoils, Zhou Yao cast the 3 corpses into the sea and made his way towards the small boat anchored at the island's edge. Name: Dinghy Sailboat, Grade, First Class Superior. Affiliation: None. Perfect, it will serve as a vessel for Zhou Yao's voyage. As he spoke, the 2-masted sailboat had already returned to the shore, and Zhou Yao leaped aboard. Without hesitation, he extended his strong arms and lifted Lin Shuyao in a princess carry. Lin Shuyao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively gasping, her hands instinctively wrapping around Zhou Yao's neck, a delicate blush blooming on her exquisite face. Holding Lin Shuyao, Zhou Yao pushed off the boat's edge with 1 foot and soared towards the island. As Zhou Yao's feet firmly touched the ground, their eyes met, and a subtle atmosphere began to weave itself between them. Chapter 27. Ascension of the island at the break of dawn the following day. Zhou Yao emerged from the stone abode, shortly followed by Lu Shuyao, who approached him with an air of awkwardness. Yet her face radiated sheer joy as she entwined her arms around his. Shuyao, let us first upgrade the island today and fortify its defenses to thwart any further incursions. It is now the 6th day of survival, and there should be a considerable number of individuals capable of crafting vessels to venture out to sea. With that, Zhou Yao began to retrieve various items from his backpack to commence the island's enhancement. The familiar sound of notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! The area of the island has increased. Stone -20. Ding! The area of the island has increased. Stone -30. Ding! Congratulations! The island has successfully ascended. The foundational area has increased by 20. Stone -100. Ding! Congratulations! The island has successfully ascended. The foundational area has increased by 20. Stone -300. Soil -10. Zhou Yao, the system has awarded us It declares that my island is the first in our region to reach the 3rd tier, Zhou Yao exclaimed with palpable excitement. Oh, what rewards have been bestowed? He inquired. 1 exquisite tranquil heart pill and 1 exquisite body refinement pill. As she spoke, Zhou Yao produced 2 plump pills from her backpack. Excellent. Consume them promptly. They will enhance your capabilities. Zhou Yao urged, retrieving 10 exquisite wind-running pills from his pack and offering them to Zhou Yao. Also, take these. They will significantly augment your speed. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yao accepted the pills with her delicate hand and swallowed them with a tilt of her head. Observing her consume the pills, Zhou Yao smiled and nodded. Then he too ingested 10 wind-running pills. Ding! Consumed wind-running pill, exquisite. Agility 15. Ding! Consumed wind-running pill, exquisite. Agility 15. Ding! Consumed wind-running pill, exquisite. Agility 15. Before long, the small island, originally a mere 100 square meters, had expanded more than threefold, surpassing the area of a standard basketball court. Meanwhile, Zhou Yao's backpack contained only 243 stones and 36 units of soil. Upon completing the island's upgrade, Zhou Yao set about establishing its defenses. He positioned the low-tier energy defense tower he had crafted the previous day in the center of the island, configuring its defensive range to 150 meters before retrieving the captured Arrow Tower. Arrow Tower, bronze level installed on the island. It automatically releases arrows to attack enemies, capable of targeting up to 3 foes simultaneously, with a maximum attack range of 150 meters. Zhou Yao scrutinized the attributes of the Arrow Tower, grimacing slightly as he muttered, "Better than nothing, I suppose. It should suffice for now." He then placed the Arrow Tower 5 meters in front of the Energy Defense Tower, closer to the beach. Having secured the island's defenses, Zhou Yao produced a construction blueprint for a small villa, also acquired from his conquests. Small villa construction blueprint, capable of constructing a small villa, occupying an area of 12 by 15. Materials required for construction: 200 wood, 100 iron or 150 stones, 10 cloth, 40 glass, 20 rubber. Observing the area depicted in the blueprints, Zhou Yao hesitated slightly and turned to Zhou Yao. Handing her the design for the small villa, he remarked, "Zhou Yao, please keep this for now. The island is still too small for construction. We shall build it after upgrading the island." Zhou Yao accepted the blueprints obediently, nodding before storing them in her backpack. Zhou Yao then retrieved 2 scrolls from his backpack, silently reciting, "Construct a well. Ding. The well has been successfully built. Earning, intermediate well. Stones -30, wood -50, iron or -10, rope -12. Construct a water reservoir. Ding. The water reservoir has been successfully built. Earning, intermediate water reservoir. Stones -200, soil -30. Once the notification concluded, an irregularly shaped water reservoir and a well with a diameter of approximately 1 meter gradually emerged beside the stone house. Above the well, a pulley system was installed for ease of drawing water. Next to the reservoir, Zhou Yao laid down the last remaining 6 units of soil and subsequently planted wheat. Having completed these tasks, Zhou Yao approached the small sailing boat docked at the shore. Upgrade the sailing boat. Ding! The upgrade was successful. The sailing boat has advanced to a single-masted sailboat, costing wood -200, iron or -80, cloth -10, rope -20. Ship 2 name, single-masted sailboat rank, low tier. Second stage owner, Zhou Yao upgrade requirements, wood -600, iron or -200, cloth -60, rope -40, glass -20. Without further upgrading the single-masted sailboat, Zhou Yao boarded it, retrieving the design for the heavy harpoon crossbow and the iron harpoons acquired yesterday. Forge a heavy harpoon crossbow. Ding! The crossbow has been successfully forged. Obtained 1 heavy harpoon crossbow. Wood -50, iron or -30, rope -4, rubber -2, iron harpoon -1. After installing the heavy crossbow at the bow of the ship, Zhou Yao disembarked and returned to Zhou Yao, opening the system panel to gift her the single-masted sailboat. He then produced 2 servant summoning scrolls and handed them to Zhou Yao. "Zhou Yao, summon 2 servants who can assist you with tasks or navigate the ship." Zhou Yao nodded and summoned 2 female attendants to manage the island. Zhou Yao opened his backpack, assessing the materials within. It should suffice for upgrading the ship. Contemplating this, Zhou Yao addressed the system. Upgrade the ship. Ding. The upgrade was successful. The small double-masted sailboat has been successfully upgraded to a double-masted sailboat. Costing wood minus 3,000. Iron or minus 1,800. Cloth minus 360. Rope minus 200. Glass minus 80. Rubber minus 50. Double-masted sailboat. A sailboat equipped with 2 masts, optimized for efficient navigation. Ideal for exploring uncharted waters. Capable of fitting 16 small cannons. Suitable for coastal adventures. Ship name, sloop rank. Second tier premium equipment. Heavy harpoon crossbow X1. Basic energy cannon X3 crew. 1240 owner. Zhou Yao upgrade requirements. 8,000 wood, 4,200 iron ore, 100 refined iron ore, 600 hemp, 400 rope, 160 glass, 80 rubber. Gazing at the sloop before him, which had nearly expanded by half its previous size, and then at his almost depleted backpack, Zhou Yao felt a profound sense of emptiness. The substantial resources he had acquired from the 3 fortune-bringing youths yesterday, combined with the accumulation over the past few days, had been squandered within a single morning. A wry smile escaped his lips as he contemplated his situation. A thought of robbing survivors flickered in his mind. Yet the faint glimmer of kindness deeply rooted within him tugged insistently at his conscience. Having previously experimented with the expedient method of killing to seize wealth, he found it difficult to simply dismiss this notion. Caught in this conflict, Zhou Yao abruptly shook his head, resolving to set the matter aside. Noticing the pallor on Zhou Yao's face, Lu Shiyao hurriedly approached, wrapping her arms around his, her concern evident. Zhou Yao, what troubles you? You look quite unwell. I'm fine. Just reflecting on some matters, Zhou Yao replied softly. He recognized that it was best not to share such thoughts with Lu Shiyao. If he, tormented by inner conflict, could not find clarity, she, with her inherently kind nature, would undoubtedly disapprove. Perhaps, with the advent of the age of exploration, witnessing the brutal realities of life and death and the relentless pursuit of treasure would gradually reshape his perspective. Chapter 28. Parting after the ship was upgraded to a schooner. Zhou Yao leaped onto the deck, which stood over 3 meters high. He surveyed the vessel, now nearly 20 meters long and boasting a width of around 7 to 8 meters. The gun platforms on both sides had expanded from the original 6 to 16. He retrieved the last 4 servant summoning scrolls and summoned 4 attendants once more. Subsequently, he took out 6 blueprints for crafting basic energy cannons. Crafting basic energy cannon. Ding. Detected the presence of low-level energy stones in the backpack. Would you like to include the low-level energy stone? Include. Ding. Crafting successful. You have acquired 1 basic energy cannon. Iron or 50 wood 10, saltpeter 10, low-level energy stone 1. He installed the 6 crafted energy cannons onto their platforms, assigning 3 attendants to operate the 9 energy cannons, while the remaining 13 managed to navigate the schooner. After arranging the servants, Zhou Yao returned to the cabin and pulled out the fully matured Windwalker grass from the barrel. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 4 Windwalker grass. Ding! Successfully triggered the double fortune talent. Congratulations! You have obtained 8 Windwalker grass. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 4 Windwalker grass. Ding! Successfully triggered the double fortune talent. Congratulations! You have obtained 8 Windwalker grass. 16 Windwalker grass. Quite satisfactory. He planted 2 more seeds of Windwalker grass. Zhou Yao then produced 2 giant strength fruits, refining the great strength pills with the 3rd tier inner dan. Ding! Pill refinement successful. 3rd tier inner dan. 1 giant strength fruit 2. Congratulations! You have obtained 3 premium great strength pills. Ding! Successfully triggered the double fortune talent. Congratulations! You have obtained 6 premium great strength pills. Continue refining. Ding! Pill refinement successful. 3rd tier inner dan. 1 giant strength fruit 2. Congratulations! You have obtained 5 premium great strength pills. Ding! Successfully triggered the double fortune talent. Congratulations! You have obtained 10 premium great strength pills. Haha, what good fortune! 4 giant strength fruits yielded 16 pills. Without hesitation, Zhou Yao consumed 10 great strength pills. Ding! Consumed premium great strength pill, strength 15. Ding! Consumed Premium, Great Strength Pill. Strength 15. Ding. Consumed. Premium, Great Strength Pill. Strength 15. Feeling the surge of power within him, Zhou Yao unleashed a powerful punch, the air ripping apart with a sharp explosive sound. This punch, if executed on Blue Star, would be sufficient to shatter a solid concrete wall. Upon returning to the island, Zhou Yao shared a light-hearted breakfast with Lu Yao. Afterward, he embraced her tenderly and placed the skill book of Frostflower Domain in her hands. Yao, please study this skill book. It should be adequate to face the impending calamity tomorrow. Lu Yao nestled in Zhou Yao's embrace, gently nodding and softly saying, Zhou Yao, I understand. After we weather the calamity, you must return swiftly. Rest assured, Yao, I will return as soon as possible. Gazing at the delicate beauty nestled in his embrace, Zhou Yao's hand began to wander restlessly once more. As noon approached, he stepped out of the stone cottage, casting a reluctant glance at the enchanting figure sprawled languidly upon the stone bed. Closing the door behind him, he turned towards the double-masted sailboat anchored at the island's edge. With a graceful leap, he ascended onto the deck and promptly issued a command. Zhou Yi, set course for Resource Island, full speed ahead. Upon receiving the order, the double-masted sailboat surged forward swiftly, while Zhou Yao stood at the stern, gazing intently in the direction of the island. By evening, the vessel continued its rapid navigation across the ocean surface. Throughout the afternoon, Zhou Yao did not deliberately seek higher-tier resource chests, instead acquiring 23 bronze chests and 1 silver chest. After trading 10 bronze resource chests through the friend system to Lu Yao, he began to open the resource chests. Ding! The silver resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations, you've received 500 G of beef, 500 milliliters of beer, 36 units of wood, 10 units of glass, and 2 beginner cannon crafting blueprints. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations, you've received 500 G of bread, 500 milliliters of mineral water, 18 units of wood, 16 units of coal, and 2 servant summoning scrolls. Ding! The bronze resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations, you've received 500 G of braised ribbon fish can food, 500 milliliters of mineral water, 16 units of stone, and 12 units of saltpeter. After opening 1 silver resource chest and 9 bronze resource chests, Zhou Yao not only accumulated hundreds of units of basic resources, but also obtained 4 servant summoning scrolls, 2 beginner cannon crafting blueprints, and 2 long sword crafting blueprints. The harvest was quite satisfactory. He received precisely what he needed. Once again, summoning 4 servants and crafting 2 beginner energy cannons to mount on the turrets. Zhou Yao's double-masted sailboat began to take shape. He retrieved the special resource chest he had acquired the previous day. Special resource chest, Tier 3, a wondrous resource chest capable of yielding various special items. Opening the special resource chest. Ding! The special resource chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations, you've received 4 exquisite body refining pills, 2 perfect clarity pills, 2 mysterious iron, and 2 crafting blueprints for locust stones. Without hesitation, Zhou Yao consumed the 4 exquisite body refining pills. Ding! Consuming exquisite body refining pill. Physique increased by 15. Ding! Consuming exquisite body refining pill. Physique increased by 15. Ding! Consuming exquisite body refining pill. Physique increased by 15. Ding! Consuming exquisite body refining pill. Physique increased by 15. Perfect clarity pill. A flawlessly refined elixir with no side effects. Consuming it boosts mental acuity by 50. With no limit on the quantity that could be consumed, Zhou Yao felt exhilarated. If he could swiftly refine a perfect elixir after defeating a batch of 4th-tier monsters, his strength would surely soar. As he indulged in these thoughts, he popped 2 perfect clarity pills into his mouth. Ding! Consuming perfect clarity pill. Mental acuity increased by 50. Ding! Consuming perfect clarity pill. Mental acuity increased by 50. Mysterious iron. A premium material for crafting weapons or armor. Locust stone crafting blueprint. Requires 1 fierce beast tooth, 5 iron ore, and 2 saltpeter. Synthesizable synthesis blueprint. Ding! Synthesis successful. Acquired. Iron lotus seed crafting blueprint 1. Iron lotus seed crafting. Beast tooth 1, special or 1. Iron or 5, niter 2. Special or? I wonder if dark iron will suffice. Let us give it a try. Zhou Yao retrieved the blood tooth obtained from slaying the blood-fawn wolf king and a piece of freshly unearthed dark iron from his backpack. Crafting the iron lotus seed. Ding! Dark iron detected as a special, or would you like to include dark iron? Yes. Ding! Concealed weapon crafted successfully. Congratulations on acquiring. Dark iron wolf fong dart 1. Wolf king's blood tooth -1. Dark iron -1. Iron or -5. Niter -2. Chapter 29. Surprise attack. Dark iron wolf fong dart. Gold grade, a concealed weapon that utilizes arm strength to inflict damage on enemies. The greater the force, the higher the damage. Automatically retrieves itself after 10 seconds of being shot. After examining its attributes, Zhou Yao stowed the dark iron wolf fong dart back into his backpack. He then accessed the system panel to review his personal attributes. Character name, Zhou Yao. Age, 21. Physique, 135 strength, 364, 244 120, agility, 366 spirit, 153 charm, 31 luck. Talent, double fortune SSS-Grade, unique, gifted talent. Level 2 heavenly SSS-Grade, unique, skills, advanced body technique, passive, intermediate blade technique, passive, intermediate diving, passive, void shattering star / titles, survivor, shark slayer, guardian nemesis, unique, combat power, late stage of tier 3 ship, name, double-masted sailboat tier, upper grade of tier 2 equipment, heavy harpoon chain crossbow X1, primary energy cannon X11 crew, 2040 owner, Zhou Yao. Upgrade requirements, 8,000 wood, 4,200 iron ore, 100 fine iron ore, 600 hemp cloth, 400 ropes, 160 glass, 80 rubber. Battle pet name, Xiao Mo owner, Zhou Yao. Type, ink turtle. Growth stage, bloodline, for Xuanwu bloodline combat power. Mid-stage of tier 3 skills, water bomb strike. Launches a powerful water bomb, dealing water-type damage to a single enemy, with an added slowing effect. Guardian of the Azure Waves, creates a massive water barrier centered around itself. When enemies touch the barrier, they are engulfed by the water flow, entering a brief state of dizziness. In the deep of night, the double-masted sailboat glided upon the sea, approximately 5 to 6 kilometers from the resource island. Zhou Yao gazed at the luminous moon and then at the distant resource island. After a moment's contemplation, he retreated to the cabin and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, Zhou Yao emerged from the cabin, yawning. He surveyed the resource island in the distance and noted the glimmering dot on the map that signified the treasure chest. He called out to Zhou Yi, "Bring the sailboat closer." The double-masted sailboat slowly resumed its course towards the resource island. When the vessel was merely 500 to 600 meters from the island, Zhou Yao commanded it to halt and adjust its direction, aiming 6 energy cannons towards the center of the island. Target, the center of the island. Fire all 6 cannons. At Zhou Yao's command, the 6 ominous cannon muzzles rapidly coalesced energy orbs, which hurtled towards the island's center. Continue firing. 6 energy projectiles soared once more towards the heart of the island. Boom! Boom boom! The sound of explosions reverberated, engulfing the center of the island in a cacophony of energy detonations. After 5 rounds of bombardment, the thunderous noise gradually subsided, only to be replaced by the roar of tigers echoing from the island's core, the tremendous sound shaking the trees upon the isle. "What are you shouting about? Come out already. It's been quite a while." Zhou Yao grumbled at the white tiger, but after some time, there was still no sign of its emergence. Zhou Yao found himself puzzled. Zhou Yao resolved to no longer wait. He instructed Zhou Yi and the others to remain vigilant on the ship while he leaped into the sea, swimming towards the resource island. The distance of 500 to 600 meters was traversed in mere minutes, given Zhou Yao's current prowess, as he set foot on the sandy shore of the island. Drawing forth the platinum-grade meteor blade from his backpack, he strode purposefully into the forest, effortlessly cleaving any low-tier beast that dared obstruct his path. Upon surmounting a small hill, Zhou Yao found himself at the foot of the slope, where he encountered a mid-phase 4-tier Galewind spirit tiger, majestically standing beside a chest amidst the ruins. Its fierce gaze fixed upon him. The chest appeared to be an ordinary wooden box, and had Zhou Yao not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would not have fathomed that it remained intact despite the ferocious bombardment. Not far behind it lay a modest cave entrance. likely obscured by thickets that had been reduced to ash by the recent cannon fire. Through the dim light, Zhou Yao perceived what seemed to be a white tiger within the cave, though for reasons unknown, it showed no inclination to emerge. The thought of it attempting a sneak attack on him was laughable. With that in mind, Zhou Yao's gaze sharpened as he charged towards the mid-phase Galewind Spirit Tiger. The tiger, upon noticing Zhou Yao's advance, let out a deafening roar and propelled itself forward with a powerful leap. The clash of the meteor blade against the tiger's massive paw resonated through the air, sending a formidable shockwave along the blade. Despite Zhou Yao's impressive strength of 364 points, he felt a tingling numbness in his arm from the impact. The Galewind Spirit Tiger, too, staggered from the collision, and a platinum-grade blade left a faint crimson mark on its paw, revealing a glimmer of surprise in its eyes, as if it had not anticipated that this human could withstand such a force. Quite the strength you possess, and such formidable claws. Yet the strike barely grazed you, Zhou Yao exclaimed defiantly, disregarding whether the beast could comprehend his words. He charged at the spirit tiger once more, wielding the meteor blade in a sweeping arc aimed at its neck. The Galewind Spirit Tiger reacted with astonishing swiftness, leaping backward to evade the lethal strike. As Zhou Yao's momentum carried him forward, the tiger opened its jaws wide, aiming to sink its teeth into Zhou Yao's arm, which would surely render it a mere morsel. However, Zhou Yao's reflexes were equally quick. He exerted force through his waist, twisting his body just in time to narrowly escape the deadly bite. Having evaded the attack, Zhou Yao swiftly retreated several meters, creating distance between himself and the Galewind Spirit Tiger. Zhou Yao transferred the falling spirit blade to his left hand and, disregarding martial ethics, retrieved a dark iron wolf fang dart from his backpack, positioning it in the palm of his right hand. With a swift flick of his wrist, the wolf fang dart shot forth, aimed directly at the forehead of the spirit pattern tiger. As the dart was released, Zhou Yao transferred the falling iron blade back to his right hand and charged towards the spirit pattern tiger with the blade raised. With a resounding thud, the wolf fang dart struck the tiger's forehead, embedding itself deeply into the flesh. Caught off guard by the ambush, the spirit pattern tiger felt a sharp pain in its head. Before it could react, Zhou Yao brought down his blade in a powerful arc aimed at the tiger's skull. Should this strike connect, even the formidable Riftwind Spirit Pattern Tiger would likely sustain severe injuries or even perish on the spot. Just as the falling spirit blade was about to descend upon its head, the recovering Spirit Pattern Tiger, unable to evade in time, opened its mouth wide, unleashing a blade of wind that shot toward Zhou Yao, who was perilously close. Chapter 30. The leaderboard. In a moment of dire urgency, Zhou Yao's heart sank. He swiftly pivoted, drawing his blade in an attempt to evade the wind blade, but its velocity was overwhelming and the distance between them was alarmingly short. The wind blade grazed Zhou Yao's right flank, slicing through his outer garment and leaving a significant gash in the crocodile leather armor he wore beneath, though it mercifully did not pierce through. As Zhou Yao turned to avoid the wind blade, the tip of his falling spirit blade skimmed past the right eye of the spirit pattern tiger. In an instant, blood erupted, and the creature emitted a bone-chilling howl, its right eye gushing crimson. Ignoring the fear welling within him, Zhou Yao seized the opportunity, raising the falling spirit blade and channeling all his strength into its form, which vibrated with a resonant hum. Sky-splitting star shatter. The blade's radiance surged forth, cleaving towards the enraged spirit pattern tiger. With a sickening thud, the blade penetrated the tiger's abdomen without resistance, exploding against the ground and creating a 2-meter-deep crater. The spirit pattern tiger, struck directly, lay on the ground in a pool of blood and innards, gasping for breath. It attempted to lift its head, but faltered, falling silent. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the 4th-tier beast, the rending wind spirit pattern tiger. As the first survivor in this region to kill a 4th-tier beast, you are rewarded 2 perfect body refinement pills, 2 perfect strength pills. Ding! Consuming body refinement pill, perfect, physique 50. Ding! Consuming body refinement pill, perfect, physique 50. Ding! Consuming strength pill, perfect, strength 50. Ding! Consuming strength pill, perfect, strength 50. As Zhou Yao swallowed the 4 pills, the system's notification echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations! Your combat strength has advanced to the 4th tier. As the first survivor in this region to break through to 4th tier combat strength, you are rewarded 2 beast tooth necklaces, 2 fiery/skill books. Ding! Congratulations, your combat strength has risen to the 4th tier. As the first survivor in the Huaxia region to achieve this, you are rewarded 2 gale boots, 2 ice crystal techniques. Ding! Congratulations, your combat strength has reached the 4th tier. As the first survivor in the Huaxia region to break through, you are bestowed the title, First Warrior. Ding! Due to your combat strength reaching the 4th tier, the leaderboard system has been activated. World announcement. Due to Zhou Yao, a survivor from the Huaxia region, achieving 4th tier combat strength, the leaderboard system is now activated. World announcement. Due to Zhou Yao, a survivor from the Huaxia region, achieving 4th tier combat strength, the leaderboard system is now activated. World announcement. Due to Zhou Yao, a survivor from the Huaxia region, achieving 4th tier combat strength, the leaderboard system is now activated. The repeated world announcements left Zhou Yao utterly bewildered. Is it truly necessary to make such a grand announcement for merely breaking through in strength and activating a leaderboard? He muttered in discontent. As the world announcements reverberated, the chat channels across the globe erupted into chaos. However, Zhou Yao paid little heed to the commotion and casually opened the leaderboard to inspect its contents. Combat Power Rankings Zhou Yao. Early Stage 4, 1298. Lu Shiyao. Mid-Stage 2, 203. Wang Qingyu. Early Stage 2, 186. Chai Hui. Early Stage 2, 179. Yi Chuan. Early Stage 2, 177. Wang Hu. Early Stage 2, 169. Feng Qianwei. Early Stage 2, 156. Qian Zhangwo. Early Stage 2, 152. Wu Daopeng. Early Stage 2, 146. Zhang Mei. Early Stage 2, 143. Equipment Rankings Falling Spirit Blade, Platinum Equipment, Owner, Zhou Yao. Gale Boots, Gold Equipment, Owner, Zhou Yao. Frost Condensation Staff, Silver Equipment, Owner, Lu Shiyao. Starry Spear, Silver Equipment, Owner, Qin Dahai. Rending Wind Crossbow, Silver Equipment, Owner, Sun Chongfu. Power Bracers, Silver Equipment, Owner, Zhou Yao. Frosty Armor, Silver Equipment, Owner, Lin Sheng. Silver Glow Boots, Silver Equipment, Owner, Gu Qing. Silver Light Battle Axe, Silver Equipment, Owner, Wei Ling Yong. Armor Piercing Blade, Silver Equipment, Owner, Feng Qianwei. Island Rankings Lu Shiyao. Stage 3 Island, 468. Qianzhang Wo. Stage 2 Island, 186. Chai Hui. Stage 2 Island, 165. Ship Rankings Zhou Yao. Upper Tier 2. Double-masted sailboat, Lu Shiyao. Lower Tier 2, single-masted sailboat, Qin Hongtao. Lower Tier 2, single-masted sailboat. Battle Pet Rankings, Ink Turtle. Mid-Stage 3, Owner, Zhou Yao, none. Equipment Rankings Surveying the various rankings, Zhou Yao found himself at the pinnacle in all categories, save for the islands he did not possess. He was not particularly surprised. Retrieving the ancient god S mark from his backpack, he approached the dilapidated wooden treasure chest. Despite its worn appearance, the chest was remarkably well sealed. Guardian Treasure Chest. Sealed within is the divine power legacy of the ancient god, which can only be unlocked with the ancient god S mark. Open the chest, Zhou Yao exclaimed, pressing the ancient god S mark against the chest. A beam of white light erupted from within, so swift that Zhou Yao scarcely had time to react before it penetrated his body through his forehead. It was only then that the system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Treasure chest successfully opened. Congratulations on receiving the Ancient God S Legacy. Ancient God S Legacy. Stage 1, you have acquired the legacy power of the fallen Ancient God. Each of your base attribute points is significantly stronger than those of others. However, this is insufficient. Before your combat power reaches Stage 7, you must locate and defeat the Black Shark King, Shark Outyin. Clenching his fist, Zhou Yao felt a remarkable enhancement within his body, undeniably more powerful than before. Yet upon reviewing his personal panel, he noted no change in attributes. He approached the corpse of the spirit pattern tiger, dismantling it to obtain 2 pieces of tiger skin, 2 stage for inner cores, tiger meat, and several tiger bones. Shaking his head, Zhou Yao decided to momentarily set aside thoughts of the ancient goddess legacy and instead examine the rewards just issued by the system. Beast Tooth Necklace, Silver Grade, Physique 8, Spirit 10, Magic Damage 300. Can be synthesized. Synthesize the necklace. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Beast Soul Pendant. Beast Soul Pendant, Golden Grade, Physique 20, Spirit 32, Magic Damage 1600. After examining the attributes of the Beast Soul Pendant, Zhou Yao nodded in approval. Increases magic damage. I shall send it to Zhou Yao shortly. With that, Zhou Yao continued to inspect the reward items. Swift Wind Boots, Golden Grade, Agility 40, Physique 20. Can be synthesized. Synthesize the Swift Wind Boots. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Cloud Treading Boots. Cloud Treading Boots, Platinum Grade, Agility 80, Physique 45, Movement Speed 15. An additional enhancement to movement speed, splendid. As he spoke, Zhou Yao donned the Cloud Treading Boots. After taking a few steps on the deck, he indeed felt his body become considerably lighter, and his movement speed greatly increased. Having familiarized himself with the equipment, Zhou Yao once again retrieved the Blaze Strike skill book from his backpack, held it before him, and began to examine the skill description. Chapter 31, Little White Flame Slash. Upon swinging the weapon, the blade ignites with a fierce blaze, unleashing a searing fire blade. The struck enemy not only suffers physical damage, but is also scorched by the flames, incurring continuous damage over a brief period. Can be synthesized. Skill synthesis. Ding. Skill synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring Purgatory Judgment 1. Eagerly, Zhou Yao examined the attributes of his new skill. Purgatory Judgment. When activated, energy converges into the blade, manifesting a colossal fiery blade shadow that slashes forth. The target not only instantly endures immense physical and fire damage, but is also ignited by the terrifying heat, entering a state of purgatory burn for 5 seconds, suffering an additional 20 true damage from the skill each second, and experiencing a 50 reduction in movement speed. This skill is excellent. It not only inflicts damage, but also slows the enemy. I must learn it immediately. Without finishing his thought, Zhou Yao crushed the skill scroll. In an instant, the scroll transformed into a red light and fused into his body. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the skill, Purgatory Judgment. Zhou Yao grasped the hilt of the fallen spirit blade, raising it aloft to unleash the Purgatory Judgment skill. As he infused energy into it, a translucent layer of flames began to materialize around the blade, gradually enveloping it. The crimson flames flickered and danced, radiating an unsettling heat. Sensing the transformation of the blade, Zhou Yao intensified his energy infusion. In a flash, the fiery blade surged dramatically, extending nearly 10 feet in length. The intense heat distorted the surrounding air. However, despite the blazing sword in his grasp, Zhou Yao felt no discomfort from the flames. As he infused the majority of his energy into the blade, it finally ceased absorbing his energy, as if reaching a certain threshold. Realizing this, Zhou Yao abruptly turned his gaze toward the lush forest beside him. He then swung the blade fiercely towards the trees. A terrifyingly hot flame blade aura, nearly 10 feet long, surged toward the forest. Wherever it passed, the air ignited instantaneously, forming a massive wall of fire. The trees within the forest erupted into flames upon contact with the aura, the blaze spreading rapidly. As the flaming blade aura shot forth into the woods, a series of crisp system notifications echoed in Zhou Yao's mind. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a first-tier beast. The blue-striped snake. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a first-tier beast. The bone-eating ant. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a second-tier beast. The thousand-eyed spider. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a first-tier beast. The wind shadow bat. Ding! You have accumulated a total of 100 beast kills, earning the title Beast Hunter. Ding! As the first survivor to slay over 100 beasts, you have earned the title Dawn Demon Slayer. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a first-tier beast, the two-tailed ferret. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a first-tier beast, the bone-eating ant. Ultimately, the blade of flame pierced through the thicket, soaring towards the sea, where it detonated with a resounding explosion approximately 2 to 3 kilometers from Resource Island. Accompanied by a violent blast, a cataclysmic force erupted instantaneously. A colossal wave, towering over 10 meters, was forcefully raised by this shockwave. Concurrently, The intense heat generated by the explosion swiftly evaporated the surrounding seawater. A thick mist of vapor rapidly ascended, soon enveloping the entire area. Goodness, are there truly so many mythical beasts on this island? Murmured Zhou Yao, unperturbed by the devastation wrought by the explosion. In my 3 visits to the island, aside from a few guardian beasts, I have not encountered any others. Could it be that they are all hiding? The presence of such numerous mythical creatures severely impeded his mining plans, and he resolved that they must be eradicated. With determination, Zhou Yao made his way towards the cave of the 4th-tier spirit pattern tiger, which he could not forget even in death. As he approached the cave entrance, Zhou Yao peered inside. The cave was not particularly deep, and with his 4th-tier strength, discerning the dimly lit interior was a trivial task. There, nestled on the ground, lay a pure white tiger cub, blissfully asleep. The cacophony outside had failed to rouse this slumbering little creature. Zhou Yao gently lifted the still sleeping white cub, caressing its fur and relishing the soft, smooth texture beneath his fingertips. At that moment, the system prompt echoed once more. Ding! A white tiger bloodline cracked wind spirit pattern tiger cub has been detected. Would you like to proceed with a bonding operation? Zhou Yao pricked his finger and declared bond. A droplet of his blood soared from his fingertip, landing on the cub's forehead, where it seamlessly melded into its skin. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the battle pet cracked wind spirit pattern tiger. Please name your battle pet. Let's call it Little White. Ding! Congratulations on the successful naming of the battle pet cracked wind spirit pattern tiger. Battle pet name, Little White Master. Zhou Yao type, cracked wind spirit pattern tiger, juvenile bloodline, white tiger bloodline 22 combat power. Initial stage of 1st-tier skills. None description. The cracked wind spirit pattern tiger, a descendant of the holy beast white tiger, possesses a formidable physique. With a high concentration of white tiger bloodline flowing within, it boasts exceptional combat prowess, particularly excelling in wind-based attacks, combining both speed and strength. Another battle pet with a lineage of the holy beast, and the bloodline concentration reaches an impressive 22. Zhou Yao remarked with a sense of wonder, placing the still sleeping Little White into the battle pet space. Master, is this little tiger your new battle pet? How adorable! Just as Zhou Yao settled Little White into the battle pet space, the tender voice of Xiao Mo resonated in his mind. Indeed, Xiao Mo, take good care of it. He shall be your little brother from now on, Zhou Yao thought affectionately, resembling a doting father, though a mischievous grin adorned his face, reminiscent of an uncle with ulterior motives. I will certainly take care of my little brother, Master. You need not worry. Xiao Mo's cheerful voice chimed in Zhou Yao's mind once more. Upon hearing Xiao Mo's response, Zhou Yao lavished praise upon him, subsequently tossing the 4th-tier tiger meat from his backpack to Xiao Mo, declaring, "This is your reward. Consume it all. Do not leave a morsel behind. Hurry and eat, or else it will be difficult to explain these tiger steaks when Xiao Bai matures. Yet by that time, it remains uncertain who will hold the title of big brother between the two." Zhou Yao mused inwardly. Having taken care of Xiao Mo, Zhou Yao did not linger any longer and swiftly made his way towards the double-masted sailing vessel upon the sea. After a few ascents and descents, he landed on the deck of the ship. He then commanded a change of course, preparing to embark on his audacious island slaughter plan. Chapter 32. The Island of Carnage Target Acquired. Resource Island. Fire at will. With Zhou Yao's thunderous command, 6 energy cannons unleashed a relentless barrage of energy projectiles, raining down upon every corner of the resource island. The thunderous explosions persisted for nearly 20 minutes, only ceasing when the energy reserves of the 6 primary cannons were finally depleted. Standing upon the deck, Zhou Yao initially reveled in the incessant notifications of kills echoing in his mind, his excitement palpable. However, after a few minutes, with no sign of the alerts abating, he reluctantly silenced the notifications. Once the barrage of energy projectiles had subsided, Zhou Yao surveyed the devastation wrought upon the resource island, now engulfed in flames and littered with ruins. This should suffice. The remaining low-tier monsters pose little threat to my minions, he mused as he opened the trading hall, exchanging 10 first-tier inner elixirs for 4 basic defensive towers and 2 minion summoning scrolls. After stowing the palm-sized arrow towers and the scrolls in his backpack, Zhou Yao sped towards the small energy ore vein located on the western side of the island. In mere moments, Zhou Yao stood atop the mineral vein. He retrieved the blueprint for the deep mining machine from his backpack. Deep mining machine blueprint. Iron ore 100 wood 50, rubber 10. Commence fabrication of the deep mining machine. With a chime, the construction was successful. Congratulations, you have acquired Deep Mining Machine X1. Iron ore -100, wood -50, rubber -10. Deep Mining Machine. Install the mining machine on the surface above the mineral vein. Engage the lever, and the machine will automatically excavate the ores beneath the ground. Maximum mining depth, 500 meters. Zhou Yao positioned the newly crafted deep mining machine on the ground, its long mechanical arm drilling downwards. Moments latte. A crisp system notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations, you have discovered a small energy ore vein. At last I have arrived, Zhou Yao exclaimed, beginning to operate the lever. As he moved, the mechanism whirred to life, and soon the first energy stone was automatically deposited into his backpack. Mining successful. Congratulations on acquiring low-tier Energy Stone X1. With each continued motion of the lever, energy stones flowed into his backpack, accompanied by a steady stream of system notifications. After a while, Zhou Yao paused, silenced the mining alerts, and retrieved the 2 minion summoning scrolls from his bag. Shattering the scrolls, 2 figures materialized before him. He instructed one of the minions to take over his task, and as the minion began to operate the lever, the energy stones in Zhou Yao's backpack steadily increased. Just as he had anticipated, the ores obtained by the minion were automatically transferred into his possession. Next, Zhou Yao reached into his backpack to produce the 4 basic defensive towers he had recently acquired. Basic defensive tower, bronze level, automatically attacks any non-allied creature within its defensive range, capable of engaging 1 to 3 targets simultaneously. Maximum attack radius, 120 meters. Surrounding the mining machine, Zhou Yao finally felt at ease after placing 4 defensive towers. After observing for a moment, he assigned 2 attendants to take turns mining the ore and left behind provisions of food and drinking water for several days. Upon returning to the 2-masted sailboat, Zhou Yao resumed his daily task of collecting resource boxes, remembering the skill books and 3 reward titles in his backpack that he had yet to examine. He reported his coordinates and began to peruse his rewards idly. Ice Crystal Technique, SSS-Grade, Middle a Rare, Ice Attribute Martial Art. Cultivating this technique can expand the practitioner's meridians, enhance their mastery over ice attribute energy, and increase the destructive power of ice spells against enemies. Can be synthesized. Synthesize Ice Crystal Technique. Ding, synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining Ice Essence Concentration Technique 1. Ice Essence Concentration Technique, SSS-Grade Supreme, an exceedingly rare ice attribute martial art. Cultivating this technique not only expands the practitioner's meridians and enhances their mastery over ice attribute energy, but also increases the destructive power of ice spells against enemies. Long-term cultivation can slightly elevate mental attributes. This technique can also enhance attributes. How splendid. My wife is truly fortunate. He chuckled mischievously to himself. After synthesizing the martial art, Zhou Yao turned his attention to the titles granted by the system. First Warrior, the first survivor in the Huaxiao region to break through to 4th tier combat power. All attributes 50. Beast Slayer, cumulatively slain 100 beasts. All attributes 25. Dawn Demon Slayer, the first survivor in the Huaxiao region to complete the slaying of 100 beasts. All attributes 50. The 3 titles contributed a total of 125 points to all attributes. Although it did not elevate Zhou Yao to the next combat power level, he could distinctly feel a remarkable surge in his strength. In the afternoon, the scorching sun cast its rays upon the surface of the sea, creating wisps of mist. Zhou Yao stood at the bow of the ship with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance where a gigantic turtle, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, was surfacing in the water. At his feet, a white tiger, over half a meter tall, disgracefully gnawed at a chunk of meat on the deck. As evening fell, the sailboat returned to Lu Shiyao's island. After a tender moment, Zhou Yao retrieved the Beast Soul Pendant and the Ice Essence Concentration Technique from his backpack and presented them to Lu Shiyao in his arms. He said, "Here, this is an Ice Attribute martial art and a pendant that I just acquired today. Please accept them." Before Lu Shiyao could speak, Zhou Yao pulled out 20 bronze treasure chests from his backpack and handed them to her, advising, "Zhou Yao, after midnight tonight, the black mist will assault the island. You must be cautious and take care of yourself." After pinching Zhou Yao's cheek playfully, he added, "It's merely a beginner's disaster. It should pose no threat to you. Moreover, the energy defensive towers on the island will ensure your safety." With a slight blush, Zhou Yao nodded and shyly handed him a pair of arm guards she had found in the resource box that day, whispering, "These arm guards are of silver quality, but they should provide some protection when worn." Zhou Yao accepted the arm guards, examined them, and donned them on his arms. Rock Breaker Armored Guard, Silver Grade, Strength 15. Physique 10. Zhou Yao, akin to a newlywed bride, gazed with deep concern and cautioned, "Be exceedingly careful while you are out. Once the dark mist passes this evening, return swiftly so we may develop the island together. Shall we?" After Zhou Yao responded affirmatively, he gazed at the charming figure in his arms, his hand once more wandering mischievously across Zhou Yao's form. In the dead of night, Zhou Yao stood upon the deck of the sailboat, his eyes lingering on the modest island in the distance. He pondered the trials that lay ahead and the dangers concealed within the ominous mist. Chapter 33. The arrival of the black mist in Zhou Yao's mind. He envisioned the various monstrous beasts that might emerge from the black mist, or the fierce weather that could assail him, pondering how he should respond. Ultimately, he shook his head, dismissing such ephemeral thoughts. Reflecting on the resources he had gathered today, aside from the 20 bronze resource boxes reserved for Zhou Yao, he still had a dozen silver resource boxes left unopened. Thus, Zhou Yao seated himself cross-legged on the deck and began to open the resource boxes one by one. Ding! The silver resource box has been successfully opened. Congratulations! You have obtained 500 G of bread for bottles of 500 milliliters beer, 32 stones, 10 pieces of burlap, and 2 blueprints for crafting basic cannons. Ding! The silver resource box has been successfully opened. Congratulations! You have obtained 500 G of beef for bottles of 500 milliliters edible alcohol, 36 pieces of wood, 20 pieces of glass, and 2 self-heating pots. Ding! The silver resource box has been successfully opened. Congratulations! You have obtained 500 G of lamb, 6 bottles of 500 milliliters iced tea, 28 pieces of rubber, 18 pieces of saltpeter, and 2 servant summoning scrolls. From the 10 silver resource boxes, besides the basic resources, he also acquired 6 blueprints for crafting basic cannons, 4 servant summoning scrolls, and 2 self-heating pots. Casually, he crushed the 4 servant summoning scrolls, increasing the crew of the 2-masted sailboat by an additional 4 members. Glancing into his backpack, he found ample resources. Moments later, the 5 remaining cannons on the deck were also equipped with basic energy cannons. Zhou Yao contemplated the situation. The most pressing matter was to enhance his strength. He then retrieved the remaining 6 exquisite strength pills and 10 exquisite wind-running pills from his backpack. Without hesitation, he consumed all 16 exquisite pills. Ding! Consumed strength pill, exquisite, strength 15. Ding! Consumed strength pill, exquisite, strength 15. Ding! Consumed strength pill, exquisite, strength 15. Ding! Consumed wind-running pill, exquisite, agility 15. Ding! Consumed wind-running pill, exquisite, agility 15. Ding! Consumed wind-running pill, exquisite, agility 15. Afterward, Zhou Yao seemed to recall something. He touched the nearly severed crocodile leather armor on him and pulled out a 4th-tier tiger skin he had just acquired today. Upgrade the armor. Ding! Armor upgrade successful. Congratulations! You have obtained Beast King armor. Crocodile leather armor -1. 4th-tier tiger skin -1. Beast King armor. Golden grade inner armor crafted from 4th-tier wind-splitting spirit pattern tiger skin. Physique 60, defense 2000. Donning the Beast King armor, a regal aura emanated from Zhou Yao. He paid little attention to this and instead opened the system panel to review his attributes. Character name, Zhou Yao. Age, 21. Physique, 475 strength, 694 agility, 721 spirit, 278 charisma, 31 luck. Talent, double fortune SSS level, unique, gifted talent. Level 2 heavenly ISSS level, unique, skills, advanced body technique, passive, intermediate blade technique, passive, intermediate diving, passive, rift star shatter, purgatory verdict. Titles, escapist, shark slayer, guardian nemesis, unique, Beast Hunter, First Warrior. Dawn Demon Slayer Combat Power. Mid-stage of 4th tier, vessel name, double-masted sailboat grade. Upper 2nd tier equipment. Heavy harpoon chain crossbow X1. Primary energy cannon X16 crew. 2440 affiliation. Zhou Yao upgrade requirements. 8,000 wood, 4,200 iron ore, 100 refined iron ore, 600 hemp cloth, 400 ropes, 160 glass, 80 rubber. Battle pet name, Little Mo Master. Zhou Yao species. Ink Tortoise growth stage bloodline. Xuanwu bloodline 8 combat power. Complete 3rd tier skills. Water bullet impact. Azure Wave Guardian. Battle pet to name, Little by Master. Zhou Yao species. Wind splitting spirit tiger. Growth stage bloodline. White tiger bloodline 22 combat power. Early 3rd tier skills. Wine blade. Tiger roar. Little by is impressive. It has reached the 3rd tier in just half a day. Zhou Yao remarked to Little by in the battle pet space. Before Little by could respond, a tender voice filled with a hint of grievance echoed in Zhou Yao's mind. Master, taking care of Little by has nearly exhausted me today. It eats too much. As Little Mo's voice faded, a childish girl's voice resounded once more in Zhou Yao's mind. Little Mo, what complaints do you have? It is your fortune to provide food for this young lady. How dare you tell the master that I am a glutton? Are you seeking a fight? With that, she lunged at the cornered Little Mo. Indeed, this fierce little tiger was not to be trifled with. A mere complaint from Little Mo led to a barrage from Little Bai. Zhou Yao cast a sympathetic glance at Little Mo, whose massive form was retreating into its shell, and shook his head helplessly. Joyful moments are always fleeting. Midnight arrived. Suddenly, a thick black fog rose ominously from around the sailboat, enveloping the double-masted vessel. Zhou Yao was instantly consumed by darkness. Even with his 4th tier strength, he could see nothing but an impenetrable void. Light the torches, Zhou Yao shouted. As the torches ignited, he could only discern faint glimmers of light. Desperate, he shouted again, everyone back to your cabins. No one is to emerge without my command. Once all the attendants returned to their quarters, Zhou Yao instinctively tightened his grip on the fallen spirit blade, alertly scanning his surroundings, attempting to sense any hint of danger in the engulfing darkness. Strangely, not only did his instincts yield no results, but even the sensing ring on his hand remained unresponsive. After a moment of waiting, the anticipated beast attack did not materialize. Instead, an overwhelming force of suction suddenly emerged. It was as if an invisible giant hand had suddenly emerged from the depths of the sea, firmly grasping the sailboat, intent on dragging it into the endless abyss. Concurrently, a fierce wind swept in like a tidal wave, causing the vessel to sway violently. Zhou Yao, nearly unsteady against the ferocity of the gale, reached forward instinctively, gripping the robust crossbow's stock before him with all his might, resisting the overwhelming force. Under the dual torment of this immense suction and the relentless wind, the two-masted sailboat resembled a flickering candle in the tempest on the verge of collapse. With a resounding crack, the stout main mast in the center of the ship was snapped by the wind, sending both sail and mast plummeting into the depths of the ocean. Yet, Zhou Yao could not afford to lament the loss of the vessel. He swiftly stowed the falling spirit blade into his backpack and clung desperately to the base in front of him. However, the mysterious force proved to be far more potent than Zhou Yao had anticipated. The unknown suction was merciless and tyrannical. While the wind whipped up monstrous waves that relentlessly battered the ship, each impact instilling a sense of imminent disintegration. Amidst the chaotic whirl, Zhou Yao felt as though he were at the very center of a colossal vortex, his body spinning uncontrollably along with the sailboat. The world before him blurred into obscurity, alternating flashes of darkness and light, as bizarre shadows raced past his eyes. Zhou Yao was convinced that, had he not possessed the strength of a mid-stage level 4, the current predicament would have sufficed to claim his life multiple times over. After a tumultuous whirl, a blinding beam of light pierced through the darkness, shooting directly toward Zhou Yao. The brilliance arrived too abruptly, leaving him no time to react. He sensed the flash before him, and then he was engulfed in an endless void, completely losing consciousness. Chapter 34. The Sakura Empire. At the same moment, Lu Shiyao, located on the island, appeared remarkably at ease. She effortlessly fended off the assaults of more than a dozen low-tier demonic beasts, causing the encircling black mist to gradually dissipate. However, The very same onslaught from these low-tier creatures left the majority of the survivors in utter disarray, with many succumbing to their attacks. As Zhou Yao observed the receding black fog, she lifted her gaze towards the distant sea. There a thick mass of black mist loomed, far more dense than that which enveloped her island. This dark cloud lingered ominously, showing no signs of dispersing. Anxiously, Zhou Yao approached the single-masted sailboat moored at the shore, intent on sailing towards the mysterious black mist to investigate further. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light erupted from the depths of the fog, lasting merely a few seconds before vanishing. With the disappearance of the light, the black mist over the sea began to slowly clear. Once the fog had all but dissolved, the tranquil sea lay bare, with no trace of the two-masted sailboat remaining. Zhou Yao, filled with urgency, steered her single-masted sailboat swiftly in the direction where the mist had dissipated. On the calm morning sea, a battered sailboat drifted aimlessly. Not far from the tattered vessel, a small island composed of coral emerged from the depths of the ocean. Aboard the sailboat, Zhou Yao lay on the deck, gradually awakening. The gentle sunlight bathed his face in warmth. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes, and through his fingers, he caught sight of a few seabirds soaring across the azure sky. The sea breeze, infused with the characteristic saltiness of the ocean, brushed against him, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of waves lapping at the hull. Zhou Yao propped himself up and surveyed his surroundings, realizing that the sailboat was languidly floating atop a serene sea. The surface shimmered under the sun's rays, while distant seagulls occasionally glided through the air, infusing this tranquil expanse with a touch of life and vitality. Rubbing his still, throbbing head, Zhou Yao scrutinized the dilapidated vessel, sighed, and opened the ship's panel. Ship name: two-masted sailboat, severely damaged, tier, second tier, upper-grade equipment. Heavy harpoon crossbow X1, basic energy cannons X16 crew, 2440 owner. Zhou Yao repair requirements: 1,000 wood, 200 iron ore, 60 cloth, 20 rope. Upgrade requirements: 8,000 wood, 4,200 iron ore, 100 refined iron ore, 600 cloth, 400 rope, 160 glass, 80 rubber. With a sense of helplessness, Zhou Yao opened his backpack to review the needed resources, realizing he was still a third short of the required materials for repairs. The sailboat had to be mended swiftly, otherwise survival would be impossible. Reluctantly, he accessed the trading hall, hoping to exchange for some fundamental resources like wood and iron ore. Upon seeing the text in the trading hall, he stood bewildered for 2 or 3 minutes, and even when he opened the item trading section, the same words greeted him. What on earth is happening? Has this thrown me into the realm of the Sakura Empire? Once again surveying his surroundings, Zhou Yao found nothing amiss. His gaze returned to the trading hall, where indeed the characters were in cherry blossom script, and the chat channel was abuzz with a group of cherry blossom people communicating in their floral tongue. There was no doubt about it. He was in the realm of the cherry blossom kingdom. Ha! Heaven has favored me, transporting me to this land of cherry blossoms. Zhou Yao exclaimed with excitement. Little cherry blossoms, just wait. I will ensure that you pay for your blood debts. This profound hatred was etched into the very bones of the children of Huaxia, an innate part of their being. After venting his emotions, Zhou Yao opened the system map. Aside from the few kilometers surrounding him, the rest of the map was shrouded in darkness. Not ready to give up, he zoomed out the map to its limits. Yet he still could not locate the area he once inhabited. Perhaps it was due to the borders still being closed, he thought to himself in consolation. In that case, I shall entertain myself with these little cherry blossoms for now. Reluctantly, Zhou Yao exchanged materials in the trading hall to repair a two-masted sailboat. Once he acquired sufficient materials, he eagerly set about the task of ship repair. Repairing the vessel. Ding! Two-masted sailboat repair successful. Wood 1,000, iron ore 200, linen 60, rope 20. In a flash of white light, the dilapidated two-masted sailboat was enveloped. The previously broken main mast stood tall once more in the center of the vessel, and the holes created by the tumultuous waves seemed to magically mend, as if they had never been harmed. In the blink of an eye, the once wretched sailboat was revitalized. Standing on the deck at the bow of the ship, Zhou Yao summoned all his attendants from the cabin, directing them to return to their respective posts. With everything back on track, Zhou Yao opened his friend's interface, only to find that his sole friend Zhou Yao, now displayed a grayish-white avatar. He attempted to click on Zhou Yao's icon, sending a message. Ding. International area not open. Message sending failed. Zhou Yao shook his head in disappointment. Although he had anticipated this situation, it still left him feeling disheartened. After calming his feelings of solitude, Zhou Yao silently intoned, "Heavenly Eye, activate." With a flash of golden light from his forehead, the system map instantly marked the locations of resource boxes and islands within a 20-kilometer radius. Besides the blinking resource box locations, 2 island icons appeared, one 12 to 13 kilometers to his left rear and the other nearly 20 kilometers to his right front. "Now that I've discovered you, you shall rue the day." Zhou Yao glanced back at the map, noticing a filter option had appeared at the top, seemingly out of nowhere. As a university student, he understood its function immediately. Opening the filter option, he concealed all resource boxes below silver tier, leaving only a scant few luminous points on the map. After determining his direction, Zhou Yao set the 2-masted sailboat swiftly towards the island ahead, conveniently scooping up a silver resource box along the way. An hour later, standing at the bow of the ship, Zhou Yao was able to clearly discern the outline of the island ahead. A moment later, the 2-masted sailboat had approached to within several hundred meters of the island. The isle appeared to measure around 100 to 150 square meters. Aside from a rudimentary stone cottage and a solitary coconut tree, there stood a lone watchtower, forlornly positioned beside the stone dwelling. A man, dressed in somewhat tattered clothing, stood at the edge of the island, waving towards the sailboat, seemingly shouting something. Yet, Zhou Yao could not comprehend a word. Chapter 35. The hunt begins. Zhou Yao commanded the sailboat to halt several hundred meters from the island, then leapt into the sea. He refrained from showcasing his true capabilities, instead swimming towards the island like an ordinary Tier 1 or Tier 2 survivor. The men on the island observed Zhou Yao's swift approach with a glint of malice in their eyes. As Zhou Yao neared the shore, standing in water that reached only to his chest, he waded closer to the island. The man, witnessing Zhou Yao's advancing figure, muttered something unintelligible before brandishing a crossbow. The cold steel tip of the arrow aimed directly at Zhou Yao's chest as he continued to utter threats, seemingly intent on robbing him. "Ah, how amusing." Zhou Yao smiled, unfazed, and continued his approach. Noticing Zhou Yao's disregard for his words, the man pulled the trigger of the crossbow, while a bolt from the island's arrow tower was also loosed. The 2 arrows surged toward Zhou Yao, yet he remained undeterred, raising his hand to seize the approaching crossbow bolt. With a casual flick of his wrist, he deflected the incoming arrow. Zhou Yao turned to the man with a smile that felt like the Grim Reaper-esque grin, instinctively causing the man to consider retreat. However, Zhou Yao had no intention of granting him that mercy. With a swift motion, he released the crossbow bolt with greater velocity, targeting the man's face. The man, lacking Zhou Yao's extraordinary prowess and only possessing late-stage Tier 1 strength, barely had time to react. With a dull thud, the bolt pierced through his forehead and exited through the back of his skull, embedding itself into the arrow tower behind him. Ding! You have slain a survivor from the Cherry Blossom Nation, who was engaged in farming on the mountain and randomly acquired half of the items from his backpack. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 1 servant summoning scroll, 500 G of bread, 36 units of wood, 52 units of iron, or 8 stones, 2 units of linen, 1 rope, 3 units of glass. What a miser! Such paltry possessions are hardly enough to fill my teeth. Before Zhou Yao could finish his thought, another system notification chimed. Ding! You have illegally invaded the Cherry Blossom Nation and slain a survivor, successfully activating the title Overseas Hunter. You will be pursued by all survivors of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Strive to survive at all costs. Announcement in the Cherry Blossom region. Due to the illegal incursion of Zhou Yao from the Huaxiao region into the territory of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the subsequent killing of a survivor, a bounty has been issued. Any survivor who kills or expels the invader will receive the title National Hero, granting a 10 boost to all attributes for all survivors of the Cherry Blossom Nation. For every 24 hours the invader Zhou Yao survives within the Cherry Blossom Nation, all survivors will suffer a -2 reduction to all attributes. As the announcement echoed thrice, chaos erupted among the survivors of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Yamamoto Ichiro exclaimed, "This Zhou Yao from Huaxia is utterly audacious. daring to trespass into our territory and commit murder. He must be torn to shreds. Kishida Kunri added, Baka, that despicable Chinese pig dares to provoke our great cherry blossom empire. Jiro Matsushita. Zhou Yao, you despicable invader. The land of our cherry blossom nation is not a playground for you. Await your transformation into minced meat. Kudo Suzuki. Zhou Yao. This barbaric wretch dares to offend the dignity of our cherry blossom nation. Our entire populace shall not let you escape unscathed. Takeo Watanabe. This Zhou Yao is utterly deranged, audaciously committing murder on our sacred territory. He must pay a grievous price. Jiro Ono. Zhou Yao, you shameless scoundrel, having perpetrated crimes in our cherry blossom nation. Do not presume you can easily evade retribution. We shall ensure you endure torment before your demise. Zhou Yao, oblivious to the chat channel due to his inability to comprehend the cherry blossom language, understood in his heart that a relentless conflict had ensued with the survivors of the cherry blossom nation. However, unbeknownst to him, thousands of miles away in the Huaxia region, an announcement reverberated. Huaxia region announcement. Due to the illegal incursion of survivor Zhou Yao into the territory of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the subsequent slaying of their survivors, a bounty has been placed on his head. For every 100 Cherry Blossom survivors Zhou Yao kills within their domain, all Huaxia survivors will receive 1 point of freedom attribute. For every 24 hours Zhou Yao survives in the Cherry Blossom region, all Huaxia survivors will gain 1 attribute point. The announcement repeated thrice, igniting fervor among the Huaxia survivors, and the chat channel erupted in excitement. Li Xian, Master Zhou Yao's maneuver is simply phenomenal. Charging solo into the Cherry Blossom Nation and eliminating their survivors is a resounding warning to those rascals. Wang Yu, wow, Master Zhou Yao is incredibly imposing. To unleash such carnage on Cherry Blossom soil shows them the might of our Huaxia people. Zhang Yong, Master Zhou Yao is akin to a god of war, navigating the Cherry Blossom Nation with ease, not only dispatching their people, but also instilling panic throughout the entire nation. This is the true essence of a hero. Hats off to him. Shenhu, Master Zhou Yao, is remarkable, creating such a stir in the Cherry Blossom Nation with such audacity and finesse. He truly deserves our unwavering support. Fengyu, Master Zhou Yao, is nothing short of valiant, displaying his prowess on Cherry Blossom Land, slaying their survivors while boosting our attributes. Continue your rampage. Let them know the strength of Huaxia. Ma Fei, Master Zhou Yao, is simply extraordinary, roaming freely in the Cherry Blossom Nation, making their survivors wail in despair. He is indeed a master, and we cannot help but admire him. Lu Shiyao stood on her small island, her heart finally at ease upon hearing the global announcement and learning about Zhou Yao's whereabouts. Yet moments later, her heart sank again. How could this be? He was being pursued by the entire Cherry Blossom Nation. Despite knowing Zhou Yao's formidable strength, concern gnawed at her. In the Cherry Blossom Nation, Zhou Yao leisurely circled the small island, finding nothing of value. Thus, he ambled over to an abandoned arrow tower and stowed it away in his backpack. Upon returning to the vessel, Zhou Yao once again activated his celestial vision ability. On the map, the shadows of 2 islands emerged, positioned one to the left and one to the right, both located ahead of the sailing ship. With sails unfurled, the ship swiftly navigated towards the island on the left. Issue a pursuit order. I shall seize some resources and elevate the ship's level. Zhou Yao contemplated as he inspected the title recently bestowed by the system. Overseas Hunter, a title awarded for eliminating overseas survivalists. All attributes 20, all ship's movement speed 10, 100. Enhancing the ship's speed by a percentage. This title seemed tailor-made for him. Before long, the brigantine appeared on the ocean's surface near the island, which was notably larger than the previous one, spanning approximately 200 square meters. The island featured a stone house and a reasonably sized wheat field, alongside a small water well. Most strikingly, a small cannon was positioned centrally on the island, its dark muzzle ominously aimed at Zhou Yao's sailing vessel. Chapter 36. Viciously kicking the crippled ones. How audacious. Not only do they refuse to surrender upon sighting my warship, but they also dare to aim their cannons at me, remarked Zhou Yao. He commanded the ship to turn, eager to demonstrate whose weaponry was superior. At that moment, A cannonball struck the sea surface a mere 10 meters from the double-masted vessel, sending a plume of water skyward. "Umph, you instigated this confrontation. If you seek your own demise, do not blame me. Fire." Before the ship could properly adjust its position, Zhou Yao issued the command. A resounding explosion followed as an energy projectile soared toward the island. A tremendous blast ensued, the energy shell detonating upon impact and sending shockwaves radiating outward. Ding! You have slain the survivor Matsushita from the Sakura Nation, randomly acquiring half of the items from his backpack. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 1 basic backpack manufacturing scroll, 500G of bread X3, 500G of purified water X5, 62 units of wood, 80 units of iron ore, 24 stones, 13 units of hemp cloth, 6 ropes, 14 glass. Another impoverished soul, Zhou Yao, onward to the next island. As the double-masted ship set sail for the next destination, just 5 minutes into the journey, Xiao Mo's voice suddenly echoed in Zhou Yao's mind. "Master, I sense a group with the bloodline of the Xuanwu sacred beast located 10 kilometers to our left. Let us investigate. Capture them all for Xiao Mo to feast upon," Zhou Yao replied. Excited by her master's promise, Xiao Mo exclaimed, "Thank you, master. Let's hurry." Zhou Yao smiled gently and called out to Zhou Yi, "Turn the helm in that direction." He gestured westward. Soon, the double-masted ship arrived at the location Xiao Mo had indicated, but the tranquil sea bore no signs of unusual activity. Zhou Yao inquired, "Is this the place, Xiao Mo?" "Indeed, this is the spot. Xiao Mo will guide you." Zhou Yao gestured to release Xiao Mo from the battle pet space. With a resounding thud, Xiao Mo's colossal form crashed onto the sea's surface, sending a towering column of water soaring several meters high. Zhou Yao then retrieved a water-repelling pearl, clutching it in his left hand, and infused it with energy before leaping into the sea. Submerged, he followed Xiao Mo toward the ocean floor. Remarkably, an invisible barrier encircled him, creating a radius of about a yard that kept the surrounding water at bay. Thus, Zhou Yao stood upright, hands clasped behind his back, at a depth of over 10 meters beneath the surface. The water was relatively clear, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he found no sign of the creatures Xiao Mo had mentioned. Puzzled, he glanced at Xiao Mo, who, sensing danger, had already deployed a protective skill, the Azure Wave Guardian. Around herself, in front of her massive turtle head, a water orb the size of a basin began to coalesce. In the next instant, the formed water orb sped toward a stretch of sandy seabed not far ahead. Just as the orb was about to make contact, a gigantic crab claw sprang forth from the sand, fiercely striking the incoming water orb. In an instant, the orb detonated like an underwater mine, erupting in a violent explosion. A tremendous force emanated from the water bomb, rapidly radiating outward. The previously flat sandy terrain was disrupted by the impact, with fine grains of sand being lifted and swirling in the water, obscuring the surroundings. As the sand slowly settled to the ocean floor, a colossal crab brandished its massive pincers, confronting the small turtle. Behind the giant crab, approximately a dozen smaller crabs also waved their pincers, seemingly cheering for their leader. The Xianjia crab, a peak 4th-tier beast, was entirely encased in a robust, dark shell, showcasing formidable defensive capabilities. Its powerful pincers could effortlessly crush rocks, serving as lethal instruments for both hunting and defense, roaming the ocean floor with impunity. Zhou Yao observed the leading Xianjia crab without haste, arms crossed over his chest, keenly intrigued by the unfolding battle. The enormous turtle, with a shell as dark as ink, fixed its copper bell-like eyes on the Xianjia crab, its 4 stout legs propelling it through the water, stirring up a cloud of sediment. The Xianjia crab, equally massive, was enveloped in a thick shell, its edges sharp as blades. Raising its giant pincers high, they snapped ominously as they opened and closed. After a brief standoff, the Xianjia crab struck first, its pincers slicing through the water as it lunged fiercely at the turtle. The small turtle reacted swiftly, retracting its head and stout legs into its shell. With a resounding clink, the enormous pincers clamped down at the edge of the turtle's shell, but the turtle's shell was far too large to be seized, causing it to slip to the ocean floor. Realizing it could not hold the massive shell, the Xianjia crab lifted its pincers and smashed down upon the turtle's back, sending up a spray of silvery droplets, yet failing to inflict any significant damage. Seizing the opportunity during the Xianjia crab's assault, the turtle suddenly extended its head from its shell, revealing a mouth lined with sharp teeth, and bit down on the joint of the crab's leg. With a vigorous shake of its head, it severed one of the crab's legs and chewed voraciously, the crunching sound echoing through the water. In pain, the Xianjia crab retaliated with a swift strike of its pincers towards the turtle's head. The turtle, left with no choice, withdrew its head back into its shell. The pincers grazed the shell, creating a flurry of bubbles, which carried fragments of the crushed crab leg. The enraged Xianjia crab waved its massive pincers once more, aiming to strike the turtle, which had completely withdrawn into its sturdy shell. With a resounding thud, the pincers crashed against the shell, only stirring a cloud of murky water without any further effect. The turtle, taking advantage of the crab's attack, occasionally peered out from its shell, waiting for the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack. After several exchanges, 3 of the crab's 8 legs had been severed by the turtle, while another leg, though still attached, was already crushed. Undeterred, the Xianjia crab clamped its pincers around the turtle's neck shield, forcefully yanking it backward. The turtle was sent hurtling towards the rear of the Xianjia crab, its massive shell trailing behind. In the depths of the ocean, the agile little ink seized the opportune moment, its head darting forth like a bolt of lightning, sinking its teeth firmly into the tender underside of the Xianjia crab. Thus, these 2 colossal creatures tumbled through the seabed, ultimately crashing onto their backs. With unwavering determination, little ink clamped down on the crab's vulnerable region, refusing to relent despite the frantic struggles of the Xianjia crab. Observing their leader ensnared by the turtle and unable to escape, a slightly smaller Xianjia crab, lacking any sense of honor, brandished its formidable pincers and charged ferociously at little ink, aiming directly for the elongated neck that extended beyond the protective shell. In the next instant, a sharp sound pierced the water, followed by a crimson spray that swiftly diffused through the azure depths. Chapter 37. A double blessing. The ambush on the armored crab came to an abrupt halt as its formidable pincers fell helplessly, gradually sinking to the ocean floor. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, Zhou Yao, wielding the fallen spear blade in his right hand, continued to smile as he observed the fierce struggle between the 2 sea beasts. Just moments ago, Zhou Yao had witnessed a 4th-tier early-stage armored crab raising its pincers in an attempt to sneak up on the grappling Xiaoma. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed a streak of sword energy, cleaving the assailant in 2. The remaining armored crabs, witnessing this spectacle, dared not advance to assist and instead retreated to watch from a safe distance. Although their intelligence was not particularly high, the instinctual awareness of the humans' terrifying prowess was palpable after witnessing the effortless dispatch of their second-in-command. In the midst of the battle, Xiaoma blinked its small eyes, invigorated by its master's valor, and bit down fiercely on the armored crab king's massive jaws. With a resounding crunch, a bloody gash was torn into the rear abdomen of the armored crab king. A wave of excruciating pain surged through its entire body, and even its once impenetrable shell could not withstand such torment. The crab king weakly waved its enormous pincers a few times, the fierce glint in its eyes dimming, replaced by a profound sense of dread. It realized that this seemingly 3rd-tier tortoise was far more formidable than it had anticipated. Moreover, lurking behind, it was an even more terrifying human. Continuing the struggle could very well lead to its demise. No longer exuding the same ferocious energy, the Crab King began to slowly retreat, attempting to escape the dreadful battlefield while Xiaoma had yet to launch another attack. Xiaoma, however, sensed the Crab King's intentions, a glimmer of cunning flashing in its small, green eyes. It was unwilling to let this adversary slip away easily, especially given the precious Xuanwu blood contained within the Crab King, which Xiaoma deemed essential. With determination, Xiaoma propelled itself toward the armored Crab King. Enraged at the sight, the Crab King furiously brandished its pincers, seemingly attempting to intimidate Xiaoma. Yet, Xiaoma remained undeterred, lifting its head high and charging boldly at the Crab King. The Crab King, feeling the fierce momentum of Xiaoma's advance, endured the agony in its abdomen and swung its pincers in an effort to block the impending collision. With a thunderous crash, Xiaoma's shell collided with the Crab King's pincers, sending a cascade of silver spray into the air. Following this, Xiaoma employed the same tactic once more, extending its neck to bite down firmly on the base of one of the Crab King's legs. With a sudden, forceful shake of its head, a sharp crack resonated as the leg was mercilessly severed. The armored Crab King, racked with pain, swung its massive pincers in a furious attempt to retaliate against Xiaoma. However, Xiaoma was equally resolute. Retracting its head into its shell, it awaited the opportune moment to strike again. Indeed, Xiaoma's classic tactic of retreating into its shell proved effective. The sound of crunching echoed as the remaining crab legs were systematically bitten off or yanked away one after another. Deprived of its crab leg support, the formidable armored Crab King began to sway, gradually losing its balance in the ocean's depths, its massive body rendered immobile upon the seabed. It flailed its enormous pincers in a futile attempt to resist death. Yet the fierce glint in its eyes was slowly supplanted by fear. The surrounding armored crabs gazed upon their king's woeful state, their own eyes reflecting a dawning terror. They yearned to flee, to escape this dread-laden realm. Suddenly, one armored crab bolted in a determined direction, prompting the others to scatter in a panicked exodus. Observing the fleeing crabs, Zhou Yao smirked, a playful glint dancing across his features. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before the first fleeing crab, swiftly dispatching it with a graceful sweep of his blade. Without pause, he flickered through the water, eliminating the remaining dozen crabs beneath the arc of his weapon. Once the last of the fleeing crabs lay vanquished, Zhou Yao collected a handful of demon cores, leaving the carcasses strewn across the ocean floor. With a swift motion, he approached the small, ink creature, still toying with the limbless Crab King. After a gentle pat upon its large head, he effortlessly ended the armored Crab King's life, declaring to the small creature, "I shall await you aboard the ship." With that, he ascended toward the surface. Upon returning to the cabin, a series of notifications echoed in Zhou Yao's mind. Ding. Your battle companion, Xiao Mo, has consumed the armored crab meat, increasing the density of its Xuanwu bloodline. The notifications continued, repeating the enhancement until, at last, one proclaimed, Ding. The density of your battle companion, Xiao Mo's Xuanwu bloodline, has reached 20, initiating evolution. Evolution, without seeking my permission as its master? Ding. Evolution complete. Congratulations. Your battle companion Mo turtle has evolved into the Xuanjia turtle. Remarkably, consuming the armored crab led to its transformation into the Xuanjia turtle. Zhou Yao chuckled at Xiao Mo's evolution while perusing the map. Moments later, Xiao Mo's voice resonated within Zhou Yao's mind. Master, I am full. You shall go feed Xiao Bai. Go ahead, but do not wander too far. Zhou Yao admonished, akin to a concerned father advising his child. At noon, Zhou Yao leveled yet another island, yielding a commendable bounty, nearly 500 foundational resources, and, unexpectedly, a beginner's ship enhancement scroll. This scroll for enhancing vessels was a first for Zhou Yao. Beginner's Ship Enhancement Scroll can enhance ships of rank 4 or lower, increasing the enhanced ship's defense by 10. Each ship may utilize it 3 times. Use the scroll. Ding. Enhancement successful. Your double-masted sailboat's defense has increased by 10. It was not until evening that Zhou Yao sounded the retreat from his slaughter. Within a single day, he had eradicated nearly 10 cherry blossoms. Coupled with the resources acquired from treasure chests, he had amassed ample resources to upgrade his vessel. Zhou Yao glanced once more at the remaining items within his backpack, realizing that the only useful item left was the servant summoning scroll. After shattering the scroll, the number of his servants increased by 6. By tomorrow, he would likely be able to elevate his ship to the 3rd tier. While he contemplated his plans for the following day's endeavors, he remained oblivious to the fact that his location had already been transmitted by the cherry blossom he had vanquished. After recalling the exuberant little Mo back to the battle pet space, despite the commotion between the 2 battle pets, Zhou Yao was forcefully transported back to his cabin, preparing to retire early for the night. At dawn the next day, Zhou Yao, as per his routine, rose early and made his way to the deck to stretch his limbs. After the entire crew had partaken in breakfast, Zhou Yao activated his celestial vision, embarking once again on the grand venture of vengeance. Chapter 38, Watanabe, Shinryu Ding. Congratulations on surviving over 24 hours in the land of cherry blossoms. All attributes of Huaxia survivors increase by 1. Ding. Due to Zhou Yao's survival exceeding 24 hours in the land of cherry blossoms, your attributes increase by 1. Not only Zhou Yao, but the exhilarating sound echoed in the minds of all Huaxia survivors simultaneously. Liang exclaimed, "Wow, Master Zhou Yao is incredible. An increase in all attributes. This is truly a momentum shift. Keep it up, Master. Let the little cherry blossoms witness the prowess of Huaxia." Wang Yu added, "Master Zhou Yao is magnificent. This attribute boost arrives just in time. With a master like him in the land of cherry blossoms, our strength is bound to soar, and we will teach those little cherry blossoms a lesson." Zhang Jinyong remarked, "Master Zhou Yao is truly a blessing for Huaxia. A day's leisure in the land of cherry blossoms brings us such generous rewards. Following him, we can stride confidently through this survival world." Lin Wanning gushed, "Master Zhou Yao is so handsome. I want to bear your children." Chen Hu exclaimed, "Master Zhou Yao is amazing. An increase of 1 in all attributes in just 1 day. At this rate, Huaxia survivors will dominate the world in no time." Lu Hongbin inquired, "Master Zhou Yao, do you need any charms?" "I would gladly be your charm." Li Qingrong replied, "Same here." Lu Hongbin retorted, "Get lost. Master Zhou Yao is mine." However, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Almost simultaneously with the notification in the minds of Huaxia survivors, an electronic prompt reverberated in the minds of all survivors in the land of cherry blossoms. Ding. Due to Zhou Yao's survival exceeding 24 hours in the land of cherry blossoms, your attributes decrease by 2. Yamamoto Kusuk exclaimed, "What kind of monster is this Zhou Yao? Just because he survived an extra day in our land of cherry blossoms, our attributes drop by 2. He must not be spared." Suzuki Minako fumed. "That despicable Zhou Yao has caused us a loss in strength. All survivors of the land of cherry blossoms must unite and make him pay dearly." Sato Aoi declared, "This Zhou Yao is a calamity for our land of cherry blossoms. He must be torn apart to quell my hatred." Watanabe Shinryu seethed, "Zhou Yao, you scoundrel. How dare you decrease the attributes of the citizens of our great cherry blossom empire? I vow to personally turn you to dust." Nakagawa Kina implored, "Watanabe-kun, you must avenge us. Skin that Zhou Yao alive." Mikami Yuyo exclaimed, "Wow, Watanabe-kun, you must eliminate that Huaxia person. They are willing to serve you for a night." Habe Kaiwa added, "They are willing to serve you, Watanabe-kun." Yamamoto Koji stated, "Watanabe-kun, whatever you need, be it ships or personnel, our Yamaguchi Association will support you unconditionally. Together, we will tear that Huaxia person to shreds to relieve our hatred." Hundreds of miles away, on a small island of over 300 square meters, Watanabe Shinryu gazed at the flattery and worship flowing through the chat channel, his swelling vanity nearly bursting from his chest. A smug smile curved his lips. His eyes filled with an air of haughty superiority. Watanabe Shinryu was once an ordinary citizen of the land of cherry blossoms, leading a monotonous existence that revolved around the daily grind. In his 30s, he remained single, residing in a modest 30-square-meter abode left by his deceased parents. Everything changed with the advent of the global island survival world, where he awakened an SSS-level talent for evolution, enabling him to upgrade items daily. Thanks to this unique gift, he elevated his island to the 3rd tier in just 9 days and upgraded his vessel to a 2nd tier, medium-quality, 2-masted sailboat, equipped with a pair of small cannons procured from the trading post. Not only did Watanabe swiftly enhance his island and ship, but he also utilized the elixirs and resources acquired from the region to propel his own strength to the mid-3rd tier. He firmly established himself at the pinnacle of the rankings for islands, ships, and combat prowess in the land of cherry blossoms. As his power grew, so did his arrogance and disdain for others. Upon reading a system announcement that Zhou Yao had attacked his homeland, he believed the moment to assert his dominance had arrived. In a fit of bravado, he glanced at the sycophantic remarks in the chat channel and decided to make his own declaration. "Watanabe Shinryu, I will personally rend this Zhou Yao, a citizen of Huaxia, into pieces. If anyone can provide his coordinates, I shall reward them with 10 kilograms of drinking water." Yamamoto Koji, "Watanabe-kun, you are formidable." With such resolve, Zhou Yao is doomed. I am willing to search for his coordinates with all my might. Sato, Ichiro, Watanabe-kun, your determination is commendable. With you leading the charge, Zhou Yao will surely meet a gruesome fate. We shall support you wholeheartedly. Tanaka Hayato, Watanabe-kun, your offer is grand. Zhou Yao cannot escape. We eagerly await your triumph over that Huaxia individual. Kimura Maki, Watanabe-kun, you are the hope of the land of cherry blossoms. For 10 kilograms of drinking water, we shall certainly assist you in locating Zhou Yao. Ono Takuya, Watanabe-kun, your wisdom is unmatched. How dare Zhou Yao wreak havoc on our territory? You will ensure he pays a bitter price. Kojima Kenji, but Watanabe-kun, while you possess great strength, what if this Zhou Yao is too far away? Akasaka Kenzuya, indeed, Watanabe-kun, distant water cannot quench nearby thirst. Matsumoto Chikushu, yes, Watanabe-kun, what then? As he observed the doubts expressed in the chat, Watanabe Shinryu snorted dismissively and shared an item illustration in the channel. Watanabe Shinryu, teleportation earrings. Teleportation earrings, a rotating earring that consumes energy, allowing instantaneous travel to a place of your choosing. Maximum single-use teleportation distance, 100 kilometers. Yamamoto Koji, Watanabe-kun, these teleportation earrings are extraordinary. Capturing Zhou Yao will be as effortless as reaching into a pocket. You shall become a hero of the land of cherry blossoms. Suzuki Megumi, wow, Watanabe-kun, the teleportation earrings are beyond amazing. Zhou Yao is finished. The glory of the cherry blossom empire rests upon your shoulders. Sato, Ichiro, Watanabe-kun, with that divine artifact in hand. Zhou Yao's doom is imminent. Takahashi Yoshiko, Watanabe-kun, the teleportation earrings are invincible. Capturing Zhou Yao will be a mere formality. You are indeed the hero of the Grand Cherry Blossom Empire. Kenji Kojima, Watanabe-kun, this earring is truly a magical artifact. With it, you shall surely capture Zhou Yao and achieve great renown in the land of cherry blossoms. Tetsuya Sugura, Watanabe-kun, with the earring in your possession, Zhou Yao is undoubtedly doomed. You are the pride of the great cherry blossom empire. These words, though publicly shared in the chat channel to exert pressure on Zhou Yao, went unnoticed by him. He neither read their messages nor could he comprehend their content if he had. At this moment, Zhou Yao remained blissfully unaware, continuing his pursuit of wealth until the afternoon. Having just plundered a small island and inspected his spoils, Zhou Yao activated his heavenly eye skill once more, only to be pleasantly surprised. Less than 10 kilometers to his right, a sizable resource island materialized on the map. Thus, Zhou Yao commanded his sloop to sail at full speed towards the resource island. In just half an hour, he arrived at the shallow waters surrounding the island. Tier 2 Resource Island, capable of yielding second-tier mineral resources with careful exploration. One may also uncover basic herbs. Zhou Yao surveyed the Tier 2 Resource Island and activated his Heavenly Eye skill again. Chapter 39. The Tigress as the Eye of Heaven was activated. The entire topography of the island materialized upon the Zhou Yao system's map. In the heart of the Resource Island, a small iron ore vein, approximately 10 meters in length and 2 meters in width, prominently appeared. To the north and east of the Resource Island, coal and nitrate mines were also located, though Zhou Yao paid little heed to these. He instructed Xiao Mo to summon the Battle Pet Space, allowing it to guard the two-masted sailboat in the sea. With a single leap, Zhou Yao effortlessly covered the distance of over 200 meters, landing lightly on the sandy beach at the island's edge. Surveying his surroundings with a calm demeanor, he summoned Xiao Bai, who had grown to over a meter in height, nearly reaching 2 meters. Standing beside Zhou Yao, Xiao Bai towered above him, making Zhou Yao's robust frame of 185 centimeters appear diminutive in comparison. What on earth is the point of growing so large, you tigress? Zhou Yao muttered to Xiao Bai. Unfazed by his complaints, Xiao Bai threw her head back and unleashed a thunderous roar. Goodness, you startle me, Zhou Yao exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden ferocity of her roar. He playfully smacked her back and said, "Lie down. What is the purpose of being this big?" Xiao Bai emitted a few disgruntled huffs, begrudgingly bowing her head. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yao grasped the snowy fur at her neck, exerted some force, and mounted her broad back. "Look at you, Xiao Bai, experiencing this day, haha. No sooner had he settled on her back than he heard Xiao Mo's voice in his mind, teasing Xiao Bai. You little turtle. Since I didn't beat you well enough yesterday, just wait for me. She even bared her teeth at Xiao Mo in the sea, causing him to retract his neck and promptly fall silent. Zhou Yao shook his head in exasperation at Xiao Mo's predicament. Let us go, Xiao Bai. Let us scout this resource island, he commanded. With a resounding roar, Xiao Bai surged forward, racing along the coastline towards the east. Despite her swift pace, Zhou Yao remained steady upon her back, unaffected by her speed. Moments later, he spotted two sailboats docked along the shore in the distance. On the beach, a small figure resembling a cherry blossom appeared to be nibbling on something. Zhou Yao patted Xiao Bai's head, prompting her to accelerate until they were almost instantly before the little figure. As the figure sensed their approach and looked up, Zhou Yao offered a slight smile. Before the figure could fully comprehend the situation, Xiao Bai opened her massive jaws and swiftly took its head. Ding! Your battle pet Xiao Bai has slain the survivor in no way, San Niao from the Sakura Nation, randomly acquiring half of the items from their backpack. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring a mining pickaxe, 500 grams of bread, 500 milliliters of purified water, 2 pieces of sea snake meat, 1 second-tier demon dan, 13 pieces of refined iron ore, 96 pieces of wood, 62 pieces of iron ore, 38 stones, 18 pieces of hemp cloth, 10 ropes, and 33 pieces of glass. Feeling drowsy, I could use a pillow, and just as I was pondering my lack of tools for mining, the mining pickaxe has arrived. With that, Zhou Yao tossed 2 pieces of sea snake meat to Xiao Bai and continued his patrol of the resource island. Let those little cherry blossoms keep busy. I'll deal with them last. Before long, Xiao Mo carried Zhou Yao as they surveyed the entire outer islands, finding no abnormalities. Let us move on, Xiao Bai, and take a look inside. Xiao Bai shook his large head, carrying Zhou Yao as they leisurely made their way into the woods. Wherever they roamed, the demonic beasts scattered in fear, terrified of the calamity that was Xiao Bai. To avoid alarming the snakes, Zhou Yao deliberately instructed Xiao Bai to steer clear of the central area containing the refined iron ore. Their patrol of the resource island went smoothly, aside from gathering a few herbs in the middle, with no obstacles in their path. Subsequently, Zhou Yao rode Xiao Bai slowly toward the central region of the resource island. However, as their figures emerged in the central area, they were greeted by a volley of crossbow bolts. Damn it, we've been discovered. Xiao Bai, how could you be so careless? His words dripped with disdain for the incoming arrows. Hearing Zhou Yao's unreasonable complaint, Xiao Bai let out a few displeased roars but did not retort. Instead, he vented his frustration and indignation upon the arrows. With a swift lift of his massive paw, Xiao Bai effortlessly swatted several bolts aside and continued to move forward at a leisurely pace. After traversing just a few meters, they spotted an open area outside the woods where a dozen little cherry blossoms stood ready for an ambush. How did you know I was coming? How dare you launch a sneak attack on me? After a moment of silence without a response, Zhou Yao jumped down from Xiao Bai's back and patted him. Since they cannot understand, they are all yours. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Bai charged toward the crowd. In the blink of an eye, he covered the distance of dozens of meters. Xiao Bai raised his enormous front paw and aimed it at one little cherry blossom's head, who attempted to block with a knife. However, the movement was far too slow. With a resounding thud, the cherry blossom's head was reduced to a mass of debris. At that instant, as Xiao Bai dispatched the first cherry blossom, he opened his mouth wide, and the second cherry blossom's head met a similar fate. Like a tiger among sheep, he unleashed a massacre, effortlessly eliminating these little cherry blossoms, whose average strength was merely at the initial stage of the second tier, with a single swipe. Meanwhile, the system notification echoed in Zhou Yao's mind without pause. Ding! Your battle pet has slain the cherry blossom survivor, Nakagawa now, and you randomly receive half of the items from their backpack. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Level 1 Cannon Crafting Blueprint, 500G of lamb, 500G of bread, 500G of purified water, 26 units of refined iron ore, 86 units of timber, 95 units of iron ore, 21 units of stone, 12 units of hemp cloth, 6 units of rope, 19 units of glass. Ding! Your battle pet has slain the Sakura Nation survivor, Takuchi Bear, randomly acquiring half of the items from its backpack. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 2 servant summoning scrolls, 2 arrow tower crafting blueprints, 500 G of panel, 500 G of mineral water, 46 units of refined iron ore, 56 units of timber, 35 units of iron ore, 67 units of stone, 6 units of hemp cloth, 3 units of rope, 9 units of glass. Zhou Yao stood with his arms crossed, listening to the system notifications while watching Xiao Bai mercilessly dispatch the little Sakuras, incessantly chiding Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, your fighting style is far too brutal. We are all civilized individuals, and you are still a young lady. Do be mindful. As Zhou Yao's incessant murmurs reached Xiao Bai's ears, it appeared somewhat impatient, shaking its head vigorously in an attempt to rid itself of the cacophony. In that moment of hesitation, one of the smaller men among the frightened little Sakuras finally mustered the courage to utter a rather clumsy phrase in Huaxiao language. Chapter 40. Garen Sailboat, you are Zhou Yao, the very one who unlawfully intruded upon our great Sakura empire. The speaker trembled in fear, casting a wary glance at Zhou Yao, who stood nearby, arms crossed, beside a massive white tiger. Upon hearing the petite figure articulate in Chinese, Zhou Yao merely smirked, dismissively waving at the small white tiger. He then stated, "Answer my previous questions satisfactorily, and I may spare your life." The diminutive man stammered, "You truly will not kill me?" He hesitated, intending to utter more, but upon catching Zhou Yao's ominous gaze, he swallowed his words. He glanced nervously at the 3 others around him, receiving a nod from Zhou Yao. The other 3 Sakura individuals seemed to sense something amiss, and one erupted into a tirade, brandishing a long knife that lunged toward the little man's neck. Without requiring a command from Zhou Yao, the small white tiger swiftly raised a paw, pulling the assailant closer. In one swift motion, it severed his head, then pounced forward to eliminate the remaining 2. As the familiar sound of a kill notification echoed once more, Zhou Yao muttered incessantly, "Must a young lady resort to such bloody violence? Could she not exhibit a touch of grace?" Alas! The small white tiger rolled its eyes in exasperation, retreating to a patch of grass to rest, ignoring Zhou Yao's incessant prattle. Noticing the small white tiger's disinterest, Zhou Yao turned his attention back to the diminutive man and coldly remarked, "You may speak now." The little man surveyed the ground littered with headless corpses and swallowed hard before addressing Zhou Yao. "Mr. Zhou, we were able to locate you and that white tiger due to the ring in Yamazaki's possession." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yao nodded and instructed, "Fetch the ring." The little man hurriedly approached one of the headless bodies, retrieving a nondescript silvery ring from the lifeless fingers. He wiped it on his clothing and cautiously presented it to Zhou Yao with both hands. Zhou Yao examined the ring closely, finding it to be an ordinary piece at first glance, devoid of any distinguishing features. Upon accessing the panel, the attributes of the ring were revealed. Basic detection ring. Worn on the finger, it automatically detects the location of living beings within a radius of 1,000 meters. "This is quite useful," Zhou Yao declared, adorning the ring on his finger. He tinkered with it for a while, grasping its functionality and the classification of biological entities. For instance, the little man appeared as a blue dot on the scanning panel, signifying humanity. Scattered red dots in the surrounding woods represented beasts, while the small white tiger, feigning sleep on the grass, was depicted as a green dot, indicating an ally. Now, comprehending the device, Zhou Yao addressed the little man, "You may leave." Seemingly intent on honoring his word, the little man hesitantly inquired, "Mr. Zhou, are you truly letting me go?" Zhou Yao furrowed his brow and waved his hand dismissively. The little man slowly turned, fleeing into the woods in a state of panicked uncertainty. Having just taken a few steps, the petite figure halted abruptly, turning to Zhou Yao and imploring, "Mr. Zhou, you should leave this place swiftly." Zhou Yao regarded the small individual in silence. The petite figure continued, "My companions have already relayed your location to the chat channel. Watanabe-kun is en route here with his team." "Watanabe? Who is that?" Zhou Yao inquired. "Watanabe-kun is none other than Watanabe Shinryu, the top-ranked individual from our Sakura nation," the small one replied. Zhou Yao nodded slightly, indifferent, and remarked, "I am unconcerned. I hope he gathers more people." With that, he waved dismissively at the petite figure, signaling for them to depart. The reason the small one divulged this information was not out of concern for Zhou Yao's safety, but rather the belief that, Based on a recent performance of the White Tiger, Watanabe Shinryu would not pose a challenge to Zhou Yao. As the petite figure darted into the woods, Zhou Yao crushed the 3 summoned servant scrolls he had just acquired, conjuring 3 servants. He then distributed mining picks to each of them, instructing them to extract the fine iron or beneath their feet. Just as he finished assigning tasks, a notification echoed in Zhou Yao's mind. Ding! Your battle pet has slain a survivor from the Sakura Nation, Sato Kinta, randomly acquiring half of the items from their backpack. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Intermediate Artillery Crafting Blueprint X1. Small Power Generator Blueprint X1. Bread 500 GX5. Purified Water 500 GX3. Fine Iron or 42. Timber 60. Iron or 95. Stone 61. Linen 15. Rope 8. Glass 13. Is Xiao Mo raiding at sea? How'd he suddenly kill someone? Could it be that petite figure I just let go? Zhou Yao pondered, intrigued. He then communicated mentally with Xiao Mo, asking, Xiao Mo, what is happening? Where did you encounter the little Sakura? Master, I just saw a human fleeing from the island. I recalled you mentioning not to let any Sakura Nation individuals escape, so I rewarded them with a water bullet. Xiao Mo explained eagerly. Well done, Xiao Mo. Zhou Yao replied approvingly. It seems fate has decreed that this individual must perish at my hands. I had intended to let them go, but they foolishly ran into Xiao Mo. With a sigh, Zhou Yao instructed Xiao Bai, stay here and guard the mine. I shall go gather resource chests. Xiao Bai lifted her eyelids to glance at Zhou Yao, responding with an impatient tone in her mind. Go on. Return later. I shall handle things here. Shaking his head, Zhou Yao muttered to himself, daughters grow up and do not remain. If they linger, they only foster enmity. Alas! He continued his way towards the island's edge, assessing the materials in his pack. He noted that he was still short on timber to upgrade the ship to the 3rd tier. Returning to the shore where his sailboat was docked, Zhou Yao summoned 2 servants from aboard, providing each with an axe and directing them to fell trees and gather timber. As for why he did not summon more servants, it was simply because he possessed only 2 axes. After organizing the tasks, Zhou Yao called down 2 additional servants, guiding them along the coast toward the location where 2 skiffs were moored. With Xiao Bai's imposing presence absent, a few unwary low-tier demonic beasts occasionally attempted to ambush the trio. Confronting such a minor demon of merely 2nd-tier mid-level, Zhou Yao felt no inclination to draw his sword, opting instead to resolve the battle with a single punch. Safely, the 2 attendants approached the 2 small sailing boats, and the trio seamlessly boarded, navigating the vessels toward the location of the schooner. Upon their return to the 2-masted sailboat, Zhou Yao realized that the timber in his backpack was sufficient to upgrade the vessel. Without a moment's hesitation, he silently intoned, upgrade the 2-masted sailboat. Ding! The 2-masted sailboat successfully advanced to a Galen sailboat. Resources consumed: timber, 8,000, iron ore, 4,200, refined iron ore, 100, linen, 600, ropes, 400, glass, 160, rubber, 80. Chapter 41. Intermediate Energy Cannon. Ding! Congratulations, your vessel has been upgraded to Tier 3, granting it the preliminary capability for oceanic navigation, where more advanced treasures and resources await, alongside greater challenges. Would you like to teleport to the oceanic region? Not teleporting. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yao responded. Ding! Teleportation deferred. You may request the system to transport you to the high seas at any time. Upon upgrading your vessel to Tier 4, the system will forcibly teleport you to the oceanic region. Come on, I've been forcibly teleported before. Who do you think you're scaring? Zhou Yao muttered, slightly disgruntled. Ignoring Zhou Yao's complaints, the system continued its announcements. Ding! As you're the first survivor in the Sakura region to upgrade your vessel to Tier 3, the system rewards you with a tidal navigator and 4 intermediate cannons. Ding! By activating the oceanic region, you are rewarded with the tidal ocean pioneer for intermediate cannons and 2 nautical compasses. 2 titles granted. Navigator. The first survivor to upgrade their vessel to Tier 3. All attributes 20. Weapon damage aboard the vessel increased by 10. Ocean Pioneer. The first survivor to activate the oceanic region. All attributes 30. Vessel speed and defense permanently increased by 10. Quite splendid. 2 titles that enhance the vessel's offensive and defensive capabilities as well as speed. Nautical Compass. a navigational instrument for seafaring. It indicates direction for sailors and is an exceedingly important tool in navigation. Can be synthesized. The compass can be synthesized? That would be akin to a GPS. Let's give it a try. Zhou Yao murmured as he began issuing commands to the system. Synthesize compass. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring. One small radar navigation system. Small radar navigation system. A vessel navigation tool that utilizes radar to emit and receive electromagnetic waves, detecting nearby objects' distance, position, and speed. It assists ships in avoiding obstacles, other vessels, and hazardous areas during low visibility conditions such as fog or night. Maximum detection range, 50 kilometers. Wow, a radar. This could turn the tide. With radar, I can see where those little sakuras are hiding. Little sakuras, just wait. Zhou Yao then turned his attention to the 8 newly awarded intermediate cannons. Intermediate cannon. Its power surpasses that of the basic cannon, capable of inflicting damage on multiple targets with greater accuracy, boasting a maximum range of 10 kilometers. Each cannon automatically refreshes 30 rounds daily, non-stacking. Having just finished reviewing the cannon's description, the system notification chimed once more. Ding! Intermediate energy stones detected in your backpack. Would you like to integrate them into the intermediate cannon? No need for crafting blueprints to modify. That's splendid, Zhou Yao thought, his enthusiasm unyielding. Integrate, hurry. Ding. Integration successful. Congratulations on acquiring. 1 intermediate energy cannon. Intermediate energy, stone, -1. Intermediate energy cannon. It abandons traditional gunpowder projectiles, utilizing an energy launch mode. Powered by energy stones, it instantaneously releases a powerful impact upon firing, with a maximum range of 15 kilometers, capable of firing 200 times. This individual surpasses the basic energy cannon by a significant margin. After a moment of reflection, Zhou Yao glanced at the energy stones in his backpack, noting that he still possessed 21 intermediate energy stones. Ever since he was forcibly transported to the Sakura region by the Black Mist, his supply of energy stones had ceased to increase. Zhou Yao speculated that the distance or the territorial barrier might be obstructing it. Furthermore, he could no longer sense the 2 attendants he had left behind on the resource island to mine energy ores. With over 20 intermediate energy stones, he should manage for a while, but he needed to locate an energy stone mine swiftly. After all, the utility of energy stones is immense, yet their consumption is rapid. Once the energy cannon shots are exhausted, a new energy stone must be acquired. During the era of basic energy cannons, things were more manageable, as he had mined half of a vein, accumulating thousands of basic energy stones in his backpack. However, the supply of intermediate energy stones was far too scarce, making it nearly impossible for Zhou Yao to replace all the cannons on his ship with intermediate energy cannons at this stage. Alas, he decided to focus on upgrading the remaining intermediate cannons for now. He positioned the 7 cannons on the shore and then retrieved 7 intermediate energy stones, merging them into the cannons. Ding! Integration successful. Congratulations on acquiring. Intermediate energy cannon X1. Intermediate energy, stone -1. Ding! Integration successful. Congratulations on acquiring. Intermediate energy cannon X1. Intermediate energy, stone -1. Ding! Integration successful. Congratulations on acquiring. Intermediate energy cannon X1. Intermediate energy, stone -1. Standing on shore, Zhou Yao gazed at the newly upgraded Galen sailboat, his eyes brimming with excitement and wonder. This Galen sailboat measured over 30 meters in length, with a width of approximately 8 meters, exuding a sense of stability. The 3 masts soared towards the heavens, and the horizontal and vertical sails harmoniously combined, fluttering in the sea breeze, heralding the journey soon to commence. Zhou Yao waved to stow the intermediate energy cannons on the ground into his backpack, then leapt effortlessly onto the deck, rising 4 to 5 meters high. Standing on the expansive deck, he felt an immediate sense of exhilaration. Turning to the ship's railing, Zhou Yao noticed that the 16 positions for basic energy cannons had vanished. He proceeded along the central entrance of the deck and ventured into the ship's cabin. First, he arrived at the gun deck situated below the deck, where 32 gun ports were neatly arranged, though only 16 basic energy cannons had been installed, with 8 on each side. Approaching one of the cannon platforms, Zhou Yao retrieved 4 intermediate energy cannons and placed them atop the platform, where they automatically secured themselves. He repeated this process at the opposite platform, completing the installation of 4 intermediate energy cannons. Next, he descended the staircase to the crew quarters. Although the space was somewhat confined, it was fully equipped with all necessary amenities, providing a haven for his attendants during their prolonged voyage. Continuing downward, Zhou Yao arrived at the spacious cargo hold on the lowest level, a vast area capable of accommodating countless treasures. After inspecting the 3 tiers of cabins, Zhou Yao leisurely returned to the upper deck and made his way to the captain's quarters at the stern. Upon entering the captain's room, a sense of comfort and spaciousness enveloped him. Zhou Yao stood by the window, gazing into the distance, with the vastness of the ocean unfolded before his eyes. He casually retrieved the radar navigation system from his backpack and placed it upon the console. After a brief fluctuation of space, a set of electronic equipment materialized on the console, displaying a series of concentric scans on its screen. This apparatus harmoniously complemented the predominantly wooden structure of the console, presenting a striking unity. Stepping out of the captain's cabin, he looked upwards to behold a receiver, larger than a millstone, securely affixed atop the cabin. Upon exiting the captain's quarters, he activated the system panel to peruse the introduction of his beloved vessel, Galen's sailing ship. Lightweight compared to the 2-masted sailing ship, it enhances stability and provides the crew with greater living and activity space. As a warship, it can be equipped with 32 medium-sized cannons on either side. Furthermore, the Galen sailing ship has preliminarily acquired the capability for oceanic navigation. Chapter 42. The Cherry Blossom Fleet vessels capable of long-distance navigation must indeed possess remarkable speed. Casually, I access the ship's attributes. Ship name, Galen sailboat. Light class, tier. Low-grade Tier 3 equipment, 16 primary energy cannons, 8 intermediate energy cannons crew, 2650 owner, Zhou Yao upgrade requirements, 10,000 wood, 5,000 iron ore, 500 refined iron ore, 800 linen, 600 ropes, 200 glass, 120 rubber. With the radar's detection, these materials could be gathered swiftly, Zhou Yao stated confidently. After savoring the embrace of the grand vessel for a moment longer, he leaped onto a recently captured dinghy sailboat. He then retrieved a blueprint for a small power engine from his backpack and examined it. Small power engine blueprint, 50 refined iron ore, 5 rubber, 5 niter. Crafting the power engine. A notification popped up, detected energy stones in backpack. Would you like to include them? Yes. Spare me the trivialities. Otherwise, where shall I procure gasoline? Ding. Crafting successful. Congratulations. You have acquired 1 small energy engine. Initial energy stone -1, refined iron ore -50, rubber -5, niter -5. Small energy engine can be installed on ships or other vehicles, providing a maximum of 200 horsepower, capable of sustained operation for 10 hours. 200 horsepower is ample. Zhou Yao mused as he surveyed the remaining materials in his backpack. He silently commanded the system. Upgrade dinghy sailboat. Ding. Advancement successful. The dinghy sailboat has successfully evolved into a single-masted sailboat. Wood -200, iron ore -80, linen -10, ropes -20. Surveying the 8-meter-long, single-masted sailboat beneath him, Zhou Yao proceeded to the stern and placed the small energy engine in position. Installing the engine. Ding. Engine installation successful. You have acquired a powered sailboat. Peering over the side of the vessel, Zhou Yao noticed the presence of a propeller. Excellent. Not only did the engine come with a propeller, Zhou Yao thought joyfully. Moving to the bow, he retrieved the heavy crossbow that had been discarded from the Galen sailboat and promptly affixed it to the weapon mount on the sailboat. Powered sailboat. A single-masted sailboat equipped with a small energy engine for auxiliary power, featuring agile navigation and ease of operation. Capable of moving forward in calm or headwinds using the engine, with a maximum sailing speed of 30 kilometers per hour. Ship name, single-masted sailboat, powered sailboat, tier, low-grade Tier 2 owner, Zhou Yao upgrade requirements, 600 wood, 200 iron ore, 60 linen, 40 ropes, 20 glass. Although still a low-grade Tier 2 vessel, its speed has increased by more than double. At last, I need not spend my days drifting at sea in search of resource chests. Zhou Yao glanced into his backpack and noted he had 13 silver resource chests. Extracting 10 of them, he began to open the chests. A series of notifications echoed in his mind. In addition to basic resources, Zhou Yao obtained 6 servant summoning scrolls, 8 light cannon, crafting blueprints, and various items that were currently of no use to him. Gather all remaining items into the backpack, leaving only 6 servant summoning scrolls. Casually shattering the scrolls, Zhou Yao's vessel is graced with 6 new servants. 4 of them are assigned to Galen's ship, while the remaining 2 are dispatched to the newly refurbished powered sailboat. He then addresses the 2, instructing them to set sail and retrieve resource chests, focusing solely on those of silver grade or higher. I will provide you with the coordinates shortly. Heavenly Eye, activate, as Zhou Yao's command resonated. For luminous points representing resource chests appeared instantaneously on the system map. After relaying the coordinates to the 2, they swiftly navigated the powered sailboat northward. Zhou Yao glanced at the ship and communicated telepathically with the wandering Xiao Mo in the sea. Xiao Mo, follow the powered sailboat closely and ensure their protection. Prevent any beast from attacking them. Understood, Master. Leave it to Xiao Mo, you can rest assured. With that, Xiao Mo darted after the swiftly departing powered sailboat. Zhou Yao returned to the captain's cabin and activated the radar. The scan revealed at least 7 or 8 islands within a 50-kilometer radius. Zhou Yao resolved to visit them one by one. Sitting in the captain's cabin, he pointed at the radar screen and said to Zhou Yi, "Let us embark on a visit to these islands." Zhou Yi acknowledged, and the sailboat set off. In the afternoon, Zhou Yao relaxed in the captain's cabin, savoring barbecued meat while enjoying the sea breeze, a few bottles of beer aside. Suddenly, Zhou Yi exclaimed, "Master, look at the radar." At this, Zhou Yao rose and approached the screen. Observing the display, he noted a cluster of red dots flashing in the distance, approximately 35 to 36 kilometers to his right, moving swiftly across the sea. Fixating on the screen, it soon became apparent to Zhou Yao that this was a fleet, and their trajectory suggested they were headed towards the resource island. It seems the diminutive Sato Kinta spoke the truth. Watanabe Shinryu has indeed come seeking trouble. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yao murmured, "Since they have presented themselves, it would be rather impolite not to accept their challenge." With that, he commanded the ship to change course, steering Galen's vessel towards the cluster of red dots. After about an hour, Zhou Yao could finally discern the silhouette of the fleet from a distance. As he continued forward, the opposing ships came into clearer view, and they, too, had spotted Zhou Yao's solitary sailboat. When the distance narrowed to merely 7 or 8 kilometers, Zhou Yao could distinctly see the emblem hanging from ships. It was indeed the little cherry blossom. "Allow me to escort you, and may you not return as cherry blossom folk in your next life." With that declaration, Zhou Yao immediately commanded, "Zhou Yi, prepare for battle." Upon hearing Zhou Yao's orders, Zhou Yi promptly directed the crew to take their positions and adopt a combat stance. The sailboat loomed over the sea, its 4 darkened intermediate energy cannons aimed menacingly at the distant little cherry blossom fleet. Fire! At Zhou Yao's command, the 4 intermediate energy cannons unleashed their fury towards the fleet. Boom! 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 With a thunderous roar, for energy projectiles, each the size of a basin, were propelled from the cannon's mouth, hurtling towards the fleet ahead. Boom! Crash! The first energy blast struck the ocean's surface, unleashing a violent explosion that reverberated across the waters. Almost immediately, a towering column of water surged skyward, sending ripples radiating outward. The vessels within the fleet swayed precariously under the force of this tremendous power. The small cherry blossoms aboard struggled to maintain their footing, some tumbling onto the deck, their curses stifled before they could escape their lips. In quick succession, the second energy projectile, infused with immense force, struck a 2-masted schooner with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, the energy shell detonated, its powerful shockwave emanating from the point of impact. The wooden hull, measuring several meters in length, was instantaneously splintered into countless fragments by the ferocity of the explosion. The small cherry blossoms aboard were not spared from this cataclysm. They were whisked away to meet their demise before they could even utter a cry of despair. Chapter 43. The fierce battle at sea. The tumultuous scene was far from over, as 2 energy projectiles whistled through the air, hurtling towards the fleet. "Look out! Quickly! Take cover!" A young cherry blossom cried out in terror, intensifying the chaos that was already unfolding. However, the 2 projectiles failed to strike the vessels. instead plunging into the sea. In an instant, two deafening explosions erupted almost simultaneously, tearing through the surface of the water. Towering waves, reaching several dozen meters high, surged into the sky, enveloping the surroundings in a thick mist. The tremendous shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact with wild ferocity. A nearby single-masted sailboat, caught in the fierce onslaught, was flipped over with a resounding crash, casting numerous survivors from the land of cherry blossoms into the churning waters below. The young cherry blossoms flailed desperately in the water, their cries for help echoing across the surface. "Baka, who did this?" shouted a small cherry blossom with a mustache, his face flushed with rage as he shook his fist. "It must be Zhou Yao. No one else would dare to strike us." A tall, slender cherry blossom cursed through gritted teeth. "But how could his cannon fire so far? We are at least 7 or 8 kilometers away." A short, stout crew member exclaimed, his face a mask of fear and confusion. "Could it be a mid-level energy cannon?" The tall cherry blossom speculated. No matter what he used, once we catch him, I will make him wish he were dead." A figure resembling a leader growled, a long knife sheathed at his waist. On the Galen sailboat, Zhou Yao lounged casually in the command seat, observing the frantic scene of the fleet in the distance. His expression devoid of emotion as the kill notifications echoed in his mind. "Continue firing, sink all their warships." Upon hearing Zhou Yao's command, the 4 mid-level energy cannons aimed at the cherry blossom fleet swiftly coalesced 4 energy spheres. With a series of muffled booms, the spheres trailing long tails, shot towards the fleet at an alarming speed. The cacophony of wind, cannon fire, explosions, and frantic cries intertwined, shattering the calm of the sea. The young cherry blossoms of the fleet stood helplessly, watching the energy spheres approach with no means of escape. Some attempted to maneuver their vessels to evade the incoming projectiles, but in such an urgent moment, the cumbersome ships could not react in time. They could only wait in despair for the arrival of death. Boom! Boom! 2 more resounding blasts echoed as the energy projectiles accurately struck 2 double-masted sailboats. In an instant, blinding light engulfed the entire vessels, and the tremendous explosive force reduced them to mere splinters. Countless wooden shards and debris scattered like shrapnel, accompanied by the chilling screams of the crew. Within mere seconds of the strikes, the 2 sailboats sank into the depths, leaving only remnants floating on the surface and the struggling young cherry blossoms in the water. As 2 twin-masted sailboats were instantaneously shattered and sunk, the silhouettes of comrades struggling on the surface of the sea became evident. The little cherry blossoms within the fleet were engulfed in profound fear and fury. "Ding! You have slain 100 survivors from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Your title as Overseas Hunter has been upgraded to Overseas Hunting Vanguard." Almost simultaneously, within the Huaxia region, a system notification echoed in the minds of all survivors. "Ding! Huaxia survivor Zhou Yao has killed 100 survivors from the Cherry Blossom Nation. All Huaxia citizens receive 1 free attribute point. Li Yang, Zhou Yao, Yure amazing. Killing 100 foes grants us attributes. Henceforth, I shall aspire to be like him. Wang Anmin. Zhou Yao is invincible. You are my idol. And I aim to uphold the glory of Huaxia like you. Zhang Yong. Zhou Yao is incredible." Lin Wanner exclaimed joyfully. "Zhou Yao, you're so handsome. I want to have your children." Chun Hu. Zhou Yao is truly formidable. I will learn from him to further amplify the name of Huaxia. Lu Shiyao stood quietly at the edge of the island, her gaze lost in the distance, murmuring softly, "Zhou Yao, you are over there alone. I wonder if you have found a safe haven. Please do not encounter any more danger. I hope you return safely soon." "Bakayuru, Zhou Yao, I will tear you to pieces." A young cherry blossom, eyes reddened, screamed in a fit of rage, yet he was powerless to act beyond his furious curses. "President Yamamoto, what shall we do? Are we to remain idle?" A young cherry blossom sobbed, addressing the figure resembling their leader. The man known as President Yamamoto disregarded the young cherry blossom's plea and turned to the man beside him, saying, "Watanabe-kun, what do you think? Our basic energy cannons are utterly incapable of reaching their warship, and, judging by its appearance, it seems to have reached the 3rd tier." A glimmer of disdain flashed in Watanabe Shinryu's eyes as he replied bluntly to the middle-aged man. "You lead the fleet to charge forward. I shall deal with that Zhou Yao." Without waiting for Yamamoto Koji to respond, Watanabe Shinryu leaped from the twin-masted sailboat, walking on the surface of the sea with remarkable speed towards Zhou Yao's Galen sailboat. Impatient already? We've only just begun, Zhou Yao remarked disdainfully upon seeing the figure rushing across the sea. Do not cease the intermediate energy cannons. Continue bombarding. After a brief pause, Zhou Yao added, once that fellow enters range, let the basic energy cannons fire to keep him on his toes. Boom, boom, boom. Energy projectiles incessantly rained upon the fleet, and Watanabe Shinryu hastened his pace. As the distance to the enormous third-tier vessel diminished, he gradually discerned its true form. The ship, measuring over 30 meters in length, loomed across the sea, with several energy cannon ports along the sides continually gathering energy before unleashing their fire. How did he acquire so many intermediate energy cannons? Once I eliminate this individual named Zhou Yao, this Tier 3 vessel shall be mine. As Watanabe sprinted rapidly across the ocean surface, he envisioned his dreams of dominating the land of cherry blossoms upon seizing the sailboat. Just as Watanabe Nobu was indulging in his aspirations, he suddenly spotted 7 or 8 energy projectiles hurtling toward him. Startled, he veered sharply to the right and sprinted away at breakneck speed. The thunderous sounds of explosions echoed behind him. Turning back to the direction he had just occupied, he beheld a tumultuous spray of water, with waves continuing to surge outward. Discovered. They dare fire upon me? It appears their combat prowess leaves much to be desired. Watanabe Nobu concluded that Zhou Yao's strength must be limited. Otherwise, he would not resort to energy cannons to obstruct him. Conceitedly, he quickened his pace, charging toward Zhou Yao's sailboat. After evading another barrage of projectiles, Watanabe Nobu found himself a mere 100 meters from the vessel. With a powerful thrust of 1 foot against the ocean surface, he harnessed the reaction force, propelling himself upward as he leaped toward the deck of the sailboat. Chapter 44. The teleporting earrings. As Nobutaka Watanabe's feet were poised to touch the deck of the Galen sailboat, a triumphant smile of impending victory graced his face. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him with a swiftness that left him bewildered, offering him a slight smile. In an instant, a foot struck his abdomen with force. Nobutaka barely registered the movement before his body was hurled off the ship and into the sea below. With a resounding splash, he crashed into the water and began to sink toward the depths, hunched over with his hands clutching his stomach. Gasping for breath, he found only seawater flooding his mouth. When Zhou Yao pulled him from the depths and tossed him onto the deck, he was already unconscious. Such a weakling, unable to withstand even a single blow, Zhou Yao remarked disdainfully, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant fleet. The cannon fire had ceased, yet only a battered 2-masted sailboat remained afloat among the wreckage. This was the sole survivor Zhou Yao had chosen to spare. Moments later, Nobutaka stirred back to consciousness on the deck. "What is your name?" He heard a voice and, jolting upright, began to babble in his native tongue. What nonsense is this? He cannot comprehend the Huaxia language. Zhou Yao commanded the massive sailboat to approach the precariously floating 2-masted vessel. "You, bind this fellow to the mast." "At once, master," came the reply, as several attendants hoisted Nobutaka toward the mast. He struggled against their grip, but upon meeting Zhou Yao's gaze, he abandoned the thought of resistance. Observing Nobutaka bound like a dumpling, Zhou Yao nodded and turned away. Shortly thereafter, the imposing silhouette of the Galen sailboat loomed near the small craft. Zhou Yao shouted to the small Sakura crew, both in the water and on the ship. "Those who can speak Huaxia may come forth to spare their lives." Upon hearing this, a few of the Sakura individuals swam toward the vessel, their attempts at Huaxia somewhat clumsy, yet they were undeterred by the jeers of their compatriots. Survival took precedence over all else. Zhou Yao scoffed inwardly at the so-called samurai spirit of the great Sakura Empire. "If you wish to live, answer my questions honestly." Just as he finished speaking, a single-masted sailboat swiftly approached from a distance. Zhou Yao paid it no mind, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "What is the name of the man tied to the mast?" Nobutaka Watanabe, a young Sakura, stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. "Is he truly Nobutaka Watanabe?" Although Zhou Yao had already surmised that he was indeed the Watanabe who topped the Sakura rankings, hearing it confirmed by another eased his concerns. He continued to inquire. How'd he come to be here? Lord Watanabe's island is not far from here, merely a few dozen kilometers away. As the little cherry blossom had yet to finish her words, she was abruptly kicked into the sea by Zhou Yao, followed by a chilling scream that echoed through the air. The cries of terror continued to rise and fall as the submerged cherry blossom swam frantically towards the dilapidated two-masted sailboat. A colossal turtle had emerged from the depths, mercilessly claiming their lives. Even those at the pinnacle of the second tier could not withstand its formidable presence. On the deck of the sailboat, Zhou Yao addressed the four kneeling cherry blossoms, declaring, "Anyone who dares to utter falsehoods shall be thrown overboard to feed my pet." Why was this individual here? Zhou Yao inquired. It's because of the earrings he wears. One of the young cherry blossoms hastily replied. Earrings? Zhou Yao's interest was piqued in an instant. He approached Watanabe Shinryu, his gaze fixated on an unremarkable silver earring adorning the young man's ear. Upon noticing Zhou Yao's intense scrutiny, Watanabe Shinryu seemed to grasp the situation. It was the earlier individual who had revealed the significance of the earrings to Zhou Yao. Watanabe attempted to struggle against his bindings, but they were too tight, and the force of Zhou Yao's earlier kick had drained him of strength. He could only watch helplessly as Zhou Yao removed the earring from his ear. Teleportation earring, a rotating earring that consumes energy, enabling instantaneous travel to any location within a maximum range of 100 kilometers. Satisfied with the function of the earring, Zhou Yao gleefully stowed it away in his backpack. Observing Zhou Yao's action, Watanabe Shinryu urgently uttered something in cherry blossom language, his eager demeanor eliciting a chuckle from onlookers. What had he just said? Before the young cherry blossom could respond, a middle-aged man in his 40s hastily interjected. Watanabe-kun says he has graciously gifted the valuable teleportation earring to Zhou Yao-kun and begs for his release. Watanabe-kun swears to the emperor that he shall never be an enemy of Zhou Yao-kun henceforth. Zhou Yao chuckled dismissively and replied, "What a delightful thought. However, this teleportation earring is my spoils of war, not a gift from you." He took a sip of water and continued, "Moreover, if you wish to live, you must demonstrate your worth." He then directed his words to the middle-aged man. "Relay this to him." The middle-aged cherry blossom promptly translated Zhou Yao's words to Watanabe Shinryu. Subsequently, Watanabe Shinryu spoke again to the middle-aged man. The elder cherry blossom quickly translated. Watanabe-kun is willing to exchange all the items in his backpack for a chance at survival. Listening to the translation, Zhou Yao chuckled, not revealing his thoughts, and stated, "Killing you would yield the same spoils from your backpack. Your offerings are insufficient to barter for your life." Before Zhou Yao could urge further, the middle-aged cherry blossom hastily translated his words to Watanabe Shinryu. After a prolonged pause, just as Zhou Yao was beginning to lose patience, Watanabe Shinryu finally spoke once more. Through the middle-aged cherry blossom's translation, their communication became somewhat smoother. "Zhou Yao-kun, I am willing to assist you in upgrading an item. Am I not capable of upgrading myself? I mean any item." Such grandiose claims, on what basis? Watanabe remained silent, instead choosing to share his extraordinary talent with Zhou Yao. Evolution SSS level. Unique allows for the evolution of an item once daily without any consumption, with a maximum of 5 evolutions for the same item. Upon reading this brief introduction, Zhou Yao couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Incredible! This talent, in the later stages, is truly otherworldly. The ability to advance items daily without any cost, and with no restrictions on the types of items. This realization solidified Zhou Yao's determination. This individual must not be allowed to retain such power. Watanabe Shinryu, observing the look in Zhou Yao's eyes, recognized that Zhou Yao had already resolved to eliminate him. Chapter 45. The master-servant contract. Watanabe Shinryu let out a bitter smile and inquired, "Am I destined to perish?" Zhou Yao nodded, unabashedly responding, "Indeed. I cannot permit such a formidable adversary to escape." Yet, he pondered whether this talent could be harnessed, and if its possessor could ultimately survive. Watanabe Shinryu harbored no desire for demise. After the universal transition, his seemingly fortuitous beginning should have allowed him to develop in secrecy. However, the irony of finding himself in such a dire predicament, despite being destined for greatness, was indeed tragic. Utilize me? Will you truly release me? Watanabe asked. Zhou Yao nodded. And Zhou, he stepped forward, untying the ropes binding Watanabe. Once liberated, Watanabe stretched his limbs and tenderly rubbed his still aching abdomen. Gradually, he extended his hand, and in a flash of white light, an ancient scroll materialized within his grasp. After a brief pause, he presented the scroll to Zhou Yao, saying, Zhou Yao, this is something I unearthed from a mysterious treasure chest. Please examine it and see if it can procure my survival. Zhou Yao regarded Watanabe's grim expression, took the scroll from his hands, and lowered his gaze to inspect it. Master-servant contract scroll. Upon signing, the master shall wield control over the servant's life and death. The servant must unconditionally obey any command from the master, and any insubordination will result in excruciating soul-burning suffering until death ensues. Should the master perish, the servant shall also meet an immediate demise. Zhou Yao stared at the scroll's description, momentarily stunned, before lifting his head to question Watanabe. Are you certain you wish to commit to this? Otherwise, will you spare me? Watanabe replied with a sense of resignation. Zhou Yao nodded in silence, biting his finger to draw a drop of blood, which he let fall onto the scroll. The scroll trembled slightly, its previously worn edges shimmering with a faint luminescence, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Observing the scroll's glow, Watanabe hesitated not, biting his own finger to let a droplet of blood fall upon the parchment. As his essence touched the scroll, the ancient patterns seemed to awaken, slowly writhing and emanating a mysterious yet subtle aura. Moments later, the scroll transformed into a streak of light, darting towards Zhou Yao and vanishing into his very being. After sensing the moment, Zhou Yao felt no change in his body. Then, with a mere thought, a panel materialized in his mind. Servant name, Watanabe, Shinryu age, 31 combat power. Mid-stage tier 3 contract. Master servant, gazing at this simplistic introduction. Zhou Yao revealed no emotion, instead turning to Watanabe and stating, Watanabe, our master-servant contract is now binding. Should you betray me, you understand the consequences that await. He added, of course, since I am willing to enter into this contract, betrayal shall not be my course. Although you were compelled to sign the contract, I shall not impose undue hardship upon you. If you sincerely assist me, I shall ensure that you are duly rewarded. Watanabe Shinryu merely nodded in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Subsequently, Zhou Yao continued, Watanabe, your first task is to swiftly learn the Huaxiao language. Is that feasible? Upon hearing the translation of the middle-aged man's words, Watanabe Shinryu nodded vigorously. Zhou Yao then inquired, pointing at the middle-aged man, what is your name? The man promptly replied, Mr. Zhou, I am Natsum Ichiro. Excellent. Natsum Ichiro. In the upcoming week, you are to teach Watanabe the Huaxiao language. If after 1 week, Watanabe can communicate with me in Huaxia, I shall grant you your freedom, Zhou Yao declared. He paused momentarily before continuing. However, should you fail, I will assign him a new Huaxia instructor, and as for you, your presence will no longer be necessary. Zhou Yao's words, delivered with a calm demeanor, struck Natsum Ichiro like thunder. The latter quickly nodded in affirmation. Mr. Zhou, rest assured, I will teach Watanabe-kun within the week. Zhou Yao nodded slightly and turned to the young Sakura, who had answered his question. What is your name? The young man replied, I am Ayakawa Kocho. Very well. You shall accompany me and serve as my translator for a time, Zhou Yao stated with an air of authority. Ayakawa Kocho hurriedly nodded. Mr. Zhou, I shall fulfill my duties as your translator diligently. Zhou Yao gestured for them to rise. The two stood up cautiously and positioned themselves at his side. Zhou Yao then cast a cold glance at the other 2 young Sakuras kneeling on the deck, saying, will you jump in willingly? Or shall I be forced to kick you in? The 2 young Sakuras desperately sought to plead for mercy, knowing that if they were to jump, they would surely be devoured by that monstrous turtle demon. A glance at their comrades, who had just been flailing in the water, revealed not a single survivor. Even the small 2-masted sailboat that Zhou Yao had deliberately spared had been overturned by the colossal turtle demon, with all aboard meeting a grim fate, becoming its sustenance, staining the sea with blood. The 2 young Sakuras bowed their heads fervently, hoping to persuade Zhou Yao to spare them. However, Zhou Yao was not the type to exhibit undue kindness. Without further ado, he swiftly kicked both into the sea. Their screams echoed as the surface of the water returned to tranquility once more. Having dealt with the two young Sakuras, Zhou Yao turned to Natsum Ichiro and instructed, "Take Watanabe to the crew quarters to learn Huaxia." Watching them retreat towards the cabin, Zhou Yao felt no concern that they would cause any upheaval. After arranging for the two, Zhou Yao recalled the system notification indicating that a title had likely leveled up, prompting him to open the panel for a closer look. Overseas Hunter Vanguard. Title obtained by hunting overseas survivors. All attributes 50, all ship movement speed 20. Indeed, an upgrade has been achieved and attributes have risen accordingly. However, with over 700 still to gather, where might one find clusters of cherry blossoms? There seems to be no choice but to proceed gradually, murmured Zhou Yao with dissatisfaction. Listening behind him, Qingchuan Hongche felt a cold sweat break out, pondering why this Mr. Zhou was so fixated on vanquishing the citizens of Sakura. It is understandable, however, for the Sakura government has, over the decades following the war, continuously revised educational materials, leaving most Sakura citizens unaware of that tragic history. Yet, this does not diminish the animosity Zhou Yao harbors towards the people of Sakura, even as he finds himself in this alternate world of survival on a deserted island. Once more activating his celestial vision, he marked the coordinates, and the power sailboat set forth again to retrieve the drifting silver resource chests from the sea. Having just obliterated a fleet of over 200 Sakura, Zhou Yao's backpack brimmed with substantial foundational resources. Nonetheless, in his quest to upgrade his warship, he still requires additional fine iron ore, as it is only 3 attendants who are mining it, and their pace remains rather sluggish. Chapter 46. Ascending to a higher level, Zhou Yao called out to Zhou Yi in the captain's cabin, returned to Resource Island. By the afternoon, Zhou Yao had returned to Resource Island and made his way to the central area of the island. Xiaobai was still lazily sprawled beside the refined iron ore, listlessly watching 3 attendants wielding pickaxes as they tirelessly mined. Ignoring Xiaobai, Zhou Yao surveyed the mining site and retrieved 5 summoning scrolls from his backpack. As he crushed the scrolls, a ripple of energy stirred the air, and 5 attendants materialized before him. Xiaobai, lying nearby, cast a nonchalant glance at the newly summoned attendants before closing its eyes again, intending to catch another nap. Zhou Yao, observing the scene, casually handed 5 mining picks to the attendants, instructing them to join the mining efforts. Upon further inspection, he noted that only a superficial layer of the refined iron vein had been excavated. After some contemplation, he produced 6 arrow towers and arranged them in a circle around the mining area. Satisfied with the setup, he turned to approach the drowsy Xiaobai. Sensing his approach, Xiaobai abruptly opened its eyes, startled to see Zhou Yao, who wore a mischievous grin. A pang of alarm rippled through its heart. It quickly stood up, attempting to distance itself from its master, who seemed perpetually at odds with it. Yet, Zhou Yao was not one to let Xiaobai off easily. "Xiaobai," he chided, "as a young lady, you ought to be more diligent. You've grown strong, yet all you do is sleep. I've entrusted you with guarding the ore veins and protecting the attendants from ambushes, but you seem content to doze off. Tell me, what suitable tiger would ever wish to marry you in such a state?" Realizing the absurdity of his own words, Zhou Yao quickly corrected himself. Even if you never wed a tiger, a proper young lady ought to be more graceful and industrious. Xiaobai felt as if its head might explode and let out a furious roar at Zhou Yao. Without further ado, it transformed into a streak of light and vanished back into the pet space, no longer willing to entertain this verbose master. Zhou Yao, resembling a frustrated father faced with a disobedient daughter, could neither scold nor strike and could only sigh in resignation. Returning to the sailboat, Zhou Yao entered the captain's cabin and reclined on a lounge chair before the command console. Pulling out a dozen herbs, spoils obtained from defeating the little cherry blossom earlier that day. 4th tier inner core, refining body enhancement pills. Ding! The pill was successfully refined. 4th tier inner core, 1, foundation grass 2. Congratulations, you have acquired a perfect body enhancement pill X3. Ding! Successfully triggered the double luck talent. Congratulations. You have acquired a perfect body enhancement pill X6. Continue refining. Zhou Yao glanced at the remaining 3 foundation grasses and continued. Ding. Pill refinement successful. 3rd tier inner core, 1. Foundation grass 2. Congratulations, you have acquired a perfect strength pill X4. Ding! Successfully triggered the double luck talent. Congratulations, you have acquired a perfect body enhancement pill X8. With the refinement complete, he retrieved the 14 newly crafted body enhancement pills and swallowed them whole. Ding! Consumed perfect body enhancement pill, physique 50. Ding! Consumed perfect body enhancement pill, physique 50. Ding! Consumed perfect body enhancement pill, physique 50. The continuous chime of 14 notifications indicated that Zhou Yao's physique had surged by an impressive 700 points. Now, with a physique of 1,200 points, he could withstand even the most advanced explosives without sustaining a scratch. In the survival realm, even a basic energy cannon posed no threat to him whatsoever. After consuming 14 perfect body refinement pills, Zhou Yao glanced at the remaining 4th-tier inner core, contemplated for a moment, and intoned, 4th-tier inner core, forge a strength pill. With a chime, the concoction was successful. 4th-tier inner core, -1, giant fruit -2. Congratulations on acquiring the strength pill, perfect, X6. Another chime resonated, triggering the double fortune talent, resulting in the acquisition of the strength pill, perfect, X12. Haha, to the max. Fully equipped. Zhou Yao exclaimed joyfully. After consuming the 12 strength pills, the notifications sounded once more. Consumption of strength pill, perfect, strength 50. The notification repeated for each of the 12 pills, culminating in an astounding increase of 600 points. Zhou Yao's strength soared to an astonishing 1,300 points, rendering him invincible against any beast in the coastal region. He returned the remaining herbs to his backpack and retrieved 10 more pills, tossing them into his mouth. Consumption of wind stride pill, fine, agility 15. This notification echoed repeatedly, enhancing his agility further. Relaxing comfortably on a recliner, Zhou Yao checked his inventory and found over 800 pieces of fine iron ore. A smile spread across his face. Time to upgrade the Garen sailing ship. A notification chimed, confirming the Garen sailing ship, light, has been successfully upgraded to the Garen sailing ship, heavy. The resources required included 10,000 wood, 5,000 iron ore, 500 fine iron, 800 hemp, 600 rope, 200 glass, and 120 rubber. As the ship quivered slightly beneath him, Zhou Yao stood up and inspected the vessel. It was not only 10 meters longer and over a meter wider than the previous light ship, but the heavy Garen sailing ship also boasted a formidable array of 40 cannons. With glee, Zhou Yao retrieved 5 blueprints for intermediate cannons from his backpack. Crafting intermediate energy cannons. He began the process without waiting for the system's acknowledgement. Crafting successful, congratulations on acquiring. Intermediate energy cannon X1. Intermediate energy, stone -1, fine iron -10, iron or -60, wood -60, nitrate -20. He continued crafting the intermediate energy cannon, each successful attempt yielding another cannon. Finally, he installed the newly crafted intermediate energy cannons on either side of the ship's turrets. Continuing down the corridor of the gun turret, Zhou Yao arrived at the crew quarters, observing Watanabe Shinryu, who was diligently studying the Chinese language. He called out, "Watanabe." Hearing his name, Watanabe instinctively looked up and, with a somewhat awkward command of Chinese, greeted, "Mr. Zhou, hello." Zhou Yao smiled and replied, "Follow me." He then turned and made his way towards the deck, with Watanabe Shinryu and Natsume Ichiro closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the captain's cabin, Zhou Yao pointed to the small radar system on the control panel and inquired, "Is it possible to upgrade this?" After Natsume Ichiro translated, Watanabe Shinryu nodded and responded, "Yes." Hearing this affirmative reply, Zhou Yao nodded in return with a smile and gestured invitingly. Without observing any further actions from Watanabe Shinryu, Zhou Yao suddenly heard the prompt from the system echo in his mind. Ding! Watanabe Shinryu is using evolution on the small radar navigation system. Do you agree? With a sigh of relief, Zhou Yao realized that his confirmation was required for the evolution of his equipment. Thus, feeling reassured, he softly replied, "Agreed." Ding! Evolution successful. The small radar navigation system has been upgraded to a medium radar navigation system. Chapter 47. Gathering Place Medium Radar Navigation System. Maritime Navigation. The radar, through the emission and reception of electromagnetic waves, detects the distance, orientation, and speed of surrounding objects. It assists vessels in avoiding obstacles, other ships, and hazardous areas during conditions of low visibility, such as fog and nighttime. The maximum detection range is 100 kilometers. Not bad. A detection range of 100 kilometers should suffice for now, Zhou Yao mused, turning to Watanabe Shinryu and the others, saying, "You may return and continue your studies in Huaxiao language." After their departure, Zhou Yao opened the panel to examine various attributes. Character name, Zhou Yao. Age, 21. Physique, 1275 strength, 1394 agility, 971 spirit, 378 charm, 31 luck. Talent, double luck SSS-Grade, unique, gifted talent. Level 2 Heavenly SSS-Grade, unique, skills, advanced body technique, passive, intermediate sword technique, passive, intermediate diving, passive, tearing void star shatter, purgatory judgment, titles, survivor, shark slayer, guardian nemesis, unique, beast hunter, first warrior, dawn demon slayer, overseas hunting pioneer, navigator, ocean vanguard combat power, late stage of 4th rank, ship, name, Galen sailing ship, heavy grade, mid-tier, 3rd rank equipment, 16 primary energy cannons, 13 intermediate energy cannons crew, 4250 owner, Zhou Yao upgrade requirements, 15,000 wood, 8,000 iron ore 1,000 refined iron ore 1, 200 hemp cloth, 800 ropes, 500 glass, 300 rubber. Ship to name, single-masted sailing ship, powered sailboat grade, low-tier, 2nd rank equipment, heavy harpoon chain crossbow crew, 2-5 owner, Zhou Yao upgrade requirements, 600 wood, 200 iron ore, 60 hemp cloth, 40 ropes, 20 glass. Servant name, Watanabe Shinryu. Age, 31 combat power, mid-stage 3rd rank talent, evolution SSS-Grade, unique, contract, master servant combat pet name, Little Emo Master, Zhou Yao type, Xuanjia turtle, growth stage, bloodline, 26 black tortoise bloodline combat power, full mid-stage 4th rank skills, water bullet impact, Azure Wave Guardian, combat pet to name, Little by Master, Zhou Yao type, wind-splitting spirit pattern tiger, growth stage, bloodline, 22 white tiger bloodline, combat power, early stage 4th rank skills, wine blade, tiger roar. Alas, how unfortunate that the energy cannons cannot be synthesized, otherwise I would combine all the primary energy cannons into intermediate ones. With that thought, he crafted another primary energy cannon and subsequently replaced the heavy harpoon chain crossbow mounted at the bow of the powered sailboat. The following morning, Zhou Yao awoke, completed his morning routine, and said, "Zhou Yi, go fetch Watanabe for me." Zhou Yi promptly agreed and hurried towards the cabin. Moments later, Zhou Yi returned with Watanabe, Shinryu, and Natsum Ichiro, all in a rush to the captain's quarters. Before Zhou Yao could speak, Watanabe Shinryu, with a rather clumsy command of the Chinese language and slightly stuttering, said, "Good morning, Mr. Zhou. May I inquire what brings you to seek my presence?" Indeed, Watanabe had managed to grasp the fundamentals of the Chinese language overnight. Zhou Yao, indifferent to whether Watanabe comprehended his words, continued, "The reason I summoned you this morning is to request an upgrade for this item." As he spoke, he removed the basic detection ring from his finger. Upon hearing the translation from Natsum Ichiro, Watanabe reached out to take the ring, glanced at it, yet made no further action. Shortly after, a flash of white light emanated from his hand, but the ring remained unchanged in his palm. Watanabe extended his hand forward, continuing in his halting Chinese, "Mr. Zhou, it is done." Zhou Yao felt a twinge of perplexity, but refrained from questioning. Instead, he took the ordinary ring from Watanabe's hand and examined it closely. Intermediate detection ring. Worn on the finger, it automatically detects the location of living beings within a radius of 3,000 meters. It has indeed been upgraded. Yet why does its appearance remain the same? Zhou Yao placed the ring back on his finger and addressed Watanabe. "Very well, you may return to your duties." After a slight bow to Zhou Yao, Watanabe and his companion exited the captain's cabin, making their way toward the ship's hold. Watching their retreating figures, Zhou Yao turned to the cautiously positioned Ayakawa Kocho in the corner and inquired, "Ayakawa, where might there be human settlements nearby?" Zhou Yao surmised that considering the scale of the fleet from yesterday, there must be a gathering place close at hand. Otherwise, it would be improbable for so many second-tier vessels and a multitude of cherry blossoms to congregate. Ayakawa was taken aback, not anticipating such a question from Zhou Yao. After a moment, he replied, Mr. Zhou, approximately 70 to 80 kilometers north from here lies a vast resource island. Our fleet set sail from there toward this location. A vast resource island? What tier is it? How many inhabitants does it have? Zhou Yao inquired, curiosity piqued by Ayakawa's response. It is a Tier 3 resource island, roughly 3 times the area of this Tier 2 island. Ayakawa explained thoughtfully. When we departed, there were at least 1,000 people on the island, though most were summoned attendants and survivors captured from other islands. His voice dwindled, apprehensive that Zhou Yao might be angered by their actions. However, upon observing Zhou Yao's unchanged expression, he felt a slight relief. Captured individuals? The mention of captives rekindled Ayakawa's anxiety. Zhou Yao's voice remained steady as he continued. So, this island has already been claimed by your group? Indeed, Mr. Zhou, Ayakawa answered cautiously. To which faction do you belong? Zhou Yao inquired, his curiosity deepening. We are affiliated with the Yamaguchi-gumi, assembled by Vice President Yamamoto, uniting our members in the surrounding areas to collectively develop this resource island. It is the Yamaguchi Association. No wonder it possesses such formidable influence. Prior to the universal transmission to this alternate world, the Yamaguchi Association was a household name in the land of cherry blossoms, wielding the power akin to a second government. After hearing Qing Chuan Hongche's response, Zhou Yao inquired, would you be interested in accompanying me there? A look of hesitation crossed Qing Chuan Hongche's face, yet upon meeting Zhou Yao's gaze, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. After a brief pause, Qing Chuan Hongche cautiously posed a question to Zhou Yao. Mr. Zhou, do you intend to sail this vessel over? Zhou Yao turned his head, regarding his somewhat youthful visage, and retorted, is there an issue? Mr. Zhou, the waters surrounding the resource island are teeming with mines. Only the eastern approach permits the passage of vessels. However, there are numerous energy defense towers and medium-caliber artillery positioned along the coastline, making it a formidable challenge to breach, Qing Chuan Hongche cautioned. Upon hearing Qing Chuan Hongche's warning, Zhou Yao let out a few cold laughs, patting the medium radar on the control panel. He declared, with this in place, the mines pose little threat. However, I intend to enter through the front gate. Listening to Zhou Yao's words, Qing Chuan Hongche deemed him overly arrogant. He wished to say more, but opened his mouth only to swallow back his words. Chapter 48. The Power of a Blade. Speak your mind. I have little patience for those who beat around the bush. Zhou Yao declared pointedly to Qing Chuan Hongche. With a hint of resignation, Qing Chuan Hongche responded, the weather today does not seem conducive for a long voyage. Amused by his remark, Zhou Yao chuckled and gestured towards the sun, which had already risen high in the eastern sky. Such splendid weather is perfect for an outing. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, provide me with the coordinates of Resource Island. Reluctantly, Qing Chuan Hongche complied and handed over the coordinates. Zhou Yao examined them, locating their position on the map. He then flashed a slight smile at Qing Chuan Hongche, grasped his shoulder, and activated the teleportation earring adorning his ear. In an instant, the two vanished from the captain's cabin. A burst of white light enveloped them, and Zhou Yao and his companion found themselves amidst a grove of trees. Zhou Yao surveyed his surroundings, noting the lack of any distinguishing features. Is this the place? He inquired of Qing Chuan Hongche. It should be, came the uncertain reply from the youthful face of Qing Chuan Hongche, whose expression reflected a hint of confusion. I was summoned aboard by Vice President Yamamoto as soon as I arrived on the island. Nodding, Zhou Yao suggested, then let us venture out and take a look. He activated his sensing ring, and a black circular frame materialized in the lower right corner of his vision. The red and blue points of light within indicated the positions of nearby humans and beasts. At the center of the circular map was his own location, while Qing Chuan Hongche appeared as a blue dot beside him. Without a binding contract, he would not be considered an ally. Zhou Yao paid no mind to this fact and gradually made his way toward the edge of the grove. Approximately 300 meters ahead, a throng of individuals had gathered, and Zhou Yao's objective lay among this cluster of cherry blossoms. Soon, he leisurely emerged from the trees, confronting the group of cherry blossoms. Qing Chuan Hongche followed closely behind, his heart racing with trepidation, having witnessed the first-ranked Watanabe, Shinryu, unable to muster even a thought of resistance before this man named Zhou Yao. As the two stepped out from the grove, a foreman-like figure approached, wielding a whip and muttering incoherently. Zhou Yao glanced back at Qing Chuan Hongxue, who promptly translated. He asked what we were doing here and why we have not been seen before. Zhou Yao nodded in acknowledgement, but chose not to respond verbally. With a flick of his hand, a nearly 2-meter-tall, white giant tiger materialized unexpectedly at his side. The sight startled not only the cherry blossoms before them, but also Qing Chuan Hongxue, who stood behind Zhou Yao in astonishment. Unperturbed by their reactions, Zhou Yao reached out to stroke the tiger's head. "Xiao Bai, I entrust him to you." Without regard for the expressions of those present, he strode purposefully in the direction of the island's eastern shore. Upon receiving Zhou Yao's command, Xiao Bai let out a deafening roar. The tremors caused the surrounding cherry blossoms to bleed from their ears and noses, while some of the weaker ones had their innards shattered, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Zhou Yao shook his head, muttering, "Where's the semblance of a young lady?" Although Qing Chuan Hongxue was astounded by the might of the white tiger, he hurriedly took a few steps to keep pace with Zhou Yao. As Zhou Yao ambled leisurely towards the beach, attentively listening to the kill notifications reverberating in his mind. Suddenly, dozens of arrows and energy beams shot towards them from the direction of the shore. Zhou Yao remained unfazed by the onslaught of attacks. Calmly retrieving the meteoric blade from his backpack, he effortlessly waved it, sending forth a blade of energy that deflected all incoming arrows and attacks. Subsequently, he channeled energy into the meteoric blade, activating the infernal judgment skill instantaneously. A fiery blade of nearly 2 yards in length erupted from the weapon. Before the cherry blossoms could launch their second wave of offense, Zhou Yao swung the meteoric blade. The flame-infused blade cleaved through the air, radiating an intense heat that annihilated everything in its path. Wherever the blade passed, arrow towers were instantly ignited and collapsed, while energy defense towers twisted and melted under the searing temperature. The trees obstructing its path were severed in half, igniting in an instant. The most tragic fate befell the nearly 100 cherry blossoms caught in the blade's wake. They had no time to scream before being engulfed by the flames. Reduced to ashes in mere moments, the fiery blade swept across the scorched earth, striking the 4 sailboats anchored in the shallows, which were instantly shattered and enveloped in flames. The blade effortlessly pierced through all that dared to impede its progress, surging towards the sea with an unstoppable momentum. As it plunged with a thunderous roar into the deep, the seawater seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, sending towering columns of water and steam soaring into the sky. Qing Chuan Hongxue stood agape, unable to comprehend the spectacle unfolding before him. He could scarcely believe it was real. With just one strike, the scene had transformed dramatically. In front of the island, a shocking charred passageway had been forcibly carved, spanning a width of 40 to 50 meters, its edges uneven and marked with scorch marks. The passage extended for 100 meters, the air thick with the acrid scent of charring. Was this truly a level of destruction achievable by a mere human? In that moment, a wave of tumultuous emotions surged within Qing Chuan Hongxue. He considered submitting to Zhou Yao, but would he accept him? Damn it, why must they force my hand? Such a beautiful seaside view, wasted by these beasts. Zhou Yao cursed as he approached the shore. He found a relatively flat stretch of sand, pulled out an outdoor sunshade from his backpack, and planted it into the sand. He then retrieved a deck chair and a small table, setting them up beneath the sunshade. Reclining comfortably in the chair, he gazed at the distant, surging sea. A pity he had no sunglasses to enjoy such a splendid view. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yao fished out a round coconut from his bag. Casually, his gaze fell upon the still gaping Qing Chuan Hongxue. He tossed the coconut towards him, barking, "What are you dawdling for? Come over." Qing Chuan Hongxue suddenly came to his senses, catching the coconut thrown by Zhou Yao, and hurriedly approached him. Zhou Yao retrieved another coconut from his backpack and skillfully carved a hole in it with his dagger. After taking several hearty sips of coconut water, Zhou Yao reclined comfortably on the lounge chair, extending the dagger to Qing Chuan Hongxue behind him. However, Qing Chuan Hongxue hesitated to accept the dagger, timidly expressing, "Mr. Zhou, I too wish to become your servant." Chapter 49. Qing Chuan Hongxue. Zhou Yao remained silent, reclining on a deck chair, shielded from the majority of the sunlight by an umbrella. Qing Chuan Hongxue stood quietly behind him, cradling a coconut in his hands. his face betraying a hint of disappointment. The two men lingered in silence, seemingly awaiting some unseen event. Approximately an hour later, the previously clear sky gradually revealed a darkening cloud, stealthily rolling in from the distant horizon. The cloud thickened, slowly descending towards the sea's surface. The gentle breeze began to strengthen, and sunlight was gradually obscured, plunging the world into a dim haze. The howling wind grew more ferocious, unleashing a sharp whistle as Zhou Yao's umbrella was whisked away. "What wretched weather!" Zhou Yao exclaimed as he rose from his chair. He folded the deck chair and glanced at the dim sky, then at the figure behind him, standing like a wooden post. "Let us find a shelter from the rain." With that, he strode toward a stone house not far away, with Qing Chuan Hongxue closely in tow. Upon entering the stone house, Zhou Yao plopped down onto the bed and waved his hand, signaling for Qing Chuan Hongxue to take a seat. Once he settled on a nearby stone bench, Zhou Yao inquired, "Do you know how much I loathe the Sakura people?" "I know," Qing Chuan Hongxue replied candidly. "Your relentless actions in eliminating these individuals over the past few days indicate your deep-seated hatred for the Sakura people. However, I do not understand why, for you do not strike me as a remorseless individual." Zhou Yao locked his gaze on Qing Chuan Hongxue's eyes, a flicker of anger igniting within him. He spoke slowly. "It is not only I who harbors hatred for your Sakura people. The entire populace of Huaxia despises your nation." Pausing for a moment, Zhou Yao continued, "In fact, the people of all East Asia harbor similar sentiments." A look of confusion crossed Qing Chuan Hongxue's face, prompting him to ask why. "Our citizens, whether in traditional crafts or modern technology, contribute significantly to the world's progress through dedication and teamwork. Your words seem to slander our nation." Zhou Yao chuckled incredulously. "Your government alters textbooks to shield you young people from the truth. Are you aware of the Second World War? Of course, our nation suffered greatly, being struck by 2 atomic bombs from the United States, resulting in the deaths of over 200,000 Sakura citizens. We are victims of World War II. 200,000? Is that a lot?" Zhou Yao retorted. "From September 18th, 1931 to August 15th, 1946, a span of 14 years, your nation took advantage of our weakened state, invading our territory, committing acts of arson, robbery, and a massacre of over 35 million Chinese military and civilians. Moreover, your government still refuses to apologize, denying that bloody chapter of history." Upon hearing Zhou Yao's words, Qing Chuan Hongxue's expression froze, his eyes reflecting a flicker of panic and disbelief. Qing Chuan Hongxue opened his mouth, intending to refute, yet his voice trembled involuntarily. This is impossible. The history we have learned does not reflect this. It must be a fabrication to tarnish our Sakura nation. Our history books state that it was to establish the greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere to assist you." However, as he spoke, his confidence wavered, his voice dwindling in volume, and he dared not meet Zhou Yao's gaze. 2 hours later, the clouds dispersed, and brilliant sunlight reclaimed the azure sky, while the fierce sea winds vanished. Zhou Yao pushed open the door of the stone house, gazing out at the sea and sky. Qing Chuan Hongxue followed behind, his face a mix of shame and anger. Stepping out onto the rain-soaked beach, Zhou Yao stretched comfortably. He then called out towards the island. "Xiaobai, we are heading home." Within moments, Xiaobai appeared in Zhou Yao's line of sight, and in the next instant, Xiaobai leaped into Zhou Yao's embrace. With a flash of white light, Xiaobai was drawn into the beast's space. Zhou Yao placed a hand on Qing Chuan Hongxue's shoulder, turned the teleportation earring, and once more, white light enveloped them, transporting them back to the captain's cabin of the Galen's sailboat. After a luncheon and a brief rest, "It was time to assess your performance this afternoon." Qing Chuan Hongxue nodded, retrieving tools from his backpack to begin preparing a meal. In the afternoon, well-fed and refreshed, Zhou Yao led Qing Chuan Hongxue to the bow of the ship. "Let us begin." "All right, Mr. Zhou," as Qing Chuan Hongxue responded. A flash of red light suddenly appeared at his brow. He then reported 3 coordinates to Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao marked the coordinates on the map, waved to Qing Chuan Hongxue, and with a turn of the earring, vanished from sight. Zhou Yao found himself at an unknown depth beneath the sea, surrounded by a protective translucent barrier that kept the water at bay. A few paces in front of him, a colossal sea serpent swayed its long, thick body, eyeing Zhou Yao warily. However, this was in vain. With a swift motion, Zhou Yao raised his blade and struck out, unleashing a gleaming arc of light. The giant sea serpent had no time to react before Zhou Yao cleaved it in two. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the 4th-tier turbid wave python. Upon hearing the notification, Zhou Yao extracted the inner core from the python's body. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 2 4th-tier inner cores. Dismissing the massive serpent's remains, Zhou Yao stored it in his beast backpack as provisions for Xiao Imo and Xiao Bai. Shortly thereafter, approximately 100 miles away at the seabed, Zhou Yao was dismantling a gigantic shark carcass. This was the 4th-tier steel-toothed great white shark he had just dispatched. After securing 2 4th-tier inner cores and stowing the shark's body into beast space, he continued his teleportation. As evening approached, anchored near the resource island, Qingchuan Hongche stood on the deck at the bow of the Galen sailboat. He gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, with a flash of white light, Zhou Yao's figure appeared abruptly behind Qingchuan Hongche. As soon as the figure appeared, an uncontrollable voice of excitement erupted from Zhou Yao. After just an afternoon of effort, I have acquired 8 4th-tier inner elixirs. The resolve cherry blossoms are numerous as well. Mr. Zhou truly. Before Qingchuan Hongche could finish his sentence, Zhou Yao interrupted, saying, Qingchuan, no need to call me Mr. Zhou anymore. Just refer to me as Big Brother from now on. Upon hearing Zhou Yao's words, Qingchuan Hongche felt a stir in his heart, clearly realizing that Zhou Yao had accepted him. He quickly responded, Yes, Big Brother. From this day forth, my life belongs to you, Big Brother. Whatever your command, I shall face any peril without hesitation. Zhou Yao nodded and waved him over, saying, Qingchuan, come here. Let us grill some meat together. With that, Zhou Yao produced a barbecue grill, ready to commence the festivities. Chapter 50. The great perfection. The two individuals savored the delectable meat of the magical beast while enjoying a refreshing beer, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Zhou Yao remarked to Qingchuan, You are aware that I harbor a disdain for the Sakura people. I would prefer if you adopted a name befitting a Huaxia individual. Qingchuan, listening to Zhou Yao, responded with a knowing smile, Brother, I had chosen a Chinese name when I was learning Huaxia language. What is it? Zhou Yao inquired. He Zhuang. A chuckle escaped Zhou Yao's lips. That name is delightful and grounded. I quite like it. After a delightful dinner, Zhou Yao returned to the captain's quarters, reclining on the soft and comfortable bed, where he began to assess the day's harvest. Today, he had slain hundreds of the small Sakura beasts, and he had accumulated enough resources to upgrade the sailing vessel. With resources in abundance, he resolved without hesitation. It is time to upgrade the Galen sailboat. Ding! Upgrade successful. The Galen sailboat, heavy, has been successfully elevated to a 4-masted ship. Resources consumed: wood 15,000, iron or 8,000, fine iron or 1,000, linen 1,200, ropes 800, glass 500, rubber 300. The upgraded 4-masted vessel not only added an additional mast to the original 3, but also extended in length to 50 meters and broadened to 12 meters. The cabin became more spacious, and the number of cannons increased to 48. He forged 7 intermediate energy cannons. As the blueprints for the intermediate cannon vanished from Zhou Yao's grasp, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Crafting successful. Congratulations. You have obtained Intermediate Energy Cannon X1, Intermediate Energy Stone X1, Fine Iron or X10, Iron or X60, Wood X60, Niter X20. This sequence repeated several times, with Zhou Yao reluctantly rising from the comfort of his bed and making his way to the first cannon deck. He meticulously positioned the freshly crafted 7 intermediate energy cannons on either side of the ship's gunnels. Next, Zhou Yao produced 8 servant summoning scrolls, applying pressure with his fingers, causing them to shatter instantaneously. 8 beams of white light flashed, and 8 servants materialized. At this moment, the crew of Zhou Yao's 4-masted ship was finally complete. Returning to the captain's quarters, he reclined on the bed once more. He commenced the refinement of the 4th-tier inner elixir to create the body refinement pill. Ding! Pill refinement successful. 4th-tier inner elixir X1, foundation grass X2. Congratulations, You have obtained Body Refinement Pill. Perfect. X4. Ding. Successfully triggered the Good Fortune and Pairs talent. Congratulations. You have obtained Body Refinement Pill. Perfect. X8. He continued. Ding. Pill Refinement successful. 4th tier Inner Elixir X1. Foundation Grass X2. Congratulations, you have obtained Body Refinement Pill. Perfect. X4. Ding. Successfully triggered the Good Fortune and Pairs talent. Congratulations, you have obtained Body Refinement Pill. Perfect. X8. He consumed the freshly produced 16 Body Refinement Pills. Ding. Consumed Body Refinement Pill. Perfect. Physique increased by 50. Ding. Consumed the Perfect Body Refining Pill. Physique increased by 50. Ding. Consumed the Perfect Body Refining Pill. Physique increased by 50. Crafting the 4th order Inner Pill. The Mighty Pill. Ding. The elixir has been successfully crafted. 4th order Inner Pill -1. Giant Fruit -2. Congratulations on obtaining the Perfect Mighty Pill X4. Ding. Successfully triggered the Double Luck talent. Congratulations on obtaining the Perfect Mighty Pill X8. Continuing to craft the Mighty Pill. Ding. The elixir has been successfully crafted. 4th order Inner Pill -1. Giant Fruit -2. Congratulations on obtaining the Perfect Mighty Pill X6. Ding. Successfully triggered the Double Luck talent. Congratulations on obtaining the Perfect Mighty Pill X12. Onward. Ding. The elixir has been successfully crafted. 4th order Inner Pill -1. Giant Fruit -2. Congratulations on obtaining the Perfect Mighty Pill X3. Ding. Successfully triggered the Double Luck talent. Congratulations on obtaining the Perfect Mighty Pill X6. Upon tossing 26 pea-sized Perfect Mighty Pills into his mouth, the system notification sounded once more. Ding. Consumed the Perfect Mighty Pill. Strength increased by 50. Ding. Consumed the Perfect Mighty Pill. Strength increased by 50. Ding. Consumed the Perfect Mighty Pill. Strength increased by 50. Ding. The attribute value has reached the upper limit of this area. Upon breaking through to 5th order combat power, you will be forcibly transported to the distant sea region. Do you wish to continue absorbing the Mighty Pill? What the heck? Why are there restrictions on combat power? No wonder I can't find a 5th order monster anywhere. I had thought that Brat He Dazhuang's talent was subpar. After muttering a few words, Zhou Yao silently instructed the system. Do not absorb. Ding. You have chosen not to absorb the remaining medicinal power. 21 Perfect Mighty Pills will be temporarily stored within. After 7 days, the system will forcibly absorb the medicinal power. And within these 7 days, you may also choose to actively absorb it. It even has an expiration date. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhou Yao helplessly lamented. Since that is the case, I must make the most of my time. After some contemplation, Zhou Yao retrieved a blueprint from his backpack. Automatic Mining Machine Blueprint. Iron or 20, wood 30, rubber 5. Crafting an automatic mining machine. Ding. Crafting successful. Congratulations on obtaining Automatic Mining Machine X1. Iron or -20. Wood -30, rubber -5. Automatic Mining Machine. Capable of collecting surface ores of the island. Mining speed 120 units hour. Maximum mining depth 10 meters. Zhou Yao rose once more, exiting the captain's quarters and soaring toward the central iron ore area of the island. He positioned the automatic mining machine over the ore vein and commenced mining alongside his 3 attendants. Returning to his room, Zhou Yao reflected on the day's events and began to review his attributes. Character or name: Zhou Yao. Age: 21 years. Physique: 2075 strength, 1544 agility, 971 spirit, 378 charm, 31 luck. Talent: Double Fortune SSS level, unique, gifted talent. Level 2 Celestial ISSS level, unique. Skills: Advanced Evasion, passive. Intermediate Blade Technique, passive. Intermediate Diving, passive. Sky Rending Star Shatter. Purgatory Judgment, title: Escapist, Shark Slayer, Guardian's Nemesis, unique. Beast Hunter, First Warrior, Dawn Demon Slayer, Overseas Hunting Vanguard Navigator. Ocean Pioneer Combat Power. 4th Stage Great Perfection. Vessel Name: 4-masted sailboat. Zheng He's Treasure Ship, Grade. 3rd Stage Upper Class Equipment. 16 Primary Energy Cannons. 20 Intermediate Energy Cannons Crew. 50/50 Owner. Zhou Yao Ascension Requirements: 1,000 ironwood, 10,000 iron ore for 1,000 fine iron ore, 1,600 copper ore, 2,000 hemp cloth, 1,000 ropes, 1,000 glass, 1,000 rubber. Vessel to name: single-masted sailboat, power sailboat grade, second stage lower class equipment. 1 primary energy cannon crew. 5.5 owner. Zhou Yao upgrade requirements. 600 timber, 200 iron ore, 60 hemp cloth, 40 ropes, 20 glass. Servant name, Watanabe, Shinryu age, 31 combat power, mid-third stage talent. Evolution SSS level, unique. Contract, master servant, servant name, Hidajwang age, 19 combat power, mid-second stage talent. Demon exploration technique SS level. Wind and cloud awareness technique SS level. Contract, master servant battle beast name, Shao Mo master, Zhou Yao type. Xian armor turtle, growth stage, bloodline, 26 black tortoise bloodline combat power. Late 4th stage skills, water bullet impact. Azure wave guardian, battle beast name, Shaoban master, Zhou Yao type. Rending wind spirit pattern tiger, growth stage, bloodline, 22 white tiger bloodline combat power. Late 4th stage skills, windblade. Tiger roar, chapter 51. The abyssal giant tortoise rise, dine, engage in theft, eliminate 4th tier beasts, and seek resource caches. For 3 consecutive days, Zhou Yao diligently repeated these tasks. On the morning of the 4th day, he stood upon a modest island. Activate the celestial eye. With a commanding shout, a glimmer of golden light flashed from his brow. Suddenly, a system notification echoed within Zhou Yao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, your talent Celestial Eye has leveled up. Celestial Eye SSS level. Unique, level 3. You have acquired eyes capable of penetrating the ocean's depths. A mere glance across the sea surface enables you to pinpoint submerged resources. You can effortlessly sense the distribution and location of freshwater, food, and resource caches on the islands and the sea surface. Current detection range above the sea, 100 kilometers. Below the sea, 20 kilometers, 10,000 for upgrade. Having leveled up, the detection range of the Celestial Eye had multiplied 4-fold, significantly easing future endeavors. Celestial Eye activate. Zhou Yao gazed at the system map, which displayed marked islands and resource caches. Not far from him, approximately 17 or 18 kilometers away, a mysterious treasure chest icon appeared on the map's ocean floor. Without hesitation, Zhou Yao activated his teleportation earrings. In an instant, he found himself on an unfamiliar expanse of ocean, devoid of any visible islands. However, Zhou Yao remained unfazed. Activate the water shield. A simple necklace adorned his neck, at the end of which was embedded a milky white orb. This was the water pearl that he had upgraded earlier that day with Watanabe Shinryu. He had anticipated that the upgraded water pearl would possess enhanced capabilities, yet it merely transformed into a more user-friendly necklace. As Zhou Yao's command resonated, the water pearl emitted a radiant light, enveloping him in a protective water shield. With the shield formed, Zhou Yao exerted force and plunged downward into the depths. In a brief moment, he descended over 20 meters, and after sinking an additional 4 or 5 meters, his feet finally touched the ocean floor. At nearly 30 meters deep, the light was dim, yet this did not hinder Zhou Yao from observing his surroundings. Merely a few meters to his right, a treasure chest lay quietly upon the seabed. However, hovering above the chest was a massive tortoise. Regretful abyssal giant tortoise. A 4th-tier marine beast, resembling a giant tortoise but even more colossal. Its shell is as hard as rock, and its limbs are powerful. As it swims, it stirs up mighty waves, dominating the ocean depths with its immense strength. A fearsome presence in the coastal waters. Zhou Yao glanced at the formidable creature and chuckled. Summoning Shao Mo, the latter appeared, instantly brimming with excitement. Master, this creature possesses a rich bloodline of the Xuanwu. A youthful voice echoed in Zhou Yao's mind. Oh, splendid. A 2-fold advantage, Zhou Yao declared. Shao Mo, go forth. This abyssal giant tortoise is yours. Little Mo gazed unwaveringly at the colossal deep-sea crab before him, a creature several times larger than his own form, and boldly charged forward. The enormous crab seemed to sense the impending threat, its massive pincers lifting slightly. Its lantern-like eyes regarded little Mo with a cold stare, exuding an innate authority and disdain. Just as little Mo was about to close the distance, the crab swung its powerful claw with ferocity, sweeping across. Caught off guard, little Mo was struck squarely on his shell, his truck-sized body hurtling backward like a stone propelled through the air. Although he sustained no injuries due to his formidable constitution, he found himself uncontrollably tumbling through the water. His stout limbs flailed chaotically in an attempt to regain control, but it appeared to be in vain. Thus, he rolled for over 10 meters until he came to a halt near Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao extended his right hand and firmly pressed it against Little Mo's shell. A surge of immense strength coursed through him, and with an added effort, he managed to bring the continuously tumbling Little Mo to a stop. Such remarkable power. It seemed the plan would require a modification. Zhou Yao glanced at the deep-sea crab, still hovering above the treasure chest. Master, this giant possesses incredible strength. Little Mo, still dazed from the impact, remarked to Zhou Yao. I am aware. Observe as I subdue him, Zhou Yao replied, as a flicker of white light illuminated his hand, revealing the falling spirit blade. With the blade in hand, Zhou Yao propelled himself off the rocky seabed towards the deep-sea crab. Executing a swift somersault, he raised the falling spirit blade high above, channeling all his strength into the weapon, and brought it down fiercely towards the crab's head. The surrounding seawater was cleaved apart, forming a fleeting vacuum passage. Sensing the imminent threat, the crab's calm eyes widened in alarm. Just as the blade was about to make contact, its robust limbs propelled it backward with unexpected agility, sending up a cloud of mud and sand. Zhou Yao's nearly full-force strike landed squarely on the seabed beside the treasure chest. A deafening explosion reverberated through the depths, as the seabed was split open by a tremendous fissure, which rapidly spread like a spider's web. The stirred sediment and debris swirled chaotically in the water. Zhou Yao, caught off guard by the recoil, was propelled several meters backward. Seizing the opportunity, the crab swung its massive body toward Zhou Yao at high speed. One of its enormous claws rose menacingly, resembling a sharp axe, descending upon Zhou Yao with tremendous force. Rather than feeling alarmed by the approaching claw, Zhou Yao's eyes glinted with cunning. Just as the claw was about to strike him, he made his move, exhibiting remarkable agility despite the resistance of the water. He swiftly dodged, simultaneously slashing upward with the falling spirit blade, targeting the descending claw of the crab. A resounding crack echoed through the water. A crisp sound echoed, swiftly traveling far across the ocean. The blade of the meteorite knife, remarkably sharp, forcefully pierced the hardened front claw of the colossal crab. Blood gushed from the creature's wound, instantly staining the waters crimson, with a metallic scent wafting through the air. In that moment, the injured giant crab, in agony, emitted a deep, resonant roar, retracting its robust claw into its shell. As the crab roared, a transparent water arrow rapidly formed before it, aimed directly at Zhou Yao. At that moment, Zhou Yao found himself standing amidst the murky waters, tainted with dark red, severely obstructed in his line of sight. Yet the water arrow shot forth at an astonishing speed, hurtling toward the vigilant Zhou Yao, who was poised with his knife. Chapter 52. The Megalodon. Although Zhou Yao's line of sight was obstructed, his keen intuition, honed through numerous battles, alerted him to the imminent peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forcefully off the ocean floor, using the reaction force to surge upwards at an angle. A transparent water arrow narrowly grazed the edge of his clothing before crashing violently into the seabed nearby, erupting in a violent explosion. Yet, the colossal crab seemed unwilling to relent, swiftly conjuring several more water arrows that shot toward Zhou Yao from various angles. Suspended in the water, Zhou Yao found his agility severely compromised. Grasping his celestial blade, he unleashed a series of radiant slashes, attempting to deflect the incoming projectiles. The arrows shattered upon impact, dispersing into a cascade of droplets. Having neutralized the threats, Zhou Yao no longer waited for the deep-sea giant crab to strike. He focused intently and channeled energy into his celestial blade, propelling himself towards the creature with remarkable speed. The giant crab appeared to sense Zhou Yao's intent, its powerful limbs thrashing in the water, stirring up a cloud of sediment in an effort to obscure Zhou Yao's vision and impede his approach. Simultaneously, the creature opened its massive jaws, generating a formidable suction that drew the surrounding water inward, gradually forming a rapidly spinning lance. Undeterred by the crab's attempts to disrupt him, Zhou Yao pressed forward, his eyes fixated solely on the creature's head. The brilliance emanating from his celestial blade intensified, eliciting a flicker of fear in the giant crab's gaze as it recognized the impending threat. Realizing the gravity of Zhou Yao's strike, the crab abandoned its coalescing water lance and desperately maneuvered its enormous body to evade the lethal thrust. However, Zhou Yao's speed was unparalleled. As he emerged from the murky barrier of sediment, the crab's attempt to dodge came too late. In a swift motion, it retracted its head into its colossal shell, conjuring a water barrier to shield itself. With a muffled thud, the celestial blade pierced the water barrier effortlessly, plunging deeply into the crab's nostril, embedding itself several inches within. A searing pain erupted, prompting the giant crab to emit a deafening wail, its body thrashing violently. The tremendous force unleashed a torrent of turbulent water, akin to an underwater tempest, which violently hurled Zhou Yao away. Blood gushed from the crab's nostrils, further staining the already crimson waters. The fury in the eyes of the deep-sea giant crab was now entirely fixated on Zhou Yao. It swung its four massive claws, charging towards him like a mountain in motion. Unfazed, Zhou Yao tightened his grip on the celestial blade and charged forward to meet the oncoming giant crab. As they drew near, Zhou Yao propelled himself off the ocean floor, harnessing the buoyancy of the water and his own momentum to leap high. Simultaneously, he concentrated all his power into the blade, delivering a fierce downward slash towards the giant crab. Clang! With a resounding clash akin to the collision of metal, the meteor blade struck forcefully against the impenetrable shell of the colossal sea turtle. The immense recoil left Zhou Yao's arm tingling, and his hands trembled slightly as he gripped the blade. However, the mighty sea turtle was not without its own suffering. Not only was its massive form driven deep into the sandy seabed by the blow, but a visible crack also emerged upon its hard shell. The platinum-grade meteor blade, wielded with the full might of my fourth-tier prowess, had only managed to produce a mere fissure on the creature's shell. Truly, the Xuanwu bloodline is formidable, Zhou Yao mused inwardly, yet this only solidified his resolve to vanquish the beast. Summoning all his energy, Zhou Yao swiftly channeled it towards the blade. In an instant, the blade radiated an overwhelming brilliance, and within the blink of an eye, a blade of light, nearly 10 feet long, coalesced. Just as Zhou Yao prepared to unleash his full power in a strike against the deep-sea turtle, a small figure, Mo, observing from behind, seemed to sense something amiss. An anxious child's voice echoed in Zhou Yao's mind. "Master, something is rapidly approaching us from the right." Heeding Mo's warning, Zhou Yao did not falter in his actions, swinging the meteor blade towards the still-prone sea turtle. The creature, still reeling from the previous blow, was unable to evade. Void-cleaving star slash. With a fierce roar, Zhou Yao unleashed the formidable blade of light, slicing through the water with terrifying energy, precisely targeting the crack in the turtle's shell. A deafening crack resounded as the shell nearly split in two. The immense body hidden within endured the catastrophic aftermath of the strike, convulsing violently as blood gushed from the shattered shell, staining the surrounding waters a deep crimson. At that moment, the sea turtle lay gasping for breath, motionless on the seabed, its life force hanging by a thread. The strike had nearly cleaved the creature in two, yet its tenacity was undeniable. Still alive, Zhou Yao gasped, stepping toward the near-death turtle to end its suffering. As he approached, a sudden instinct compelled him to turn sharply to the right. A swarm of sharks was swiftly approaching, evidently drawn by the scent of blood. Without hesitation, Zhou Yao delivered a decisive blow, ending the sea turtle's agony. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the fourth-tier beast, the deep-sea turtle. Upon hearing the notification, Zhou Yao addressed Mo. "This is yours, Mo." He casually extracted 2 fourth-tier inner cores from the creature. With that, Zhou Yao swiftly positioned himself a dozen meters ahead of the approaching sharks, standing tall with his blade raised. He exuded an aura of indomitable strength, as if he were a lone warrior holding back an army. Meanwhile, Mo excitedly swam toward the turtle's lifeless body, indulging in a feast. Before him lay a sumptuous feast, yet it was obstructed by this insignificant creature of humanity. The leading shark appeared to be filled with ire, its gaping maw opened wide as it lunged toward Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao raised his gaze to meet the oncoming head of the shark. A panel materialized before his eyes. Great toothed black shark, a fourth-tier late-stage demon beast, colossal in size, measuring several zhang in length. Its mouth brims with sharp, gigantic fangs, possessing a jaw strength capable of effortlessly shredding prey. It serves as the backbone of the Black Shark clan, instilling fear among nearshore demon beasts. The Black Shark clan? Let's first gauge the strength of this creature. Chapter 53. The five poisons. Zhou Yao floated upon the water, observing the formidable Black Shark leader swimming towards him. With deliberate slowness, he raised his hand, channeling the remnants of his inner strength into the falling spirit blade. The blade shimmered with radiant light, coalescing into a blade of light nearly a foot long. Just as the giant-toothed black shark was about to snap its jaws around him, Zhou Yao's body plummeted downwards, while simultaneously he thrust the long blade upwards with great force. With a muffled thud, the blade of light effortlessly pierced through the black shark's lower jaw. However, the creature was unable to halt its forward momentum in time. As it propelled itself ahead, the blade carved a gaping wound into its belly. In an instant, crimson blood and entrails gushed forth from the grievous injury. The giant-toothed black shark writhed in agony, thrashing its enormous body violently in the water as the essence of life swiftly ebbed away. Moments later, its massive form sank to the seabed, falling silent. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the fourth-tier beast, the giant-toothed black shark. At that moment, the group of sharks that had been present had vanished without a trace. It was hardly surprising. If their leader was no match for this human, what chance did they, mere wretched fish and shrimp, possess? Zhou Yao glanced at the circular interface below him, murmuring, at least they possess the sense to flee. Their intelligence is not insubstantial. He then shook his head lightly, dismissing the fleeing sharks from his thoughts, and approached the corpse of the black shark leader. After skillfully extracting 2 fourth-tier inner Dan, he discarded the body into his battle pet space. Having secured the black shark's remains, Zhou Yao turned to the side of the mysterious treasure chest, waving his hand to stow it in his backpack. Subsequently, he looked towards Xiao Mo, who was still feasting on the colossal corpse of the deep-sea giant crab. He collected both the crab's carcass and Xiao Mo back into his battle pet space. After completing these tasks, Zhou Yao activated his teleportation earring, and his figure instantly materialized on a small island of merely over 200 square meters. As soon as Zhou Yao appeared on the island, 2 feathered arrows hurtled towards him at alarming speed. Truly, there was no respite. With a swift motion, Zhou Yao reappeared beside the 2 arrow towers, unleashing simultaneous strikes with both palms against their stout pillars. With a resounding crack, the supports of both towers shattered instantaneously. Deprived of their foundation, the towers collapsed thunderously to the ground. The tremendous noise evidently startled the occupant of the stone house, who sought to investigate the commotion. As the door of the stone house swung open, before the occupant could discern the situation outside, Zhou Yao had already seized him by the throat. The man, taken aback, attempted to utter a word, but Zhou Yao offered him no opportunity. Tightening his grip, he exerted a slight force. With a sharp crack, the system notification chimed. Ding! You have slain Takahashi Hayato, a survivor from the land of cherry blossoms, and randomly acquired half of the items from his backpack. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 1 mysterious scroll, 500G bread x5, 500G bottled water x3, 66 wood, 72 iron ore, 9 stones, 12 hemp cloth, 10 ropes, 6 glass. A mysterious scroll? What could this possibly be? Zhou Yao, filled with curiosity, retrieved the scroll from his backpack. Mysterious scroll. A cryptic scroll bearing a secret coordinate. A secret coordinate? Surely it must lead to something valuable. Let me unfold it. With that thought, Zhou Yao attempted to spread the scroll open. What's the matter? It won't open? Applying pressure, Zhou Yao endeavored to pry the scroll apart, yet his efforts were in vain. Truly a mysterious scroll. Perhaps I shall ponder it later. Zhou Yao stowed the enigmatic scroll away, lifted his legs, and made his way toward the stone hut, subsequently reclining upon the bed to recuperate his expended energy. After approximately an hour, the sun reached its zenith, and Zhou Yao sprang up from the stone bed, brimming with vitality. He stretched his limbs and exited the stone hut, approaching the edge of the small island to retrieve the mysterious treasure chest. For this chest, I nearly exhausted all my energy. I hope it holds something remarkable. Zhou Yao positioned the treasure chest at the island's brink, cautiously stepping back 4 or 5 meters. Open the mysterious treasure chest. Ding! The treasure chest has been successfully unlocked. The survivor is invited to inspect its contents. With a fallen spirit blade in hand, Zhou Yao approached the open chest with utmost caution. Soon, he found himself beside the chest, peering inside, where a small green vial lay quietly at the bottom. What is this? It's a vibrant green. It must be the essence of heaven and earth, Zhou Yao mused, reaching out to grasp the vial, which felt icy to the touch. It was an ordinary jade bottle, exquisitely crafted, yet small, barely the size of a child's palm, around 7 or 8 years old. If this jade bottle were placed in Blue Star, from whence Zhou Yao had traveled, it would be considered a rare and exquisite gem beyond the reach of ordinary folk. The vial was filled with a verdant liquid. After examining the exterior, Zhou Yao began to peruse the vial's description. 5 poisons goo, a concoction derived from the venom of 5 highly toxic creatures: snake, scorpion, centipede, toad, and spider. A single drop of this toxin is potent enough to slay a 5th-tier warrior. By heavens, such a lethal poison! This is in a coastal region where the highest combat strength barely reaches the 4th-tier pinnacle. What am I to make of this? Zhou Yao grumbled as he carefully placed the 5 poisons goo into his backpack. Let us not lose it. That would spell trouble. As he secured the vial, Zhou Yao couldn't help but mutter with a touch of sarcasm. Ding! The extraction of the iron ore vein has been completed. Just as Zhou Yao secured the vial, the system notification chimed in at an opportune moment. The collection is done. It's time to search for copper ore. With that, Zhou Yao activated his Eye of Heaven ability. 69 kilometers to the right ahead lies what appears to be a resource island. Let us investigate. Twisting the earring, a flash of white light enveloped him, and Zhou Yao vanished, leaving behind an island awaiting its descent into the depths. At the resource island's edge, Zhou Yao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the isle. Tier 3 resource island. Capable of producing Tier 3 mineral resources with careful exploration. One may also uncover basic herbs. A Tier 3 resource island. It should yield copper ore. Eye of Heaven, activate. After reviewing the map, Zhou Yao noticed a location on the island's left side, approximately 200 to 300 meters from shore. A substantial copper mine lies buried approximately 7 to 8 meters underground. Moreover, directly above this copper deposit, an expansive grove of iron trees flourishes within several hundred square meters of space. What extraordinary luck! 2 types of Tier 3 materials coexisting in tandem. Zhou Yao murmured with excitement. He meticulously marked the location of the resource island before activating his teleportation earrings. After several rounds of teleportation, Zhou Yao returned to the 2nd-tier resource island where his 4-masted sailing ship was anchored. Arriving at the site of the mined refined iron, he stowed away the automatic mining machine and 6 arrow towers, leading 3 attendants toward the seaside vessel. Once aboard the ship, Zhou Yao relayed the coordinates to Zhou Yi, instructing him to command the 2 sailing ships to set a course for the 3rd-tier resource island. Subsequently, Zhou Yao summoned He Dazhuang and Watanabe Shinryu to the captain's cabin. Chapter 54. Dragon Slayer Zhou Yao reclined comfortably in the captain's quarters, and shortly thereafter, He Dazhuang and Watanabe Shinryu entered one after the other. Big brother, Mr. Zhou. After several days of study, Watanabe Shinryu was now able to engage in basic conversation with Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao nodded at them and spoke. I have summoned you both today for a singular purpose. He paused, observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, and continued. It is to enhance your abilities. Although neither of you possesses combat-oriented talents, as my subordinates, it is imperative that you cultivate a necessary level of self-defense. With that, Zhou Yao retrieved dozens of elixirs from his backpack. Most were ordinary potions, with only a few exquisite ones interspersed among them, spoils from recent encounters. Based on their respective power levels, Zhou Yao distributed the potions accordingly. He then addressed Watanabe, Shinryu. Watanabe, these elixirs are sufficient to elevate your combat prowess to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Your task for the next 2 days remains to master the Chinese language. Watanabe, Shinryu nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Zhou. Rest assured, I will strive to learn Chinese promptly. Not just promptly, you have only 2 days. Afterward, you have other matters to attend to. Do you understand? Please rest assured, I shall not fail in my mission. Watanabe Shinryu pledged earnestly to Zhou Yao. Indeed, you're starting to grasp Chinese idioms. However, that is still insufficient. Utilize these 2 days to contemplate an appropriate Chinese name for yourself. You know, I have little fondness for Sakura people. As he spoke, Zhou Yao shot Watanabe a meaningful glance. Watanabe Shinryu quickly nodded in agreement, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. He was acutely aware that this young Mr. Zhou showed no mercy toward those from Sakura. Had his talents not been of some use to Zhou Yao, he might have long since become a casualty. Meanwhile, he Dazhuang, standing nearby, appeared respectful, yet inwardly mused. This Watanabe has been following Big Brother for several days and still hasn't discerned his true nature. He is rather too rigid. He shook his head internally as he saw Zhou Yao produce his meteor blade and hand it to Watanabe. Enhance this blade for me. Watanabe Shinryu promptly took the meteor blade, examined it, and felt a surge of inspiration as a glimmer of white light flashed from his brow. At that moment, Zhou Yao's mind was met with a system notification sound. Ding! Watanabe Shinryu is attempting to evolve your meteor blade. Do you agree? Agree. Ding! Evolution successful. The meteor blade has been upgraded to the radiant blade. Watanabe Shinryu returned the evolved radiant blade to Zhou Yao, who took the long sword and began to admire it. The blade's length remained unchanged, yet its once metallic, bright silver surface had transformed into a sleek, silvery black hue, appearing even smoother than before. The radiant spirit blade, diamond level, forged from mysterious meteorite iron infused with silver starlight. The blade is enhanced with energy stones. Not only is it remarkably sturdy and indomitable, but it also absorbs the energies of heaven and earth for formidable attacks, far surpassing ordinary weaponry. Power, 600, physique, 200, damage, 20,000. Gazing upon the attributes of the radiant spirit blade, Zhou Yao felt a surge of relief wash over him. Grateful that he had transformed Watanabe into his servant, he swung the blade a few times and then attempted to channel his internal energy into it. The moment he began to infuse energy, it surged toward the blade like a tidal wave. Almost instantaneously, a blade of light, approximately 10 feet long and a foot wide, erupted from the weapon. With a resounding thud, the ceiling of the captain's quarters was pierced, leaving a gaping hole. Simultaneously, the energy within Zhou Yao continued to be voraciously drawn into the blade. As the energy flowed in, the blade of light grew larger and thicker, and the hole in the ceiling expanded as well. Momentarily taken aback, Zhou Yao quickly severed the infusion of energy into the blade. In the blink of an eye, more than half of his internal energy had been siphoned away. Zhou Yao was alarmed. This was merely a diamond-level upgrade, yet the rate of energy extraction was terrifying. When the spirit blade was not upgraded, even with the skill effect of the sky-splitting Star Eater slash, it had never exhibited such a fearsome absorption rate. Although Zhou Yao halted the energy infusion, the already imposing blade of light remained steadfast. After a brief moment, he reluctantly flicked his wrist, sending the milky white blade of light soaring into the sky. Once he had released it, Zhou Yao caressed the blade's surface, entranced by its elegance. Meanwhile, Watanabe and he Dazhuang, standing nearby, looked on in astonishment. Is the boss really this formidable? It's just a test of the blade. Zhou Yao, noticing their expressions, was about to speak when an unexpected system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the 4th-tier beast, the fire dragon. As the first survivor in the Sakura region to defeat a dragon, you are awarded the title, Dragon Slayer Pioneer, as well as 2 perfect physique pills and 2 perfect Windwalker pills. What the hell? What is this? A 4th tier for slaying a fire dragon? This must be a juvenile. Yet, given the might of a dragon, even a juvenile shouldn't possess only 4th tier strength. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yao, in the depths of the ocean, a colossal island housed a furious, 9th tier late-stage crimson dragon, rampaging and slaughtering every creature upon the island, be they human or beast. The human who dare to slay my son, Zhou Yao. No matter where you hide, I will hunt you down. The roar echoed throughout the island, but no one remained to hear it. In the seas of Sakura Nation, aboard a 4-masted ship, before Zhou Yao could fully comprehend the situation, another system notification blared in his mind. Ding! Due to your slaying of the Fire Dragon King Agnox's son, you will be relentlessly pursued by the Dragon Clan. Good grief. Is this how I'm meant to meet my end? The pursuit by the Fire Dragon clan has commenced, and I have yet to even leave the novice zone before attracting such a formidable entity. Upon receiving the system notification, Zhou Yao's expression darkened significantly. Meanwhile, Watanabe and his companion exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by the sudden shift in Zhou Yao's demeanor. Before they could inquire about the cause of his distress, a tremendous sound erupted as a colossal object crashed into the sea. With a grim countenance, Zhou Yao strode to the stern of the ship, gazing at the rippling surface of the water 100 meters behind. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed He Dazhuang and his companion, who were following closely behind. "You may continue without me." With that, he leaped from the 5-meter-high sailboat, skimming across the surface of the water towards the source of the ripples. Activating the water repellent chain, a luminous barrier enveloped Zhou Yao's entire form. Upon reaching the site where the fire dragon had plunged into the depths, Zhou Yao halted, allowing his body to descend towards the ocean floor. Chapter 55. The Sea Portal. Zhou Yao swiftly descended toward the ocean floor. Upon reaching a depth of several meters, he beheld, not far from the seabed, a colossal lizard with wings, quietly resting in place. As he approached, Zhou Yao examined the creature's appearance. The dragon's scales shimmered a fiery red in the water, yet it now exuded no semblance of life. Its enormous wings lay limp at its sides, the feathers gently swaying with the currents. The dragon's massive head tilted to one side, its sharp fangs bared, seemingly retaining a vestige of its former ferocity. Its robust limbs sprawled in a contorted manner, claws deeply embedded in the muddy seabed. From a gaping wound, approximately a foot long, blood seeped forth, gradually dissipating within the water. A fire lizard. "You startled me. I thought I had truly slain a divine dragon of Huaxia." It was no wonder Zhou Yao entertained such thoughts. After all, even an ordinary Huaxia divine dragon could attain a battle prowess of level 9 upon maturity. Higher-ranking dragon species, such as the 5-clawed golden dragon, could surpass level 10 in adulthood. Decompose the fire lizard. Ding. Decomposition failed. Fire lizard corpse not detected. Damn it. Decompose the fire dragon. Ding. Decomposition successful. Congratulations. You have acquired 2 level 4 inner elixirs, 22 drops of fire dragon blood, 10 fire dragon bones for fire dragon claws, 48 fire dragon scales, and 226 units of fire dragon meat. These are excellent materials, but alas, they are merely level 4. Zhou Yao grumbled while casually tossing the 226 portions of fire dragon meat into his battle pet space. Upon returning to the sailboat, He Dazhuang and his companion awaited him at the stern, and the trio proceeded to the captain's cabin together. Zhou Yao continued, "Dazhuang, hasten to elevate your strength. I have a task for you both in 2 days." With that, he produced 40 silver resource boxes and distributed them to the 2 men. This gesture genuinely astonished them. The sudden offering of 40 silver resource boxes was beyond their expectations. Ignoring their amazement, Zhou Yao spoke again. "Dazhuang, further investigate the whereabouts of level 4 demon beasts. Make a note of the coordinates you provide me, then I shall teleport." Before long, after several teleportations, Zhou Yao found himself back at the level 3 resource island and released Xiaobai. The man and his tiger strode confidently towards the copper mine, with the beasts in their vicinity scattering in terror from Xiaobai's imposing presence. Upon reaching the ironwood forest, Zhou Yao effortlessly felled the entire expanse with a single swing of his blade. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 16 ironwood. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 14 ironwood. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 16 ironwood. Temporarily silencing the system notifications, Zhou Yao quickly set up the automatic mining machines and then retrieved 2 blueprints. After positioning 3 mining machines along one side of the vein, Zhou Yao instructed Xiaobai, "Stay here and guard this spot. I shall fetch you something to eat." Although initially reluctant, Xiaobai readily complied upon hearing Zhou Yao's final words and lay down beside the mining machines. After arranging the mining affairs on the resource island, Zhou Yao activated the teleportation earrings and resumed his prosperous venture. 2 days later, at dawn, He Dazhuang and his crew finally arrived at the location of the resource island aboard a 4-masted sailing ship. Zhou Yao entrusted the task of gathering herbs on the island to He Dazhuang, who had already reached the late stage of the 3rd tier, along with several attendants. He assigned Watanabe Shinryu to guard the copper mine area and withdrew the guardian of the mine, Xiaobai, into the battle pet space. Upon returning to the ship, Zhou Yao briefed Zhou Yi and produced 10 silver resource chests to commence the opening. Ding! The silver resource chest opened successfully, and congratulations were in order. 500 g of bread, 14 bottles of red wine, 500 milliliters, 20 units of nitrate, 22 units of glass, and 2 blueprints for automatic defense towers. Ding! The silver resource chest opened successfully again, yielding 500 g of beef, 8 bottles of beer, 500 milliliters, 10 units of hemp cloth, 22 units of wood, and 2 scrolls for summoning attendants. Ding! The silver resource chest opened successfully once more, producing 500 g of bread, 12 bottles of mineral water, 500 milliliters, 26 units of stone, 12 units of rope, and 2 scrolls for summoning attendants. The discovery of the detection technique piqued Zhou Yao's interest. Detection technique allows the user to investigate the attributes and skills of beasts or humans whose tier does not exceed 2 levels above their own. With a maximum detection range of 500 meters, can be synthesized. Synthesizing detection technique. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring Group Detection Technique 1. Group Detection Technique allows for group investigation of beasts or humans whose tier does not exceed 2 levels above the user's own, with a detection area of 100 by 100. Shattering the skill book, the skill transformed into a streak of light and entered Zhou Yao's body. Zhou Yao then retrieved the mysterious scroll from his backpack and held it in his hands. He summoned the energy within him and gradually infused it into the scroll. As the energy flowed in, the surface of the scroll began to shimmer with a soft glow. After a moment, Zhou Yao ceased his infusion, and the scroll radiated a brilliant white light. With a gentle motion of his hands, the scroll, which had previously been unopenable, unfurled effortlessly before him. Zhou Yao gazed at the scroll, which bore a simple message, a single coordinate displayed prominently at its center. After marking the coordinates on the map, he noted it was not too distant, approximately 700 or 800 kilometers away. Having spoken, Zhou Yao activated the teleportation earrings once more, and with a flash of white light, his figure vanished instantaneously. Zhou Yao stood poised above the undulating surface of the sea, his demeanor calm as he observed a modest rocky island not far off. This rocky isle, approximately the size of a football field, was barren and devoid of vegetation. However, a grand teleportation portal was situated atop it, exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity. Constructed from an unusual black stone, the portal's surface was engraved with a multitude of intricate runes, which glimmered with a ghostly blue light. Upon closer inspection, nearly 100 individuals appeared to be congregated on the rocky island below. This assembly, varying in posture and attire, presented a kaleidoscope of expressions and garments. Some individuals donned tattered leather armor, while others were enveloped in vibrant, flowing robes, each revealing distinct identities and origins. Dozens of vessels, varying in size, anchored beside the rocky isle, their hulls gently swaying with the rhythm of the waves. Zhou Yao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, merely 100 meters from the rocky island. His gaze swept across the crowd, the ships, and the portal as he pondered the purpose behind this gathering. As Zhou Yao surveyed the multitude on the island, a keen-eyed observer among them spotted him standing above the sea. "Look, there is someone on the water over there," exclaimed a slender man clad in brown linen, his finger pointing toward Zhou Yao, astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Instantly, the collective gaze of the crowd shifted toward Zhou Yao. In an instant, the previously bustling rocky isle fell into a hushed silence, for Zhou Yao's unexpected appearance had clearly taken this assembly by surprise. Chapter 56. The white tiger deters the cherry blossoms. Signs of a portal emerge. Zhou Yao stood upon the surface of the sea, employing a group reconnaissance technique to survey the little cherry blossoms on the island. Among them, the most formidable possessed merely the strength of early stage 3. Is this their only power? Zhou Yao mused with a hint of disdain as he assessed their attributes. These must be the cherry blossoms from the nearby islands. He contemplated before calling out to them. "Who speaks Huaxia? Step forward." His voice echoed far across the waters. Although the little cherry blossoms could not comprehend his words, they discerned that he was speaking in the Huaxia tongue. A few astute ones began to piece together his identity. "He is Zhou Yao, exclaimed a young man clad in an ornate robe. Zhou Yao? Which Zhou Yao? One of the cherry blossoms inquired, still in confusion. Baka, he is the Huaxiao man who caused all of our survivors to lose their attributes. The god of death, Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao observed as the little cherry blossoms whispered among themselves, seemingly recognizing him. However, he paid them no mind. Noticing the lack of response to his question, he decided to abandon any pretense of politeness. In a flash of white light, the yowling blade manifested in his hand, poised to strike, but he reconsidered. Shaking his head, he sheathed the blade and instead waved his hand, summoning Little White from the battle pet space. Go, eliminate all the cherry blossoms on the island, he commanded. Caught unprepared, Little White plunged into the sea as soon as it emerged, its enormous form submerging. Before Little White could even recover from the taste of salt water, Zhou Yao's voice rang out. Angered, Little White ignored him and leisurely swam toward the rocky island. Seeing this, Zhou Yao remained unfazed and casually remarked, "If you don't wish to go, then I shall summon Little Mo. However, these 3 inner Dan will solely belong to Little Mo." He shook the 3 inner Dan of second and third stages in his hand, preparing to call for Little Mo Master. There's no need for Little Mo to handle this. I shall go right away. Upon hearing the voice of the girl in his mind, Zhou Yao watched as Little White's swimming speed dramatically increased, racing toward the rocky island. This girl truly knows how to seize an opportunity. Without some means, one could hardly manage her. Zhou Yao quietly commented to himself. The little cherry blossoms on the rocky island, oblivious to the exchange between man and tiger, witnessed the emergence of a colossal white tiger swimming toward their direction. Panic ensued among the cherry blossoms. Some dashed towards the ships anchored at the island's edge, desperate to board for survival. Whether they intended to utilize cannon fire or flee remained a mystery known only to them. Meanwhile, a greater number of cherry blossoms hastily brandished their weapons, preparing to fight to the bitter end. Among them, several donned loose-fitting robes and began to conjure spells, ready to launch a preemptive strike against Little White. In the depths of the sea, the magnificent creature, known as Xiao Bai, remained indifferent to the actions of others. With a mere 100 meters separating them, Xiao Bai's swimming speed rendered the distance negligible, akin to the blink of an eye. Upon reaching the shore, Xiao Bai raised its powerful paw, striking down upon the vessels moored nearby, creating large gaping holes to prevent the cherry blossoms from escaping. The sea surged through these openings, causing the boats to teeter precariously on the surface. The cherry blossoms, having just boarded the vessels, were frozen in shock at the sight. Confronted by a colossal white tiger capable of reducing a 2-masted sailboat to rubble with a single swipe, they understood that even if they attempted immediate repairs, it would merely invite another strike from the white giant, wasting precious resources in vain. Reluctantly, they retreated back to the rocky island. On the rocky island, the spells they had just conjured surged toward Xiao Bai. However, as fireballs and ice shards hurtled toward it, Xiao Bai remained unfazed, exuding an air of disdain. In the next moment, those seemingly formidable spells struck Xiao Bai's massive form, inflicting no harm whatsoever, merely a tickling sensation. With a dismissive shake of its head, Xiao Bai unleashed a thunderous roar, the tiger's roar skill resonating like a tempest across the rocky island. The powerful sound waves swept through the cherry blossoms, resulting in over half of them succumbing to heart failure, spewing blood, and collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Those who survived the roar were left with varying degrees of internal injuries. Yet, Xiao Bai paid them no heed, leaping effortlessly onto the rocky island. Unleashing another tiger's roar, only 2 cherry blossoms remained conscious, both at the initial stage of the 3rd tier. Although they had survived the roar, they bore severe internal wounds and, without prompt medical attention, their time was limited. However, Xiao Bai granted them no mercy. With a fierce pounce, it pinned both to the ground. In a swift motion, it severed the head of one cherry blossom while crushing the skull of the other under its formidable paw. This scene was witnessed by Zhou Yao, who had just stepped into the water. Xiao Bai, how many times must I remind you? You ought to exhibit some decorum. Do you not understand what it means to be a lady? Why do you persist in such brutish behavior? Xiao Bai felt exasperated, believing that its master's admonitions were solely directed at it. It had never seen its master chide Xiao Mo in such a manner. In a moment of irritation, Xiao Bai let out an impatient roar at Zhou Yao, only to be met with an even more relentless stream of reprimands. You can't be displeased with a few words of correction and to roar at me? Is it not for your own good? A lady should not be so uncouth. How can I not comment on it? Feeling helpless, Xiao Bai fought the urge to lash out at this human, internally pleading, "Master, I acknowledge my faults. I shall amend my ways. Please grant me my reward. Even so, you haven't forgotten to eat, my dear young lady." Zhou Yao chided Little Bai, casually tossing 3 inner elixirs into the tiger's maw. After swallowing the elixirs, Little Bai transformed into a streak of white light, eager to return to the battle pet space. Zhou Yao watched as Little Bai, having finished the elixirs, wiped its mouth and dashed away, muttering to himself in mild exasperation. Yet, no one was present to hear his murmurs. Moments later, Zhou Yao approached the front of the portal and gazed up at the columns flanking it. He sensed that something atop the columns of the portal seemed to resonate with the scroll in his backpack. Chapter 57. The soul-eating poison spider. As Zhou Yao drew nearer to the portal, the resonance of an inexplicable sensation intensified. He retrieved a mysterious scroll from his backpack, still emanating a gentle white glow. The scroll quivered slightly in his grasp, seemingly yearning to break free and soar towards the portal. Contemplating for a moment, Zhou Yao relinquished his hold, allowing the scroll to glide towards the right pillar of the portal. At a height of over 2 meters on the pillar, a recess, nearly the size of the scroll, began to emit a faint white light. The scroll's trajectory aligned perfectly with this enigmatic indentation on the pillar. With a soft click, the scroll, composed of an unknown material, nestled flawlessly into the recess. As the scroll settled, the once tranquil azure light of the portal began to whirl like a vortex. Zhou Yao extended his hand towards the swirling light, his arm passing effortlessly through the portal. Resolute, he stepped into the gateway, as though traversing a brief temporal tunnel. Upon his feet touching the ground, a system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! The instance has been successfully activated. Congratulations on entering the Ancient Tomb instance. Ding! As you are the first survivor to activate the Sakura region instance, you are awarded the title, Instance Pioneer. Another title. It seemed only days ago he had received the title of Dragon Slayer Pioneer. With that thought, Zhou Yao accessed the title panel. Dragon Slayer Pioneer, the first to slay a dragon. All attributes 100, 10 intimidation against beasts below tier 7. Instance Pioneer, the first to activate a regional instance. All attributes 40, 10 bonus on all instance completion rewards. An overall attribute increase of 140, yet barely elevated his combat power to tier 5. After completing the instance, perhaps he would explore the distant seas. With determination, Zhou Yao ignited a torch, surveying his surroundings. Before him lay an expansive and cavernous stone chamber, reminiscent of a long-buried subterranean palace. Sturdy stone pillars stood tall, supporting the heavy rocks above. Wall sconces were positioned at intervals along the surrounding walls, all shrouded in darkness. Awaiting rekindling, Zhou Yao found himself atop a stone platform, 1.5 meters high, at the entrance. Instinctively, he glanced back to find a tightly sealed stone door behind him. He pushed against it, but it remained immovable, evidently sealed shut, severing any thoughts of retreat. Perched upon the platform, he transferred the torch to his left hand. From his backpack, he retrieved the Yao Ling blade, gripping the hilt firmly, and slowly descended the platform. He proceeded along the stone wall, igniting the sconces one by one. As the lights flickered to life, the warm orange glow gradually spread, illuminating the vast hall. The once concealed details emerged vividly before Zhou Yao's eyes, and the mysterious carvings on the surrounding pillars appeared increasingly lifelike. On the wall, in addition to the wall sconces, faintly emerged some faded murals depicting peculiar sacrificial scenes and enigmatic creatures. The floor of the hall was laid with enormous stone slabs, intricately carved with complex patterns that intertwined to form an elusive design. Zhou Yao's gaze slowly shifted forward, settling upon a stone pedestal opposite the entrance. Atop the pedestal rested a lifelike statue of a spider, quietly stationed there. The statue stood over 1 meter tall and stretched more than 2 meters in length. Behind the statue, there seemed to be a passage, the destination of which remained unknown. After observing for a moment, Zhou Yao noted that apart from the statue, There was nothing else in the hall. He then cautiously approached the spider statue, casting a probing spell as he advanced. Soul-eating poison spider statue activates the poison spider within a 20-meter proximity. This must be the guardian boss, a solitary spider. I can't see its attributes until it's activated, Zhou Yao remarked, gripping the Yaoling blade as he continued forward. As Zhou Yao's steps crossed into the activation range of the poison spider statue, the once still, soul-eating poison spider began to tremble slightly. Fine cracks spread rapidly across its surface like a web, accompanied by a low, growling roar as the stone exterior began to shatter. First, a sharp, black-haired spider leg emerged from within, followed by the remaining legs forcefully pushing through the stone shell. As the legs continued to extend, the massive and menacing form of the soul-eating poison spider gradually revealed itself. Its abdomen was round and glowed with a sinister light, seemingly harboring an endless reservoir of venom. Two gigantic fangs protruded from its mouth, with venom dripping slowly from them, hissing as it corroded the ground beneath. The 8 eyes of the poisoned spider opened, gleaming with a bloodthirsty red light, fixating on Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao stared at the soul-eating poison spider and cast another probing spell. Soul-eating poison spider, bronze-level dungeon boss, physique, 1021 strength, 869 agility, 469 spirit, 182 skills. Venom spray, sprays corrosive venom to attack, maximum range of 20 meters. Web attack, fires a web to ensnare enemies, possessing high stickiness and resilience. Maximum range of 20 meters. Summon poison spiders, summons numerous poison spiders to attack enemies, with a maximum summoning capacity of 500. Combat power, mid-level tier 4. This creature, I've come here, and those little cherry blossoms outside, they fall like flies. Thankfully, Xiaobai has already purified them all. Observing the attributes of the soul-eating poison spider, Zhou Yao scoffed disdainfully. The 8 blood-red eyes of the spider, upon witnessing Zhou Yao's contemptuous expression, flared with fury. Its fuzzy abdomen began to heave violently, opening its maw lined with sharp fangs, emitting a low, hissing sound. In an instant, a jet of dark green venom shot forth from its mouth like an arrow, reeking with a noxious odor, aiming directly at Zhou Yao. The speed of the venom was astonishingly swift. However, in the eyes of Zhou Yao, who possessed an overwhelming advantage over the soul-eating poison spider, it appeared sluggish. With a slight shift of his body, Zhou Yao effortlessly evaded the oncoming stream of venom. Seizing the opportunity amidst the spider's attack, he surged forward with his blade, charging towards the arachnid. The poison spider seemed aware of the formidable threat posed by this human, its abdomen heaving once more. With a gaping maw, it unleashed another torrent of silk. As the silk erupted, it rapidly expanded, forming a colossal web measuring 2 meters across, descending upon the swiftly advancing Zhou Yao. A smirk crept upon Zhou Yao's lips as he channeled energy into his radiant blade, manifesting a luminous arc of light approximately a foot in length. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, slicing upward to cleave the web into 2 segments with ease. Having severed the web, Zhou Yao maintained his momentum, aiming a horizontal strike towards the gaping maw of the soul-eating poison spider. Chapter 58. The detoxifying elixir of scarlet blood. Upon witnessing the ferocity of Zhou Yao's assault, the soul-eating poison spider was taken aback. Not only did the blade effortlessly sever its web, but also surged forward with an increased velocity, aiming directly at its head. With no retreat space left behind, the spider was compelled to raise its 2 sharp forelegs in a futile attempt to deflect the incoming strike. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed as the blade easily sliced through the spider's 2 forelegs. The ichor spilled onto the ground, hissing as it corroded the earth beneath it. A flicker of fear glimmered in the 8 eyes of the soul-eating poison spider as its legs fell away. Yet, Zhou Yao remained undeterred. Noticing that his blade had missed the spider's head, a look of surprise crossed his face. In a flash, Zhou Yao gripped the hilt of his sword, yanking it back with force, and redirected the radiant blade towards the grotesque maw of the spider. The dissipated blade aura reformed and coalesced once more upon the blade's edge. The air was split by a sharp whistling sound as it aimed to cleave the soul-eating poison spider's head in twain. Sensing the imminent threat, the spider's previously relieved expression morphed into one of panic. It hastily twisted its massive body in a desperate attempt to evade the onslaught. However, Zhou Yao's counterattack was executed with breathtaking speed, leaving the spider no time to react. Instinctively, it snapped its jaws shut and recoiled its head, bracing itself against the impending strike with its hardened exoskeleton. With a resounding rip, the blade crashed against the spider's mouth, cleaving it in half. The severely wounded, soul-eating poison spider writhed violently on the ground, its limbs carving deep trenches into the earth, stirring up clouds of dust. The poisonous blood gushed forth, splattering everywhere as it convulsed. Zhou Yao swiftly retreated, wary of the venomous spray. The spider, in its turmoil, emitted a piercing scream. As the shriek subsided, a rustling sound emerged from the corner behind the spider. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of small poison spiders, each the size of a basketball, crawled out from the shadows, summoning reinforcements, attempting to employ a tactic of arachnid swarming. Zhou Yao thought to himself as he cast a mass detection spell towards the emerging horde. Poison spider, summon, physique, 185 strength, 216 agility, 223 spirit, 173 skills. Venom spray, launches a corrosive venom attack with a maximum range of 15 meters. Web attack, fires a web at enemies, which possesses high stickiness and resilience, with a maximum range of 15 meters. Combat power, mid-stage of Tier 3 goodness. There are 500 of these Tier 3 poison spiders, all capable of spraying venom and webs. The swarm rapidly advanced toward Zhou Yao, the leading spiders already preparing to unleash their venomous assault. Despite Zhou Yao's formidable strength, his lack of poison resistance compelled him to retreat momentarily. He began to withdraw, swiftly, raising the Yao Ling blade before him as he rapidly channeled energy within his body. In mere moments, the energy surged into the blade, forming a crimson blade aura approximately 10 feet long. Zhou Yao yearned to gather more energy, yet having retreated to the wall, he found himself without an avenue for escape. Furthermore, the swarm of venomous spiders was nearing the range of attack. Reluctantly, Zhou Yao ceased infusing energy into the blade and, without hesitation, swung horizontally at the rapidly advancing horde of spiders. Judgment of Purgatory. Slash. With a thunderous roar, Zhou Yao unleashed a formidable crimson blade aura that surged forth from the edge of the blade, cleaving into the swarm of venomous spiders with devastating force. Wherever the fiery blade aura struck, the spiders had no time to react before being engulfed by the searing energy. A cacophony of piercing shrieks erupted as countless venomous spiders writhed in agony amidst the inferno. Their bodies carbonized swiftly under the intense heat, transforming into clouds of black ash. In the blink of an eye, the once dense swarm that surged like a tide was on the brink of annihilation, devastated by the terrifying blade aura. However, after vanquishing hundreds of spiders, the crimson blade aura dimmed significantly, its speed greatly diminished as it hurtled toward the soul-eating spider, which had retreated to the rear. The soul-eating spider's eyes flickered with panic upon witnessing this. Although the blade aura had slowed, to the spider, it still approached with alarming swiftness. Its massive form twisted abruptly to the side, and the remaining 6 legs scuttled rapidly, narrowly evading the descending blade aura. With a thunderous crash, the aura struck the stone platform behind the soul-eating spider, producing a deafening explosion that reverberated throughout the hall. The violent and searing energy radiated outward from the point of impact. As the energy dissipated, Zhou Yao discovered that the stone platform remained utterly unscathed, as if it had merely withstood a gentle breeze rather than a cataclysmic strike. What is this? Such a powerful attack, yet it leaves no trace. Zhou Yao stared, astonished, at the platform. With no time to ponder its mysteries, he turned his attention to the now incapacitated soul-eating spider. Damn it, a mid-level 4th-tier beast. Not only forcing me to use my ultimate move, but still surviving. Now you shall bear the brunt of my wrath. As Zhou Yao vented his fury, he charged towards the cornered soul-eating spider, blade in hand. Good heavens, I have even cleared the passage for you, and yet you insist on exterminating me. The soul-eating spider's eyes reflected despair, feeling utterly wronged. My mouth has been broken, my skills rendered useless. Here I am, defenseless and compliant. And out of nowhere comes this harbinger of death. Zhou Yao remained oblivious to the spider's thoughts. However, even if he had known, he would not have shown it any mercy. Just like with the cherry blossoms, Slaying bosses and claiming loot is a belief etched in the very essence of a Chinese man. Zhou Yao swiftly approached the soul-devouring poison spider, which was leaning against the wall. He raised his Yao Ling blade high and, with a simple yet powerful strike akin to the famed Huashan cut, brought it down forcefully upon the creature's head. With a squelching sound, the spider's head burst open, meeting a pitiful demise beneath Zhou Yao's blade. He flicked the Yao Ling blade to rid it of the non-existent venomous blood. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! You have slain the 4th-tier bronze-level dungeon boss, the soul-devouring poison spider. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 1st level of the ancient tomb. Reward: 2 recipes for the blood-cleansing detox pill and 4 blood-cleansing detox pills. Detox pill. Zhou Yao examined a pill the size of a peanut in his hand, and his gaze inadvertently caught sight of a stone platform at the exit. He was taken aback upon noticing an ancient treasure chest that had mysteriously appeared atop the platform. Chapter 59. The Phantom Battle Helm, without a moment's hesitation, to further examine the antidote pill in his hand. Zhou Yao swiftly stowed it into his backpack and hastened towards the elevated platform before the passageway. Upon ascending the platform and kneeling beside the ornate, antiquated treasure chest, he began to scrutinize its slightly extravagant design. The chest, rectangular in shape, stood taller than a man and spanned nearly 3 feet in width. Crafted from an unknown metal, it emanated an ancient and mysterious luster. Legacy treasure chest, a relic left by an ancient, mysterious tribe, rumored to contain the clan's treasured heirloom. The first to clear the dungeon may unlock the chest. Open the chest, Zhou Yao exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Ding! The legacy treasure chest has been successfully opened. The living may now inspect the contents within. How enigmatic, making it seem like a mystical chest. Zhou Yao quipped as he leaned forward to peer inside the open treasure chest. Much like a mystical chest, this large container held but a single item within. Resting quietly at the bottom was a helmet, long sealed away from the world, now at last ready to be unveiled. Zhou Yao retrieved the helmet, eager to examine it. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired the Demon Helm. 1. Ding! The double luck talent has successfully activated. Congratulations! You have acquired the Demon Helm. 2. As Zhou Yao's fingers grazed the helmet, it abruptly vanished, and a voice echoed in his mind, heralding the system notification. He withdrew a helmet from his backpack and began to scrutinize it closely. The helmet presented a deep, dark hue, akin to the profound depths of night, shrouded in mystery. Ancient patterns spiraled from the apex, resembling archaic runes. The edges bore a serrated design, reminiscent of a demon's fangs, exuding an aura that instilled dread. On either side, small protrusions mimicked the horns of a devil, subtly hinting at an essence of malevolence. A faintly visible dark red line adorned the front, resembling the tightly shut eye of a demon. Demon Helm, bronze grade part of the demon set. The more pieces of the set worn, the higher the equipment grade. Physical strength 20, defense 100. Can be synthesized. Demon set 1-8, Demon Battle Blade dark, Demon Battle Armor dark, Demon Helm, Demon Pauldrons dark, Demon Bracers dark, Demon Gauntlets dark, Demon Leggings dark, Demon Boots dark. Unknown attributes, activated with 2 pieces. Unknown attributes, activated with 4 pieces. Unknown attributes, activated with 6 pieces. Unknown attributes, activated with 8 pieces. Goodness. A set. A piece or 2 simply won't unleash its true power, but if I can gather all 8, that would be exhilarating. He resolved to synthesize a few pieces and discover what gear might emerge. Synthesizing the Demon Helm. Ding. Helm synthesis successful. You have obtained the Phantom Battle Helm. 1. The Phantom Battle Helm bore a striking resemblance to the Demon Helm, though its hue was decidedly more somber. The once ostentatious spikes of the Demon Helm had become more restrained on the Phantom Battle Helm. Phantom Helmet, silver level 1 of the 8 pieces of the Phantom set. The more components of the set worn, the higher the equipment grade. Physical strength 60, defense 280. Phantom set 1-8, Phantom Blade, dark, Phantom Armor, dark, Phantom Helmet, Phantom Pauldrons, dark, Phantom Bracers, dark, Phantom Gauntlets, dark, Phantom Leggings, dark, Phantom Boots, dark. Unknown attribute, activated by 2 pieces. Unknown attribute, activated by 4 pieces. Unknown attribute, activated by 6 pieces. Unknown attribute, activated by 8 pieces. Zhou Yao examined the attributes of the helmet and promptly donned it. Although the current attribute increase did not translate into combat power, an enhancement in defense was certainly beneficial. After putting on the helmet, Zhou Yao felt no weight or discomfort. It was as if the helmet had a built-in ventilation system, providing a refreshing experience. He then moved his neck in various directions, feeling no restriction, as if the helmet had been custom crafted for him. Once comfortably adorned with the helmet, Zhou Yao retrieved the detoxifying pill he had previously stowed away in his backpack. Emerald Blood Detoxification Pill, an intermediate elixir crafted primarily from the rare emerald blood herb. Upon consumption, it swiftly neutralizes various toxins of grade 6 and below, granting immunity to those toxins thereafter. Not only does it detoxify, but can also be consumed like candy, eliminating the need for vaccinations. Zhou Yao returned the detoxification pill to his backpack and then produced a recipe for the detoxification pill. Emerald Blood Detoxification Pill Recipe. 3 emerald blood herbs. 1 inner pill from a grade 5 or 6 scorpion-type beast. 1 dragon spittle herb. Can be synthesized. A recipe for synthesis. Ding. Synthesis successful. Obtained 1 recipe for the Emerald Blood Purple Gold Pill. Emerald Blood Purple Gold Pill Recipe. 5 emerald blood herbs. 1 inner pill from a grade 6 scorpion-type beast. 2 purple gold fungi. 1 blood condensing fruit. What is this? I've never even heard of these 3 herbs. As for the inner pill from a grade 6 scorpion-type beast, I have no way of acquiring that now. Perhaps I'll find it in the Farsi region later. With that thought, Zhou Yao tucked the newly synthesized recipe into his backpack, not in a hurry to learn it. At this moment, Zhou Yao's 5 backpack slots had all been upgraded to intermediate backpacks, providing a total of 250 storage spaces, more than sufficient for his current needs. After organizing his belongings, Zhou Yao leaped off the stone platform and swiftly approached the corpse of the soul-eating poison spider, which lay with unblinking eyes. Decomposed beast corpse. Ding. Decomposition failed. Instance beast cannot be decomposed. Damn, what a pity, I didn't get anything. Zhou Yao kicked the spider's corpse in frustration before turning and striding towards the stone door leading to the exit. Upon reaching the stone door, Zhou Yao pushed it, and it opened effortlessly. Peering through the doorway, he beheld a pitch-black corridor, with only a few stone steps at the entrance barely visible in the dim light, suggesting a spiraling descent below. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yao reignited his torch and began to descend the staircase slowly, guided by the flickering light. Beneath the glow of the flames, the marks of time's erosion upon the stone walls became strikingly apparent. As Zhou Yao cautiously descended, a damp, putrid odor assailed his senses, causing him to wrinkle his brow in discomfort and hold his breath as best he could. Fortunately, the stone staircase was not particularly lengthy, comprising merely over 40 steps. Upon reaching the end of the passage, Zhou Yao encountered yet another stone door standing before him. He extended his hand to push it, but the door remained immovable. Thus, he brought the torch closer to illuminate the stone barrier. In the flickering light, he discerned a 2-finger-wide groove on the right side of the door, though its purpose eluded him. Shifting the torch to his left hand, he retrieved a dagger and attempted to insert it into the groove of the stone door. As the dagger penetrated nearly halfway, it became lodged and refused to advance further. Confounded door, how am I to open this? It seems I must resort to smashing this wretched stone. Zhou Yao muttered curses under his breath as he forcefully shoved the dagger to the left. To his astonishment, a deep rumble echoed from the stone door, which began to slide slightly to the left. Chapter 60. The roar of the tiger shakes the centipede. Which fool constructed this dungeon? It's utterly infuriating. After venting his frustration, Zhou Yao forcefully slid the stone door to the left. As the door creaked open, he peered inside, and to his surprise, it was not the pitch blackness he had anticipated. Standing outside the stone door, Zhou Yao gazed into what appeared to be another grand hall, significantly more spacious than the one on the first floor. The ceiling of the hall was adorned with a tiered, chandelier-like design, from which hung a luminous orb that bathed the entire space in a soft, radiant glow. Beneath the chandelier, there was an ancient stone platform, nearly twice his height, upon which rested a vividly lifelike statue of a centipede. The statue measured approximately 3 to 4 meters in length, its form strikingly realistic, with menacing spikes along its legs that sent shivers down one's spine. As Zhou Yao stepped into the hall, The stone door behind him slammed shut with a resounding bang, sealing him within this enigmatic space. Goodness, that startled me. Why must it always be so sudden? He cursed inwardly, and then surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any other stone doors on the remaining 3 walls. Quickly regaining his composure, Zhou Yao cast a probing spell towards the statue on the platform. Phantom Devouring Heart Centipede Statue. Triggering a venomous spider will occur within 20 meters of the statue. Having learned from his earlier experience on the first floor, Zhou Yao refrained from activating the statue immediately. Instead, he raised his radiant blade and unleashed a sweeping arc of pale blue light towards the centipede statue. Just as the blade was about to strike the statue, an unexpected, transparent barrier materialized at the edge of the platform. The blade collided violently with the barrier, erupting in a dazzling explosion accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the hall. Once the explosive reverberations subsided, the mysterious barrier vanished. Yet Zhou Yao realized that with his current strength, he could not breach this enigmatic shield. Unperturbed by the failure of his attack, he had intended this strike merely as a test. Since the blade's impact proved ineffective, Zhou Yao approached the stone platform. After taking 3 or 4 steps, he entered the activation range of the statue. In an instant, the previously serene hall was filled with a low, ominous, buzzing sound, heralding the awakening of a slumbering beast. As Zhou Yao observed the statue, an eerie, bluish-green glow enveloped the centipede. Gradually, the intricate legs began to quiver, and its once dull gray eyes ignited with a fierce, ghostly green light. Standing his ground, Zhou Yao calmly cast another probing spell at the transforming statue. Phantom Devouring Heart Centipede, Silver-Level Dungeon Boss. Physique, 765 Strength, 957 Agility, 625 Spirit, 205 Skills. Corrosive Venom. Conical spray of corrosive venom attack. Maximum range of 15 meters. Swift Piercing. Instantly unleashing astonishing speed, charging towards its target like an arrow released from a bow, with a maximum attack range of 20 meters. Summon Heart-Eating Centipede. Summons a multitude of centipedes to assault enemies, with a maximum summon count of 300. Battle Power. Late stage of 4th rank. Upon witnessing the attributes of the Heart-Eating Centipede, Zhou Yao wasted no words and charged directly towards the centipede on the stone platform with his blade drawn. The Heart-Eating Centipede, sensing Zhou Yao's advance, emitted a piercing, shrill sound. As the sharp cries echoed throughout the hall, a chilling scene unfolded. Surrounding the high platform, hundreds of centipedes, each about a foot long, surged forth. The dense swarm of centipedes quickly advanced toward Zhou Yao, encircling him in an instant and trapping him in their midst. Zhou Yao, observing the mass of centipedes around him, felt a shiver run down his spine. Damn it, how disgusting. We haven't even engaged yet, and you're already summoning your minions. So, you think you have little helpers, do you? Just wait. With that, Zhou Yao waved his hand, and a gigantic white tiger, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, appeared beside him. Little Bai, take care of these pesky little snacks. Hurry up, it's too revolting. Responding to Zhou Yao's urging, the usually taciturn Little Bai did not hesitate. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a powerful tiger's howl. This roar was the result of Little Bai exerting all its strength, far surpassing the 2 roars used at the portal. Moreover, within the confines of this hall, the power of the roar increased by more than 30%. The tangible sound waves swept through the surrounding swarm of centipedes with devastating force. The Heart-Eating Centipedes, possessing only 3rd-tier strength, appeared utterly feeble in the face of this terrifying roar. Those centipedes closest to the epicenter of the roar were instantly struck by an invisible force, flying backward in disarray. They crashed against the walls, then fell to the ground of the hall. Many centipedes had their exoskeletons shattered, dark green fluids seeping from the cracks, hissing as they corroded the ground. Those centipedes farther away, not directly blown away, lay trembling in place, clearly rendered incapable of combat. The once densely packed swarm of centipedes that had been advancing on Zhou Yao was shattered in an instant by Little Bai's roar. The Heart-Eating Centipede on the high platform seemed to be affected as well. Its once proudly raised head drooped slightly, and its elongated body twitched uncontrollably. Little Bai scanned the disordered swarm of centipedes, seemingly dissatisfied with the effect of the first roar. Without waiting for Zhou Yao's command, It raised its head again and unleashed an even more resounding tiger's howl, which reverberated wildly within the enclosed hall. The tangible sound waves swept through once more, engulfing those struggling, heart-eating centipedes. Already on the brink of collapse, the centipedes succumbed to the horrifying shockwaves. Their fragile bodies disintegrated like crumpled paper, splattering dark green flesh, innards, and shattered limbs in every direction. Standing beside Xiao Bai, Zhou Yao, upon witnessing Xiao Bai tilt his head, cunningly activated the water-repelling orb. Instantly, a warm, gentle glow enveloped both man and tiger within a protective barrier. The shattered heart-eating centipedes, hurled by the force, collided against the shield, producing a series of muffled thuds, yet only succeeded in splattering greenish stains, utterly incapable of breaching the barrier's defenses. In a mere moment, the hall was almost devoid of heart-eating centipedes, leaving behind only a few feeble ones, gasping for breath, their vitality waning, clearly on the brink of demise. Chapter 61. Attribute potential. Zhou Yao gazed at the putrid flesh and shattered carapaces atop the luminous barrier, narcissistically addressing Xiao Bai. What do you think, Xiao Bai? It is the Master's foresight that prevails. I assent it. In the future, you must heed my words. I shall procure a magnificent male tiger to accompany you. Without a word, Xiao Bai, fully aware of Zhou Yao's propensity for endless chatter, wisely chose silence and transformed into a streak of white light, retreating into the battle pet space. Noticing Xiao Bai's disregard, Zhou Yao felt no embarrassment and casually dispelled the luminous barrier. As it vanished, the flesh and blood that had clung to its surface fell to the ground, encircling Zhou Yao in a gruesome ring. Meanwhile, on the platform above, the SSS-NW, shaken by Xiao Bai's thunderous roars, was left in a state of lingering dread. To alleviate its terror and defend its territory and dignity, it resolved to launch an offensive. The SSS-NW raised its head high, its massive mandibles snapping open, unleashing a fan-shaped spray of dark green venom toward Zhou Yao. Realizing that both sides were blocked by the impending tide of venom, Zhou Yao knew he could not afford to be careless. He propelled himself backward with a forceful push against the ground. The venom struck the spot where he had just stood, instantly corroding a vast, fan-shaped pit into the earth. Although the pit was only about half an inch deep, it was within an ancient tomb, where even Zhou Yao's strongest attack had failed to leave a mark, highlighting the venom's terrifying potency. Good heavens, such ferocious poison, and such a considerable coverage area. I must find a way to close the distance. Before Zhou Yao could finish his thought, the opportunity arose. The SSS-NW, having seen the venom fail, contracted its body and unleashed a powerful thrust, propelling itself directly toward Zhou Yao, who stood just beyond the reach of the venom's range. The speed was akin to a bolt of black lightning, tearing through the air and reaching Zhou Yao in an instant. Zhou Yao stood firm, brandishing his blade, refusing to evade. He plunged the weapon towards the rapidly approaching SSS-NW. Damn it, my attributes utterly dwarf your repulsive form. What kind of foolishness leads you to close the distance? Clang! Thud! The tip of the Yao Ling blade collided forcefully with the hardened shell atop the SSS-NW's head. Zhou Yao felt a tremendous force reverberate through his grip. Instantly, he exerted more strength, bracing against the advancing centipede. After merely 2 seconds of stalemate, Zhou Yao intensified his effort once more. The diamond-grade Yao Ling blade pierced through the hardened shell, leveraging the SSS-NW's momentum. The entire blade plunged into the creature's body from the point of entry at its head. In that moment, a thick, inky black blood gushed forth from the wound, emitting a nauseating stench. Zhou Yao raised the long blade, the SSS-NW impaled upon it. Its crimson eyes dimmed, filled with an abyss of fear and reluctance. It attempted to let out a final roar, but was only able to release a torrent of black blood from its mouth. Zhou Yao disdainfully extracted the blade of Yao Ling from the centipede's body, black blood dripping from the blade onto the ground, emitting a sizzling sound. Bereft of Zhou Yao's favor, the elongated form of the nether-devouring centipede fell helplessly to the ground, twitching slightly. Before long, the nether-devouring centipede lay completely still, Simultaneously, a system notification resonated in Zhou Yao's mind. Ding! You have slain the 4th-tier, silver-level dungeon boss, the Nether-Devouring Centipede. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 2nd layer of the ancient tomb. Reward: 4 mid-tier energy stones, 2 whirlwind/skill books. What splendid treasures! Zhou Yao excitedly picked up a high-tier energy stone, examined it momentarily, and then returned it to his backpack. Subsequently, he retrieved the 2 whirlwind/skill books once more. Whirlwind/skill book: whirl your weapon at high speed, launching multiple attacks on enemies surrounding you. It has a wide attack range, capable of simultaneously striking multiple foes. Can be synthesized. Synthesize the skill book. Ding! Skill book synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Blade Storm Skill Book 1. Blade Storm? The name alone suggests it is formidable. Zhou Yao remarked eagerly as he scrutinized the skill book before him. Blade Storm. Rotate your blade at high speed, transforming it into a storm that engulfs everything. It can deal multiple instances of damage to a wide range of enemies, with both a high frequency of strikes and notably substantial damage. The skill is indeed impressive, yet its efficacy depends on one's attributes and the quality of the weapon. Zhou Yao quickly regained his focus and declared. With a firm grip, he crushed the skill scroll, which instantly transformed into a beam of white light that vanished into his forehead. After learning the Blade Storm skill, Zhou Yao proceeded towards the stone platform at the center of the hall. For, upon the stone platform, a time-worn treasure chest had mysteriously reappeared. Open the relic treasure chest. Zhou Yao commanded the system. Ding! Relic treasure chest opened successfully. The living may now inspect the contents. Zhou Yao leaned forward to peer into the open chest, spotting a pair of boots resting at the bottom. He reached for the battle boots, and immediately, the mechanical notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Demon Battle Boots 1. Ding! The double fortune talent has been successfully triggered. Congratulations! You have obtained Demon Battle Boots 2. Demon Battle Boots, bronze level part of the demon set. The more components of the set worn, the higher the equipment grade. Agility 20, Defense 100. Can be synthesized. Synthesize the Battle Boots. Ding! Battle Boots synthesis successful. You have obtained Nether Battle Boots 1. The Nether Battle Boots were enveloped in a ghostly blue hue, with a thin veil of mist swirling over their surface. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Yao noticed a peculiar pattern etched onto the surface, depicting a lifelike centipede, strikingly similar to the Nether-Devouring Centipede lying not far away. The edges of the boot were adorned with a ring of black fur, imparting a silky texture to the touch. Nether Battle Boots, Golden Level, one of the 8 components of the Nether set. The more components worn, the higher the equipment grade. Agility 100, Defense 860. The Ethereal Set 2-8 includes the Ethereal Battle Blade, Dark, Ethereal Battle Armor, Dark, Ethereal Helm, Ethereal Pauldrons, Dark, Ethereal Bracers, Dark, Ethereal Wrist Guards, Dark, Ethereal Leggings, Dark, and Ethereal Boots. Set Attributes. Upon upgrading the set to Golden Tier, it grants a total attribute potential of 20, activated with 2 pieces. Unknown Attributes, activated with 4 pieces, Unknown Attributes, activated with 6 pieces, and Unknown Attributes, activated with 8 pieces. If 2 pieces can elevate to golden equipment, then acquiring the full set must mean possessing legendary equipment, or even equipment of epic caliber. Zhou Yao gazed at the equipment attributes with a sense of exhilaration. However, what does the total attribute potential of 20 signify? After pondering, he murmured to himself, could it be akin to the ancient god heritage? A formidable attribute. If so, this could elucidate the matter. To validate his hypothesis, Zhou Yao removed his swift boots and donned the ethereal battle boots upon his feet. Chapter 62. The Blade Storm. After donning his battle boots, Zhou Yao took a few strides and immediately felt a significant increase in his speed, as if his body had been lightened considerably. He then unleashed several punches, discovering that his striking power had indeed intensified. Satisfied with his assessment, he narcissistically flicked the non-existent bangs from his forehead. Approaching the corpse of the spectral, heart-devouring centipede, Zhou Yao, still somewhat reluctant to accept the outcome, attempted to disassemble the body. However, the result was the same as before. As a creature from the dungeon, it could not be dismantled. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Zhou Yao began to survey the hall. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted the luminous pearl suspended from the ceiling. This trinket seemed to serve little purpose hanging here. It would be better suited in his ship's cabin. With that thought, Zhou Yao did not hesitate, springing into action with a graceful leap, and swung his blade at the rope securing the pearl. The blade sliced cleanly, severing the rope, and Zhou Yao deftly caught the falling pearl, stowing it in his backpack. The fluidity of his movements was nothing short of mesmerizing. However, unbeknownst to Zhou Yao, once the dungeon reopened, future adventurers would vocally express their frustrations at the system for his actions. Yet, even if he were aware, Zhou Yao would not have altered his decision to appropriate the luminous pearl. Suddenly, just as he secured the pearl in his backpack, the hall was engulfed in an impenetrable darkness. Zhou Yao had no choice but to retrieve the pearl once more, cradling the watermelon-sized gem as he made his way toward a stone door that had mysteriously appeared across from the entrance. As in the first layer, a gentle push was sufficient to open the stone door, leading him down a spiral staircase. This time, he descended only 36 steps before arriving at another stone door. To the right of the door was a small hole, and Zhou Yao produced his dagger again, inserting it into the opening. With a determined push to the left, the stone door swung open, and he stepped into the chamber beyond. This third chamber was considerably larger than the second. The floor was laid with massive slabs of dark green stone, fitted together with such precision that they appeared to be a natural formation. Surrounding the chamber, walls adorned with glimmering gems emitted a ghostly light. At the center stood a colossal stone pillar, entwined with a serpent sculpture that seemed almost alive. As if guarding this enigmatic tomb, Zhou Yao scanned the room, noting the absence of anything else. But wait, suddenly realizing, his gaze shot back to the serpent statue on the pillar. He promptly cast a detection spell upon the sculpture. Spectral Serpent Statue, activating the spectral serpent within a 20-meter proximity. Another venomous creature. It seemed the troubles were far from over. Zhou Yao muttered in frustration, then boldly advanced toward the statue. Yet, he had barely taken a few steps, still outside the activation range, when a chorus of hissing sounds echoed around him. Zhou Yao quickly halted, stowing the luminous pearl back in his backpack, and the surroundings transformed into a ghostly green. However, given Zhou Yao's prowess, this did not hinder his ability to observe his environment. A multitude of slender serpents emerged from the crevices of the surrounding walls. They writhed their elongated bodies, flicking their elongated tongues as they slithered toward Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao promptly employed a group detection technique, enveloping the swarm of serpents that assailed him. Black Wind Serpent Dungeon Beast. Physique, 195 Strength, 268 Agility, 252 Spirit, 256 Skills. Black Wind Tornado. Summons a massive tornado that engulfs enemies, inflicting dual physical and poison damage. Wind Shadow Clone. Manipulates black wind to create 5 clones, each possessing 1/3 of the original's combat power, capable of independent attacks. Combat Power. 3rd level Great Perfection. Too weak. Well, I shall test my skills on you. With that, Zhou Yao retrieved the Radiant Spirit Blade from his backpack and began to spin rapidly, channeling energy into the blade. Blade Storm, he bellowed. As the words left his mouth, the rapidly spinning Radiant Spirit Blade was released from his grasp. The moment it departed from Zhou Yao's palm, it transformed into a swirling storm of blades, several meters in diameter. At the heart of this storm, the blade radiated a dazzling light. Almost instantaneously, this storm of blades split into 5 identical whirlwinds, each pulsating with unmatched vigor, and surged toward the Black Wind Serpent Horde. With merciless ferocity, the 6 swirling storms rushed into the serpent swarm, and a cacophony of anguished hisses erupted from within. The storm of blades danced through the serpents, effortlessly slicing through their bodies with each rotation. Those caught in the tempest were torn apart as if their flesh were mere parchment, resulting in a breathtaking spectacle of flying serpent corpses. This skill can even autonomously seek out enemies. Quite impressive. Zhou Yao stood with his arms crossed, keenly observing this massacre of serpents. Moments later, no more Black Wind serpents emerged from the corners. Although the 6 storms of blades weakened without a target, they instinctively directed their wrath toward the colossal serpent statue at the center of the tomb. Just as the storms were about to reach the statue, a shield emanating a soft blue glow materialized. The shield stood as an impenetrable barrier, safeguarding the statue from the onslaught. Despite the storm's relentless assaults, the shield remained unaffected. As the energy of the blade storms gradually waned, their brilliance dimmed. Ultimately, after a feeble tremor, the storm dissipated completely, and the radiant spirit blade, as the eye of the storm, flew back into Zhou Yao's hand. Zhou Yao gazed at the unscathed statue of the giant python and effortlessly caught the returning blade, striding towards the statue without surprise. After a few steps, as he entered the activation range of the statue, the previously motionless statue of the netherworld python began to tremble violently. The ancient stone surface of the statue gradually cracked and fell away, revealing countless ethereal blue runes that emerged from its body. The statue's once dull eyes ignited instantly with two flames of ghostly green. The serpent's jaws slowly parted, exuding a thick, black mist. Before long, the ethereal serpent materialized in its entirety, its vast form coiling majestically upon the stone pillar. Its two eerie green eyes coldly scrutinized the intruder, Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao, in turn, gazed intently at the spectral serpent, while simultaneously casting a detection spell upon the formidable creature. Ethereal Serpent, Golden Tier Dungeon Boss. Physical Strength, 1321. Power, 1268. Agility, 596. Spirit, 862. Abilities, Poison Mist Envelopment. Releases a toxic mist that envelopes a designated area, obscuring vision and causing enemies to lose their bearings while suffering continuous damage. Constricting Strangle. Utilizing its immense strength, it ensnares foes and applies tremendous pressure, making escape nearly impossible until it shatters their bones. Combat Power. Late stage of the 4th rank. Chapter 63. Grilled Abyssal Python. The eerie glow in the eyes of the Abyssal Python intensified, seemingly brewing a lethal attack. Meanwhile, Zhou Yao nonchalantly gripped the radiant blade, standing with a relaxed demeanor and a smirk that exuded provocation. After a moment of mutual gaze, the Abyssal Python could no longer endure the taunt and erupted in fury. With a wide, gaping mouth, it unleashed a cloud of yellow, venomous mist, which emitted a nauseating stench, enveloping Zhou Yao in its suffocating embrace. However, Zhou Yao merely chuckled, unfazed as he continued to provoke the coiled Abyssal Python atop the stone pillar. As the toxic mist approached within a meter of Zhou Yao, he swiftly retrieved a gas mask from his backpack and donned it over his head. The mask fit perfectly, contouring snugly to his face while keeping the repugnant fumes at bay. After securing the mask, Zhou Yao turned to the direction of the Abyssal Python and offered a mocking grin. Seeing Zhou Yao easily neutralize its venomous assault seemed to infuriate the Abyssal Python even further. It violently swung its massive body, spewing forth an even denser cloud of yellow mist. Moments later, the venomous fog had engulfed the entire hall. Zhou Yao's vision became exceedingly blurred, even with his keen eyesight. He could discern only the faintest outlines within half a meter. The colossal form of the Abyssal Python stealthily advanced through the mist, aiming to deliver a deadly strike to Zhou Yao. Yet, Zhou Yao appeared utterly oblivious, steadfastly gripping the radiant blade as he stood in place. However, as the Abyssal Python approached with lightning speed for a surprise attack, the corners of Zhou Yao's mouth, hidden beneath the gas mask, curled into a dangerous arc. In the same instant the Abyssal Python lunged, Zhou Yao moved like lightning, swiftly sidestepping to evade. The massive form of the Abyssal Python found only air in its attack. Before it could retract its upper body, Zhou Yao brought the radiant blade down fiercely towards the python's vulnerable underbelly. The immense creature, unable to evade in time, could only retract its colossal body to minimize the blow. With a resounding crash, the radiant blade struck forcefully against the scales on the back of the Abyssal Python. The tremendous impact propelled its massive form backward several meters, producing a hissing sound of friction. Astonished, Zhou Yao realized that the defense had held firm. Those scales were remarkably tough. Dazed from the force of Zhou Yao's strike, the Abyssal Python was bewildered. It could not comprehend how this human had detected its approach. The truth lay in the detection ring adorning Zhou Yao's finger, which had alerted him to the python's stealthy advance displayed on the screen in the lower right corner of his vision. This foresight had allowed him to deliver such a sharp blow, though he had underestimated the defensive capabilities of the protective scales at the back of the python's neck. After being struck, the Abyssal Python was consumed by an overwhelming fury. Its eerie green eyes fixed intently on Zhou Yao, and once again, it stealthily prepared to attack. Its massive form glided through the toxic mist like a specter, making not a sound. Zhou Yao could only rely on the narrow perspective offered by the detection ring on his hand to trace the elusive shadows of the nether serpent. However, this limited view merely revealed the serpent's position without clarifying its precise movements. Seizing the opportunity, the nether serpent lunged at Zhou Yao with a speed akin to lightning. Zhou Yao, keenly aware of the imminent danger, swiftly swung his blade in defense. The clash resounded with a tremendous noise as the radiant blade met the serpent's formidable scales once more. Yet, obscured by the toxic mist, Zhou Yao could not discern the serpent's actions, rendering his strike somewhat hasty. A tremendous force surged through his arm, numbing his grip and causing him to involuntarily stumble back a few steps. Undeterred by its failed strike, the nether serpent adeptly twisted its body, swiftly closing the distance to the still, unsteady Zhou Yao. In an instant, it lunged forward, its robust form resembling a streak of black lightning, ensnaring Zhou Yao tightly. The serpent's icy and unyielding scales constricted around his body, and he felt an overwhelming pressure as if his very bones were on the verge of being crushed. His arms were pinned firmly to his sides, and the radiant blade nearly slipped from his grasp. Zhou Yao could distinctly sense the serpent's muscles constricting relentlessly. As the serpent tightened its grip, Zhou Yao found it increasingly difficult to move. Meanwhile, the nether serpent, with a glint of cruel delight in its emerald eyes, flicked its forked tongue in triumph. "Damn it, do you truly think I am mere clay to be molded? Release me." Zhou Yao seethed with anger at the serpent's arrogance, instantly channeling all his inner strength into his arms. With a tremendous effort, he unleashed a formidable force. To the astonishment of the serpent, the massive coils binding him were forcibly pried apart. The points of contact between the serpent's body and Zhou Yao creaked in protest, the scales straining under immense pressure. The serpent, evidently unprepared for such explosive strength, displayed a flicker of surprise in its eyes. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Zhou Yao propelled himself like a bolt of lightning from the serpent's grasp. He quickly retreated several meters, distancing himself from the nether serpent by over 10 paces. Panting heavily, Zhou Yao relinquished the overwhelming force in his arms, a wave of fatigue washing over him. Yet, disregarding the discomfort, he firmly gripped the hilt of his blade, an infusion of energy surging into the radiant blade with fervor. In the blink of an eye, a fire-red arc of blade energy coalesced, stretching nearly 10 feet in length. "Damn it, do you truly believe that just because I am not aggressive, I am some docile creature? If I did not roast you in a jerky today, then I am not the one who raised you." With a thunderous roar, Zhou Yao unleashed his fury. As he shouted, he swung the radiant blade with all his might, sending forth a crescent-shaped arc of blade energy, nearly 2 yards long, hurtling toward the nether serpent. The blade energy, imbued with apocalyptic force, incinerated the toxic mist in its path, carving out a vacuum corridor several meters wide. The abyssal serpent seemed to perceive the terror of the strike, as its emerald green eyes revealed a flicker of fear for the first time. With a thunderous roar, the blade's radiance fiercely cleaved into the serpent's body, unleashing a blinding burst of light. The formidable shockwave and flames radiated outward from the abyssal serpent, igniting the surrounding toxic mist in an instant. The creature emitted a chilling wail, its robust form cleaved into 2 segments. The blood spilling from the severed ends was instantly vaporized by the searing energy of the flames. The grievously wounded abyssal serpent writhed in the inferno, its divided body gradually ceasing all movement, leaving only the crackling of flames and the sound of labored breathing echoing in the tomb. Chapter 64. The Skeleton Legion Ding. You have slain the 4th-tier, golden-level dungeon boss, the Netherworld Serpent. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the 3rd level of the Ancient Tomb. Rewards: 2 Fire Spirit Stones and 4 Dragon Scale Fruits. As the Netherworld Serpent fell completely silent, the system notification echoed once more in Zhou Yao's mind. Fire Spirit Stones and Dragon Scale Fruits. Let us first examine their attributes. Fire Spirit Stone. A special spirit stone containing powerful fire spirit energy. When embedded in a weapon, it grants additional fire damage upon attack. Dragon Scale Fruit. A rare spiritual fruit the main ingredient in the crafting of spirit-gathering pills. Consuming it directly restores 100 spirit. Gazing at the two rewards, Zhou Yao swiftly drew the radiant spirit blade and decided to embed one fire spirit stone immediately. Embedding fire spirit stone. Ding! Fire spirit stone embedded successfully. Zhou Yao held the radiant spirit blade before him. In addition to the spirit stone embedded at the base of the blade's handle, the blade itself emanated a faint red glow. Next, he reviewed the attributes of the radiant spirit blade. Radiant spirit blade, diamond tier forged from mysterious meteorite iron combined with silver stardust. The blade incorporates energy stones, rendering it not only remarkably durable, but also capable of absorbing the energies of heaven and earth for its attacks, far surpassing ordinary weaponry. With the fire spirit stone embedded, it now inflicts fire damage upon attack. Strength, 600, physique, 200, damage, 20,000. Nothing else had changed, save for the added fire damage. Zhou Yao cast one last glance at the dragon scale fruit, but ultimately decided to stow it back into his backpack. With the great fire extinguished, Zhou Yao surveyed his surroundings, yet found no sign of a treasure chest. Looking upwards, aside from the central stone pillar supporting the ceiling, there appeared to be naught else. Strange, is there no set to be found on the third level? Muttering to himself, Zhou Yao approached the stone pillar, intent on examining it closely. After circling the massive stone pillar, he remained empty-handed in his search for the treasure chest. Unwilling to give in, Zhou Yao suddenly shouted, "Heavenly Eye, activate!" At his command, a golden dot of light flickered at the top of the stone pillar on the system map. Goodness, this dungeon is truly absurd. Hiding the treasure chest there? Why not just conceal it in your trousers? With that, Zhou Yao leaped, finding himself atop the 8-meter-high stone pillar in an instant. Upon reaching the summit, he indeed discovered a treasure chest resting at the center of the pillar. Crouching slightly, Zhou Yao approached the chest with caution. Damn it, what a ridiculous dungeon. The top of this pillar is barely a meter from the ceiling, making this quite the ordeal. Were it not for my inability to destroy it, I would have torn this wretched dungeon apart. Cursing under his breath, Zhou Yao stood beside the chest. Open the treasure chest. Ding! The rare treasure chest has been successfully opened. Survivors, please inspect the items within. Inspect? Nonsense. Zhou Yao reached into the chest and pulled out an item, then made his way to the edge of the pillar. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Demon Pauldrons 1. Ding! The double luck talent has successfully activated. Congratulations. You have obtained Demon Pauldrons 2. Stop dawdling, let's synthesize them. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Netherworld Pauldrons 1. Zhou Yao leaped from the stone pillar, examining the phantom shoulders in his hand. The primary material of the shoulder guard appeared to be composed of countless minute black scales intricately interwoven, each glimmering with a chilling luster. Along the edges of the shoulder guard, a circlet of small, ghostly blue gems was embedded, flickering like ethereal flames. Phantom Shoulders Golden Tier, one of the 8 pieces of the Phantom set. The more components worn, the higher the gear tier. Strength 100, Defense 860. Phantom Set 3-8, Phantom Battle Blade, Dark, Phantom Battle Armor, Dark, Phantom Helm, Phantom Shoulders, Phantom Arm Guards, Dark, Phantom Bracers, Dark, Phantom Leggings, Dark, Phantom Boot Set Attributes. Upgraded to Golden Tier. All attribute potential increased by 20, activated with 2 pieces. Unknown attributes, activated with 4 pieces. Unknown attributes, activated with 6 pieces. Unknown attributes, activated with 8 pieces. With the addition of another piece to the Phantom set, Zhou Yao pondered the potential power of completing all 8 pieces. He envisioned the grandeur that would accompany the full set and then sat cross-legged on the ground, retrieving a mid-tier energy stone from his backpack to restore his internal energy. Approximately half an hour later, with the aid of the energy stone, Zhou Yao regained his energy to its peak condition. He then approached a diminutive portal that had appeared behind the stone pillar. This portal was considerably smaller than the one encountered on the reef island at the onset of the dungeon, seemingly only capable of allowing one individual to teleport at a time. Without hesitation, Zhou Yao stepped into the teleportation array beside the portal. Accompanied by a ripple of spatial distortion, he found himself in the 4th layer of the dungeon. This was a mysterious space. The ground was paved with massive black stone slabs, etched with incomprehensible runes. The surrounding walls appeared to be constructed from countless shattered bones, with greenish viscous liquid seeping through the crevices. At intervals, skeletal lamps embedded in the walls flickered with ghostly blue flames. Opposite Zhou Yao stood a skeletal figure towering over 4 meters high. This skeleton, composed entirely of bones radiating a chilling glow, had hollow eye sockets that burned with 2 orbs of ghostly green fire, fixated intently on Zhou Yao. Draped in a tattered black cloak, adorned at the shoulders with 2 large skulls, the skeleton bore no armor. Its robust ribcage served as a natural defense. In its grasp, the giant skeleton wielded a massive bone blade, exceeding 2 meters in length, inscribed with blood-red runes. Zhou Yao, upon sighting the skeleton, remained unperturbed, perhaps due to a sense of numbness. As he surveyed the skeletal figure, he employed a detection spell to ascertain its attributes. Skeleton Warlord, Platinum-level Dungeon Boss. Physique, 1065 Strength, 1668 Agility, 732 Spirit, 662 Skills. Infernal Earth Spike, embedding the bone blade into the ground. A multitude of sharp spikes erupt violently from beneath, centering around it. This not only inflicts formidable piercing damage upon adversaries, but also infects those struck with a toxic corruption, impairing their mobility and diminishing their offensive power. Maximum attack range, 15 meters. Spectral Demon Slash, wielding the bone blade. It unleashes a colossal arc of ghostly fire towards the target, inflicting significant physical harm. Upon contact, it ignites a searing effect of spectral flames on enemies. Death Summon summons hundreds of diminutive skeleton soldiers to besiege foes. It can also consume these skeletons to enhance its own combat prowess. Combat Power, Late Stage Tier 4. As a Platinum-level dungeon boss, its skills appear rather formidable. Before Zhou Yao could finish his sentence, the skeleton warlord emitted a fearsome roar devoid of any chivalry. The runes upon the ground flickered, and subsequently, rows of skeleton soldiers emerged from the earth, standing in precise formation behind the skeleton warlord. A cursory count revealed that there were over 200 skeleton soldiers, each with ghostly green flames flickering in their eye sockets. Chapter 65. The Skeleton General. This legion of skeletal soldiers, each wielding a 3-meter-long bone spear, thrust their weapons into the earth, their tips pointing menacingly towards the tomb's apex. Before a strike was initiated, they summoned their brethren. Was this a display of bravado, or were they merely dogs at heart? Zhou Yao, while expressing his sardonic commentary, took the opportunity to examine the attributes of the skeletal soldiers. Skeletal Soldier, Dungeon Monster. Physique, 223 Strength, 276 Agility, 257 Spirit, 210 Skills. Bone Spear Throw, forcefully hurling the bone spear toward the target. This attack boasts both great range and formidable power. When multiple skeletal soldiers execute this skill simultaneously, a rain of bone spears descends upon the battlefield, inflicting concentrated piercing damage over a wide area. Bone Shatter Sweep. The skeletal soldier crouches, sweeping the bone spear across the ground with ferocity, unleashing a shockwave that carries fragmented bones. This shockwave expands forward, causing area damage. Combat Power. Third Stage Peak. Indeed, the formation stood impressively orderly. Zhou Yao, surprisingly at ease, found himself contemplating the alignment of the skeletal soldiers. Yet, his leisure was short-lived. The skeletal general at the forefront stirred. With a deliberate motion, it raised its bone blade and swung it forward with sudden intensity. Instantly, the phalanx of skeletal soldiers assumed an aggressive stance, charging towards Zhou Yao with their formidable bone spears. Faced with this onslaught, Zhou Yao stood resolute, weapon in hand. Seizing the opportune moment, he propelled himself off the ground, darting towards the spear-wielding formation like an arrow released from its bow. In a swift movement, he unleashed a strike, severing several bone spears in an instant. Zhou Yao sought to close the distance and commence his slaughter. However, the skeletal soldiers exhibited remarkable coordination. The gaps left by the severed spears were instantaneously filled by their comrades. As Zhou Yao wielded the yowling blade to parry the thrusting spears, the skeletal army gradually encircled him, trapping him within their ranks. Now, Zhou Yao found himself besieged on all sides. Although his speed enabled him to evade the incoming bone spears, his space for maneuvering was steadily constricting. "Curse it, they're taking advantage of my inferior weaponry," Zhou Yao lamented, brandishing the yowling blade while cursing under his breath. You wish to compare armaments? Huh, allow me to show you. With that, Zhou Yao summoned the energies within him, channeling them into the yowling blade. In a heartbeat, a fiery crimson blade aura coalesced along the edge of the weapon. And as he continued to pour his energy into it, the aura grew longer and thicker. Once the blade aura reached an impressive length, Zhou Yao ceased his infusion of energy. With the yowling blade in hand, he swept the immense blade aura across the skeletal formation, obliterating the front ranks of skeletons in a single stroke. In mere moments, the skeletal minions surrounding Zhou Yao were reduced to scattered shards of bone, littering the ground. Some fragments even ignited in flames, releasing plumes of dark smoke into the air. Not far away, the towering skeletal general watched in fury as its soldiers were dismantled into mere fragments, furiously waving its colossal bone blade. However, he showed no intention of charging toward Zhou Yao. The skeletal war general, with a few swings of its bony blade, suddenly struck out at Zhou Yao with a single slash. A massive, green-hued blade of light shot forth from the enormous bone blade without warning, its speed far exceeding that of any opponent Zhou Yao had ever encountered. In an instant, the blade of light was upon him, and despite Zhou Yao's formidable speed, he could only raise his own blade to meet it head-on. In the next moment, a clash erupted as a brilliant green and a fierce red collided. With a deafening explosion, the ground beneath them erupted, sending shattered bones flying in all directions. The debris rained down, crashing violently on the ground. As the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, Zhou Yao remained standing, still gripping his sword, positioned at the center of the blast. He sustained little injury but was left disheveled and covered in dust. The skeletal war general, witnessing the failure of its ambush, paused momentarily, its green flames flickering in its eye sockets. Infuriated by the sneak attack, Zhou Yao brandished his blade, glowing with a fiery red light, and leapt forward, aiming a downward strike at the skeletal general's pale skull. The skeletal war general glanced up at Zhou Yao, who was still less than half its height. Its jaw moved slightly, producing a series of grating, bone-on-bone sounds. Simultaneously, it thrust its massive bone blade upward, attempting to intercept Zhou Yao's powerful downward slash. Split the mountain. Grant me passage, Zhou Yao roared, as the radiant blade met the approaching bone blade with a resounding crash. A sharp crack echoed through the air, and Zhou Yao's blade sank deep into the skeletal war general's cranium, penetrating over half a foot. Zhou Yao hung, suspended, gripping his sword with both hands, while the skeletal war general was left with only the half of its bone blade, still poised in a defensive stance. Blast it, I'm stuck. I can't pull it out, Zhou Yao grumbled, straining to extricate the radiant blade from the general's skull. Meanwhile, the skeletal war general's eerie green eyes were fixated on Zhou Yao, who hung before it like a piece of hanging meat. It swung its remaining blade towards Zhou Yao, aiming to cleave him in two. With no other option, Zhou Yao yanked downward with all his might and leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack. As he descended, he grasped the hilt of the radiant blade once more. He then thrust his hips forward, forcefully pushing off the skeletal war general's head with his feet. At the moment his feet made contact with the skeletal head, Zhou Yao exerted a tremendous force. With a loud crack, he finally freed the radiant blade from the skull, and his body began to fall towards the ground. Just as Zhou Yao's feet hit the ground, the skeletal war general's fragmented blade came crashing down from above. Zhou Yao had no choice but to roll away, narrowly evading the perilous strike as he tumbled 2 or 3 meters to the left of the skeleton. However, the skeletal warrior did not pursue further. Instead, the severed bone blade plunged directly into the stone slab beneath. With a soft thud, the jagged end of the bone blade embedded itself half an inch deep into the ground. The runes intricately carved into the surface began to shimmer with an eerie green luminescence. In the next moment, the brilliance of the runes surged forth, and rows of earth spikes, each over half a meter in height, erupted from the ground. These spikes radiated outward at an astonishing speed, centered around the bone blade that the skeletal warrior had driven into the earth. Chapter 66. 9-Flower Jade, Dew Pill. As Zhou Yao rose to his feet, he was startled by the sudden turn of events. Without taking the time to assess the situation, he hurriedly retreated several paces. However, The ground spikes relentlessly pursued him, only ceasing their assault once he had distanced himself by approximately 7 or 8 meters. What a thrilling experience. You must have enjoyed that, but now it's my turn. Zhou Yao exhaled with relief. To be pushed to this extent by anyone is a first for me. As retribution, I shall ensure your incineration today. Infernal judgment. As Zhou Yao bellowed, he channeled all the energy within him into his arms and subsequently infused it into the radiant blade. The blade rapidly coalesced a fiery red arc, fueled by the continuous influx of his energy. In mere moments, a 2-meter-long crimson blade had formed. Slash! With a powerful roar, Zhou Yao unleashed the blade, which surged forth with cataclysmic force, roaring toward the skeletal warrior. The massive arc struck the skeletal warrior directly, attempting to defend against this devastating blow. The skeletal warrior raised its fractured bone blade. Yet, upon contact with the arc, the blade shattered into countless fragments. Undeterred, the arc continued its course, cleaving the skeletal warrior's body in two. Flames erupted from the remains, swiftly consuming the white bones. Ding! You have slain the 4th-tier platinum-level boss, Skeletal Warrior. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 4th level of the ancient tomb. Reward: recipe for 3-flower jade, dew pill, x2, 3-flower jade, dew pill, x4. Zhou Yao retrieved one of the 3-flower jade, dew pills, examining it closely. This pill was no larger than a fingernail, its milky surface radiating a gentle glow, occasionally releasing a refreshing, delicate floral fragrance. 3-flowered jade, dew pill. Crafted from 3 varieties of precious petals, consuming it grants a 1 potential attribute increase. Incredible! More potential attributes. This could be a game changer. Zhou Yao exclaimed excitedly, tossing the pill into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved, flooding his senses with a delightful floral aroma. Ding! Consumed 3-flowered jade dew pill. Potential attribute increase. 1. What a delightful flavor. Ignoring the system's notification, Zhou Yao retrieved the remaining 3 pills from his backpack. He consumed them all like candy, still yearning for more. Ding! Consumed 3-flower jade dew pill. Potential attribute increase. 1 ding. Consumed 3-flower jade dew pill. Potential attribute increase. 1 ding. Consumed 3-flower jade dew pill. Potential attribute increase. 1. After enjoying the rewards from the 3-flower jade dew pills, Zhou Yao examined the recipe. 3-flower jade dew pill recipe. 1 illusion star flower, 1 flame heart flower, 1 ice glass flower. Can be synthesized. Synthesize the recipe. Ding! Recipe synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring 9-flower jade dew pill recipe X1. Surely not. It cannot be 9 types of flowers. I have yet to comprehend what these 3 flowers are, and now there's a mention of 9. With a symbolic slap to his own face, Zhou Yao muttered, "That's what you get for your careless tongue, foolishly combining everything." He then retrieved the elixir recipe from his backpack, lowering his gaze to examine it. 9-flower jade dew pill recipe. Illusory star flower 1, flame heart flower 1, ice glass flower 1, purple shadow flower 1, greenwood flower 1, spirit feather flower 1, ink abyss flower 1, silver frost flower 1, crimson sky flower 1. Goodness, it truly is 9 types of flowers. Oh, how I wish I had kept my mouth shut, he remarked, delivering another slap to himself. Turning his attention to the site where the skeletal war general had fallen, he noticed that the flames had long since extinguished, leaving only a heap of ashes. Nestled within the ashes lay an ancient treasure chest, quietly awaiting discovery. Zhou Yao approached the chest and spoke to the system. Open the treasure chest. Ding! The ancient treasure chest has been successfully opened. The survivor is requested to inspect the items within. Without hesitation, Zhou Yao reached in and withdrew the equipment. As his hand grasped the items, another system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the Demon Arm Guard 1. Ding! The Good Fortune Doubles talent has successfully activated. Congratulations, you have acquired the Demon Arm Guard 2. Upon hearing the notifications, Zhou Yao could not be bothered to check the attributes and exclaimed, "Synthesize the equipment." Ding! Arm Guards synthesized successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained the Netherworld Arm Guard 1. Zhou Yao eagerly examined the arm guard in his hand. The arm guard was an obsidian black, adorned with intricate patterns that shimmered with an eerie greenish glow. The front of the arm guard was sculpted in the likeness of a roaring demon's head. Its texture was supple, and he could feel a cool sensation permeating through his skin. Netherworld arm guard, platinum grade, one of the 8 pieces of the Netherworld set. The more set components equipped, the higher the grade of the equipment. Physique 200, defense 5000. Netherworld set 4-8. Netherworld battle blade, dark. Netherworld battle armor, dark. Netherworld battle helmet, Netherworld shoulder guards, Netherworld arm guard, Netherworld wrist guards, dark. Netherworld leggings, dark. Netherworld battle boot set attributes. Upgrade to gold grade. All attributes, potential 20, 2-piece set activated. Upgrade to platinum grade. All attributes, potential 30, 4-piece set activated. Unknown attribute, 6-piece set activated. Unknown attribute, 8-piece set activated. Zhou Yao donned the arm guard on his arm and felt a significant surge of strength as he moved it. Fully equipped, he did not hasten to the next level. Instead, he retrieved 2 cans of food and a beer from his backpack and began to eat. Having just navigated through 4 challenges, not only had his energy been greatly depleted, but his stamina had also taken a toll. Therefore, Zhou Yao decided to satiate his hunger and restore his strength before venturing into the next layer. After approximately an hour of rest, Zhou Yao, revitalized and invigorated, stepped through the portal. In a flash of white light, he found himself in a realm of fiery red magma, the oppressive heat waves crashing against him. The ground beneath him was a substantial expanse, measuring 100 feet in square area. The ground lay cracked, immense fissures revealing a flickering crimson glow that emanated an oppressive wave of heat. The terrain was strewn with bizarre, black rocks, products of solidified magma that had erupted onto the surface. Surrounding the land were vast pools of molten lava, roiling violently, with bubbles incessantly bursting, producing a rhythmic gurgling sound. Zhou Yao furrowed his brow, channeling the energy within him to withstand the onslaught of heat. As he cast his gaze to the distance, he noticed a pack of wolves with fiery red fur seemingly fixated on him from the far side of the land. These wolves were formidable in size, each towering over half a man. Their eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light, locking onto Zhou Yao with an insatiable greed and ferocity. A chill ran through Zhou Yao. In such an environment, facing such a pack of wolves was decidedly disadvantageous for him. Yet, he felt no fear, and with determination, he unleashed a collective scanning technique towards the wolf pack. Chapter 67. Inferno Fire Wolf, Dungeon Beast, Physique, 315 Strength, 493 Agility, 387 Spirit, 165 Skills, Flame Breath Impact. The Inferno Fire Wolf unleashes a torrent of searing breath, inflicting dual damage of physical impact and intense heat upon its foes. Flame Shadow Ambush. The Inferno Fire Wolf ignites in a blaze, exponentially increasing its speed, with attacks imbued with a scalding burn effect that continually damages its enemies. Combat Power. Early stage for all minor creatures of the 4th tier. I am rather eager to see if the Gatekeeper boss can surpass the 5th tier. Zhou Yao surveyed his surroundings, hoping to locate the Gatekeeper boss for this level. Unfortunately, he found no trace of the boss, not even a hint from his detection ring. Never mind, I shall first deal with these lesser foes, and the formidable one shall inevitably reveal itself. Zhou Yao reassured himself. He then drew the Radiant Spirit Blade from his backpack. With both hands gripping the blade, he swiftly summoned the energy within him, fervently channeling it into the Radiant Spirit Blade. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant blade aura, measuring nearly 10 feet in length, coalesced at the edge of the blade, emanating a fearsome presence. Sky-shattering star cleave. With a thunderous shout, Zhou Yao unleashed this terrifying blade aura towards the dozens of Inferno Fire Wolves 100 meters away. The blade aura sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistle as it raced towards its target. The Inferno Fire Wolves sensed the impending lethal threat, and almost in unison, they raised their heads to behold the dreadful blade aura descending upon them. The pack, displaying remarkable coordination, opened their gaping maws and unleashed a barrage of robust flame breaths. Dozens of flame breaths converged in the air, merging to form a colossal fire column, surging forward with a torrential heat wave to meet the fearsome blade aura. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the two titanic forces collided. In an instant, the searing flames and the fierce blade aura intertwined and tore at one another, erupting in a blinding flash of light that was impossible to behold. The terrifying energy radiated outward from the point of impact, wreaking havoc in all directions. Surrounding stones were instantly hurled into the air, reduced to dust, as billowing clouds of smoke obscured the sky. Zhou Yao was propelled back several steps by the shockwave. The Inferno firewolves fared even worse. Most were struck by the force, spewing blood and staggering perilously close to death. However, a few of the more formidable wolves were merely sent tumbling far away, struggling to regain their footing. They soon resumed their menacing gazes, emitting deep growls from their throats as they charged towards Zhou Yao. Truly fearless, are they? Let me grant you your wish. With that, Zhou Yao brandished his blade and charged towards the 4 oncoming Inferno firewolves, as the lone warrior and the 4 wolves rapidly closed the distance. The wolves synchronized their efforts to unleash their skill, Flame Shadow Ambush. The 4 wolves, empowered by the skill, surged forward with multiplied speed, resembling fleeting shadows. As they lunged at Zhou Yao from 4 different directions, Zhou Yao was taken aback, clearly unprepared for the cunning nature of the firewolf. However, time did not permit him to ponder deeply. In a moment of crisis, he forcefully stomped his feet against the ground, launching himself upward like a cannonball. The scorching jaws of the wolf grazed his clothing, stirring up a foul, hot wind. Yet, even as he evaded the attack, Zhou Yao did not remain idle in midair. He seized the opportunity to strike at one of the firewolves that had yet to adjust its position. The sharp blade of his weapon sliced through the back of the wolf, producing a sickening sound as a deep, gaping wound was instantly carved into its flesh. Blood spilled from the creature's wounds, cascading down its fur and hissing as it met the blistering ground, producing wisps of steam. Zhou Yao landed firmly on the ground, casting a cold glance at the 4 firewolves before him. Without hesitation, he charged toward the nearest one, wielding his blade with intent to cleave its head. The firewolf, sensing the impending threat, nimbly dodged aside, narrowly escaping the lethal strike. However, witnessing the wolf evade his attack, Zhou Yao did not pursue. Instead, he accelerated towards the injured wolf at the rear. The wounded creature seemed taken aback by Zhou Yao's sudden shift in focus, failing to anticipate the assault directed at itself. It attempted to evade, but its injured body was sluggish, leaving it helpless as the blade drew ever closer. With a decisive thrust, the blade pierced the wolf's forehead, embedding itself deep within its body. The wolf, with blood-red eyes wide open, opened its jaws, yet emitted no sound. Without pause, Zhou Yao kicked the creature's chest, then exerted force with one arm, pulling the nearly meter-long blade from the wolf's skull. At that moment, Zhou Yao sensed another fire wolf approaching rapidly from behind. Without a moment's thought, he spun around and slashed at the incoming beast. The clash of steel against claw resonated, revealing the audacity of the infernal fire wolf. The moment their limbs met, a sharp metallic sound echoed. Yet, there was no pause in the momentum. With a swift motion, Zhou Yao's blade cleaved the wolf's claw in 2. He then raised his foot, sending the creature sprawling several meters away, where it landed with a piercing howl. Zhou Yao turned to face the 2 fire wolves flanking him, both baring their fangs menacingly. In an instant, the wolves launched their ambush, transforming into 2 fiery red afterimages as they charged at him once more. Zhou Yao, refusing to underestimate them, raised his blade and sidestepped to meet the one on the left. He executed a horizontal slash with his weapon, and the wolf, suspended in midair, found itself unable to evade. It resorted to raising its sharp forepaws to counter the deadly blade, simultaneously opening its maw to bite at Zhou Yao's neck. Attempting to trade injury for survival, a foolish gamble indeed. As Zhou Yao exerted force once more, he twisted his waist, swiftly dodging to the left. In his hand, the long blade transformed its stance, rising and descending with immense power as he struck downwards at the oncoming firewolf. A sharp sound pierced the air as the blade of the Ling blade cleaved into the creature's skull. Even the resilient bones of a 4th-tier demonic beast could not withstand such a forceful blow. The 2 segments of the wolf's carcass collapsed onto the ground, blood mingling with entrails, pooling upon the earth. The scorching ground emitted a hissing sound, accompanied by a sudden surge of white mist. Yet, Zhou Yao paid no heed to this spectacle. Instead, he pivoted and charged towards the last remaining healthy fire wolf. Chapter 68. inferno battle with little exertion. Zhou Yao effortlessly dispatched the last remaining intact firewolf. After sending the severed clawed beast away with a swift stroke of his blade, he advanced towards the injured firewolves ahead. With a series of precise strikes, dozens of firewolves were easily sent to the ground by Zhou Yao. Once the final firewolf was vanquished, a massive magma pool before him began to surge with vibrant crimson bubbles, which erupted upon reaching the surface. Standing calmly on the solid ground, a distance of over 20 meters from the magma pool, Zhou Yao held his blade aloft, his gaze fixed intently on the increasingly turbulent, fiery magma. Despite the distance, the searing heat waves were palpable. Suddenly, accompanied by a deep, rumbling roar, a peculiar creature slowly emerged from the magma pool. This fiery beast, resembling a cross between a wolf and a dog, possessed 3 heads. Each head bared sharp fangs, and its 6 eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty ferocity. Fixating menacingly on Zhou Yao. Unfazed, Zhou Yao cast a divination spell towards the creature in the magma pool. 3-headed lava hound, platinum-level dungeon boss. Physique, 1374 strength, 1736 agility, 800 spirit, 656 skills. Molten meteor. The 3 heads of the lava hound simultaneously unleash a column of lava, which converges midair to form a colossal molten meteor that attacks its foes. Lava cage. Harnessing the power of lava, it creates a towering wall of magma fire around its enemies. This wall not only radiates terrifying heat, but also continues to constrict inward until the enemy is obliterated. Its power is further amplified in a volcanic environment. Fire Spirit Shield. By channeling the force of lava, it manifests a layer of fiery shield around itself. This shield not only deflects attacks, but also scorches any adversaries who approach with ill intent. Combat Strength. Peak level 4. Zhou Yao muttered in discontent. This is undoubtedly a melee nemesis. Had I known, I would have trained in a set of spells. His frustration was palpable. Seeing that Zhou Yao remained motionless, the lava hound seemed to grow impatient. All 3 heads opened their gaping maws simultaneously, unleashing 3 massive columns of molten fire into the air. The columns quickly converged, forming a molten fireball nearly 3 yards in diameter. Goodness, that's quite extravagant, Zhou Yao exclaimed, taken aback by the sheer size of the magma fireball. Just as his words faded, the colossal fireball hurtled downwards with alarming speed toward Zhou Yao. Realizing the imminent danger, he attempted to evade, but the massive lava sphere nearly obliterated all possible escape routes. With no other choice, Zhou Yao swiftly retreated, striving to avoid the terrifying fireball while simultaneously channeling energy from within, continuously infusing it into his blade, the Yao Spirit Blade. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yao retreated a distance of 40 to 50 meters. At that moment, a colossal meteor of molten lava crashed violently into the very spot where he had just stood. With a thunderous roar, the ground was instantly excavated, creating a vast chasm, and the fierce explosion unleashed a powerful shockwave that birthed a terrifying storm of lava. The shockwave, accompanied by splattering molten rock, surged toward Zhou Yao. It was high time to master some spells, for without them, encountering such magical assaults could spell his doom. Zhou Yao mused, yet his movements did not falter. He continued to retreat at breakneck speed while swiftly activating the water avoidance chain. In an instant, an invisible energy shield rapidly expanded around Zhou Yao, enveloping him in its protective embrace. The next moment, the torrent of lava and the shockwave crashed violently against the energy shield formed by the water avoidance chain. Though the water avoidance pearl was not a defensive artifact, it temporarily held back the onslaught of molten rock and force. However, as the lava and explosive shockwaves relentlessly battered against it, the energy shield flickered perilously, appearing fragile and on the verge of shattering. Yet Zhou Yao could only continuously channel his energy into the shield, maintaining its operation. While the force of the splattering lava was not yet a threat to Zhou Yao's life, he had no desire to experience the sensation of being engulfed in molten rock. As the shockwave gradually weakened and the scattered lava began to descend, Zhou Yao seized the opportunity. Crack Void Star Slash, he bellowed, his arms surging with power as he swung his blade forward. The immense blade of light, already coalesced, sliced toward the 3-headed canine submerged in the lava pool. Following this formidable slash, Zhou Yao's figure was propelled along with a blade of light. As he hurtled toward the edge of the chasm, he halted abruptly and began to spin the Yao spirit blade at an accelerated pace. At that moment, the blade of light, now infused with overwhelming energy, surged toward the three-headed dog. Observing this, the central head erupted with a massive column of molten fire, while the other two heads unleashed flames from either side, forming two broad walls of fire. The blade of light collided thunderously with a molten column, which disintegrated into a rain of magma upon impact. After shattering the molten column, the blade continued its trajectory toward the three-headed beast. The firewalls, upon meeting the blade of light, were torn apart, creating two gaping openings. The three-headed dog seemed to sense the peril of this attack, and all three heads simultaneously emitted a furious roar, igniting a thick shield of flames around its body. In the next instant, the blade of light, having breached three defenses, struck fiercely against the molten shield. A resounding explosion reverberated as the blade met the shield, causing the molten barrier to glow intensely, its runes flashing wildly. Under the relentless assault of the blade, while the molten shield had not been directly shattered, its surface was already marred with intricate cracks, just as the blade and the shield were locked in a stalemate. A massive vortex of swirling energy began to manifest before Zhou Yao. The tempest did not give birth to a new storm but, under the command of Zhou Yao, spiraled towards the lava Cerberus, which was still bracing against the residual fury of the blade's radiance. Wherever the razor winds passed, the ground and lava pools were carved into profound chasms. The lava Cerberus seemed to sense this lethal threat. Its efforts to withstand the blade's brilliance had already restrained most of its internal energy. Consequently, it had no choice but to channel all its energy into the lava shield, striving to withstand the onslaught of Zhou Yao's formidable abilities. Chapter 69. Fire Spirit Herb. The blade storm spiraled with ferocious velocity, hurtling towards the lava Cerberus. As the tempest made contact with the shield, it erupted in a cacophony of sharp, jarring sounds. The blade storm synchronized with the residual force of the previously unleashed sword light, gradually depleting the energy of the shield protecting the lava Cerberus. In a desperate attempt to evade the terrifying blade storm, the creature sought refuge within the molten depths. Yet, the storm clung to it tenaciously, rendering it immobile upon the surface of the lava lake. Helpless, the three-headed beast frantically channeled energy into the shield to sustain its defenses against the onslaught of the fearsome storm. With a thunderous crash, the sword light detonated, causing the shield surrounding the Cerberus to tremble violently. Moments later, under the relentless slicing impact of the blade storm, cracks began to proliferate across the shield surface, culminating in a resounding shatter. Exposed and vulnerable, the lava Cerberus found itself ensnared within the tumultuous storm. It roared in agony, unable to escape the clutches of the tempest. Relying solely on its formidable physique, it endured the punishing damage inflicted by the blade storm. Blood streaked across its body as it suffered wounds, mingling with the searing lava that surrounded it. Yet, this ferocious creature possessed an indomitable will to survive, resolutely resisting even in the face of such adversity. Time became an indistinct blur as the storm's power gradually waned, ultimately dissipating into the ether. The radiant blade traced an elegant arc through the air, returning gracefully to Zhou Yao's grasp. Upon receiving the blade, Zhou Yao glanced back at the lava surface, only to discover that the three-headed beast had vanished. Swiftly, he activated his detection ring, revealing the creature's retreat into the molten depths. Thinking it could escape? Not so easily. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Yao activated the water shield again, enveloping himself in an invisible energy barrier. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned his internal energy once more, forming an additional layer of energy shield upon his body to withstand the surrounding heat. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the lava pool, pursuing the spot where the Cerberus had disappeared. Zhou Yao was determined not to let the lava Cerberus evade capture, as its fate was intricately tied to the success of the quest and the completion of his coveted netherworld set. Without hesitation, he dove into the molten pool, chasing after the red that indicated by his detection ring. As he immersed himself in the lava, the world around him transformed into a vibrant inferno. The energy barrier created by the water shield flickered under immense pressure, swiftly compressing to a mere few feet around him. Meanwhile, the energy shield he had conjured began to absorb his internal energy at an alarming rate, struggling to withstand the searing heat emanating from lava. Zhou Yao's heart sank as he realized the rapid depletion of his energy reserves. He had not anticipated such a swift drain while defending against the magma's intensity. At this rate, it would not be long before he succumbed to exhaustion, reduced to ash within the molten abyss. Cursed be it, we must conclude this swiftly, lest we fall victim to this three-headed beast, Zhou Yao muttered angrily, hastening towards the direction of the small red dot. The severely injured lava Cerberus was in a pitiful state. The two heads on either side hung lifelessly against its chest. The remaining central head was riddled with wounds, a deep gash slicing through its flesh, exposing stark white bone beneath. Its massive, fiery body was marred with numerous injuries of varying severity, and one of its forelegs was entirely missing. Yet, the two eyes of the remaining head, still gleaming with ferocity, fixated intently on the swiftly approaching Zhou Yao. Perplexed by how this human had discerned its location, the three-headed dog was left with no time to ponder, as Zhou Yao, closing in on the red dot, lifted the Yao Ling blade and struck fiercely towards the target ahead. The three-headed beast, observing the imminent blow, attempted to evade, dragging its battered form. However, its weakened state rendered it slow, and despite retreating with the aid of its lava powers, the blade still inflicted another cut across its chest. Receiving this blow, the creature's numbed body showed little reaction, instead using its remaining three legs to scramble through the lava in a desperate bid to escape. It thought to itself that if it could delay long enough, this fearsome human would succumb to the searing heat of the lava pool. While the beast was not mistaken in its assumption, Zhou Yao, sensing the rapid depletion of energy within him, recognized he could not linger in the molten surroundings. Thus, he retrieved a small green vial from his backpack, allowing a drop of the verdant liquid to fall upon the Yaoling blade. The liquid swiftly absorbed into the blade without altering its appearance. Stowing the vial away, Zhou Yao resumed his pursuit of the retreating lava Cerberus. As he closed in once more, he swung his blade with intent, feeling the resistance of flesh upon impact. Rather than press his attack further, Zhou Yao quickly swam towards the surface of the lava pool. Soon, he emerged onto solid ground, acutely aware that his energy reserves were critically low. He reached for an intermediate energy stone, grasping in his hand to restore his vitality. After a brief moment of recovery, when his energy replenished to approximately 1/3, the melodious voice of the system echoed in his mind once again. Ding! You have slain the 4-tier platinum-level dungeon boss, the lava Cerberus. Ding! Congratulations on completing the 5th level of the ancient tomb. Rewards: 2 fire spirit grass seeds, 4 fire spirit grasses. Zhou Yao retrieved the reward from his backpack, holding them in his hands. The fire spirit grass seeds appeared unremarkable, akin to ordinary spirit grass seeds. His gaze then shifted to the fire spirit grass. Fire spirit grass, one of the main ingredients for concocting fire spirit pills. Contemplating this succinct description, Zhou Yao shook his head and returned both items to his backpack. After reviewing the rewards bestowed by the system, Zhou Yao lifted his gaze in search of the ancient treasure chest containing the demon's set. Finally, across from the molten lava pool before him, he beheld the venerable treasure chest. With a sense of eagerness, Zhou Yao summoned an energy barrier around himself and swiftly traversed the surface of the lava pool. He successfully navigated through the molten expanse and approached the chest, silently invoking, "Open the ancient treasure chest." With a chime, the chest opened successfully, inviting the living to inspect the items within. Chapter 70. The abyssal enchantress Zhou Yao hastened forward, delicately retrieving a pair of leg guards from the box. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring demon leg guards. Ding! The talent double luck has successfully activated. Congratulations on acquiring demon leg guards 2. Leg guards synthesis. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring nether leg guards Nether leg guards platinum grade, one of the 8 pieces of the nether set. The more components of the set equipped, the higher the equipment tier. Constitution 100, Strength 100, Defense 5000. Nether set 5/8, Nether blade, dark, Nether armor, dark, Nether helm, Nether pauldrons, Nether bracers, Nether arm guards, dark, Nether leg guards, Nether boot set attributes. Upgraded to gold grade. All attributes potential 20, 2 pieces activated. Upgraded to platinum grade. All attributes potential 30, for pieces activated. Unknown attribute, 6 pieces activated. Unknown attribute, 8 pieces activated. After examining the attributes, Zhou Yao scrutinized the leg guards. The overall hue of the nether leg guards was ink black, and the material felt somewhat frigid to the touch. Along the edges of the guards, a circle of sharp-boned spurs was embedded, exhibiting a somber blood-red hue. One more piece, and I can activate the third attribute, significantly enhancing my strength. Zhou Yao exclaimed excitedly, donning the leg guards upon his legs. At that moment, Zhou Yao appeared somewhat mismatched, adorned with arm guards, leg guards, boots, and a helm, yet lacking the complement of armor. However, Zhou Yao paid it no mind, for there was no one else in the dungeon, and he could not see his own reflection. As long as he felt no embarrassment, it was the beasts that would find themselves in an awkward position. Having donned the equipment and replenished his internal energy, Zhou Yao stepped boldly into a portal that materialized upon the mountainside ahead. As a flash of light enveloped him, Zhou Yao entered the 6th level of the dungeon. Upon entry, he immediately sensed the pervasive mist shrouding the entire space, severely obstructing his vision. Even with Zhou Yao's keen eyesight, he could only discern shapes a few dozen meters away. Beyond that lay only indistinct shadows. The floor of the 6th level was paved with a peculiar black rock, its surface as smooth as a mirror. However, from the fissures in the stone, occasional wisps of ghostly green liquid seeped forth, dissipating into the air. Towering around him were stone pillars of various forms, seemingly twisted by some malevolent force. The pillars were etched with grotesque visages and distorted figures, evoking a chilling sensation. Between the pillars hung tattered draperies that fluttered gently without the caress of wind. Looking up, instead of a cold ceiling, he beheld a dark crimson sky. In this sky, there were neither sun, moon, nor stars, only intermittent flashes of black lightning illuminating the void. The entire space exuded an aura of mystery and terror. Such a dungeon, quite fitting for its theme, Zhou Yao remarked, surveying his surroundings while continuing to voice his thoughts. Just as he was immersed in his musings, a faint, eerie voice echoed from ahead. Initially, the sound resembled the gentle call of a distant woman, imbued with an indescribable allure. This voice seemed to possess an invisible charm, teasing the strings of Zhou Yao's heart, causing him to momentarily pause in astonishment. Suddenly, the tone shifted sharply, becoming piercing and grating. A cacophony of eerie laughter echoed through the mist, laden with a chilling malice that made Zhou Yao's eardrums throb painfully, igniting a sense of foreboding within him. What on earth is this? Playing tricks like a ghost? Does it truly believe it can frighten me? Enveloped in this terrifying environment, Zhou Yao listened intently to the sounds ahead, yet saw no sign of any monstrous beasts, causing his heart to race with trepidation. Unable to resist, he voiced a sarcastic retort, bolstering his courage in the process. Zhou Yao quickly glanced at the image within his detection ring. Approximately 100 to 150 meters away, a red light flickered incessantly. Its speed was not particularly swift, yet the direction of its movement left no doubt that its target was undoubtedly him. Gripping the Yao Ling blade tightly, Zhou Yao advanced slowly into the fog. As he closed the distance to the red light to less than 100 meters, he concentrated energy into his eyes. A faint blue aura emanated from his gaze, significantly enhancing his vision as he focused on the creature over 100 meters away. To label it as a beast would be an understatement, for what Zhou Yao perceived was a towering figure of a person. He scrutinized the figure, observing its tall and graceful form exuding an aura that was both chilling and formidable, enveloped in a nebulous veil of purple-black mist. Its face was exquisitely crafted yet possessed an unsettling quality, with large, enchanting eyes featuring deep crimson pupils that seemed capable of ensnaring one's soul. Curved black horns adorned its head, and from its back extended a pair of massive bat-like wings, which, though not yet unfurled, suggested a wingspan exceeding 10 meters when fully spread. Its elongated arms were crossed elegantly over its chest, fingers sharp as blades, glinting ominously. Upon witnessing its appearance, Zhou Yao finally felt a weight lift from his heart. After all, the unknown is the most terrifying aspect of all. As he discerned its features clearly, he promptly cast a probing spell towards it. Hell Prison Demoness, Diamond Level Dungeon Boss. Physique, 1128 Strength, 1392 Agility, 630 Spirit, 1656 Skills. Charming Gaze. The pair of crimson-purple eyes emit an invisible mental wave that disrupts the enemy's mind, plunging them into illusions. Shadow Prison. Summon surrounding dark energy to rapidly form a prison of darkness centered around the enemy. This prison not only withstands powerful physical attacks, but also continuously siphons the trapped individual's energy, converting it into dark energy. Magic Immunity. Passive immune to 95 of magical damage. Combat Power. 4th Stage Perfection. Goodness, such malicious skills are indeed worthy of a diamond-level boss. In that case, I shall strike first. With that, Zhou Yao propelled himself off the ground, launching into the air with great force. The hellish demoness, situated several dozen meters away, executed a signature move reminiscent of the legendary Splitting the Mountain. It appeared that the demoness could sense the formidable presence of Zhou Yao, prompting her to unleash an ominous shadow prison, with her delicate hands moving in a swift ballet. A circular prison of dark purple hues materialized in the blink of an eye, encircling Zhou Yao at a distance of 7 or 8 meters in midair. Following a surge of energy, the prison took shape instantaneously. Undeterred by the formation of the prison, Zhou Yao propelled himself downward with unyielding momentum, channeling his strength into his arms as he delivered a fierce strike upon the luminous barrier of the prison. The collision of forces caused the purple-black prison to flicker momentarily, yet it remained unshattered, absorbing the weighty blow with resilience. In contrast, Zhou Yao was violently repelled backwards, landing several meters away against the inner wall of the prison. Upon his feet making contact with the prison's interior, he was immediately besieged by a potent force that began to siphon the energy from within him. Chapter 71. The soul-devouring codex of the 9 nether realms. Zhou Yao exerted all his strength to circulate the energy within his body, endeavoring to resist the overwhelming force. However, his efforts seemed futile, as he could distinctly feel his energy dissipating rapidly. In that moment, Zhou Yao's mind raced. Since this prison was immune to the majority of physical attacks, conventional methods were no longer viable. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to his soul fire-based skill. Although the infernal judgment consumed an immense amount of energy, it appeared to be his only effective recourse at this juncture. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yao began to rapidly gather energy within him, channeling it towards the radiant blade in his hand. The crimson blade light swiftly coalesced upon the radiant blade, expanding rapidly in size. Moments later, Zhou Yao bellowed, "Infernal judgment!" Slash! With both hands gripping the blade, he swung fiercely towards the prison, unleashing a colossal dark red blade of energy that surged forth from the weapon. This formidable dark red blade, imbued with terrifying energy, drained over half of Zhou Yao's energy, the sheer power of which was unimaginable. The blade surged towards the prison with the force of a tidal wave. Upon contact with the inner wall of the prison, the violet-black light on its surface flickered violently, as if desperately attempting to resist. However, the might of infernal judgment was too overwhelming. The glow of the prison gradually dimmed under the onslaught of the energy beam. With a thunderous roar, the prison shattered instantaneously under the immense impact. A powerful wave of energy radiated outward, dispersing the surrounding mist. The crimson blade, having shattered the shadowy prison, continued its relentless descent towards the floating infernal demoness below. In that fleeting moment of the prison's destruction, Zhou Yao's figure flickered, darting towards the demoness like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, he had entirely cast aside any notions of underestimating her, intent on closing the distance to vanquish this enigmatic boss with his agile movements. The massive crimson blade, enveloped in terrifying energy, struck the infernal demoness with a resounding impact. In an instant, the very fabric of space quivered as the horrific energy erupted explosively from her center. With a deafening roar, a brilliant fire ascended skyward, and the powerful shockwave surged outward like a tumultuous tide, sweeping away the mist in its path and carving deep furrows into the ground. The infernal demoness, caught completely off guard by the ferocity of Zhou Yao's attack, was struck directly by the crimson blade. She emitted a chilling scream as her once graceful form was violently hurled through the air. crashing heavily onto the ground dozens of meters away, raising a cloud of dust. In that moment, the infernal demoness was a pitiful sight. Her violet-black sheer gown was torn in multiple places, exposing her battered skin, with streaks of violet-black blood seeping from her wounds, rendering her utterly wretched. Before she could regain her bearings from such a devastating blow, Zhou Yao was already upon her, closing the distance swiftly. Zhou Yao poured all his strength into the radiant spirit blade and swung it diagonally, delivering a fierce strike to the neck of the underworld demoness. With a crisp crack, akin to slicing through tofu, the radiant spirit blade effortlessly severed her neck. The demoness' massive head, filled with a hint of reluctance, flew off from her body. The ferocity in her eyes vanished in an instant, leaving behind an endless void. The headless body erupted with a jet of purplish-black blood before collapsing heavily to the ground. Zhou Yao, who had just decapitated the demoness, suddenly froze in disbelief. How could it be so easy to vanquish a fourth-tier, fully realized diamond-level boss? He pondered in disbelief. Could he have fallen into the illusion of the underworld demoness? Just as Zhou Yao's thoughts spiraled, a notification chimed. Ding! You have slain the fourth-tier, diamond-level dungeon boss, the underworld demoness. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 6th level of the ancient tomb. Reward: 9 nether soul recognition, classic 2. Is it truly over? Has she really perished? Is it really that simple? It was only now that Zhou Yao genuinely accepted the astonishing fact that he had so effortlessly slain such a formidable boss. However, it was merely a book of techniques. He decided to examine it further. With that thought, Zhou Yao retrieved the 2 volumes of techniques awarded by the system from his backpack. 9 nether soul recognition, classic, high grade. Mysterious: immerse one's consciousness into the realm of the 9 nether, tempered by darkness and resentment. Mastering it to great perfection allows one to construct a 9 nether illusion with their consciousness, trapping victims in endless mental torment. The fear and despair generated will reciprocate to enhance the practitioner's mind. Can be synthesized. How powerful! This is indeed a high-grade technique. But I wonder how formidable it will become after synthesis. Zhou Yao mused, addressing the system. Synthesize the technique. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining 9 nether soul devouring classic 1. Zhou Yao felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the newly synthesized technique in his hands and eagerly examined it. 9 nether soul devouring classic, medium grade. This technique merges the darkest power of the 9 nether abyss with the tyrannical art of soul devouring, drawing upon the eerie and shadowy essence to consume souls. It absorbs the resentments of the 9 nether to refine the mind, resonating one's consciousness with the essence of the underworld. Practitioners can execute the 9 nether soul devouring art, using their consciousness as a hook to forcibly extract an opponent's soul from their body, akin to harvesting wheat. Upon advancement, one can construct the 9 nether soul devouring domain where all beings' consciousness will be suppressed by the weight of the 9 nether, slowly dissolving and being consumed, transforming into nourishment for the practitioner's sea of consciousness. As the realm of the technique elevates, a 9 nether soul core will coalesce in the depths of the practitioner's sea of consciousness, allowing them to command countless soul-devouring specters, subjecting enemies to unending mental torment until their consciousness utterly collapses. What a vicious technique, yet its power is undeniably formidable. Techniques for refining consciousness must be rare indeed. Without further hesitation, Zhou Yao shattered the scroll of the technique, and the 9 nether soul devouring classic instantly transformed into a stream of black light, piercing into his brow. Zhou Yao felt a dizzying sensation wash over him, nearly causing him to topple to the ground. This fleeting sensation quickly dissipated, and Zhou Yao resumed his usual demeanor. He promptly accessed his task panel to review his skills and attributes. Character name: Zhou Yao. Age: 21. Physique: 2075 strength, 1544 agility, 971 spirit, 378 charisma, 31 luck. Talent: double fortune SSS level, unique, gifted talent. Level 3, Eye of Insight SSS level, unique, cultivation method. Level 19 Nether Soul Devouring Classic, Earth Tier Intermediate. Skills: 9 Nether Soul Devouring Technique. Advanced Body Technique, passive. Intermediate Swordsmanship, passive. Intermediate Diving, passive, tearing void star shatter. Purgatory Judgment, Blade Storm, titles, Escapist, Shark Slayer, Guardian Nemesis, Unique, Beast Hunter, First Warrior, Dawn Demon Slayer, Overseas Hunting Pioneer, Charismatic Navigator, Ocean Pioneer, Dragon Slayer Pioneer. Instance Pioneer Combat Power, 4th Stage Great Perfection Chapter 72. The Blood Abyss Evil Dragon Zhou Yao gazed at his attributes, nodding in approval as he declared, "I shall soon test the potency of this 9-nether soul devouring technique." With that, he advanced towards the headless corpse of the underworld demoness. For the treasure chest of the 6th layer of the dungeon lay beside it. Open the treasure chest. Ding. The treasure chest has been successfully opened. The living may now inspect its contents. Zhou Yao bent down, extending his hands to retrieve an item from within the chest. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Demon Bracers 1. Ding. The double luck talent has successfully triggered. Congratulations, you have obtained Demon Bracers 2. Synthesize the bracers. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Nether Bracers 1. Zhou Yao lifted the bracers, observing them closely. The bracers exhibited a profound black hue, their surface smooth yet emanating an icy, bone-chilling aura. Edged with a circle of sharp, ghostly bone spikes, they refracted a chilling light in the dim surroundings. At the center, a series of black gemstones, each the size of a grain of rice, were embedded. Nether Bracers, Diamond Grade, one of the 8 pieces of the Nether set. The more components of the set worn, the higher the equipment grade. Physique 400, Strength 400. Defense 15, 000. Nether set, 6-8. Nether Blade, Dark. Nether Armor, Dark. Nether Helm, Nether Pauldrons, Nether Arm Guards, Nether Bracers, Nether Trousers, Nether Boots. Set attributes. Upgrade to Gold Grade. Overall attributes potential 20. 2 pieces activated. Upgrade to Platinum Grade. Overall attributes potential 30. 4 pieces activated. Upgrade to Diamond Grade. Overall attributes potential 40. 6 pieces activated. Unknown attributes. 8 pieces activated. Zhou Yao immediately donned a pair of bracers around his wrists, feeling as though a surge of energy had just been infused within him, issuing a contented sigh. Though his battle prowess had not escalated, the sensation of his enhanced strength was exquisitely delightful. As he spoke, Zhou Yao retrieved an energy stone from his backpack to restore himself. Moments later, invigorated by his newfound power, Zhou Yao strode purposefully towards the teleportation portal set against the stone wall ahead. The instant he stepped into the portal, the space shimmered with a slight ripple, and Zhou Yao found himself in a realm entirely unfamiliar to him. Before him lay an expansive expanse of land, with undulating mountains resembling a slumbering giant dragon sprawled across the earth. Crystal clear streams cascaded down from the mountains, while the land was adorned with lush green grass and an array of vibrant wildflowers scattered like stars. It was a vivid tableau reminiscent of an idyllic paradise. The air was suffused with the fresh scent of grass and earth, mingled with a subtle floral fragrance, prompting Zhou Yao to take a deep breath, feeling his spirits lift as fatigue dissipated. This is the ancient tomb dungeon. How peculiar, Zhou Yao mused as he surveyed his surroundings. Just as he reveled in the beauty of this enchanting environment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the distant mountains. By heavens, a dragon's roar! Could it be that the guardian boss of this level is a divine dragon? Zhou Yao immediately activated his detection ring, beginning his search for the trace of the mythical beast. After reducing the map's scale, he finally spotted a red light rapidly approaching his location from the mountain summit. Goodness, this creature can fly. How am I supposed to fight? Am I to become a living target for this beast? Zhou Yao pondered his strategies in frustration, yet seemed unable to devise a countermeasure. Alas, it appears I must resign myself to fate, he murmured. Moments later, a resounding roar of the dragon echoed, and the distant horizon transformed dramatically. The previously clear sky gathered ominous clouds, with a low rumble of thunder reverberating within the depths of the cloud cover. Suddenly, a colossal figure surged forth from the depths of the darkened clouds. It was a 4-clawed blood dragon. Its immense body was estimated to be around 40 to 50 meters in length. The surface of its body was adorned with a layer of dark crimson scales, glistening with a cold and enchanting metallic sheen. The dragon's fierce head was as large as a small mountain, with eyes resembling lanterns, emanating a chilling, blood-red glow that conveyed an aura of overwhelming authority and savagery. Its sharp dragon teeth gleamed like blades, each one a deadly weapon. The dragon's whiskers were long and graceful, also exhibiting a vibrant blood-red hue, dancing freely in the wind. For robust claws extended from its sides, their tips extraordinarily sharp, capable of piercing through any formidable defense with ease. The claws were similarly covered in dark crimson scales, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Along the dragon's spine, a row of sharp, bony spikes extended from its neck to its tail, arranged like serrated teeth. These spikes, too, were dark red, blending seamlessly with its body, reflecting a chilling light under the sun's rays. With the emergence of the blood dragon, a potent stench of blood enveloped the air, as if the entire space were shrouded in its ominous presence. Zhou Yao gazed at this behemoth in the sky, momentarily at a loss for words. He cast a probing spell towards the blood-colored giant, eager to ascertain the strength of this legendary dragon from Huaxia. Blood Prison Evil Dragon, Diamond-level Dungeon Boss. Physique, 1898 Strength, 1989 Agility, 1230 Spirit, 1356 Skills. Blood Prison Dragon Roar. The Blood Prison Evil Dragon unleashes a deafening roar, the sound waves carrying terrifying power, inflicting significant physical damage, and causing any struck enemies to be momentarily stunned. Blood Prison Dragon Flame. The Blood Prison Evil Dragon breathes forth scorching dragon flames, with temperatures so high that anything it touches is instantly reduced to ashes. This magical flame not only inflicts fire damage, but also carries the power of the Blood Prison, rendering enemies' wounds unable to heal, forcing them to endure continuous suffering and damage. Blood Prison Shield. The Blood Prison Evil Dragon is enveloped in a crimson shield, which not only withstands substantial damage, but also reflects a portion of the harm back to attackers through the power of the Blood Prison. Furthermore, there exists a chance that foes may become afflicted by the essence of the Blood Prison upon striking the shield. Blood Prison Domain. Centered around the Blood Prison Evil Dragon, an immense blood-hued domain unfurls instantaneously, suffused with boundless resentment and potent blood energy. Enemies who venture into this realm experience a significant reduction in mobility and a diminishment in their offensive capabilities, while the Blood Prison Evil Dragon itself enjoys a remarkable enhancement of its abilities within the domain. Blood River from the Sky. The Blood Prison Evil Dragon invokes this skill at the cost of its own vitality. The sky is instantly stained a deep crimson, and a colossal blood river cascades from above. Wherever this river flows, it inundates and corrupts all it touches. Neither adversaries nor surrounding entities can escape its devastating grasp. Combat Power. Early stage of Tier 5. Chapter 73. Struggling against the 5th Order Evil Dragon. What a predicament. A 5th Order Evil Dragon with 5 skills. How on earth can I defeat it? Zhou Yao cursed under his breath, venting his pent-up frustration. Moreover, this must be a juvenile dragon. Otherwise, how could it possibly possess only 5th Order combat prowess? Zhou Yao pondered, somewhat perplexed. This was merely a consequence of the dungeon suppression. Otherwise, even the weakest 4-clawed divine dragon would boast nearly 6th Order strength at birth, albeit with a mere length of less than 10 meters. The evil dragon before him, however, was evidently of adult divine dragon size, but Zhou Yao had only recently encountered Eastern divine dragons within the confines of the dungeon, leaving him ignorant of their true nature. A glimmer of mockery flickered in the immense eyes of the Blood Prison Evil Dragon, as if it intended to toy with this insignificant human before it. Its formidable body, once coiled in the air, plummeted toward Zhou Yao like a dark red meteor. The evil dragon's speed was astonishing. The air was rent asunder by its form, producing a sharp, whistling sound as its massive head barreled toward Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao felt an overwhelming gust of wind rush towards him. He looked up, his heart sinking at the sight of the descending Blood Prison Evil Dragon, and hurriedly summoned all his strength to evade to the side. The dragon's collision grazed Zhou Yao's body perilously. Before he could catch his breath, the dragon's robust tail swept towards him with a fierce whoosh. Zhou Yao, still unsteady, had no time to dodge and could only hastily conjure a thick energy shield around him. Simultaneously, he raised the Yao Ling blade in his hand, rapidly infusing it with energy, preparing to withstand the terrifying impact of the dragon's tail. With a thunderous crash, the tail struck the tightly gripped Yao Ling blade. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged along the blade. Zhou Yao felt as though his arms had been struck by a speeding train, an irresistible momentum propelling him backward. His feet carved deep furrows into the ground as he was sent sprawling several meters back, ultimately landing on the ground with a cloud of dust rising around him. Sitting there, Zhou Yao's face flushed crimson, his chest heaving violently as a metallic taste of blood surged in his throat. He fought the urge to spit out blood, forcing down the mouthful that had risen to the back of his throat. To make matters worse, his arms were numb from the impact, and he could barely maintain his grip on the Yao Ling blade. Blood dripped from the gash in his palms, falling onto the blade's tip and staining the ground below. In stark contrast, the blood prison evil dragon fared far better, aside from the considerable indentation left on the massive scales where it had clashed with the Yao Ling blade. The remainder of its body remained unscathed. Yet, this proud, evil dragon could not abide the fact that it had been wounded by a mere human. Its blood-red eyes ignited with a blaze of fury, and the dark red aura surrounding it intensified dramatically. Following this, the dragon opened its enormous mouth and, astonishingly, began to speak in human tongue, its voice laced with boundless rage. "Lowly human, you have successfully enraged me. Initially, I believed I could toy with you leisurely. However, now I shall make you pay a grievous price for your insolence. Annihilation shall be your sole fate." With that declaration, without a moment's pause, I spiraled through the air before plunging downward with increased velocity toward Zhou Yao, simultaneously conjuring a massive dark red fireball in my mouth. As Zhou Yao beheld the bloodthirsty evil dragon charging towards him once more, he understood that retreat was no longer an option. Damn it, even if I must perish, I shall leave my mark. With gritted teeth, he tightened his grip on the radiant blade, disregarding the agonizing pain in his arms. This time, he summoned every ounce of energy within him, desperately channeling it into the radiant blade he wielded. Instantly, a colossal crimson blade of light formed, radiating a searing heat. As Zhou Yao's energy flowed into it, the fiery blade expanded rapidly, soon reaching nearly 30 feet in length. Though his energy reserves were nearly depleted, Zhou Yao held his head high, coldly regarding the massive, bloodthirsty, evil dragon descending from the sky. The dragon, embodying a cataclysmic force, dove downwards, its mouth unleashing a dark red dragon flame infused with terrifying power, bearing down upon Zhou Yao with destructive intent. At that moment, as the dragon expelled its fiery breath, Zhou Yao stomped the ground fiercely, propelling himself upwards like a bolt of black lightning, racing towards the dragon. The two entities, one ascending and the other descending, rapidly closed the distance until they were less than 100 meters apart. Zhou Yao swung the radiant blade high, the nearly 30-foot-long crimson blade of light cleaving towards the oncoming dragon flame with ferocity. Boom! The two forces, both radiating terrifying heat, collided with a thunderous roar. In that instant, it seemed as though the very heavens dimmed, and a cataclysmic shockwave erupted from the point of impact, expanding wildly in all directions. The violent clash of energies produced a deafening cacophony, akin to countless thunderclaps resounding simultaneously, causing one's eardrums to ache, while the entire space trembled under the reverberation. A torrent of scorching heat surged outward, melting the once unyielding rocks beneath. Trees ignited instantly under the oppressive heat, reduced to ash in the blink of an eye, scattered by the howling winds. In the moment of collision, Zhou Yao felt an irresistible force strike him from above, violently propelling him away. His body flew uncontrollably like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. He felt as though his very organs had been jostled from their places, and he could not suppress a mouthful of blood that erupted forth. Yet, his gaze remained resolute and defiant, despite the excruciating pain coursing through him. Zhou Yao struggled to rise. The evil dragon, too, appeared to be suffering. Its massive form, spanning 40 to 50 meters, was forced back several meters by the force of the explosion. The bloodthirsty evil dragon let out a furious roar, its once imposing figure now trembling slightly. Several scales on its body bore subtle cracks from the recent explosion, with strands of deep purple-black blood seeping through the crevices. Its blood-red eyes were filled with shock and fury. It was evidently taken aback by the unexpected power displayed by the diminutive human before it. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, the malevolent dragon's gaze intensified with a murderous intent. It vowed to rend the tiny human into a myriad of pieces. Steadying itself, the colossal creature fixed its enormous eyes upon Zhou Yao, the crimson light within them flickering ominously, before speaking once more. "Humph, I did not anticipate that you, a mere human, possess such tenacious will and formidable strength, enduring against my assault until now. I must admit, you have earned my respect. However, this ends here. To have inflicted these wounds upon me is indeed a fleeting honor for one as insignificant as you. Now, let your death quell my wrath." Chapter 74. The Battle of the Guardian. Upon finishing his words, the malevolent dragon unleashed a resounding roar, activating its blood-hell dragon's roar skill instantaneously. As the dragon's colossal maw gaped wide, a formless yet terrifying sound wave surged forth like a tsunami, sweeping across the surroundings. Wherever the sound wave traveled, the air was instantaneously sliced, emitting a sharp, hissing sound, while the very fabric of space rippled in response. This formidable sound wave attack bore down on Zhou Yao with overwhelming force. Stumbling, Zhou Yao managed to rise, propping himself up with his blade, determined to resist. Yet he found himself devoid of the strength to struggle. Were it not for the 6 diamond-grade netherworld set pieces that shielded him, he would likely not have lasted this long. Perhaps this was the end, he mused silently. To perish at the hands of a dragon could be deemed a worthy fate. Just as the terrifying sound wave was mere dozens of meters away, a brilliant white light erupted from within Zhou Yao. The light swiftly transformed into a towering white tiger. Over 3 meters in height, his battle pet, Little Bai. "Young lady, how did you emerge?" Zhou Yao questioned, though Little Bai seemed oblivious, too hurried to respond. With a fierce roar, it faced the oncoming sound wave with a powerful cry. Under Little Bai's command, the tiger's roar manifested in a fan-shaped wave, meeting the expanding dragon's roar head-on. The collision of the 2 formidable sound waves caused the very space to warp as a cacophony of thunderous booms resounded, rattling eardrums. The energies contained within the 2 waves clashed violently, creating a massive vortex that voraciously consumed everything in its vicinity. However, despite Little Bai's prowess as a 4th-tier perfected beast, and its concentrated effort through its white tiger bloodline, it still found itself somewhat overwhelmed against the 5th-tier blood-hell dragon's roar. The dragon's roar surged like a relentless tide, gradually breaching the defenses established by the tiger's sound wave. Little Bai's roar began to falter, the fan-shaped energy area compressing under the pressure. With the dragon's continuing assault, the tiger's roar ultimately shattered in a resounding explosion, and the unimpeded dragon's sound wave surged forward, relentless in its approach towards Zhou Yao and Little Bai. At that moment, a colossal black figure abruptly appeared, interposing itself before them. It was the small yet formidable Little Mo, resembling a hill in stature. At this juncture, Little Mo had withdrawn its head and limbs into its robust shell, surrounded by a thick protective layer of flowing water, courtesy of its defensive skill, Azure Wave Guardian. The remnants of the dragon's roar crashed violently against the water barrier of Azure Wave Guardian, producing a deafening roar. In an instant, the water barrier quaked violently, its once calm surface now chaotic. The terrifying sound wave force relentlessly attempted to breach the water barrier's defenses, battering and tearing at it. Yet, this formidable dragon's resonance was not so easily withstood. After enduring several seconds of impact, the water shield guarded by the azure waves shattered with a resounding crash, transforming into countless glimmering droplets that scattered in all directions. Within the confines of its shell, Zhou Mo bore immense pressure. Nonetheless, it steadfastly persisted, relying on its formidable defense to withstand the onslaught of the dragon's roar. The blood-prisoned evil dragon, upon noticing the sudden appearance of Zhou Bai and Zhou Mo, initially paused in surprise, only for a gleam of delight to flicker in its eyes as it spoke. "I never expected this diminutive human to possess such formidable battle companions. Yet, they appear quite delectable. It has been many years since I have savored a delicacy with the bloodline of a sacred beast, although the bloodline's potency is somewhat diminished. I shall make do." With that, the blood-prisoned evil dragon licked its colossal maw, Xiao Mo and Xiao Bai, upon hearing the dragon's words, were instantly incensed. Yet the dragon paid no heed to their fury. It opened its mouth once more, swiftly conjuring an even larger mass of dark red dragon flames. The surface of the flames crackled with arcs of electricity, indicating that this strike contained a far more destructive power than before. The blood-prisoned evil dragon unleashed the dragon flames toward Xiao Bai and Xiao Mo. With a cataclysmic aura, the flames surged toward the two battle companions, warping the air in their wake. Unfazed by the terrifying dragon flames approaching them, Xiao Mo and Xiao Bai boldly countered with their respective skills. Xiao Mo's already formidable body quivered slightly as the blue light upon its shell intensified, and from its gaping maw, it rapidly coalesced a colossal water bullet. This water bullet towered over a person, its surface shimmering with light and emanating a chilling aura. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai let out a mighty howl, opening its jaws wide as the elemental winds in the air surged and converged. In the blink of an eye, it formed an enormous wind blade that spun rapidly, its edges glinting with a fierce, icy sheen. Both attacks launched almost simultaneously towards the dragon flames. However, to Zhou Yao's astonishment, the water bullet and wind blade intertwined mid-flight. Merging together, the sharp edge of the wind blade sliced into the water bullet, not shattering it, but instead guiding it into a new form as it spiraled. The water swirled along the trajectory of the wind blade, creating a massive, drill-like water vortex. The surface of the vortex glittered with crystalline brilliance, while its core was infused with the chaotic intertwining powers of wind and water. The newly formed water vortex emitted a piercing howl as it charged towards the oncoming dragon flames. In its wake, the air was rapidly siphoned away, forming small vacuum whirlpools, while the surrounding atmosphere was drawn into a void by this potent suction. What is happening? Xiao Bai and Xiao Mo's skills have merged? Could it be due to both battle companions possessing the bloodline of sacred beasts? Zhou Yao pondered in astonishment, for he could distinctly sense that the power of the newly fused skill far surpassed the mere sum of the two original abilities. Zhou Yao remained oblivious to the fact that their shared possession of the sacred beast bloodline was not the sole connection between them. More significantly, they were both his battle companions. Unable to comprehend this, Zhou Yao resolved to set aside his thoughts and widen his eyes, eager to witness the formidable power of the fused water vortex. In the next moment, a tremendous roar echoed, shaking the very fabric of the space around him. As the water vortex collided with the dragon's flame, the searing heat of the flames met the icy chill of the vortex, resulting in a fierce clash that produced steam, which swiftly enveloped the entire expanse. Chapter 75. The Abyss of Blood. The abyssal blood dragon seemed to be taken aback, not anticipating that these two battle companions could unleash such formidable skills in unison. A flicker of astonishment crossed its previously disdainful gaze. The two terrifying energy-infused skills remained locked in an intense standoff, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space with their immense power. After a moment, the abyssal blood dragon, growing impatient, scrutinized the lone human and his two beasts below. With a furious roar, it suddenly descended towards the ground. As the dragon approached within mere dozens of meters from the surface, a surge of dark red radiance enveloped its form, and an evil and potent aura erupted from it, spreading wildly in all directions. Since you are so obstinate, then taste my blood abyss domain. The abyssal blood dragon bellowed. No sooner had the dragon's words echoed than a vast crimson domain unfurled around it, engulfing the human and his two beasts entirely. Upon entering this domain, Xiao Bai and Xiao Mo were immediately struck by an invisible, oppressive force. Their movements grew sluggish, as though they were mired in quicksand. Xiao Bai's once agile form became cumbersome, each action demanding tremendous exertion. Xiao Mo, with its massive physique, felt as though it were shackled, struggling to move. Moreover, the powerful skill they had just combined to unleash, the water tornado, began to wane under the influence of the blood abyss domain. As for Zhou Yao, dragging his severely injured body, he was engulfed in excruciating pain. Within the domain, the abyssal blood dragon's wounds visibly healed at an astonishing rate. The scales that had dulled from the previous battle now shimmered with a brilliant dark red luminescence. Its strength had significantly amplified, and its gaze toward Zhou Yao and his companions brimmed with mockery and murderous intent. In my domain, you shall find no escape today. The abyssal blood dragon taunted, reveling in its triumph over those ensnared within its realm. As soon as the dragon's words faded, a deafening explosion erupted within the blood abyss domain. The source of the explosion was the mid-air confrontation between the water tornado and the dragon flame. Enveloped by the blood abyss, the water tornado's power continued to diminish, teetering on the brink of collapse against the relentless assault of the dragon flame. In desperation, Zhou Yao instructed Xiao Bai and the two beasts to detonate the water tornado, hoping it would also engulf the dragon flame in the blast. As the water tornado exploded, countless crystalline droplets and violent shards of wind scattered in all directions, producing a thunderous cacophony. Although the explosion successfully weakened the dragon flame's potency, the remnants of its terrifying force still bore down on Zhou Yao and his companions. A sense of foreboding gripped Zhou Yao. Should this strike land squarely, their fate would undoubtedly be dire. Xiao Bai, enduring the discomfort coursing through its body, unleashed a smaller gust of wind towards the rapidly approaching dragon flame, attempting to counter its impact. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo concentrated all its spiritual energy into its shell, causing the shimmering azure waves on its surface to illuminate once more, albeit with a much dimmer glow, as the flow of water became sluggish. The dragon flames ruthlessly obliterated the wind blade that attempted to obstruct it, crashing heavily into the formidable shell of the small turtle. The pale blue water streams endeavored to counter the searing heat of the dragon flames, but were swiftly evaporated, transforming into a thick mist that enveloped the surroundings. The protective barrier of azure waves held for but a fleeting moment before being entirely dissipated by the dragon flames. The considerably weakened flames collided directly with the turtle's massive shell, producing a thunderous explosion that echoed like celestial thunder, causing the very air to quiver. The turtle's immense form trembled violently under the force of the impact, teetering on the brink of being thrown into the air. With all its might, it endeavored to shield itself against the terrifying force of the explosion. Yet, the shockwave generated by the dragon flames was overwhelmingly potent, despite the turtle's valiant efforts. The residual blast ultimately affected Zhou Yao and Xiao Bai, who were positioned behind it. Zhou Yao, already grievously injured, felt the world spin around him as the shockwave surged forth, blurring his consciousness and nearly plunging him into unconsciousness. He lay flat on his back, feeling as though an invisible weight, akin to a mountain, bore down upon him, rendering even the slightest movement of a finger an unattainable luxury. It seemed as if every bone in his body had fractured in that instant, waves of excruciating pain crashing over him relentlessly, threatening to engulf his will. In contrast, Xiao Bai fared somewhat better, sustaining only a few superficial wounds from the blast shockwave. Though the cuts were not deep, crimson blood flowed steadily from them, dripping drop by drop onto Zhou Yao. At this moment of life and death, they remained oblivious to the fact that, as Xiao Bai's blood dripped onto Zhou Yao, it was mysteriously drawn into his body by an unseen force, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, the turtle found itself in a similarly dire predicament. It bore the brunt of the dragon flame's explosion, and its once impenetrable shell now bore numerous fine cracks. Moreover, its internal organs had endured severe trauma, as if being mercilessly kneaded by an invisible giant hand, causing it immense pain and eliciting deep, guttural groans. From above, the blood abyss evil dragon looked down upon the disheveled Zhou Yao, Xiao Bai, and the turtle, erupting into a cacophony of derisive laughter that reverberated throughout the blood abyss realm, akin to sharp blades scraping against the eardrums of all present. Ha ha! Look at your pitiful state. You dare challenge me? How utterly deluded. A mere fourth-tier cat, this clumsy turtle, and you a feeble human. Think you can wreak havoc in my domain? What a fool's dream. The disdain in the dragon's eyes was palpable as they narrowed, radiating boundless scorn. That last attack was merely a taste of my power, and you are already so utterly defeated. Now within the realm of the blood prison, you are but ants, easily manipulated at my whim. The malevolent dragon glides slowly through the air, its form appearing increasingly grotesque against the crimson heavens. Do you truly believe that your meager strength can inflict harm upon me? How utterly absurd. Your doom has arrived, and I shall relish in tormenting you, ensuring you pay a harrowing price for your folly. Let us commence with this great feline, savoring the exquisite essence of the sacred beast's bloodline. It is bound to be delectable. The blood-prison evil dragon extends its long tongue, caressing its massive fangs, eyes gleaming with a thirst for blood as it fixates on the little white creature, as if regarding it as a sumptuous feast. At this moment, despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body and his hazy consciousness, Zhou Yao feels a surge of intense indignation upon hearing the dragon's scornful words. Gritting his teeth, he draws upon an unknown reserve of strength, glaring fiercely at the blood-prison evil dragon, and manages to utter through clenched jaws, "You, wishful thinking." Chapter 76. A Glimmer of Hope. The blood abyss evil dragon, upon hearing Zhou Yao's faint yet defiant curses, was not incensed. Rather, it laughed even more maniacally. At this juncture, you still dare to be obstinate? I shall see how long you can maintain that bravado." With that, the malevolent dragon circled in the air before descending toward Xiao Bai, its colossal shadow gradually enveloping the creature. Despite its injuries, Xiao Bai exhibited no sign of fear, its fierce eyes wide open, fixating intently on the approaching blood abyss evil dragon. A low growl emanated from Xiao Bai's throat, preparing for a final, desperate struggle. Xiao Mo, enduring excruciating pain coursing through its body, painstakingly maneuvered its cracked shell, attempting to position itself in front of Xiao Bai, seeking to buy it a sliver of hope with its own body. Just as the blood abyss evil dragon drew near, opening its gaping maw to strike, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Streams of golden light suddenly erupted from within Zhou Yao, and an extraordinary, overwhelming energy surged through him. This energy surged through Zhou Yao's meridians, where once fractured veins visibly healed at an astonishing rate, and broken bones audibly rejoined with a series of sharp cracks. The descending blood abyss evil dragon was momentarily taken aback by this unforeseen development, its massive form halting in midair. It widened its eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how this supposedly dying human could undergo such a monumental transformation. Zhou Yao felt a surge of unprecedented strength coursing through him, his consciousness instantaneously sharpening. He opened his eyes wide, a radiant brilliance shooting forth as he bellowed, "Stop right there!" With that shout, Zhou Yao leaped from the ground, the Yaoling blade clutched tightly in his hand, though he could not recall when he had seized it. At that moment, the Yaoling blade shone brilliantly, surrounded by a faint golden aura, emanating an aura of reverence. How is this possible? The blood abyss evil dragon roared in astonishment, its voice trembling with an involuntary quiver. "You, a lowly human, how could you undergo such a drastic change in an instant? Have you employed some unspeakable dark sorcery?" Its dragon whiskers trembled violently, the previously stable dark red glow surrounding it flickering erratically due to its inner astonishment. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai, initially dulled by pain, suddenly radiated a spark of joy and exhilaration. Xiao Mo lay on the ground, its massive form twitching slightly with pain. Yet, upon witnessing Zhou Yao's astonishing transformation, a glimmer of hope ignited in its previously dim eyes. Zhou Yao nodded approvingly at Xiao Mo and Xiao Bai, saying, "Xiao Bai, Xiao Mo, you both should retreat to the battle pet space and rest. Leave this to your master." With that, he returned the two beasts to the battle pet space, knowing their assistance would be of little use in the impending battle. To risk further injury would be counterproductive. It was best for them to recuperate in safety. "How did you accomplish this? Do you possess some rare treasure?" the evil dragon inquired, perplexed. Zhou Yao merely stared at him with an expressionless face, showing no inclination to respond to his inquiries. The blood-prison evil dragon felt a surge of irritation. It sensed that Zhou Yao was different from before. Rather than recklessly attacking, it maintained the blood-prison domain and spoke with renewed curiosity. "You seem to have changed. There appears to be a formidable energy within you." Zhou Yao responded with a faint smile, saying, "Evil dragon, I owe you my gratitude. Should you succeed in defeating me once more, I shall reveal the truth." With that, Zhou Yao wasted no time, stamping his feet forcefully against the ground, propelling himself towards the blood-prison evil dragon like a streak of black lightning. His speed exceeded that of his pre-injury state, despite being within the blood-prison domain, which exerted pressure upon him. He channeled the newfound energy within him into the Yao Ling blade, raising it high and striking fiercely at the evil dragon. Taste this blade and discover who the true Ant is. With this furious proclamation, the Yao Ling blade emanated a layer of pale blue energy, enveloping the entire weapon. However, for those who observed closely, a faint golden glow shimmered within, so subtle that it could easily be overlooked. The blood-prisoned evil dragon, sensing the terrifying power of this strike, no longer dared to underestimate him. As Zhou Yao charged forward with great momentum, it widened its eyes in alarm and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. The flames surged forth with a cataclysmic force, sweeping toward Zhou Yao, igniting the air in their path with explosive roars. Unfazed, Zhou Yao infused the mysterious power within him into the Yao Ling blade without reservation. Gripping the blade tightly, he swung it forcefully to meet the oncoming dragon fire. A resounding explosion echoed, reminiscent of the creation of the world, as the Yao Ling blade cleaved through the flames, splitting them in two. The massive waves of fire roared past him, carving deep trenches into the ground behind him. Having pierced through the dragon fire, Zhou Yao maintained his momentum, continuing to charge at the blood-prisoned evil dragon. The dragon, witnessing this, felt a flicker of panic and reluctantly raised a colossal claw to defend itself. The clash resounded like a thunderous bell. The Yao Ling blade, infused with immense power, struck fiercely against the dragon's claw. Though the claw was incredibly tough, it could not withstand the blade imbued with mysterious energy, resulting in a sharp crack. The hardened scales shattered, the blade embedding itself more than half a foot into the claw, and crimson dragon blood gushed forth like a fountain, showering the air in a rain of blood. The evil dragon let out a piercing cry, filled with anguish and rage, reverberating within the blood-prison domain and sending ripples through the surrounding space. "You wretched human, how dare you wound me? I shall rend your body into 1,000 pieces." The evil dragon's eyes blazed with fury as it fixated on Zhou Yao, who gripped the blade with both hands, its desire to tear him apart palpable. However, Zhou Yao did not hesitate. With a powerful exertion of his arms, he forcefully extracted the radiant blade embedded within the dragon's claw. As the blade was withdrawn, a torrent of dragon blood erupted from the wound, mingled with numerous shattered scales. Simultaneously, Zhou Yao, being merely at the 4th tier, could not sustain his form in the air and plummeted towards the ground like a fallen meteor. Chapter 77. Slaying the malevolent dragon. Just a second before Zhou Yao's feet met the ground, he exerted a powerful twist of his waist, allowing his body to spin and land gracefully on his feet. Before he could catch his breath, the blood abyss evil dragon was already in hot pursuit. The dragon's colossal form loomed like a crimson hill, its gaping maw opened wide as it lunged at Zhou Yao with ferocity. With widened eyes, Zhou Yao gripped the radiant spirit blade tightly, channeling the energy within him once more to infuse the weapon. A dazzling interplay of pale blue and gold light flickered violently along the blade as he shouted a battle cry, leaping upward to strike at the dragon's massive, blood-soaked head. With a resounding crash, the dragon's fangs met the radiant spirit blade, erupting in a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar. The dragon, in pain, let out a thunderous bellow, thrashing its head in a furious attempt to dislodge Zhou Yao. Yet, Zhou Yao clung tenaciously to the blade, using the dragon's teeth as leverage, resembling a leech firmly affixed to its host, refusing to let go despite the dragon's violent motions. Zhou Yao had no desire to remain near the dragon's maw, wary of the imminent threat it posed. More importantly, the foul breath emanating from the dragon's mouth was reminiscent of fermented stinky tofu, a scent utterly intolerable. He endeavored to extract the radiant spirit blade from the dragon's teeth, but it was lodged far too tightly to be pulled free. Summoning all his strength, Zhou Yao finally managed to wrench the blade from the dragon's formidable fangs. However, without a point of support in the air, he found himself momentarily suspended. Yet, he remained unperturbed, twisting his waist with vigor, causing his body to rotate upward. In that same instant, he transferred the radiant spirit blade to one hand while grasping the coarse, thick hair at the dragon's neck with the other. With a powerful pull, he vaulted himself onto the dragon's neck, disappearing into its mane. Meanwhile, the dragon, stung by the pain of Zhou Yao's blade embedded in its teeth, attempted to crush the tiny figure clinging to its fangs. Yet, Zhou Yao remained agile, swaying left and right to evade the dragon's retaliatory strikes. As he moved, the radiant spirit blade oscillated within the dragon's teeth, causing it great discomfort. Reluctantly, the blood abyss evil dragon opened its foul-smelling maw wide, allowing Zhou Yao to continue his antics, feigning ignorance of his presence. However, as Zhou Yao finally dislodged the blade from the dragon's teeth, a wave of sharp pain surged through him. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the dragon, intent on obliterating the insignificant ant, inadvertently allowed Zhou Yao to leap onto its broad back. Zhou Yao seized the coarse, sturdy hair at the dragon's neck, while his other hand brandished the radiant spirit blade, its tip directed toward the vulnerable region of the dragoness neck. Energy surged wildly within him, two colors of power flooding into the blade. The immense blade light coalesced and plunged into the dragon's neck at its most fragile point. With a piercing sound, the strike was made. The malevolent dragon suddenly received a fatal blow, emitting a chilling cry. Its immense body twisted in the air, desperately attempting to dislodge the bothersome human from its back. "Wretched human, roll off my body at once, or I shall make you experience a fate worse than death," the dragon threatened, its menacing words directed at Zhou Yao. Yet, Zhou Yao paid no heed to the creature's childish threats. He gripped the radiant spirit blade tightly, channeling energy into the blade. As the energy surged, the blade's glow intensified, widening the wounds upon the dragon's body. The colossal blade nearly pierced through the dragon's neck, blood gushing from the vast injury and splattering onto the ground. The dragon sensed its life force rapidly waning, its body convulsing in agony. Moments later, it could no longer sustain its massive form in flight. The enormous body plummeted towards the earth, crashing down with tremendous force and creating a deep pit in the ground. Meanwhile, Zhou Yao clung to the dragon's fur as it hurtled downwards, feeling the howling wind whip past him. He quickly stowed the radiant spirit blade in his backpack, gripping the surrounding fur tightly. Upon impact, a colossal shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust, dispelling the oppressive aura of the blood prison domain. Zhou Yao swiftly leaped from the dragon's back, and, as the dust began to settle, he approached the fallen beast. Gazing at the colossal dragon, which was exhaling more than it inhaled, he spoke, "Though it is a matter of either your demise or my survival, I must express my gratitude." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Had you not forced us, my companions and I, into such dire straits, I would not have assimilated the ancient god's legacy so swiftly." The dragon seemed to register Zhou Yao's words. Its mouth opened slightly before it succumbed to death. Unbeknownst to Zhou Yao, in a submerged palace within the depths of the ocean, a robust, middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. "This human lad is quite remarkable. He has acquired a fragment of the ancient god's legacy. However, you have vanquished a fragment of my essence. When you venture into the deep-sea region, I shall be sure to pay you a visit," he murmured before closing his eyes once more, plunging the surroundings into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Simultaneously, within the 7th layer of the dungeon, Zhou Yao was greeted once more by the melodious chime of the system notification. "Ding! You have slain the 5th-tier, diamond-level dungeon boss, the Blood Prison Dragon. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 7th layer of the ancient tomb. Rewards: Dragon Essence Pill X2, Blood River's Descent Skill Book X2. Goodness, it can even yield innate skills." Zhou Yao exclaimed excitedly, pulling out a pill to examine. Dragon Essence Pill, a precious elixir crafted primarily from dragon essence. When consumed by a battle pet, it can activate or enhance the concentration of divine beast bloodlines within. Upon reviewing the description of the Dragon Essence Pill, Zhou Yao did not hastily administer it to Xiao Bai and Xiao Mo. Instead, he stowed the elixirs into his backpack and proceeded to examine the 2 tomes of the Blood River Descent skill. Blood River Descent Skill Tome. Upon usage, one can learn the Blood River Descent skill. At the cost of vitality, the skill is unleashed. The sky is instantaneously bathed in a crimson hue, followed by a colossal blood river cascading from above. Wherever the blood river flows, everything will be submerged and corroded, be it foes or the surrounding environment. None shall escape its grasp. Can be synthesized. Chapter 78. Blood River Burning the Heavens. This must be the skill that the Blood Prison Evil Dragon was unable to unleash. However, A technique that demands the sacrifice of one's vitality seems rather superfluous. Zhou Yao murmured with dissatisfaction. Let me synthesize it first and see what happens. Skill synthesis. Ding. The skill synthesis was successful. Congratulations on obtaining Blood River Burning the Heavens Skill Book 1. I hope it proves useful. Blood River Burning the Heavens Skill Book. Harness the power of heaven and earth, summoning the blood river from the skies, bringing with it terrifying heat and destructive force, turning the ground into a sea of flames, incinerating all in its path, leaving enemies nowhere to hide. After reading the description, Zhou Yao unhesitatingly crushed the skill scroll. The scroll transformed into a crimson beam of light that entered his third eye. Having completed this, Zhou Yao surveyed his surroundings and quickly spotted a treasure chest beside the corpse of the evil dragon. He hurried over to the chest, silently reciting, "Open the treasure chest." Ding! The chest has successfully opened, requesting the survivor to inspect the items inside. Zhou Yao lifted the lid of the chest and peered inside, and indeed, just as he had anticipated, a dark green battle armor lay quietly at the bottom. He reached in and retrieved the armor. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Demon Armor 2. Synthesize the armor. Ding! The armor synthesis was successful. Congratulations on obtaining Netherworld Armor 1. Zhou Yao held the newly synthesized Netherworld armor before him, observing it meticulously. The armor exhibited a profound, shadowy hue, exuding an air of mystery and eeriness. A layer of insubstantial purple-black mist flowed over its surface, swirling and emanating wisps of netherworld power. The armor's limbs displayed smooth lines, yet retained a sense of weightiness, with joints connecting seamlessly. A cloak made of an unknown material trailed behind the armor. Netherworld armor, diamond grade, one of the 8 pieces of the Netherworld set. The more components of the set worn, the higher the grade of the equipment. Vitality 500, Strength 500, Defense 20,000. Netherworld set 7-8. Netherworld Battle Blade Dark, Netherworld Armor, Netherworld Helmet, Netherworld Pauldrons, Netherworld Arm Guards, Netherworld Wrist Guards, Netherworld Leg Guards, Netherworld Boot Set Attributes. Upgrade to Gold Grade. All attributes potential 20, 2 pieces activated. Upgrade to Platinum Grade. All attributes potential 30, 4 pieces activated. Upgrade to Diamond Grade. All attributes potential 40, 6 pieces activated. Unknown attributes 8 pieces activated. I only need one more weapon to complete the set. With that thought, Zhou Yao donned the armor and then looked around, hoping to find a teleportation array or entrance to the next level. His gaze swept through the space, leaving no corner unexamined. Yet, after a thorough search, he found nothing. Reluctantly, Zhou Yao had no choice but to step forward, continuing to explore this vast expanse. Sigh, when will this come to an end? After a brief sprint, with astonishing speed, Zhou Yao had traversed dozens of kilometers, yet this expanse appeared boundless. With no end in sight, peering into the distance, he discerned what seemed to be a majestic mountain, quietly standing there. Zhou Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that the object of his quest lay within that towering peak. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed onward, each step propelling him toward the unknown. Awaken, Heavenly Eye! Zhou Yao proclaimed at the foot of the mountain, a flash of light shimmering on his forehead as his innate ability activated. With the awakening of the Heavenly Eye, he swiftly directed his attention to the system map, brimming with anticipation for a discovery. However, when his gaze fell upon the map, his brow furrowed in perplexity. The map lay tranquil, devoid of any markers indicating treasures or chests, contrary to his expectations. A flicker of doubt stirred within him. Could his judgment have been flawed? Or were these treasures concealed so ingeniously that even the Heavenly Eye, in conjunction with the system map, could not detect them? Frustration welled within Zhou Yao, as disbelief clouded his thoughts. How could it be that he would emerge empty-handed? Resolutely, he activated the exploration ring once more. His eyes fixated on the circular frame within his field of vision, brimming with hope and determination. Yet, within that frame, there remained an unsettling emptiness, with not a single speck of light indicating the presence of beasts or human activity. This outcome doused Zhou Yao's hopes like cold water, leaving him momentarily disheartened. Damn it, I refuse to believe I cannot uncover this final treasure, he muttered defiantly, then began to navigate swiftly through the mountain terrain. After approximately a quarter of an hour, He finally stumbled upon a cave nestled within a mountainside. From the outside, the cave was shrouded in a delicate mist, exuding an air of mystery. Though modest in size, its concealment was masterful. Had Zhou Yao not casually glanced at a small depression in the mountain, he might have missed it entirely. Surrounding the cave entrance were peculiar vines, adorned with a few ethereal blue flowers that swayed gently in the breeze. Peering inside, the cave revealed an abyss of darkness, seemingly harboring countless unknown dangers. Concealed so cleverly, this must be the place, Zhou Yao murmured to himself. He reached into his backpack and retrieved the sizable luminous pearl he had casually acquired on the second level. Cradling the pearl in his hand, he inhaled deeply and resolutely stepped toward the cave's mouth. The cave was exceedingly narrow, accommodating no more than 2 individuals side by side. Zhou Yao advanced cautiously, each step deliberate and steady, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Deep within the inky blackness of the cave, it felt as though countless eyes were watching him. In the stillness of the passage, the only sound echoing was the soft patter of Zhou Yao's footsteps, enhancing the cave's profound silence and depth. Holding the luminous pearl aloft, he continued to navigate the cave with deliberate slowness. After walking approximately 200 to 300 meters, Zhou Yao realized that he had seemingly reached the end of the cave, with no further passage ahead. Taking a few more steps forward, he beheld a towering stone door blocking his way. The door was intricately carved with exquisite patterns, its lines both ancient and enigmatic. As if narrating tales from a distant past, under the soft glow of the luminous pearl, these patterns shimmered with an otherworldly sheen. Zhou Yao pressed one hand against the stone door and pushed forward. However, the door remained utterly immovable, as if it had been welded shut. A frown creased Zhou Yao's brow, and a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. He slowly retracted his hand and once again scrutinized the mysterious patterns on the stone door. Each intricate line was laid bare under his keen gaze, as he endeavored to discern the secret that would unlock the door. Gradually, it appeared that Zhou Yao had unearthed something, and he placed his hand upon the stone door once more. Chapter 79. The Chaotic Spirit Pearl. Zhou Yao took a deep breath, channeling the energy within him, and gradually infused it through his palm into the stone door. A faint glow emerged on the surface of the stone, as the originally mysterious and ancient patterns seemed to awaken, shimmering subtly. As the energy flowed in, the stone door emitted a low, resonant hum. With the continuous infusion of energy, the dust at the bottom of the door began to rise, and it slowly creaked open, the sound echoing distinctly in the stillness of the cavern. At last, the stone door fully opened, and a wave of musty, decayed air enveloped him. Zhou Yao squinted slightly and stepped inside, revealing a modestly sized tomb chamber. The walls of the chamber were adorned with several everlasting lamps, emitting a faint glow, their flickering flames casting ethereal shadows throughout the room. At the center of the chamber lay a stone coffin, its lid etched with peculiar runes. This must be the main tomb chamber of this ancient crypt, Zhou Yao mused as he scanned his surroundings. He approached the stone coffin slowly, his footsteps producing faint sounds against the chamber-esque floor. His gaze was fixed on the strange runes on the coffin lid, which were arranged in a peculiar pattern, flickering with a barely perceptible light, as if concealing some arcane power. Zhou Yao furrowed his brow and reached out his hand to lightly touch the runes. The icy sensation sent a shiver down his spine. So cold, is it sealing something? Zhou Yao pondered, then grasped the edge of the coffin lid with both hands and pushed forward with force. However, the lid remained immovable, as if it were anchored in place, revealing not even a sliver of a gap. In frustration, Zhou Yao resorted to the same method he had used to open the stone door, channeling energy continuously through his palm into the coffin. The energy spread across the coffin-esque surface, yet it remained unresponsive, as though it were a bottomless pit, consuming all the energy he infused without a trace. This wretched stone box, if it cannot be persuaded through finesse, then I shall not hold back. With that, Zhou Yao retrieved the illustrious Yao spirit blade from his backpack, gripping it firmly in his hand, and stepped back a few paces. Take this, Zhou Yao roared, swinging the Yao spirit blade toward the stone coffin. A massive blade aura surged forth, carrying an intense momentum, aimed directly at the mysterious coffin. Almost instantaneously, The blade aura collided heavily with the coffin. Yet, the anticipated scene of the coffin shattering did not materialize. The seemingly indomitable blade aura was effortlessly engulfed by the coffin upon contact, leaving no trace behind, as if it had vanished into the depths of the ocean. "What in the world is this, so formidable?" Zhou Yao exclaimed in astonishment, a sudden wave of danger rising within him. A chilling sensation surged from his feet to the crown of his head, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Zhou Yao instinctively felt that some immensely terrifying presence was coldly observing him. The air within the tomb seemed to crystallize at that moment. Zhou Yao, ever vigilant, tightened his grip on the Yao Ling blade, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Almost instinctively, he activated the detection ring on his finger. A kaleidoscopic point of light flickered incessantly on the small map before him. With each flicker, the sense of impending danger within Zhou Yao gradually dissipated. Moments later, under Zhou Yao's tense scrutiny, the stone sarcophagus slowly creaked open, emitting a sound that was almost painfully grating to the ears. Zhou Yao instinctively tightened his hold on the long blade and involuntarily took a half-step back. Yet an overwhelming curiosity compelled him to approach the sarcophagus. Inside, a skeleton lay quietly, its form glistening coldly under the dim light of the tomb. The skeleton appeared ancient, with fine cracks appearing on some of the bones, as if a mere touch would reduce them to dust. Suspended at the abdomen of the skeleton was a resplendent orb, shimmering with a soft radiance. The surface of the orb danced with delicate hues, intertwining and merging to form unique halos, exuding an ineffable air of mystery. Zhou Yao could not help but hold his breath, sensing that this colorful orb was no ordinary object. The powerful aura emanating from the five-colored sphere seemed to conceal a force capable of altering his fate. As Zhou Yao gazed at the orb, which spun incessantly, he could not resist the urge to extend his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against its surface. In that instant, it was as if he triggered some unknown mechanism. The orb swiftly plunged into his body with a suddenness that took his breath away. Almost simultaneously, a crisp, mechanical notification echoed in Zhou Yao's mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ancient artifact, the Chaos Spirit Pearl." Upon hearing the notification, Zhou Yao felt no discomfort whatsoever. He moved his body restlessly, inspecting himself, but finding no discernible changes. "Damn it, an ancient artifact is all well and good, but it should at least inform me how to use it." Zhou Yao attempted to summon the Spirit Pearl, yet no matter how he called out, there was no response. What a torment. They grant me an artifact, but don't reveal its usage. This is infuriating. After a moment of cursing, Zhou Yao seemed to tire of it, opting instead to sensibly search the tomb. After a short while, he discovered a treasure chest that had mysteriously appeared behind the sarcophagus. "Open the treasure chest," Zhou Yao exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement and a hint of tremor. Ding! The treasure chest has been successfully opened. The living are invited to inspect the items within. Zhou Yao turned away from the sarcophagus and quickly approached the chest. He leaned slightly forward, peering cautiously inside. Indeed, nestled within the chest was a long blade, over 3 feet in length, lying quietly. Zhou Yao reached in and retrieved the dark green long blade from the chest. Immediately, the familiar system notification chimed once more in Zhou Yao's mind. "Ding, congratulations on acquiring Demon Blade 2. Synthesis of the blade." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yao eagerly issued the command. "Ding, blade synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring Netherworld Blade 1. Zhou Yao gripped the newly synthesized Netherworld blade tightly, his gaze fervently fixed upon it. The blade emanated a chilling, ethereal glow, with wisps of ink-like mist swirling around its form. The ancient runes intricately carved upon the blade flickered in and out of visibility, as if whispering tales of ancient and formidable power. At long last, he had gathered the complete set of the Netherworld ensemble. "I am eager to discover the true extent of this Netherworld set's might," Zhou Yao murmured to himself, before delving into the properties of the Netherworld blade. Chapter 80. The Shadow Set. Shadow Blade. Legendary, one of the 8 components of the Shadow Set. The more pieces of the set worn, the higher the equipment tier. Strength, 2800. Damage, 80,000. Shadow Set, 8-8. Shadow Blade, Shadow Armor, Shadow Helmet, Shadow Pauldrons, Shadow Bracers, Shadow Gauntlets, Shadow Leggings, Shadow Boots. Set attributes. Upgrading to Gold tier. Total attribute potential, 20, activated with 2 pieces. Upgrading to Platinum tier. Total attribute potential, 30, activated with 4 pieces. Upgrading to Diamond tier. Total attribute potential, 40, activated with 6 pieces. Upgrading to Legendary tier. Total attribute potential, 50. Attack includes dark damage, activated with 8 pieces. Alas, with this legendary 8-piece set in hand, once I reach the distant seas, I shall roam freely. With this thought, Zhou Yao gazed upon the other 7 pieces of equipment. Shadow armor, legendary, one of the 8 components of the shadow set. The more pieces of the set worn, the higher the equipment tier. Vitality, 1200, strength, 1200, defense, 50,000. Shadow leggings, legendary, one of the 8 components of the shadow set. The more pieces of the set worn, the higher the equipment tier. Vitality, 1000, strength, 1000, defense, 40,000. Shadow gauntlets, legendary, one of the 8 components of the shadow set. The more pieces of the set worn, the higher the equipment tier. Vitality, 1000, strength, 1000, defense, 40,000. Shadow bracers, legendary, one of the 8 components of the shadow set. The more pieces of the set worn, the higher the equipment tier. Vitality, 2000, defense, 40,000. Shadow pauldrons, legendary, one of the 8 components of the shadow set. The more pieces of the set worn, the higher the equipment tier. Vitality, 2000, defense, 40,000. Shadow boots, legendary, one of the 8 components of the shadow set. The more pieces of the set worn, the higher the equipment tier. Agility, 2000, defense, 40,000. Shadow helmet, legendary, one of the 8 components of the shadow set. The more pieces of the set worn, the higher the equipment tier. Vitality, 2000, defense, 40,000. As Zhou Yao surveyed the 8 pieces of the shadow set adorning him, an indescribable exhilaration surged within. Not only did it augment his attack by 80,000 and bolster his defense by nearly 300,000, but also enhanced his fundamental attributes by 16,800 points. Such a monumental increase, though not yet fully realized by Zhou Yao, imparted an almost surreal sensation. It is noteworthy that prior to entering the dungeon, his basic attribute points were a mere 5,000. Completing a single dungeon, aside from other gains, had resulted in over a 3-fold increase in his base attributes. How could such a remarkable acquisition not evoke excitement in Zhou Yao? With great effort, he managed to suppress the tumultuous waves of exhilaration within him. At this moment, he had firmly resolved it was time to exit this dungeon. Upon stepping outside, there remained several matters awaiting my attention. As my time in the coastal region was drawing to a close, Zhou Yao cast one last glance around the entire tomb chamber before striding purposefully towards the softly glowing portal embedded in the stone wall. He approached the portal with haste, took a deep breath, and without hesitation, stepped into its luminous embrace. In an instant, amidst a flicker of light, Zhou Yao vanished from the tomb chamber. With his disappearance, the very fabric of the chamber began to warp and twist, ultimately fading from this realm. Of course, Zhou Yao was unaware of these phenomena. With a flash, Zhou Yao reappeared in the island world, standing on the rocky isle where the grand portal resided. However, at the moment he emerged, the portal began to dim gradually, leaving behind only a massive stone frame upon the rocky island. Almost simultaneously, a series of crisp and melodious notification tones resonated in Zhou Yao's ears. Concurrently, the voice of the world announcement reverberated throughout the entire island realm. Ding! Congratulations on your first successful completion of the Ancient Tomb Dungeon, earning the title Tomb Ranger. Ding! Congratulations on pioneering the Ancient Tomb Dungeon, earning the title Tomb Originator. Ding! Due to your flawless exploration of the Ancient Tomb Dungeon, it will now be accessible to all survivors. As a token of recognition for your outstanding achievement, you are awarded Illusion Token X2. Title awarded Tomb Breaker. World announcement. Due to the exceptional efforts of the Huaxia survivor Zhou Yao in flawlessly exploring the Ancient Tomb Dungeon, it will now be open to all survivors. All survivors below the 5th tier may attempt the challenge once a week, with substantial rewards for successful completion. The world announcement echoed thrice, resonating in the ears of every survivor. As the system's announcement concluded, the entire island realm erupted into a frenzy of celebration. Huaxia Channel, Li Huawao. Zhou Yao is incredible. He managed to flawlessly pioneer the ancient tomb dungeon. Wangli, indeed, now our Huaxia region will gain fame. Zhou Yao is truly remarkable. Lu Mei, this feat by Zhou Yao has opened a new door for our survival. It's simply astounding. Zhaona, Zhou Yao is the pride of Huaxia. The rewards from this dungeon must be substantial. Sun Liang, exactly, even those below tier 5 have a chance. I must hurry and attempt the challenge. Hu Yu, Zhou Yao, I want to bear your children. Gui Tao, with weekly attempts allowed, we must strategize to clear the dungeon and follow in Zhou Yao's footsteps. Sakura Channel, Yamamoto, Ichiro. That Zhou Yao from Huaxia managed to perfectly pioneer the ancient tomb dungeon. Luck is certainly on his side. Suzuki Keiko, though I am envious with the new dungeon open. We too can obtain rewards, which is somewhat beneficial. Watanabe Ken, yet all the attention has been seized by the Huaxia region. When shall our cherry blossom empire produce such remarkable figures? Inoue Yoshiko, let us not dwell on that for now. The key is to obtain rewards to enhance our strength. Sato Yu, that fellow Zhou Yao is exceptionally fortunate, having discovered the entrance to the ancient tomb instance before us. Koizumi Junko, jealousy serves no purpose. We must swiftly devise strategies to complete the levels and secure more rewards. Matsumoto Sho, I truly hope our cherry blossom empire can give rise to someone even more formidable than Zhou Yao to reclaim the spotlight. Chapter 81. The illusionary talisman. Zhou Yao stood on the rocky island, hands clasped behind his back, gazing contemplatively at the distant sea. The sky had darkened, and only the fiery remnants of the setting sun illuminated the waters surrounding the railing. In his mind, Zhou Yao reflected on the harrowing experience of traversing the dungeon today. Feeling an undercurrent of trepidation, the seventh layer's blood abyss evil dragon was overwhelmingly formidable. Were it not for the drop of essence from Little Bai that had fortuitously fused with the ancient divine legacy within him, granting him a surge of ancient godly power, he too might have vanished like those other unfortunate survivors, mercilessly erased by the system. Zhou Yao had little interest in the recent world announcement issued by the system. Yet, a thought lingered in his mind. If all dungeons were as arduous as the one he had just faced, how many more survivors would fall victim to the system's ruthless machinations? He dismissed such thoughts, for what truly captivated him were the 3 titles and 2 illusionary talismans bestowed upon him for conquering the ancient tomb dungeon. He opened the system panel to examine the attributes of the titles. Ancient Tomb Ranger, all attributes 100, dark damage taken -10. Ancient Tomb Originator, all attributes 180. Dark damage taken -18. Ancient Tomb Breaker, all attributes 300, dark attack 20. Is this all the attributes? Goodness, were it not for the percentages following, I would have cast these titles aside in disdain. Zhou Yao grumbled, having been spoiled by the sight of the hundreds of points added by the Netherworld set. Alas, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. A little is better than none at all, he reassured himself, feeling less disdainful of the titles. With that thought, Zhou Yao closed the panel and retrieved the 2 illusionary talismans from his bag. Illusionary talisman can transform your entire equipment into the appearance of your choice. The transformation can be stored in the system space for future use upon cancellation. Costume? Just what I needed to conceal this eerie netherworld ensemble. Without further ado, Zhou Yao crushed one of the talismans. Ding! Please describe the equipment you wish to transform and its desired appearance. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yao began to articulate his wishes with enthusiasm. He envisioned transforming all his gear, the Netherworld battle helmet into a light blue cap, the Netherworld armor into... About 10 minutes later, Zhou Yao concluded his detailed description. Ding! Your transformation has been successfully executed according to your specifications. Survivors may now inspect the results. With that, the system fell silent. Zhou Yao produced a round glass mirror from his bag. Holding it before him, he began to scrutinize his reflection. The light blue cap sat jauntily atop his tousled hair, the brim perfectly shading his brow, revealing a straight nose and the faintest hint of a smile at the corners of his lips. The cream-colored hoodie draped loosely over his shoulders, the sleeves casually rolled up, subtly revealing a silver sports watch on his wrist. Below, he sported light gray joggers, the cuffs tucked into white high-top canvas shoes, their edges speckled with traces of dirt. A metallic keychain dangled from his chest, refracting glimmers of light, embodying a raw and unrefined youthful vitality. He thought to himself how strikingly handsome he looked, albeit still slightly inferior to his pre-transmigration self, as his aura had transformed somewhat. Zhou Yao, in a fit of self-admiration, activated his teleportation earrings. After several instances of teleportation, he finally reappeared aboard his sailboat. As soon as Zhou Yao's figure graced the deck, the observant He Dazhuang approached him eagerly. He Dazhuang paused for a moment, taken aback by the sight of the sun-kissed, handsome young man before him, then spoke, "Big brother, you have returned." As he spoke, he retrieved a bundle of herbs from his backpack and placed it on the deck before Zhou Yao, continuing, "Big brother, this is today's harvest, 136 various herbs. Please count them." Zhou Yao nodded, waved his hand, and stored all the herbs into his backpack before responding, "Well done, Dazhuang. Here are 2 perfect quality strength pills. Take them." With that, 2 round pills materialized in Zhou Yao's hand. He Dazhuang was momentarily stunned by Zhou Yao's words. "Big brother, this is what I ought to do. Those pills are too precious." Zhou Yao, not allowing him to finish, adopted a serious demeanor and reiterated, "There is no need to be polite with me. As long as you are genuinely working for me, I will not neglect my brothers." With that, he tossed the 2 perfect strength pills to He Dazhuang. He Dazhuang hurriedly caught the pills, looking up at Zhou Yao with gratitude. "Thank you, big brother." Zhou Yao perceived the sincerity in He Dazhuang's words, yet felt an odd sensation. He waved his hand dismissively and inquired, "Has Watanabe returned?" He Dazhuang shook his head, replying, "Not yet. I'll call him back now." Zhou Yao nodded. "When he returns, both of you come to the captain's cabin to find me." With that, he strode directly towards the captain's cabin. After He Dazhuang acknowledged him, he opened his friend list to contact Watanabe Shinryu. Upon returning to the captain's cabin, Zhou Yao pushed open the windows on either side and then collapsed onto the soft bed, resting his eyes. Approximately half an hour later, darkness enveloped the sky. Watanabe Shinryu and He Dazhuang arrived at the door of the captain's cabin, and just as He Dazhuang was about to knock, Zhou Yao's voice called out, "Come in." The 2 entered the captain's cabin, greeting Zhou Yao in turn. "Mr. Zhou, big brother." Zhou Yao sat up, nodded at the 2, and began. "The reason I called you both here today is to inform you." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Tomorrow, we shall depart from the Cherry Blossom region." After Zhou Yao finished speaking, He Dazhuang eagerly inquired, "Brother, are we heading to the Huaxia region?" Standing beside He Dazhuang, Watanabe Shinryu also looked at him with a hint of confusion, seemingly wanting to ask a question as well. Zhou Yao smiled and replied, "No. We are destined for the Farsi region." "The Farsi region? What sort of place is that? Is it international waters?" He Dazhuang continued to probe. "I cannot say if it is international waters, but it is undoubtedly far more perilous than the coastal waters we currently inhabit, so I hope you will be prepared," Zhou Yao asserted. "Moreover, once we arrive at the Far Sea, I expect you to swiftly enhance your abilities. I hope you will truly become my formidable allies." After Zhou Yao finished speaking, he observed the 2, eager to gauge their reactions. Watanabe Shinryu was the first to respond. "Mr. Zhou, I will strive to enhance my strength promptly, living up to your expectations and becoming your most steadfast ally. Rest assured, brother, we will not hold you back. We are determined to elevate our capabilities swiftly." He Dazhuang vowed earnestly to Zhou Yao. Chapter 82. The unarmored cruiser. Zhou Yao listened to the responses from the 2 individuals and then turned to Watanabe Shinryu, inquiring, "Watanabe, have you decided on your name in Huaxia?" Watanabe paused slightly, clearly taken aback by Zhou Yao's question. "Mr. Zhou, I have chosen the name Li Daong." "A commendable name indeed," Zhou Yao remarked, casting an approving glance at Li Daong. Afterward, he retrieved a small green vial from his backpack and addressed Li Daong. "Let us see if this can be upgraded." Li Daong quickly stepped forward, took the green vial from Zhou Yao, examined it, and began to activate his talent. "Ding! Watanabe Shinryu wishes to use evolution on your 5 poisons goo. Do you agree?" "Why is it still Watanabe Shinryu?" Zhou Yao pondered, yet he did not hesitate to respond. "Agree. Ding! Evolution successful. The 5 poisons goo has been upgraded to heart-eating goo." Accepting the heart-eating goo handed to him by Li Daong, Zhou Yao placed the still-glowing green vial before him and began his inspection. Heart-eating goo, crafted from dozens of venomous insects, Its toxicity is extraordinarily potent, proving to be a lethal weapon against entities ranked 6 and below. Indeed, this evolution is remarkably effective. I must keep Li Daong close to me. I cannot afford to send him away for too long, or it would be my loss. Zhou Yao contemplated. After a moment, he addressed the two. You both may return to rest. Daong, your Huaxiao language skills are quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Zhou. I shall continue to improve, Li Daong replied. Well then, you may dismiss your Huaxiao language teacher. I keep my word. Since you have mastered the language, I shall spare his life. Mr. Zhou, could we keep Nakamo-kun? He is quite. Before Li Daong could finish, Zhou Yao waved his hand dismissively, a hint of impatience in his tone. I do not harbor idlers here. Upon hearing Zhou Yao's words, Li Daong responded, somewhat disheartened, yes, Mr. Zhou. Allow him to stay the night. I shall provide him with a small boat tomorrow, so he may escape. Zhou Yao conceded, noticing Li Daong's forlorn expression. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Li Daong expressed his gratitude. Zhou Yao waved them off, permitting their exit. A short while later, after a day of heightened tension, Zhou Yao quietly succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Zhou Yao awoke languidly, lying in bed, and began to check on his two battle pets recuperating in the battle pet space. Xiao Bai, having sustained only superficial injuries, was now lively and frolicking within the battle pet space. Meanwhile, the slightly injured Xiao Mo seemed to have largely recovered but remained nestled in a damp corner, fast asleep. Not wishing to disturb his pets, Zhou Yao exited the battle pet space, rose from the captain's cabin, inhaled a few breaths of fresh sea air, stretched, and glanced at Li Daong as he bid farewell to Nakamo Aikuro. He then turned back to the control room, taking his seat at the command platform. After breakfast, Zhou Yao noted that he had gathered sufficient materials in his backpack and instructed Zhou Yi, summon Li Daong and He Dazhuang. As the first servant summoned by Zhou Yao, Zhou Yi naturally understood who the two individuals Zhou Yao referred to were. Upon hearing Zhou Yao's command, he promptly exited the cockpit to locate them. In truth, Zhou Yao could have sent a message for the two to come over, but he believed that sending Zhou Yi to fetch them would convey a sense of importance. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two individuals briskly entered the cockpit. Good morning, big brother. Good morning, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Yao waved his hand and said, Daong, please bring all the servants still on Resource Island back to the ship, and then come to the captain's cabin. Li Daong nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly left the cockpit, racing deeper into the island. Observing Li Daong's departure, Zhou Yao turned to He Dazhuang and inquired, Dazhuang, are you all packed up? Everything is ready. We can set sail at any moment, He Dazhuang replied, barely able to contain his excitement. Zhou Yao nodded and gestured for him to sit nearby, as the two began to engage in casual conversation, which, before long, meandered to discussions about cherry blossom films. About an hour later, Li Daong hurried back in the cockpit and addressed Zhou Yao at the command platform. Mr. Zhou, all the servants are aboard, and the mining machines and arrow towers have been retrieved. Zhou Yao nodded and said to the two, then let us depart. He walked onto the deck and proclaimed, upgrade to a four-masted sailing ship. With a chime, the upgrade was successful, transforming the four-masted sailing ship into an unarmored cruiser. Resources required for the upgrade included 1,000 ironwood, 10,000 iron ore, 4,000 fine iron ore, 1,600 copper ore, 2,000 cloth, 1,000 ropes, 1,000 glass, and 1,000 rubber. As the notifications sounded, a subtle ripple coursed through the space, and even Zhou Yao, standing on the deck, could scarcely perceive the change. The vessel beneath him had transformed into an ironclad ship. Before Zhou Yao could thoroughly examine the newly upgraded unarmored cruiser, the system's notification chimed again. Ding! Your ship has reached the 4th tier and will be forcibly teleported to the deep sea area. Countdown begins 10, 9, 8, 1, 0. As the countdown concluded, Zhou Yao felt a fleeting blur before him, and a gentle force enveloped him tightly. He sensed his body losing weight as he spun rapidly within a vortex of time and space, hearing the whistling sound of wind beside him. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, Zhou Yao found himself once again standing on the deck of the cruiser, but as he looked around, the surrounding environment had dramatically changed. Before he could take a closer look at his surroundings, a series of continuous system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the deep sea area. As the first survivor to arrive in the deep sea area, you are awarded 2 main gun upgrade scrolls and the title, Ocean Pioneer. Ding. Since you're the first survivor to upgrade their ship to the 4th tier, you are awarded 4 advanced cannons and the title, Navigation Vanguard. Ding. Congratulations. Your combat power has surpassed the 5th tier. As the first survivor to transcend to the 5th tier of combat power, you are rewarded with 2 pairs of Silver Radiance boots and 2 skill books for the Phantasm Shield. Ding. Your combat power has surpassed the 5th tier, and the energy within you has transformed into spiritual power. Ding. Congratulations on your advancement to the 6th tier of combat power. As the first survivor in this region to achieve such a feat, you are rewarded with 2 pieces of illusory gold chains and 2 skill books for the ethereal steps. Is the progression in combat power truly this swift? Zhou Yao murmured in bewilderment. The leap from the 4th tier to the 6th tier, bypassing the 5th tier entirely, left Zhou Yao momentarily stunned. Feeling the surging spiritual power within him, it was as if an inexhaustible force was rampaging through his body, poised to burst forth at any moment. Zhou Yao attempted to harness this spiritual power, and he observed it flowing through his meridians like a torrential river, moving with an unparalleled velocity, exponentially faster than before. Chapter 83. Transformation of the Cruiser, Spiritual Power. What a sophisticated term. After a casual quip, Zhou Yao calmly acknowledged this newfound reality as he felt the surging spiritual energy within him. After absorbing the changes within, he finally took a moment to observe his surroundings. As he gazed around, all he could see was an endless expanse of ocean. The vast, boundless sea stretched out like a colossal blue satin, infinitely extending in all directions, with not a hint of any islands in sight. The wind howled around him, much more forceful than the gentle breezes near the shore. Looking up, he beheld a clear blue sky, adorned with a few drifting white clouds that harmonized with the azure sea below. As his gaze returned to the vessel beneath him, he began to scrutinize the ironclad ship. Stepping into the ship's interior, the passageway was rather narrow, flanked by various equipment and compartments. Zhou Yao first entered the turbine room, where a massive turbine occupied most of the space. Even at rest, its latent power was palpable. Departing from the engine room, he proceeded to the ammunition depot, where boxes of shells were neatly stacked, emanating a sharp scent of gunpowder. Next, he ventured into the crew's quarters, observing the cramped bunks, which offered a glimpse into the hardships faced by the sailors at sea. Returning to the deck, he noted the numerous cannons adorning the warship, their varying sizes aligned in perfect rows, resembling soldiers awaiting orders. The 254mm main gun turrets stood out prominently among them. Additionally, 120mm secondary guns were mounted on both the fore and aft sides of the hull, along with a dozen or more multi-barrel machine guns. At the ship's center, the bridge rose majestically, serving as the command hub where he could oversee the vast ocean and direct the cruiser's course and maneuvers. Had all the cannons been replaced with standard artillery? What happened to my energy cannons? Zhou Yao pondered as he opened his backpack to investigate. To his surprise, dozens of mid-tier energy cannons lay quietly within, nearly filling the entire bag. He understood that these cannons could not be stacked, yet their mere presence consumed a considerable amount of space. This was the first time he found himself troubled by an overabundance of cannons. After some contemplation, Zhou Yao made his way to the ship's lowest level, to the vast and empty storage hold. He unloaded a significant portion of the unnecessary supplies and food, filling the storage bay to capacity. Subsequently, he assigned several attendants to manage the warehouse. Upon returning to the command room on the bridge, he gazed out at the expansive sea, his view even more unencumbered. Various electronic devices, accentuated by the external radar, appeared more sophisticated than ever. Alas, without the energy cannons, sourcing shells became a monumental challenge. Even the power system now consisted of 2 massive steam engines. As for the speed, it was uncertain. But one thing was clear. Coal supplies would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Zhou Yao muttered to himself, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. Sigh, never mind. Let me search for the resource boxes first. With that, Zhou Yao began to examine the system map. Indeed, the resource boxes in the Far Sea region were of a superior grade. He marked 3 locations on the map. Twirling the teleportation earring, within mere minutes, Zhou Yao returned to the command room. He retrieved the 3 resource boxes he had just acquired and placed them before him. Open the resource boxes. Ding! The diamond resource box opened successfully. Congratulations! You have obtained 4 top-tier energy stones. Ding! The diamond resource box opened successfully. Congratulations! You have obtained 2 mid-tier spirit stones. Ding! The diamond resource box opened successfully. Congratulations! You have obtained 2 4th-tier ship modification blueprints. What on earth is this? Not only did it fail to provide basic resources, but it also neglected to supply the food and water necessary for survival. Zhou Yao felt somewhat disheartened. Although his strength had reached the 6th tier, allowing him to forego sustenance, his subordinates were merely ordinary individuals with insufficient strength below the 1st tier. Sigh, let's not dwell on that. Let us examine this ship modification blueprint first. With that thought, Zhou Yao took out the 2 crafting blueprints he had just received from his backpack, bringing them closer to inspect. 4th-tier ship modification blueprint. Consume a certain amount of energy stones to transform a 4th-tier quality ship into a 4th-tier energy ship. Can be synthesized. Fortune truly smiled upon me. It seems what I desire comes to fruition. As for synthesis, that can wait. Let us first modify the cruiser. With a decisive gesture, Zhou Yao crushed one of the modification blueprints. Ding! Would you like to modify the unarmored cruiser? For goodness sake, do you have to be so verbose? Hurry up with the modification. Ding! Insufficient energy stones. Modification failed. What the heck? Insufficient energy stones. I have thousands of low-tier energy stones in my backpack. How can that not be enough? System, are you taking revenge on me? Zhou Yao's mind was instantly flooded with a torrent of expletives. Reluctantly, he opened the system panel to check the modification requirements. Task: modify the unarmored cruiser. Required materials: 2,000 low-tier energy stones, 100 mid-tier energy stones, 2 high-tier energy stones. Looking at the task system's display, Zhou Yao felt utterly speechless. For goodness sake, I just opened a treasure chest and obtained 4 top-tier energy stones. Yet I still lack high-tier energy stones. There is no other option. I must seek out energy stone mines or open more resource boxes. Thus, Zhou Yao hesitated no longer. He raised his hand and gently turned the uniquely designed teleportation earring on his ear. In an instant, a flash of white light flickered, accompanied by a slight spatial ripple, as Zhou Yao's figure vanished, leaving the command room empty. Approximately 10 minutes later, the previously tranquil command room experienced a sudden distortion in space, and Zhou Yao's figure reappeared. Upon returning to the command room, he waved his hand, and over 10 diamond-grade resource boxes crashed heavily onto the floor. Open the resource boxes. Ding! The diamond resource box opened successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained 8 beginner spirit stones. Ding! The diamond resource box opened successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 high-tier energy stones. Ding! The diamond resource box has been successfully opened. Congratulations, you have acquired Intermediate Spirit Tower Crafting Blueprint 2. Zhou Yao, filled with urgency, opened the remaining 7 diamond-grade resource boxes in one breath. However, at this moment, he paid no heed to the special items revealed. Upon hearing the mention of a high-level energy stone within the system prompt, he hastily navigated to the system interface. Eagerly, Zhou Yao silently commanded the system, "Transform the vessel." As his words resonated, the surrounding space shimmered with a wave of energy, heralding a new metamorphosis for the ship, which had just been upgraded to an unarmored cruiser. Chapter 84. Agility and Shielding. The unarmored cruiser has successfully been upgraded to a small energy cruiser. Haha, success at last. Zhou Yao, brimming with excitement, could not help but leap a few times in the command room. Subsequently, like an eager child eager to showcase a new toy, he darted out of the command room, ready to inspect the rejuvenated energy cruiser. Before him, the energy cruiser appeared elongated and majestic, measuring a full 100 meters in length and 20 meters at its widest point. Its sleek lines from bow to stern exuded an aura of simplicity and strength. Upon returning to the ship's cabin, Zhou Yao noticed that the space once occupied by the steam turbine had now been taken over by a colossal energy engine. This engine emanated a soft, mysterious glow, its surface adorned with flowing energy patterns reminiscent of water currents. The rest of the cabin seemed largely unchanged, except for the absence of the munitions that had previously been stored there. Back on the deck, Zhou Yao made his way to the front of the cruiser, where the former main cannon had been transformed into a magnificent energy cannon. The barrel of the energy cannon radiated a profound silver-blue hue, akin to the most enigmatic star in the night sky. On either side of the ship, the erstwhile secondary guns and multi-barrel machine guns had also been replaced by energy cannons. Zhou Yao paced the deck, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. After a while, Zhou Yao managed to suppress his exhilaration. Taking a deep breath, he allowed his emotions to settle before strolling back to the captain's quarters on the bridge. Upon entering, he walked directly to the spacious desk, gently pulled out a chair, and sat down. At that moment, he remembered there were many rewards yet to be claimed, so he began to review the rewards he had earned today. First, Zhou Yao opened the system panel to check the titles he had just received. Pioneer of the Open Seas. All attributes 260, permanent 10 increase in damage dealt to beastly foes. Pioneering Navigator. All attributes 300, 20 increase in weapon damage for the ship. Excellent. Both come with supplementary attributes, well worth the numerous first places I've achieved. After this, Zhou Yao opened his backpack and retrieved 4 skill books. Phantom Shield Skill Book. Instantly summon a phantom shield to repel enemy attacks, absorbing massive damage and ensuring personal safety. Can be synthesized. Synthesizing the skill book. Ding. Skill book synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Starry Radiance Phantom Shield Skill Book 1. Starry Radiance Phantom Shield Skill Book. Harnessing the power of starlight, instantly conjures a sturdy defensive barrier. It can not only withstand physical and magical damage, but also convert a portion of incoming damage into energy to retaliate against foes, balancing both defense and offense. A skill that excels in both offense and defense. And it is instantaneous, impressive. With that, Zhou Yao opened the skill book, and it transformed into a beam of white light that entered his forehead, vanishing from sight. After mastering the Starry Radiance Phantom Shield, Zhou Yao shifted his attention to another skill book. Skill Book of Ethereal Steps. Upon casting the skill, one instantaneously traverses the battlefield, footsteps oscillating between reality and illusion, rendering foes perplexed. Whether in pursuit, evasion, or ambush, one can seize the initiative, establishing dominance on the battlefield. Can be synthesized. Synthesize the skill book. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on acquiring Skill Book of Ethereal Steps 1. Skill Book of Ethereal Steps. Mastery of this technique allows one to embody the nimbleness of a gentle breeze. Footsteps indistinguishable between reality and illusion. One can instantaneously shift to evade attacks or launch ambushes, effortlessly achieving both escape from dire situations and preemptive strikes against enemies. A skill of agility, whatever one desires manifests. Zhou Yao once again opened the skill book, and the skill book of Ethereal Steps transformed into a beam of white light, merging into his forehead. After completing this, Zhou Yao retrieved 2 pieces of equipment from his backpack, a pair of shoes and a necklace. Silver Gleam Boots, Golden Grade Agility 120, Movement Speed 3. Can be synthesized. Phantom Gold Necklace, Platinum Grade Constitution 130, Strength 130, Attack 2000. Can be synthesized. These are rather standard pieces of equipment. No synthesis will be performed. I shall distribute 1 piece to each of De Zhuang and his companion later. It seems I also have 2 scrolls. Let me search for them. Moments later, Zhou Yao located the 2 scrolls among the many in his backpack and began to examine them. Main Cannon Upgrade Scroll. Upgrades the caliber of the battleship's main cannon, enhancing its power. Quite impressive, isn't it? Such a brief description. Nevertheless, it appears quite economical. Having said that, Zhou Yao scurried over to the main cannon of the battleship without hesitation, shattering the scroll in his hand. Upgrade the main cannon. Ding! Main cannon upgrade successful. Caliber increased to 265 millimeters, with a 20 increase in damage and area of effect. Not only has the caliber of the main cannon increased, but both its damage and range have expanded. I truly wish to fire a few rounds. Subsequently, Zhou Yao hurried to the stern and performed the same action to upgrade the rear cannon. Satisfied, Zhou Yao returned to the captain's quarters, his steps light as though walking on clouds. He approached the command platform and seated himself with ease. Gazing around, apart from the various instruments shimmering with faint light and the quietly operating radar, the entire captain's quarters felt rather empty, suffused with a chilling atmosphere. Zhou Yao furrowed his brow slightly, then swiftly reached into his backpack, retrieving the remaining 24 servant summoning scrolls. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yao shattered all the scrolls at once. In an instant, radiant light flickered continuously, and 24 new servants appeared before him. Zhou Yao pointed at one of the servants and instructed, "Go summon Zhou Yi." The indicated servant immediately bowed and responded succinctly yes, before turning and briskly walking towards the cabin door. Moments later, Zhou Yi hurriedly entered the captain's quarters, closely followed by the newly summoned servant. Upon seeing Zhou Yi, Zhou Yao wasted no time and directly said, "Zhou Yi, these are my newly summoned servants. Please arrange their roles aboard the battleship." On Monday, immediate arrangements were made for the positions of the attendants. Subsequently, Zhou Yao summoned He Dazhuang and Li Daong to the captain's cabin through the friend system. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and He Dazhuang and Li Daong swiftly entered the captain's cabin, approaching Zhou Yao directly. Without uttering a word, Zhou Yao handed them the 4 pieces of equipment he had just acquired, distributing 1 pair of silver gleam boots and 1 illusory gold chain to each. As the 2 men received the gear Zhou Yao offered, their eyes widened in astonishment. "Boss, this is incredible. 1 piece is platinum and the other is gold." He Dazhuang was the first to regain his composure, his voice brimming with excitement and disbelief. Li Dayun nodded incessantly, his gaze fixed intently on the equipment in his hands, exclaiming, "Indeed, Mr. Zhou, I never even dared to dream of equipment of this caliber." Chapter 85. Zhou Yao's plan. Zhou Yao gazed at the 2 individuals brimming with excitement and, with a slight smile, remarked, "Do you recall what I mentioned to you both yesterday? You must swiftly enhance your strength, for you will be called upon to assist me in the future. However, before anything else, your safety must be assured." After conveying his instructions to the 2, Zhou Yao turned his attention to Li Daong. Reaching into his backpack to retrieve a bottle containing a green, eerie substance known as the heart-devouring goo, he handed it over, stating, "Let us upgrade this." Without further ado, Li Daong accepted the small vial and activated his evolution talent. Ding! Watanabe Shinryu is using evolution on your heart-devouring goo. Do you agree? Agreed. Ding! Evolution successful. The heart-devouring goo has been upgraded to the 10,000 poisons heart-devouring goo. Receiving the small green bottle back from Li Daong, Zhou Yao examined it closely, flipping it over in his hands. There appeared to be little change in its appearance, save for a different name. 10,000 poisons heart-devouring goo, refined from over 100 types of exotic toxins. Once it enters the body, the poison will attach as a parasite, targeting the heart. Those below the 7th tier are doomed to die, while even 7th tier experts, though they may not perish, will suffer severe depletion of their vitality. Upon reviewing the upgraded attributes, Zhou Yao nodded in approval and gestured for the 2 to step back. He then turned to Zhou Yi, who had completed the allocation of servant duties, and waved him over. Upon noticing Zhou Yao's gesture, Zhou Yi promptly approached and stood before him. Zhou Yao provided him with a set of coordinates and continued, "Proceed at full speed towards this location." Zhou Yi acknowledged the command and began directing the crew to activate the ship, the steel behemoth of the sea. As they set sail toward the coordinates provided by Zhou Yao, the designated coordinates pointed to a 4th-tier resource island, where Zhou Yao discovered not only an energy stone mine, but also a reasonably sized silver mine. Thus, Zhou Yao intended to seize control of this island, utilizing it for mining while concurrently establishing it as a temporary base of operations. The island was situated approximately 200 nautical miles from the battleship, and with the energy battleship speed of 22 knots per hour, they would reach their destination in about 10 hours, provided all went smoothly. As the energy cruiser sped across the ocean, Zhou Yao sat at the command station in the captain's cabin, feeling somewhat bored, and began to review his recent achievements. Character name: Zhou Yao. Age: 21. Physique: 10, 480 strength, 8, 824 agility, 4, 251 spirit, 378 charm, 31 luck. Talent: double luck SSS-Grade, unique, gift bestowed, level 3 Heavenly Eye SSS-Grade, unique, technique, level 19 Nether Soul Devouring Classic, Earth Tier Intermediate, skills, 9 Nether Soul Devouring Art, advanced body technique, passive, intermediate sword technique, passive, intermediate diving, passive, tearing void star shatter, purgatory judgment, group sensing technique, blade storm, blood river incineration, Star Radiance, Illusion Shield. Ethereal Steps. Titles: Escapist, Shark Slayer, Guardian Nemesis, Unique, Beast Hunter, First Warrior, Dawn Demon Slayer, Overseas Hunting Vanguard, Char Navigator, Ocean Pioneer, Dragon Slayer Vanguard, Instance Dungeon Pioneer, Ancient Tomb Ranger, Ancient Tomb Initiator, Ancient Tomb Breakthrougher, Ocean Developer, Navigation Pioneer Power Level, Early Stage of 6th Tier, Vessel Name, Small Energy Cruiser, Unarmored Energy Cruiser, Tier, Low Grade of 4th Tier Equipment, 265mm Energy Main Cannons, 4 120mm Energy Secondary Cannons, 16 Multi-Barrel Energy Machine Guns Crew, 76 150 Owner. Zhou Yao Upgrade Requirements: 2,000 ironwood, 50,000 iron ore, 6,000 refined iron ore, 2,800 copper ore, 2,000 hemp cloth, 1,000 ropes, 2,000 glass, 3,000 rubber. Servant Name: Watanabe, Shinryu. Age: 31. Power Level: Early Stage of 4th Tier Talent. Evolution: SSS-Grade. Unique. Contract: Master Servant. Servant to Name: Hidajwang. Age: 19. Power Level: Great Perfection of 3rd Tier Talent. Demon Exploration Technique, SS-Grade. Wind and Cloud Sensory Technique, SS-Grade. Contract: Master Servant. Battle Pet Name: Shout Emo Master. Zhou Yao. Type: Mystic Armored Turtle. Growth Stage: Bloodline. 26 Xuanwu Bloodline. Power Level: Late Stage of 4th Tier. Skills: Water Bullet Impact. Azure Wave Guardian. Battle Pet to Name: Shaobai Master. Zhou Yao. Type: Gale Spirit Pattern Tiger. Growth Stage: Bloodline. 22 White Tiger Bloodline. Power Level: Late Stage of 4th Tier. Skills: Wineblade, Tiger Roar. The strength of Xiao Bai and Xiao Mo now seems to lag behind Zhou Yao's pace. Zhou Yao gazed at the attributes displayed on the panel, a slight frown creasing his brow as he pondered internally. However, it was fortunate that they merely needed to consume beast meat to enhance their strength, making the task much simpler. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yao waved to Zhou Yi at the helm, saying, "Zhou Yi, please summon Hidajwang for me." Zhou Yi acknowledged with a nod and turned to exit the cockpit. Shortly after, the cabin door swung open, revealing Hidajwang's robust figure at the threshold. With a cheerful expression and questioning eyes, he inquired, "Boss, did you call for me?" Zhou Yao gestured for Hidajwang to take a seat beside him. Hidajwang smiled and stepped forward, settling down next to Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao slightly turned to face Hidajwang, asking, "Dajwang, what is the highest tier of beast you can currently detect?" Hidajwang scratched his head and then spoke, "Boss, with my current strength, I can relatively accurately detect the locations of 5th tier and below monsters." Upon hearing Hidajwang's response, Zhou Yao furrowed his brow slightly. Noticing Zhou Yao's expression, Hidajwang felt a pang of anxiety and continued, "Boss, I can also sense some vague traces of 6th tier monsters within a certain range, but it's rather unstable. As for 7th tier and above, I am utterly helpless." As he spoke, he awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. Zhou Yao observed Hidajwang's somewhat restrained demeanor and couldn't help but smile faintly. He gently patted Hidajwang's shoulder and said, "Dajwang, I harbor no grievances towards you. I simply wish to hunt some higher tier monsters to swiftly enhance everyone's strength." With that reassurance, Hidajwang relaxed and nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Boss, I understand. Just tell me what to do, and I will not hesitate." Zhou Yao nodded in response, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table as his mind raced with calculations. After a brief moment, Zhou Yao reached into his backpack and retrieved a handful of pills, each the size of a bean. He handed the pills to Hidajwang and instructed, "Dajwang, consume these pills. They should elevate your strength to the 4th tier." Hidajwang gazed at the pills in his hand, his eyes brimming with surprise and gratitude. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and swallowed the pills. After ingesting them, Hidajwang eagerly opened his attribute panel, and to his delight, it displayed that he had indeed reached the early 4th tier. Overjoyed, he turned to Zhou Yao, bowed deeply, and sincerely expressed, "Thank you for the medicine, boss. I will now use my monster sensing technique to track down the monsters." Chapter 86. The Overbearing Soul Devouring Technique. After a brief moment, Hidajwang recounted the 6 coordinates he had discovered to Zhou Yao in meticulous detail. Zhou Yao nodded, diligently marking each coordinate on his system map. Once he had completed this task, Hidajwang continued earnestly, "Boss, among these, only 2 are 6th tier monster beasts, while the remaining 4 are 5th tier. I must emphasize, especially regarding the second coordinate, It is likely to be at least a late-stage 6th-tier beast. You must exercise utmost caution in dealing with it. Zhou Yao gazed at the second coordinate on the map, pondered for a moment, then looked up at Dazhuang and replied casually, "I understand your concern, Dazhuang. I will be careful." With that, Zhou Yao unhesitatingly activated his teleportation earring, and in a flash of light, he was transported away. On the surface of the ocean, 30 to 40 nautical miles from the warship, the space seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible hand. As a wave of spatial fluctuations surged, Zhou Yao's figure materialized above the vast and tumultuous sea. The wind howled, and the waves surged restlessly as Zhou Yao quietly floated on the water's surface. Surveying his surroundings, he found nothing but the churning sea. Activating his exploration ring, he discerned that within a 10-mile radius, only a single red beneath the water persistently flickered, standing out remarkably. Zhou Yao was positioned precisely at one of the coordinates indicating the 4 5th-tier monster beasts identified by Dazhuang. Given Zhou Yao's current strength, he regarded the 5th-tier beasts with little concern. With a calm demeanor, he raised his hand to activate the water-repelling chain. Instantly, a translucent barrier of light rapidly expanded from his center, stabilizing at a distance of about 10 feet, enveloping him within its protective embrace. Subsequently, Zhou Yao moved swiftly, plunging into the depths of the ocean. As he descended deeper into the water, the immense pressure began to compress the water-repelling barrier. By the time Zhou Yao reached a depth of 100 meters, the originally ample light barrier had shrunk dramatically, now only about 2 meters away from him. Nevertheless, Zhou Yao showed no sign of hesitation. Rather, he continued to plunge downward with increased speed. Upon reaching approximately 300 meters, the water-repelling barrier had compressed to a mere meter in distance around him. Yet, Zhou Yao's gaze remained resolute, and he pressed on swiftly downward. After descending nearly another 100 meters, he finally caught sight of a massive serpent suspended in the dimly lit water. This serpent was extraordinarily large, measuring several dozen meters in length, with a body as robust as a barrel. Its scales shimmered with a cold metallic luster, intermittently visible in the water. However, the serpent appeared oblivious to Zhou Yao, who floated several dozen meters above its head, still leisurely suspended in the water, occasionally swaying its enormous body. Zhou Yao, too, seemed disinclined to disturb it. He remained quietly suspended in the water, even too lazy to cast a single probing spell. In the next moment, Zhou Yao moved. He chose not the conventional method of attack, but instead directly unleashed the soul-devouring technique of the 9 hells. As the technique was activated, an almost imperceptible black mist surged forth, akin to a streak of black lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it struck the head of the colossal python. Almost instantaneously upon contact, the once languid serpent began to thrash violently. Its immense body writhed in the ocean, churning the surrounding waters into a boiling turmoil, creating a vast whirlpool. It appeared as if the python was locked in a desperate struggle against an invisible yet formidable force. Hovering above, Zhou Yao's gaze was fixed intently on the frantically writhing serpent below, wholly concentrated on maintaining the soul-devouring technique. Beads of fine sweat gradually appeared on his forehead, revealing that sustaining this technique was no trivial feat for him. At last, a nearly transparent illusory snake was forcibly extracted from the python's body by the black mist. As the small snake's apparition separated from the colossal creature, the previously thrashing body of the python ceased its struggle, floating serenely in the water, devoid of life's vibrancy. The extracted, transparent snake continued to writhe vigorously, thrashing its body in a frenzy. However, entangled in the black mist, its struggles gradually weakened. The black mist tightened its grip, swiftly obliterating the transparent snake into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Yao let out a long sigh of relief. He then swiftly dove beside the giant python, skillfully extracting 2 5th-tier demon cores from its massive form. These cores radiated a soft and mysterious glow, standing out distinctly in the dim waters. The potent energy contained within them was several times denser than that of 4th-tier cores. Zhou Yao stowed the 2 5th-tier cores into his backpack and, with a wave of his hand, cast the python's corpse into the battle pet space. With a flash of light, the giant serpent's body vanished, as if it had never existed in these waters, leaving Zhou Yao suspended alone, lost in contemplation. This fifth-tier python, the undisputed ruler of the seas within a radius of several dozen miles, had instilled fear in all other creatures of this domain. Yet now, it had been effortlessly vanquished by Zhou Yao. He increasingly realized that in this perilous island world, strength was the foundation of all. Without sufficient power, one was merely a lamb waiting for slaughter, unaware of when a powerful creature might strike. Take this once dominant python, for instance. Despite its numerous abilities, it had no chance to resist against Zhou Yao, who was merely one tier above it. A complex wave of emotions stirred within Zhou Yao, pondering whether this was a stroke of fortune or a tragic fate for the python. Nevertheless, this scene further solidified Zhou Yao's resolve to rapidly enhance his strength. He firmly believed that only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he secure his footing in this treacherous island world and seize control of his own destiny. Zhou Yao slowly surfaced from the depths of the sea. After removing his water shield, he remained poised, hands clasped behind his back, suspended gracefully above the water's surface. Moments later, Zhou Yao spoke. The world of the open sea is far more ruthless than I had imagined. To survive, to safeguard those dear to me, I must continually grow stronger. Chapter 87. The deep-sea azure dragon, although the nine-nether soul devouring technique possesses a certain dominance, it remains uncertain whether it is due to my insufficient mastery of the technique or a lack of mental fortitude. As I find myself engaged in a prolonged struggle to vanquish a fifth-tier beast, Zhou Yao mused, his voice tinged with solitude as it floated away on the sea breeze. Regrettably, no one was available to provide answers to his queries. Upon returning today, he resolved to diligently practice the nine-nether soul devouring technique, striving to elevate its level to the second tier. Zhou Yao was resolute. He would ascertain whether the issue lay in the rank of the technique. With a newfound determination, Zhou Yao hesitated no longer. He swiftly raised his hand and rotated the shimmering teleportation earring adorning his ear. In an instant, an unusual spatial fluctuation emanated from him, expanding outward. As the light flickered, Zhou Yao's figure vanished once more from the seascape. After a brief moment of spatial distortion, Zhou Yao reappeared at his next designated location. Though three remaining fifth-tier beasts lurked in the depths, they posed no obstacle to Zhou Yao at this moment. With minimal exertion, he dispatched the trio of fifth-tier creatures one by one. The defeated beasts were subsequently cast into the space of his battle pets, providing sustenance for Xiao Mo and Xiao Bai. There remained two sixth-tier beasts. He resolved to eliminate the weaker one first. Zhou Yao contemplated the disparity in strength, knowing that the prowess of a sixth-tier beast far surpassed that of a fifth-tier, reflecting a difference of over 10,000 attribute points. Nevertheless, Zhou Yao harbored no significant concerns. He was confident that his potential attributes exceeded 150. Thus, Zhou Yao moved forward without hesitation, turning the teleportation earring once more. His form dissipated from the original spot. Almost simultaneously, accompanied by a subtle spatial ripple, Zhou Yao materialized at the location of the first sixth-tier beast. The tumultuous waves here appeared to be more formidable than those encountered previously. The sea winds howled, and surging waves reached heights of 2 to 3 meters. Zhou Yao activated his exploration ring once again, seeking the whereabouts of the sixth-tier beast. "Damn, how deep!" he exclaimed upon observing the crimson light in the depths. The position of the red light lay within the abyss, nearly grazing the ocean floor, thousands of meters beneath the surface. The immense water pressure at such depths was daunting. Even with his current strength, Zhou Yao could not claim to have a 100% assurance of descending to the seabed, especially while contending with a beast of equivalent rank. After a moment of contemplation, he reached into the space of his battle pets, addressing Xiao Mo. "Xiao Mo, how deep can you dive into the ocean?" Xiao Mo tilted its enormous head, blinking its eyes before swiftly chewing and swallowing a sizable piece of beast meat it had been holding. "I can reach depths of 1 to 2,000 meters, master." "Is there prey that requires Xiao Mo's assistance again?" inquired, brimming with eagerness. Zhou Yao's gaze fell upon Xiao Mo's increasingly massive form. At this moment, after consuming a substantial amount of fifth-tier beast meat, Xiao Mo had ascended to the early stage of the fifth tier. Its already immense physique had grown even larger. Fortunately, the space for battle pets was sufficiently vast. Otherwise, Accommodating these two colossal gluttons would have posed quite a challenge. Zhou Yao mused inwardly, then addressed Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo. Shortly I will dive to a depth of approximately 500 meters. You must continue downward. There lies a six-tier beast at a distance of over 1,000 meters. Ensure your safety while luring it back to me. Can you manage that? Xiao Mo nodded its enormous head, joyfully responding, "Rest assured, master, leave it to me." With that, it excitedly shook its massive shell. Upon receiving Xiao Mo's affirmation, Zhou Yao promptly retracted his consciousness from the battle pet space. He then activated the water avoidance chain. In an instant, a shimmering barrier rapidly expanded, enveloping Zhou Yao completely. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the depths of the ocean, swiftly descending toward the abyssal seabed. As Zhou Yao reached a depth of 500 to 600 meters, the once spacious water-repellent dome began to contract sharply under the immense pressure of the surrounding water. With only about half a foot of space remaining, Zhou Yao assessed that, given the current state of the water shield, he could still descend nearly another 100 meters. Yet, he understood the futility of risking further descent. Sensing he had arrived at the designated position, Zhou Yao waved his hand, releasing Xiao Mo from the battle pet space. He cautioned, "Xiao Mo, be careful. Lure it here and make a swift escape." Xiao Mo eagerly nodded, its massive form shaking as it continued its descent into the deep sea. After a short while, Zhou Yao grew anxious as he had yet to see Xiao Mo return. Instinctively, he attempted to contact it. Just then, Xiao Mo's clear, youthful voice resonated urgently within Zhou Yao's mind. "Master, master, this creature swims incredibly fast. I am about to lure it over. Prepare yourself. Also, master, this beast possesses a remarkably dense Xuanwu bloodline. You must acquire it for me." Pausing for a moment, Xiao Mo continued. No sooner had Xiao Mo finished speaking than a flurry of enormous bubbles rapidly ascended from the seabed toward Zhou Yao. He promptly instructed Xiao Mo, "Just head straight for me. I will handle the rest." He deftly dodged the barrage of gigantic bubbles. After approximately 2 minutes, Zhou Yao finally spotted a massive shadow swiftly approaching his position. However, trailing closely behind this formidable figure was an even larger silhouette, its gaping maw nearly snapping at Xiao Mo's tail. Observing the enormous creature pursuing Xiao Mo, Zhou Yao wasted no time and cast a probing spell. As the spell took effect, an information panel regarding the Songlong materialized before Zhou Yao's eyes. Deep Sea Dragon Physique, 6486 Strength, 7532 Agility, 3481 Spirit, 2968 Skills, Water Dragon Roar. The dragon opens its massive maw, unleashing a colossal water dragon imbued with tremendous force, capable of effortlessly shattering the defenses of its foes. During the execution of this skill, the dragon must gather strength momentarily, with the power of the water column increasing in proportion to the duration of this buildup. Vortex Prison. The dragon manipulates the surrounding seawater to create a vast whirlpool, ensnaring its enemies within. The currents inside the whirlpool are tumultuous, exerting a formidable pulling force that relentlessly drains the enemy's stamina and spiritual energy, while simultaneously inflicting persistent water-type damage upon those trapped within. Scale Armor Guardian. The dragon activates this skill, instantly enveloping its body in a layer of robust scale armor, which not only boasts remarkable defensive capabilities, but also reflects a portion of incoming attacks. Combat Power, Early Stage 6. Chapter 88. Overwhelming Power. What? The Songlong? What species is that? Hadn't these creatures long since gone extinct? As Zhou Yao rummaged through his limited biological knowledge from before his transmigration, he couldn't help but voice his bewilderment. He never anticipated that he would encounter a creature extinct on Blue Star in the depths of this alien world's ocean. At that moment, Xiao Mo, desperately flailing its short, stout limbs, hastened towards Zhou Yao. In its heart, it anxiously called out, "Master, this creature is far too troublesome and swift. I barely managed to lure it here. Don't let it eat Xiao Bai." Just as Xiao Mo spoke, before Zhou Yao could respond, the Songlong opened its massive maw and lunged at Xiao Mo with a ferocious bite. Its razor-sharp fangs gleamed ominously in the deep blue waters, seemingly intent on tearing Xiao Mo to shreds. Observing this, Zhou Yao shook his head in disbelief, silently muttering, "Is this Songlong foolish? Although Zhou Mo is a tier below it, the latter's formidable defense is not something this creature could easily breach. Nevertheless, Zhou Yao was not about to allow Zhou Mo to fall prey to the Songlong's gaping jaws. In an instant, he activated the ethereal step skill, his form flickering like a wraith, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Zhou Mo. Then, with a flash of light, the chillingly ethereal hellblade materialized in his grasp. Gripping the hilt tightly, Zhou Yao swung the blade with ferocity, unleashing a streak of black energy that sliced towards the Songlong's gaping mouth with the swiftness of lightning. The deep-sea Songlong, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this minuscule human, paused in astonishment. It had directed all its focus towards the enormous turtle before it. By the time it registered the impending danger of the incoming blade, it was already too late. With a resounding thud, the hellblade, infused with Zhou Yao's potent spiritual energy, penetrated one side of the Songlong's maw. The deep-sea Songlong let out an earth-shattering roar in agony, causing the entire ocean to tremble violently. It thrashed its colossal head in a frenzy, attempting to dislodge Zhou Yao. Simultaneously, a massive wave erupted from the Songlong, radiating outward with ferocity. Having successfully struck the Songlong, Zhou Yao, recognizing the creature's pain, did not linger to bask in his triumph. Instead, he propelled himself with a powerful kick, darting towards the surface like an arrow. As he swam rapidly, he also remembered to retract the floundering Zhou Mo into the battle pet space. Zhou Yao understood clearly that his sole objective was to rescue Zhou Mo. He had no desire to engage in combat with this colossal sea beast in its territory. After all, the ocean was not his domain. The wounded Songlong, seeing its prey vanish and the audacious human who dared to injure it attempting to flee, was certainly not inclined to let him escape. It let out a furious roar, swinging its massive body as it swiftly pursued Zhou Yao. The deep-sea Songlong, a true apex predator of the ocean depths, demonstrated its prowess. Even under the circumstances where Zhou Yao's agility far surpassed its own, the Songlong leveraged its advantage in the water to rapidly close the distance to Zhou Yao, who was swimming towards the surface. Zhou Yao glanced back at the swiftly approaching creature, yet remained unperturbed. He had already devised a plan in his mind, quietly biding his time for the opportune moment. As the Songlong drew within a mere 10 meters of him, Zhou Yao activated his skill, ethereal step, once more. In an instant, his figure vanished like a phantom from a spot. The next moment, he reappeared above the ocean's surface. Even in the water, the ethereal step did not disappoint him. As Zhou Yao materialized on the surface, a tremendous splash erupted. The deep-sea Songlong twisted its enormous body, surfacing in pursuit. However, it underestimated the cunning of humanity and, even more so, Zhou Yao's treachery. Just as the colossal head of the creature emerged, a chilling voice resonated clearly in its ears. Void shatter star slash. Almost simultaneously with the sound, a massive black blade of light, imbued with destructive force, descended upon its head like a bolt of black lightning. This was Zhou Yao's precise execution of the Void Shatter Star slash skill, aiming to ambush the dim-witted prehistoric beast. As the black blade sliced through the air, it emitted a sizzling sound, cleaving the atmosphere, compelling even the roaring waves to part in response to its formidable power. Although the Songlong lacked intelligence, it instinctively sensed the imminent peril. It attempted to evade, but it was too late, only managing to instinctively tilt its head slightly aside. With a resounding crash, the blade struck heavily against the sudden scales that appeared on the Songlong's head, sending forth a dazzling shower of sparks. The immense impact forced the Songlong's massive body to tilt violently to one side, creating a spray of water soaring dozens of meters high. The Songlong emitted a painful and enraged roar, its voice reverberating across the tumultuous sea. Had it not been for the Songlong's instinctive activation of its scale-bound shield skill in response to the danger, Zhou Yao's strike would have easily cleaved the creature's head in two. Nevertheless, a deep wound was carved into the Songlong's skull, with shattered scales and exposed flesh, as crimson blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding waters a vivid red. Having successfully landed a blow, Zhou Yao had no intention of letting this prize escape. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, he declared, "You are finished." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he swung his blade once more. This time, an even larger and more terrifying black blade, infused with strands of golden light, hurtled towards the deep-sea Songlong. The mysterious golden glimmer amplified the blade's potency. It appeared that the Songlong had finally recognized the gravity of the situation, as Zhou Yao lifted his weapon once again, disregarding the throbbing pain in its head. The colossal creature abruptly twisted its massive form, plunging with lightning speed towards the depths of the sea. At this moment, it yearned only to flee, to distance itself from the terrifying presence of a human. The blade's gleam, imbued with a menacing aura, cleaved into the ocean, instantly generating towering splashes that soared dozens of meters high as it relentlessly pursued the fleeing dragon. The obsidian blade carved a profound trench through the water, overtaking the rapidly descending dragon with a swiftness far surpassing its own, and struck diagonally upon the dragon's formidable tail. Chapter 89. Dark Sand's immuted thud resonated through the depths as the once powerful tail of the deep-sea azure dragon was severed by a streak of black light infused with golden glimmers. Despite the formidable scales that adorned its body momentarily obstructing the blade's advance, the scales at the tail's fin proved too frail to withstand the sheer force contained within that terrifying strike, resulting in a clean, decisive severance. Deprived of its tail, the azure dragon thrashed violently in the water, its anguished roars echoing through the abyssal depths, filled with fury and defiance. Blood gushed from the stump of its tail, rapidly diffusing through the water, staining the surrounding sea a deep crimson. This sudden and grievous wound rendered the azure dragon's movements sluggish, its massive form spinning uncontrollably in the currents. Zhou Yao chuckled softly, seizing this rare opportunity without hesitation. He plunged into the depths, swimming swiftly toward the wounded beast, all the while gathering his spiritual energy to prepare for the next assault. At that moment, the water, split by the blade, cascaded down with a thunderous roar. As the minuscule human plunged into the sea, a flicker of despair flashed in the azure dragon's eyes. Without its tail fin, it resembled a ship bereft of its helmsman, utterly incapable of steering its course, yet driven by the primal instinct for survival and the dignity of its dominion. It summoned the last vestiges of its strength for a desperate struggle. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a fierce torrent, conjuring a water dragon that surged toward Zhou Yao with ferocity. This water dragon, composed of dense water elements, radiated a ghostly blue luminescence. It roared, embodying the might of a tidal wave as it charged at Zhou Yao with overwhelming force. Ah, still unyielding? Even in death, you wish to resist? Very well. I shall send you to your demise. Zhou Yao scoffed, swiftly channeling his spiritual energy into the phantom warblade. As the energy surged forth, the blade sprang to life like a ferocious beast, and a black arc of light erupted from its edge, extending several feet. With a sudden, forceful swing of his arms, Zhou Yao directed the black blade towards the clawing water dragon with an intent to annihilate. A deafening crash reverberated as the water dragon was instantly shattered under the blade's fierce strike, exploding into a deluge of droplets that rained down like a torrential storm. Yet, the black blade continued its relentless advance, unyielding in its trajectory towards the head of the deep-sea azure dragon. As the lethal arc approached, a surge of overwhelming fear welled up within the creature, prompting a desperate attempt to evade. However, without its tail fin, its massive form became akin to a behemoth trapped in mire, utterly beyond its control. It could only watch helplessly as the devastating black arc, imbued with the power of destruction, bore down upon it. The azure dragon's eyes widened in horror, filled with despair and defiance. It thrashed its colossal body in a futile last effort to escape, yet all was in vain. The blade struck heavily upon its head, and it could not evade even a fraction of the impending doom. With a sudden, muffled sound, the blade pierced through flesh, its sharpness effortlessly cleaving the hard skull of the ancient dragon. A surge of formidable power erupted from the wound, instantaneously shattering its brain. The blade's light cleanly split the colossal head of the deep-sea dragon in two. The creature's massive body convulsed violently in the water, its once ferocious eyes gradually dimming. Observing this, Zhou Yao swiftly darted forward like a streak of black lightning, approaching the sinking carcass of the dragon. With practiced precision, He extracted two sixth-tier demon cores from within the dragon's body and casually tossed them into his backpack. Following this, he waved his hand, absorbing the enormous dragon carcass into his battle pet space. Having completed this task, Zhou Yao communicated telepathically with his companion, Xiaobai, within the battle pet space. Xiaobai, this dragon's body is rich in Xuanwu bloodline. Feed it to Xiao Mo. It will greatly enhance its strength. After giving Xiaobai this instruction, he noticed its displeased demeanor and could only shake his head in resignation. With no other option, Zhou Yao descended further, arriving at the severed tail fin of the dragon. He tossed the fin into the battle pet space as well, a hint of a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Here, Xiaobai, enjoy this exquisite delicacy." At this, Xiaobai let out a reluctant roar in response to Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao withdrew his consciousness from the battle pet space, his gaze landing on the last marked location of the sixth-tier beast on the system map. Without hesitation, he activated the teleportation earring, vanishing from his original position in an instant. Almost in a blink, light flickered once more at the last marked location of the sixth-tier beast, and Zhou Yao's figure gradually materialized. He surveyed the vast, endless sea surrounding him and activated the exploration ring in his possession. Focusing intently, he soon detected a hidden dark sand beneath his feet. This dark sand was situated only 40 to 50 meters below the surface. Approximately 500 to 600 meters from the surface, at the center of the dark sand, two red dots flickered incessantly. These crimson points radiated an air of mystery and uncertainty, their flashing rhythm seemingly erratic, yet exuding a palpable sense of danger. Zhou Yao fixated on the two pulsating red lights in the depths of the ocean, a fierce sense of peril igniting in his mind. The flickering crimson glow served as a warning, causing his heart to race and every nerve to tense. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Yao pondered, what powerful beasts do these two red dots signify? What could instill such a feeling of danger within him? Could they be seventh-tier beasts? That seems unlikely. De Zhuang would not deceive me. Yet, even a perfectly cultivated sixth-tier beast should not evoke such a feeling, should it? Despite the ominous sensation, Zhou Yao felt an unwillingness to retreat without achieving anything. Moreover, this had undeniably awakened within him a profound curiosity, akin to an invisible hand guiding him to embark upon further exploration. Thus, Zhou Yao cast aside his hesitation and swiftly activated the water-repellent pearl hanging around his neck. In an instant, the pearl emitted a gentle azure glow, enveloping him in a translucent shield of protection against the water. Subsequently, Zhou Yao plunged into the ocean, gradually descending towards the hidden dark sands concealed beneath the depths. Chapter 90. The Seventh-Order Spirit Serpent, much like the previous aquatic region. This area revealed no traces of any monstrous beasts. Only two crimson lights flickered incessantly on the screen. After a brief moment, Zhou Yao firmly positioned himself atop the dark sand. This expanse of dark sand, oval in shape, comprised fine grains that shimmered with a subtle silvery glow, devoid of any remarkable features. However, a peculiar species of marine grass thrived upon it, with elongated, semi-transparent ice-blue leaves that glimmered with faint white light between their veins. Zhou Yao, filled with curiosity, momentarily cast aside his sense of impending danger. He casually uprooted a nearby strand of the sea grass and examined it closely. As Zhou Yao focused intently on the marine flora, the system's prompt chimed in at an opportune moment. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained breath-subduing grass X2. What a delightful surprise. I never anticipated this sea grass to be a medicinal herb, Zhou Yao mused, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes alight with joy. He proceeded to inspect the detailed description of the breath-subduing grass. Breath-subduing grass, a rare deep-sea herb, one of the primary materials for concocting the breath-subduing pill. Is that all? What exactly is this breath-subduing pill? What purpose does it serve? Zhou Yao couldn't help but murmur, his expression one of exasperation. Never mind. I shall collect it for now. With that, he began to gather the breath-subduing grass from the modest expanse of dark sand with a flurry of movements, aiming to store it all in his backpack. Just as Zhou Yao busily harvested the breath-subduing grass, a grand stone door at the center of the dark sand revealed a resplendently adorned hall. A middle-aged man, clad in an opulent brocade robe, languidly reclined upon a colossal dragon chair atop a high dais. His demeanor was relaxed as he idly toyed with an orb of indeterminate origin in his hand. Below the dais, a robust spirit serpent coiled languidly, its scales glittering with an ethereal azure sheen, resembling an impenetrable suit of armor. The middle-aged man cast a deliberate glance toward the hall's ceiling, seemingly able to pierce through the entirety of the dark sand. He addressed the serpent below him, saying, "Is this human merely here for these few strands of seagrass? Or have you offended some foe outside and drawn him here?" His voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority, echoing throughout the cavern. The serpent, lying below, slowly raised its eyes, a glint of ferocity flashing within, as it emitted a series of low growls toward the man on the dais. Subsequently, it resumed its resting position, closing its eyes, seemingly dismissive of Zhou Yao above. Meanwhile, Zhou Yao remained oblivious to the conversation unfolding within the grand hall. After a while, he finally completed the collection of dozens of breath-subduing grass strands. Once these herbs were safely stowed in his backpack, his insatiable curiosity surged once more. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously ventured along the edge of the dark sand, descending further into the depths. As Zhou Yao continued to plunge deeper, the surrounding water pressure began to increase gradually. As Zhou Yao finally reached the central region of the dark sand, the once relatively bright protective shield had been compressed to the point of nearly touching his position. The surrounding waters had become exceedingly murky, with sunlight long since barred by the endless depths of the sea. However, with his extraordinary vision, Zhou Yao could still discern, more than 20 meters below, a massive stone door standing solemnly against the rock face of the dark sand island. The door appeared ancient and robust, exuding an aura of inscrutable mystery amidst the dim waters. A soft glow was faintly visible, seeping through the crevices of the stone door. What manner of beast is this, with lights illuminating its lair? Zhou Yao pondered in silence. Just then, a somewhat rugged voice echoed through the water. "Since you have visited, young friend, please enter the cave for a conversation." The voice spoke in flawless Chinese. Zhou Yao was taken aback, his instinct urging him to ascend and flee this realm of uncertainty. However, at that moment, the stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a burly, rugged middle-aged man standing at the threshold, his gaze fixed intently upon Zhou Yao above. Instinctively, Zhou Yao cast a probing spell towards him. Yet, the middle-aged man merely narrowed his eyes slightly, showing no reaction. The probing spell, however, successfully landed upon him. Zhou Yao, observing this, immediately checked the attribute information on his system panel. The middle-aged man silently watched as Zhou Yao examined his attributes. Qingmu Spirit Flood Dragon Physique, 17538 Strength, 17623 Agility, 6239 Spirit, 18,267 Skills. Wooden Vine Entanglement, summons resilient vines to burst forth from the ground, rapidly ensnaring the enemy and restricting their movement, while also absorbing their vitality to replenish oneself. Giant Tree Charge, gathers surrounding wood elements to condense a massive spirit tree before him, charging at the enemy at high speed, inflicting substantial damage. Tree Shield Defense, summons a ring of sturdy spirit wood, instantly forming a solid wooden shield to withstand enemy attacks, with spikes growing on the surface to counterattack approaching foes. Spirit Wood Spikes, instantly erupts countless sharp wooden spikes from the ground, forming a wooden spike cage centered around himself. The spikes are infused with wood attribute toxins, causing paralysis damage to enemies. Rejuvenation Array, establishes a wood spirit formation in the surrounding space, releasing a surge of vibrant energy that can swiftly heal ally injuries. Combat Power, early stage of 7th tier goodness, a 7th tier beast, and a dragon-like one at that. Zhou Yao couldn't help but curse inwardly, his eyes fixated on the attributes before him. Though his potential attributes had also reached over 150, it seemed evident that he was no match for this creature. While he cursed, he quickly scanned the surroundings, seeking an escape route. Yet, the Qingmu Spirit Flood Dragon seemed to see through his thoughts, its emerald eyes locking onto him, clearly unwilling to let him go so easily. The middle-aged man smiled subtly, observing Zhou Yao's somewhat panicked reaction, a profound smile gracing his features. He spoke slowly, "Young friend, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely noticed you arriving alone and thought to extend my hand in friendship. Why not step into my abode for a cup of spiritual tea and engage in a delightful conversation? At that moment, Zhou Yao was overwhelmed with a torrent of frustration, mentally berating himself. How could I let my curiosity lead me here? Haven't I heard that curiosity killed the cat? Knowing full well the dangers, I still ventured forth. Regret coursed through him, wishing he could deliver himself a couple of resounding slaps. Yet, Zhou Yao feigned calmness, forcing a smile as he replied, "Such generous hospitality from you. Senior, I cannot decline. However, I must inform you that my visit to the deep sea is of great importance, and I cannot afford any delays." As he spoke, he discreetly channeled his spiritual energy, ever prepared to respond to any sudden aggression from the other party. Chapter 91. The resting grass, the seventh-tier spirit dragon seemed to perceive Zhou Yao's wariness. It waved its hand and said, "Young friend, there is no need for alarm. I have resided in this secluded place for many years and am familiar with many secrets of the deep sea. Perhaps I can be of assistance to you." With that, it turned and entered the cave dwelling, exuding confidence that Zhou Yao would follow. Zhou Yao hovered in place, his heart in turmoil. Entering could lead him into the unknown intentions of this seventh-tier dragon, a potential trap. Yet, if he chose not to enter, with Ao Qian's seventh-tier power, escaping might also prove difficult. Curse it. If it is fortune, it will not bring misfortune. If it is misfortune, I cannot evade it. At worst, I shall confront him head-on. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yao gritted his teeth and resolved to enter and investigate, for he might glean useful information from Ao Qian. Thus, he swam towards the enormous stone door. Upon crossing the threshold, the surrounding seawater vanished instantly, and the pressure shield around him burst open. Zhou Yao offered an awkward smile and casually dispelled the water barrier enveloping him. Upon entering the grand hall, Zhou Yao was immediately awestruck by the opulence before him. The cave was adorned splendidly, with various luminous pearls embedded in the walls, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. Rare treasures were displayed all around, radiating ethereal light. Zhou Yao surveyed his surroundings, only to find that these were mere ordinary items devoid of practical use, causing his interest to wane. At the center of the cave stood a massive stone platform, upon which sat a dragon chair, symbolizing supreme authority. Facing the stone door of the hall, who knows from where it was seized? To the right of the platform lay a colossal dark azure spirit dragon, soundly asleep. Overcome by curiosity, Zhou Yao stealthily employed his probing technique to examine this dragon. It was indeed a spirit dragon of the same type. Yet unlike the one that had transformed into a middle-aged man, this one possessed merely the peak strength of the sixth tier. After inspecting its attributes, Zhou Yao dismissed it from his mind, for he believed he could easily handle this sixth-tier dragon with his own power. The more pressing concern was the seventh-tier spirit dragon eyeing him intently. To the left of the stone platform was a mound of coins and a plethora of resplendent golden ornaments. The seventh-tier spirit dragon settled beside a small tea table next to the stone platform, gesturing for Zhou Yao to sit as well. "Please, young friend, take a seat and sample my treasured spirit tea," it invited. Zhou Yao cautiously sat down, his gaze never straying from the creature's form, his vigilance intensifying. Once seated, he suppressed his inner unease and respectfully addressed the seventh-tier spirit dragon. "I am Zhou Yao, and I would like to know how to address you, esteemed senior." The seventh-tier spirit dragon tilted its head slightly, a hint of pride gleaming in its eyes as it replied slowly, "I am named Yao, and I have been cultivating in this cave for several centuries." Noticing that Zhou Yao had not touched the teacup on the table, Yao did not mind. It lifted the cup, took a gentle sip, and continued, "Young friend Zhou Yao, you must be an adventurer from another world. Am I correct?" Zhou Yao was taken aback, unsure how this seventh-tier beast could discern that he did not belong to this realm. However, Zhou Yao did not deny it. He merely nodded noncommittally. Yao was unconcerned and continued to address Zhou Yao, inquiring whether his visit to this place was specifically to gather these elusive grasses. Upon hearing Yao's question, Zhou Yao nodded and replied, "Indeed, I was unaware that you were cultivating here. If you require these elusive grasses, I will be more than willing to offer them all to you." Yao narrowed his eyes slightly, regarding Zhou Yao with keen interest. After a moment, a knowing smile graced his face as he remarked, "You are quite perceptive, young friend. However, I have no need for these elusive grasses. It seems you must have a special reason for gathering them. Zhou Yao felt a tightening in his chest, but maintained his composure, responding, Senior, to speak candidly. I have heard that the elusive essence pill aids in breaking through bottlenecks, and these elusive grasses are the primary material for its refinement, which is why I have taken the risk to gather them. Yi Ao regarded Zhou Yao with a smirk, seemingly aware that Zhou Yao's words did not fully reflect his heart. He refrained from exposing this and continued. Do you know how many hidden secrets lie within this distant oceanic realm? Take, for instance, the elusive grasses you are collecting. They may appear to be ordinary spiritual herbs, but they possess an extraordinary origin. Zhou Yao felt a pang of concern, yet feigned calmness as he inquired. Oh, I would be grateful for your enlightenment, Senior. Yi Ao smiled faintly, a glimmer of reminiscence flashing in his eyes as he began to recount. Legend has it that during ancient times, a fierce battle between gods and demons raged in the deep sea. The ferocity of the conflict changed the color of the heavens, reducing countless lands and islands to ashes, sinking them to the ocean floor. Many renowned powerhouses from both sides perished, leading to significant losses for both factions, compelling them to cease hostilities and negotiate peace. In the aftermath, this body of water retained numerous mysterious powers. The elusive grasses thrived by absorbing a fragment of this unique spiritual energy, allowing them to grow. They are not only rare materials for refining high-tier pills, but also serve as key catalysts for unlocking certain enigmatic locations. After sharing these legends in one breath, Yi Ao picked up the teacup from the table and took another delicate sip. Zhou Yao was internally astonished, realizing that the elusive grasses held such incredible origins. Senior, you have cultivated here for many years. You must be aware of the properties of these elusive grasses, correct? Zhou Yao's curiosity was piqued once more, and he feigned indifference as he casually asked. Upon hearing Zhou Yao's inquiry, Yi Ao's eyes sparkled with delight as he responded. The energy contained within this herb can activate the protective barriers of a hidden relic. Within that relic lie countless opportunities, be it rare treasures, pills, or ancient martial arts. Observing the curious gaze Zhou Yao cast upon him, Yi Ao continued, Yet, for many years, the necessary divine and demonic energies to unlock the relic have been elusive, until you arrived in this oceanic realm. Divine energy? Demonic energy? What are these forces? What do they have to do with me? Zhou Yao asked, somewhat puzzled. As he pressed for clarification, Yi Ao gazed at Zhou Yao's bewildered expression and, upon hearing his questions, patiently began to explain once more. The relic I speak of is the fateful battleground where the deities and demons of ancient times clashed in a cataclysmic confrontation, resulting in their mutual demise. It is only through the confluence of divine essence and demonic energy, forming a medium of potent energy, that one may navigate the chaotic array woven from the intricate interplay of these two formidable forces. Moreover, it necessitates the simultaneous invocation of both divine and demonic powers in perfect harmony to unravel the tumultuous vortex that ensues. In this present moment, there exists no one more suited than you, young friend, for these energies reside within you. Zhou Yao was taken aback, realizing the profound significance of the subtle breath grass. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Esteemed elder, given the importance of this relic, it must surely be fraught with peril, correct? Chapter 92. Adair imprisomente Yao. His expression grave, nodded and remarked, Indeed, it is said that the ruins are the site of an ancient powerhouse's demise. While countless opportunities await, there exist numerous traps and guardian beasts. A moment's carelessness may lead to one's utter annihilation. However, should one manage to seize the opportunities within, their strength could be significantly enhanced. Young friend, you are the key to unlocking these restrictions. Would you consider accompanying me? If we achieve success, I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly. Zhou Yao hesitated. On one hand, the allure of the opportunities within the ruins was undeniably enticing and would greatly benefit his cultivation journey. On the other hand, the inherent dangers necessitated careful contemplation. After a moment of silence, he replied, Senior, this matter is of great importance. Allow me to deliberate further. After all, it pertains to life and death, and I trust you will understand. Yao smiled faintly, though a shadow flickered in his gaze. He then said, "It is only prudent for you to be cautious." "Very well, take your time to consider. I can share some tales regarding the ruins to aid your contemplation." The ruins are divided into 3 layers. The outer layer is fraught with traps and mechanisms. The middle layer is guarded by formidable beasts, while the innermost layer is said to conceal the core of the ancient powerhouse's legacy. What exactly lies within remains unknown, but it is certain that the deeper one ventures, the greater the peril and the potential rewards. Zhou Yao keenly sensed the fleeting malice in Yao's eyes, causing his heart to tighten instinctively. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor and responded, "Since you have put it that way, I shall require a day to ponder. By this time tomorrow, I will provide you with a definitive answer." Yao nodded in acknowledgement without opposition and suggested, "In that case, young friend, you may stay in my abode for the day." Inwardly, Zhou Yao cursed the old wretch, yet he quickly regained his composure. "Very well, since he seeks something from me, he likely would not dare to harm me easily. As long as I remain vigilant and do not fall into his traps, I should be fine." With this thought, Zhou Yao nodded in agreement to Yao's proposal. Seeing this, Yao smiled and led Zhou Yao to a concealed door behind a stone platform. With a gentle push, the stone door slowly creaked open. Yao turned to Zhou Yao and said, "Young friend Zhou Yao, rest here for the day. Later, I shall host a banquet in your honor, and I hope you will grace me with your presence." Zhou Yao clasped his fists in polite acknowledgement, responding, "Senior's hospitality is overwhelming. How could I decline? I will certainly attend punctually." With that, Zhou Yao stepped decisively through the stone door into the room beyond. Upon entering, Zhou Yao surveyed his surroundings. The chamber was modest yet exquisitely adorned, furnished with a stone bed and stone table, while luminous pearls embedded in the walls emitted a gentle glow. After closing the door behind him and inspecting the room for any anomalies, he turned to sit on the stone bed, remaining acutely aware and vigilant. Given that he was known as an adventurer from another world, it was audacious of Yao to leave him alone in this room. If that old mud loach dares to harbor any malicious intent, I shall make you understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Zhou Yao seethed inwardly. Subsequently, he accessed the friend system and sent a message to Dazhuang. "Dazhuang, once you arrive at the resource island, do not rush into action. There are still several 5th-tier demon beasts on the island that you, with your current strength, cannot contend with. You and Li Daong must quickly enhance your abilities and await my return." With that, Zhou Yao ended the communication. Then, Zhou Yao silently chanted in his mind, "6th-tier inner elixir, refined the windwalk pill." Ding! The elixir was successfully crafted. 6th-tier inner elixir. 1. Windwalk grass 2. Congratulations on acquiring the windwalk pill, mysterious grade, X4. Ding! Successfully triggered the double fortune talent. Congratulations on acquiring the windwalk pill, mysterious grade, X8. Utilizing the 6th-tier inner elixir, he continued the refinement. Ding! The elixir was successfully crafted. 6th-tier inner elixir. 1. Windwalk grass 2. Congratulations on acquiring the windwalk pill, mysterious grade, X3. Ding! Successfully triggered the double fortune talent. Congratulations on acquiring the windwalk pill, mysterious grade, X6. From now on, he primarily focused on observing a single mysterious grade windwalk pill before him. Windwalk pill, mysterious grade, consuming it grants 200 agility. Dare to provoke me? Instantly enhancing his agility by 2,800 points with such terrifying swiftness. He could easily outpace that old mud loach, Yao, forming an absolute advantage in speed. At least, that was Zhou Yao's belief. Next, Zhou Yao continued to furtively refine several basic elixirs until he had exhausted all 8 5th-tier inner elixirs in his possession. From those 8 5th-tier inner elixirs, Zhou Yao had successfully crafted 32 yellow grade strength pills and 30 yellow grade windwalk pills. His gaze fixated on the elixirs in his hands, revealing a calm and resolute demeanor. He did not consume the elixirs immediately, but instead placed all of them into his backpack. At this moment, Zhou Yao harbored a singular thought: to await the old scoundrel Yao to make the first move. As soon as Yao showed any sign of action, he would swiftly consume all the elixirs in his backpack. Surely, with the overwhelming potency of dozens of elixirs erupting at once, he would deliver a fatal blow to that old man. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yao ceased to dwell on it further. He sat cross-legged upon the stone bed, his expression grave, and his hands gradually formed seals. He began to cultivate the enigmatic soul-devouring classic technique. The air within the room seemed to freeze in an instant, a faintly sinister aura quietly spreading. Zhou Yao tightly closed his eyes, carefully guiding the flow of spiritual power within him according to the unique methods recorded in the classic, ultimately converging it towards his soul. When the spiritual power touched the hidden power of the underworld lurking in the void, an icy sensation surged through his body, as if countless tiny ice needles were incessantly piercing his soul. Beads of sweat dotted Zhou Yao's forehead, rolling down his cheeks. Yet he gritted his teeth, and with unwavering will, he endeavored to integrate the underworld power into his spiritual energy. Gradually, the spiritual energy within Zhou Yao transformed from its original translucent state, interspersed with threads of golden light, to a current condition where the golden hue was now intertwined with strands of dark aura. These three elements continuously clashed, entwined, and merged with one another. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, Zhou Yao, drenched in sweat, opened his eyes. At this moment, his gaze had sharpened significantly, a remarkable result following the operation of the netherworld soul-devouring technique for an entire cycle. Zhou Yao distinctly sensed that his power had grown more formidable. It was not merely an increase in attributes, but rather that within him, a chilling essence of sinister energy had emerged. With just a few more cycles, the netherworld soul-devouring technique would ascend to its second tier. As Zhou Yao felt the harmonious flow of his spiritual energy and the dark aura within, he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Chapter 93. The plan as dusk descended. Yao appeared before the stone door, where Zhou Yao awaited. Almost simultaneously, Zhou Yao opened the stone door and stepped into the hall. Their eyes met, and while a myriad of thoughts swirled within, both wore perfectly measured smiles on their faces. They then proceeded to the stone table at the heart of the hall. Upon the modest stone table lay an array of vibrant spiritual fruits, each glistening with an inviting sheen, clearly brimming with abundant spiritual energy. In addition, several flasks of spiritual liquid and wine were artfully arranged, emanating an enticing aroma. Not far from them, a colossal 6-tier spirit python curled like a small hill, its eyes tightly shut and breathing steady, oblivious to the presence of the two visitors. Yao seemed to notice the glances Zhou Yao cast towards the 6-tier spirit serpent and smiled gently, saying, "This is my son. Due to the demands of his cultivation, he has exhausted himself and is currently rather drowsy, so do not mind him. Young friend Zhou Yao, please take a seat." With that, Yao gestured invitingly towards Zhou Yao. Internally contemplating, Zhou Yao maintained a composed exterior and politely replied, "I appreciate your kindness, senior." He then gracefully made his way to one side of the stone table and seated himself. Once seated, the two exchanged pleasantries, subtly probing each other through their conversation. Yao wore a warm smile and casually picked up a spiritual fruit, taking a hearty bite. The crisp sound of his chewing resonated, and the released spiritual energy swiftly permeated the air, the alluring scent causing Zhou Yao to feel a twinge of impatience. Consequently, Zhou Yao reached for a crimson-hued spiritual fruit and took a gentle bite. Instantly, a rich wave of spiritual energy exploded in his mouth, cascading down his throat and invigorating his entire being. He felt a sudden clarity in his mind and inadvertently glanced at his attribute panel. To his astonishment, he discovered that merely consuming this single fruit had elevated his spiritual attribute by over 100 points. Quite a generous offering indeed, Zhou Yao mused inwardly. However, peculiarly, despite the increase in attributes, the usual system notification did not sound as it typically would. Although puzzled, Zhou Yao attributed it to the unique nature of the spiritual fruit and chose not to delve deeper. While deep in thought, he expressed heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Such precious spiritual fruits, senior, it is truly overwhelming for me to be so generously allowed to partake." With that, Zhou Yao raised his gaze to Yao, his eyes reflecting a blend of humility and curiosity. Yao, observing the expression on Zhou Yao's face, felt a surge of satisfaction within, though he maintained an earnest demeanor. Casually luring, these spiritual fruits were all harvested from the outskirts of that ruin. He spoke while keenly observing Zhou Yao's reaction. Feeling a stir of interest, Zhou Yao kept his composure, slightly furrowing his brows as he feigned hesitation. Senior, that ruin sounds perilous. Though I am intrigued, I fear my abilities may fall short and jeopardize significant matters. Yao hurriedly waved his hand with a smile, saying, Young friend, there is no need for concern. With your talent and strength, as long as we join forces, we shall undoubtedly seize countless opportunities within the ruins. Moreover, I possess extensive experience in treasure hunting and will ensure your safety. Zhou Yao silently scoffed, thinking to himself that the greatest danger in the ruins would likely be this old mud eel. Although he understood that Yao sought to exploit him to access the ruins, he was nonetheless quite tempted by the treasures within. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Yao feigned being swayed and replied, Since you are so confident, I am willing to accompany you. However, we must agree in advance on how the treasures obtained in the ruins will be divided. Upon hearing Zhou Yao's words, a fleeting glimmer of shrewdness sparkled in Yao's eyes, followed by a hearty laugh as he confidently declared, Naturally, we shall divide them equally. I, Yao, have always prided myself on fairness. However, should we come across the dragon transformation herb, it shall belong solely to me. Having said that, he fixed his gaze intently on Zhou Yao, seemingly awaiting his response. Zhou Yao mused to himself, realizing that the very name of the dragon transformation herb indicated its immense value to the dragon clan. To think that this old mud eel believed he could take advantage of him was laughable. Thus, Zhou Yao feigned hesitation, slightly furrowing his brow as he said, Elder, I have heard that the dragon transformation herb is extraordinarily precious. Surely, the other treasures within the ruins pale in comparison. Noting Zhou Yao's implication of wanting a share of the dragon transformation herb, Yao's expression shifted slightly. His brow furrowed, and a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes as he remarked, The dragon transformation herb is exceedingly rare and invaluable to our dragon kin. Yet to you humans, it is merely an ordinary herb. Why must you contend with me over it, young friend? As Yao spoke, he scrutinized Zhou Yao, attempting to glean insights from his expression. Zhou Yao, while feigning indecision, slowly replied, Though your words hold merit, I too harbor a keen interest in the dragon transformation herb. I have heard it has remarkable efficacy for cultivating certain unique techniques. Might you consider parting with it? Zhou Yao gazed at Yao with sincerity, his words a blend of softness and firmness, indicating that he was not one to be easily trifled with. Yao felt a surge of anger within, but refrained from expressing it. If he were to clash with Zhou Yao now, their plan to seek the dragon transformation herb in the ruins would surely fail. After a moment's contemplation, Yao suppressed his rage and donned a congenial smile, proposing, How about this, young friend? Once we enter the ruins, aside from the dragon transformation herb, you may select any other treasure you desire. This is my utmost concession. Yao calculated in his mind, convinced that once Zhou Yao agreed and they breached the barriers to enter the ruins, he would easily manage a mere human at the initial stage of the 6th realm. Zhou Yao seemed to perceive the intentions of this 7th realm spirit dragon and calmly replied, Elder, I understand the significance of the dragon transformation herb to your clan. I am not one to be insatiable. I shall defer to your wishes. Having spoken, Zhou Yao pretended to bow slightly to Yao. Upon hearing Zhou Yao's response, the tension that had gripped Yao's heart finally dissipated. A satisfied smile graced his face as he raised his wine cup and addressed Zhou Yao, saying, Then it is settled, my young friend Zhou Yao. Do indulge in the taste of my spirit wine. With that, Yao gently swirled the cup in his hand, savoring the rich aroma of the emerald-hued spirit, and drank it in one swift motion. Yet, he maintained his composure, smiling as he lifted the cup before him and remarked, Such exquisite wine. How could a junior like myself possibly refuse to taste it? Chapter 94. Soaring on the dragon, Zhou Yao brought the wine cup close to his nose, gently inhaling its rich aroma, which instantly invigorated his senses. Although he detected no issues with the spirit wine, he refrained from drinking it immediately. Instead, he feigned admiration, saying, Senior, this spirit wine is truly exceptional. Merely by its fragrance one can discern its rarity. However, my cultivation method is rather unique, and I must abstain from alcohol. I hope you can understand, esteemed senior. After speaking, Zhou Yao cast an apologetic glance at Yao. A fleeting look of disappointment flickered in Yao's eyes. But he quickly regained his enthusiastic demeanor, laughing heartily. No worries, no worries. In that case, young friend, indulge in more spirit fruits. With that, he placed the wine cup back on the table. After Zhou Yao consumed another spirit fruit, a wave of rich spiritual energy spread through his body, revitalizing him. He turned to Yao and inquired, "May I ask when the esteemed senior plans to set off? Will it be just the two of us on this expedition to the ruins?" Yao smiled faintly, his gaze drifting to the slumbering sixth-tier spirit dragon nearby, stating, "I will be bringing my son along. Although he appears to be in a deep slumber now, once we reach the ruins, he will undoubtedly prove invaluable at critical moments. As for our departure, time is of the essence. We shall set off tomorrow morning." Zhou Yao felt a stir in his heart as he glanced at the massive spirit dragon, nodding in agreement. "That sounds good. With the esteemed senior and your son accompanying me, I feel much more at ease. However, I wonder if your son will be able to recover from this lethargy by tomorrow morning?" Yao waved his hand confidently, assuring, "Do not worry, young friend. My son's cultivation method is unique. Although he experiences drowsiness after each training session, he recovers swiftly. By tomorrow morning, we will not delay our journey." After finalizing their plans for departure the next day, Zhou Yao did not linger in the hall. He engaged in light conversation with Yao before politely taking his leave and returning to the stone chamber. The stone chamber was tranquil and silent, illuminated only by the soft glow of the luminous pearl on the wall. Zhou Yao secured the stone door and turned to the bedside, once again sitting cross-legged. He slowly closed his eyes, swiftly entering the meditative state of his cultivation method, the Yin Ming Soul Devouring Classic. A night passed without incident. The following morning, Zhou Yao, invigorated from a night of cultivation, arrived in the hall. He found Yao already waiting, with the colossal sixth-tier spirit dragon hovering in the center of the hall. It is worth noting that typically, only seventh-tier beasts possess the ability to fly, yet this rule seems not to apply to the dragon family. They are innately capable of soaring through the air, a trait that Zhou Yao greatly envied. Moreover, beasts that reach the seventh tier and take on human form enter the ranks of high-tier beasts. The massive eyes of the spirit dragon scrutinized Zhou Yao, exuding an air of both inspection and arrogance. Zhou Yao felt a surge of displeasure at the dragon's gaze. Internally, he cursed, "This little mudfish. If it weren't for the potential repercussions, I'd roast you right now." Yet, Zhou Yao maintained his composure, subtly turning his head away to avoid further eye contact with the spirit dragon. Yao seemed to sense a slight shift in the atmosphere and, smiling, attempted to ease the tension by saying, "Young friend Zhou Yao, do not take offense. This child, Chen'er, is merely a bit proud and means no harm. We must unite our efforts as we journey to the ruins." As he spoke, he shot a fierce glare at the sixth-tier spirit dragon. Upon meeting Yao's gaze, the spirit dragon, known as Chen'er, ceased to look towards Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao forced a smile and replied, "Senior, you overstate the matter. How can I take it to heart? It would be wise for us to set off at once." Yao nodded with a smile and remarked, "Young friend, it seems you are not yet able to fly. Perhaps Chen'er could carry you for a while?" Inwardly, Zhou Yao bristled, thinking, "How ostentatious of you to flaunt your ability to fly, mocking my inability." However, he did not let his feelings show. He clasped his hands towards Yi Chun and said, "Then I shall rely on Brother Chun." The sixth-tier spirit dragon cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Yao and, under Yao's watchful eye, reluctantly lowered itself to the ground. Zhou Yin, seeing this, wasted no time and leaped onto the dragon's neck, seizing the tufts of fur at its throat. As Yao observed Zhou Yao's readiness, he waved his hand, and the massive stone door thunderously swung open. Following this, Yao lightly swayed his form and began to float upward, one person and one dragon soaring towards the depths of the ocean. Upon passing through the stone door, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. A layer of transparent energy shield suddenly enveloped both Zhou Yao and the dragon. This shield radiated a soft glow, isolating them from the surrounding water, with a considerable distance between the water barrier and their bodies. Zhou Yao watched in astonishment, secretly comparing it to his own water-repelling pearl. This ability was indeed far superior to the pearl. It appeared that these native beasts possessed remarkable prowess. The massive form of the sixth-tier spirit dragon gradually emerged from the ocean surface, water cascading off its colossal scales, shimmering under the sunlight. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, Yi Chun ascended swiftly into the sky with Zhou Yao on his back. Their speed was such that even the air was sliced, creating visible ripples. Meanwhile, Yi Ao, with hands clasped behind his back and an expression of calm indifference, leisurely followed in the wake of the spirit dragon, also ascending into the heavens. Zhou Yao observed this scene, pondering. Indeed, the dragon clan possesses extraordinary strength. Their ability to fly is quite formidable. Moments later, Yi Chun ceased his upward ascent, his grand form turning slightly in midair before darting in a specific direction. Zhou Yao sat securely upon Yi Chun's back, as the sixth-tier spirit dragon navigated through the clouds with ease. As Yi Chun accelerated, breaking through layer after layer of clouds, the wind howled past Zhou Yao's ears. The clouds swiftly brushing by, and the exhilarating sensation quickened his heartbeat. A wave of envy washed over him as he marveled at the dragon clan's innate gifts. To soar through the skies without external aid, relying solely on one's own instincts, was a feeling he greatly yearned for. He contemplated the countless hardships he had endured on his path to cultivation, striving to enhance his strength, while the dragon clan seemed to be born upon a lofty pedestal, endowed with enviable and formidable innate talents. Nevertheless, a fervent resolve ignited within Zhou Yao's heart. He silently vowed to seek out opportunities within the ruins, determined to elevate his prowess to the seventh tier, enabling him to soar freely through the realms. With such complex emotions swirling within, Zhou Yao grasped tightly the scales on Yi Chun's neck, his gaze fixed ahead, eagerly anticipating the unknown challenges that awaited him in the ruins. Chapter 95. The beginning of breaking the ban with the terrifying flight speed of Yi Chun, who had reached the pinnacle of the sixth stage. They soared through the sky like a shooting star for nearly 2 hours before finally arriving at their destination, a vast island. Zhou Yao stood atop Yi Chun's back, gazing downwards. This island, roughly estimated to span an area of 7,000 to 8,000 square kilometers, was a sight to behold from above. The landscape was adorned with lush greenery, hills rolling like a slumbering giant dragon resting upon the earth. There were no signs of human activity anywhere on the island. Only an occasional flicker of low-tier beasts could be sensed, rendering the place exceptionally tranquil. A sudden impulse surged within Zhou Yao, prompting him to activate his heavenly eye talent. In an instant, an invisible force radiated from him, enveloping the entire island. Under the scrutiny of the heavenly eye, nothing on the island could hide. He first spotted several scattered mineral deposits, and deep beneath the center north of the island, it appeared as though countless treasures lay concealed. Zhou Yao's heart leapt with joy, yet he remained discreetly vigilant. Observing Zhou Yao's curious demeanor, Yi Ao chuckled and remarked, "Young friend Zhou Yao, is this very island? The entrance to the ruins lies at its center. However, the entrance is shrouded in numerous chaotic prohibitions, requiring the synergy of both your divine and demonic powers for a smooth entry. The opportunities within these ruins are boundless. If we can enter, we are sure to return laden with treasures." Excitement and anticipation sparkled in Yi Ao's eyes, as if the treasures within were already within reach. Zhou Yao felt a stirring within, yet maintained a composed facade, furrowing his brow slightly. "Senior, could you elaborate on how to combine these divine and demonic powers as you mentioned?" Yi Ao patted Zhou Yao's shoulder, explaining with a warm smile, "Do not worry. Young friend, I have studied these ruins for quite some time and know the method to unravel the prohibitions. You need only release your divine and demonic powers in harmony with my guiding spirit energy as I attempt to dispel the prohibitions. And together we shall dissolve the chaotic currents. If we coordinate properly, there will be no issues." Though Yi Ao's smile seemed sincere, Zhou Yao sensed a hint of concealment. Taking a deep breath, he pondered for a moment before stating, "Since you are so confident, I am willing to give it a try. However, I must ask you to be forthright. Are there any other hidden dangers within these ruins apart from the known risks? I am not inclined to take risks under unknown circumstances." Zhou Yao's gaze was intense as he scrutinized Yi Ao's expression for clues. Yi Ao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Young friend, you are indeed perceptive. To speak candidly, you may be overly concerned. As long as we proceed with caution, these matters are not to be feared. Despite Yao's reassuring words, Zhou Yao's doubts lingered. Zhou Yao nodded, stating, "If that is the case, then, senior, let us commence our endeavor." Upon hearing Zhou Yao's response, Yao smiled and remarked, "Indeed, young friend Zhou Yao, your straightforward nature is commendable." Subsequently, he turned to Yi Chun, who was beneath Zhou Yao, and said, "Chun, let us descend." With that, he swiftly propelled himself towards the island. Following the instruction, Yi Chun executed a dramatic somersault in mid-air, conjuring a tempest, and then plummeted towards the ground like a small mountain. Zhou Yao lay steadily on Yi Chun's back, feeling the fierce winds rush past him, while his mind wandered, contemplating various thoughts as he watched Yao's figure recede into the distance. Yi Chun did not decelerate. Its massive form crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Yao awaited at the side, observing as Zhou Yao leapt down from Yi Chun's back. He remarked, "Young friend, we are now close to the entrance of the ruins. Let us proceed." Zhou Yao nodded, refraining from further comment, and the trio ventured towards the mountain range ahead. With remarkable ease, they arrived at the entrance of a highly concealed cave. Zhou Yao scrutinized the cave and its surroundings, yet after a moment of examination, he found no anomalies. Thus, he inquired with a hint of confusion, "Senior, is this truly the entrance to the ruins you spoke of?" Yao, with a tranquil expression, nodded in affirmation without elaborating, then unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, which shot forth towards the cave. Just as the azure energy needle was about to penetrate the cave, a gentle luminescent barrier suddenly manifested out of thin air. The barrier effortlessly deflected Yao's spiritual force, causing it to vanish as if it had sunk into the sea. Subsequently, the barrier disappeared as abruptly as it had appeared, restoring the cave's surroundings to their previous tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Witnessing this, Zhou Yao was internally astonished. The entrance to the ruins was cleverly concealed, and without Yao's knowledge of its intricacies, an ordinary person would find it nearly impossible to detect. He gazed at Yao with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, awaiting further elucidation. Yao seemed to perceive Zhou Yao's thoughts and spoke. "This barrier is the first layer of the restrictions guarding the entrance to the ruins. To gain entry, one must decipher this barrier." As he spoke, Yao redirected his gaze towards the cave, a hint of gravity evident in his expression. Yi Chun, growing impatient, flicked its tail and fixated its enormous eyes on the cave, emitting a low growl, seemingly urging Yao to hasten his actions. Yao shot a glare at Yi Chun and instructed, "In a moment, I will collaborate with young friend Zhou Yao to break the barrier. You shall remain at the cave's entrance." Yao slightly narrowed his eyes, reaching into his robe to retrieve several sprigs of luminescent spiritual grass, known as concealment grass. Handling the delicate plants with care, he placed them in his palm and channeled his spiritual energy into them. Immediately, the concealment grass radiated brightly, its previously faint energy swelling rapidly. Zhou Yao, taken aback by Yao's actions, marveled inwardly, "Wow, I never knew concealment grass could be utilized in such a manner. This is truly enlightening." Seizing the opportune moment, Yao hurled the concealment grass towards the barrier. Upon contact, the grass unleashed a formidable suction force. The brilliance on the luminous screen was unexpectedly distorted by an unseen force, revealing several areas of anomalous energy fluctuations. Yao's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, he took action once more. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, unleashing streams of spiritual energy that shot like arrows towards the vulnerabilities on the screen. The spiritual energy resonated with the gravitational pull induced by the elusive herb, causing the luminous screen to tremble violently, its radiance flickering erratically. Zhou Yao observed intently from the side, sensing that the screen was in an exceedingly unstable state, as if it were on the verge of shattering completely in the next moment. Chapter 96. Turning face as Yao relentlessly attacked the energy fissure. Ancient runes suddenly materialized upon the luminous screen. These runes flickered with an enigmatic radiance, seemingly attempting to mend the energy structure ravaged by the subtle breath grass. Yao's heart tightened, fully aware of the urgency. Should the runes succeed in their repairs, all his prior efforts would be rendered futile. Gritting his teeth, he intensified the output of his spiritual energy. The spiritual force within Zhou Yao surged forth like a tidal wave, engaging in a fierce contest against the restorative power emanating from the runes. In an instant, the cavern was illuminated as if it were daylight, with spiritual energy spilling forth and radiance dazzling all around. The glow of the runes intensified, clashing with Zhou Yao's spiritual energy and producing a cascade of brilliant sparks, echoing the resounding tumult of their conflict within the cavern. After a moment of stalemate, Zhou Yao suddenly stamped his foot, his aura surging dramatically. He then concentrated all his spiritual energy between his palms, launching it towards the energy fissure on the luminous screen like a cannonball. This strike encapsulated the entirety of Zhou Yao's strength, while the suction force generated by the subtle breath grass reached its zenith, converging with Zhou Yao's spiritual energy to create a formidable synergy that violently assailed the luminous screen. The runes upon the screen flickered wildly, as if engaged in a final struggle. Yet, despite this frenzy, the tenacious runes continued to resist the fierce onslaught directed by Zhou Yao's control over the subtle breath grass. Observing the runes' steadfast defiance, a flicker of resolve flashed in Zhou Yao's eyes. In that critical moment, he focused his thoughts, summoning an ancient talisman that emanated a primal aura into his hand. Resembling a compass, this artifact was adorned with intricate, mysterious engravings that pulsed with a faint glow. As Zhou Yao infused his spiritual energy into the talisman, it instantly radiated with brilliance, projecting strange beams of light that interwove into a vast luminescent net, enveloping the runes upon the luminous screen. As the net passed, the radiance of the runes was suppressed, their flickering frequency noticeably diminishing. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yao once again urged his internal spiritual energy, harmonizing it with the suction of the subtle breath grass and the power of the talisman, forming an even mightier offensive to strike once more at the luminous screen. Under the impact of this triad of forces, the brilliance of the runes finally began to show signs of collapse. Their glow gradually dimmed, with some runes dissipating into the ether. As the runes shattered, cracks appeared upon the transparent screen, threatening to rend it asunder at any moment. However, just as victory seemed within reach, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A golden and black mingled luminescent screen abruptly emerged from thin air, replacing the crumbling Fade, now standing as a barrier before them. This newly formed screen exuded an unsettling aura, the golden and black luminescence intertwining and swirling, imbued with boundless mysterious power. The surface of this sudden manifestation rippled like water, each undulation emanating a powerful sense of oppression that made the surrounding air tremble in response. Zhou Yao beheld the newly unveiled luminescent screen, not with anger, but with unbridled joy. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he turned to Zhou Yao and exclaimed loudly, "Young friend Zhou Yao, the moment has arrived. Act swiftly." Zhou Yao, not one to hesitate, promptly retrieved the nether blade from his backpack. Firmly grasping the blade, he immediately summoned the energy within him. The spiritual power, interwoven with strands of golden radiance and a hint of dark energy, surged into the nether blade. As the tricolored energy permeated the blade, the ethereal glow intensified, the golden and dark energies entwining around the blade, resonating with a faint roaring sound. Meanwhile, Zhou Yao endeavored to maintain the infusion of energy from the tranquil herb and the compass. Zhou Yao took a deep breath, raised the infused netherblade high, and struck fiercely at the two-colored luminescent screen. A massive blade of light, imbued with golden and dark energies, soared forth like a streak of black lightning, cleaving through the air with a destructive force aimed at the screen. Upon impact, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very cavern. The screen quivered violently, its golden and black light flashing wildly, striving to withstand the force of the blade. After a moment, the peculiar two-colored screen began to merge with the gold and black spiritual energies contained within Zhou Yao's blade, as if drawn together by invisible hands. Initially, the energies clashed, their lights flickering fiercely in a silent contest. However, as time passed, the opposition softened, and the two forces began to blend harmoniously, their radiance gradually becoming gentler. Before long, this amalgamated light faded, dissipating into the ether like wisps of smoke. In an instant, the once resplendent glow within the cavern dimmed, leaving only a relative twilight. The air was filled with faint ripples of spiritual energy, as if recounting the breathtaking clash of power that had just transpired. Zhou Yao stood there, one hand gripping the blade, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath, appearing visibly drained. Nonetheless, a faint smile adorned his face. Witnessing the dissolution of the luminescent screen, Yao's expression transformed to one of ecstatic delight. He raised his hand, sending a wisp of spiritual energy into the depths of the cavern. The energy he released sped towards the depths unimpeded. Observing this, Yao's demeanor changed abruptly. Narrowing his eyes, he cast a fierce glare at Zhou Yao, who stood nearby with a nether blade in hand. His gaze was akin to that of a ravenous wolf fixated on its prey, as if ready to pounce without hesitation. The atmosphere thickened with tension, an invisible pressure weighing heavily in the air. Zhou Yao's expression shifted as he sensed the change. His vigilance heightened as he tightened his grip on the nether blade, its ethereal glow flickering unpredictably in the dim cavern. Meeting Yao's penetrating gaze, Zhou Yao inquired, "Senior, what do you intend? Do you mean to eliminate me now that I have served my purpose?" Yao scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "Zhou Yao, do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions for visiting my abode? You merely seek to slay Chan Air and acquire the demon core. However, you did not anticipate my presence within that cave." Upon having his intentions exposed by Yao, Zhou Yao chose to abandon pretense and spoke candidly. "I never thought that you, old mud loach, would be so astute. This is indeed my plan, but I did not foresee the unexpected delight that would arise." Yao, taken aback by Zhou Yao's unabashed admission, quickly regained his composure and retorted with fury. "I initially believed you to be nothing more than a pawn to be exploited, yet you have proven to be far more enigmatic. Now that the barrier has shattered, the treasures within this relic are destined to be mine, and you shall not partake in any share." With that, Yao's spiritual energy surged violently around him, a formidable aura emanating forth, signaling that a fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 97. The fierce battle at the cave entrance. A cold smile played on Yao's lips as he took the initiative to strike. "Zhou Yao, you are not worthy to lay claim to this treasure of the ruins." As his words fell, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, and his spiritual energy surged forth like a raging tide, coalescing into a rich essence of wood attribute. Before him, numerous thick vines sprouted rapidly, their surfaces bristling with sharp thorns, launching themselves fiercely at Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao's heart tightened, and he dared not show any signs of negligence. He quickly channeled his spiritual energy into the nether blade, allowing the chilling black glow to swirl along its edge. With a powerful thrust of his feet against the ground, he shot forth like a bolt of black lightning towards the vines, simultaneously swinging the nether blade to unleash a black blade of light. The black blade collided violently with the vines in midair, producing a thunderous explosion. The force of the impact radiated outward from the point of collision, causing rocks at the cave's entrance to crumble and dust to swirl about. The vines were cleaved in two, but the severed portions continued to writhe. Zhou Yao felt an overwhelming force assail him, his arm going numb as he was involuntarily propelled backward several yards, carving a deep trench in the ground before stabilizing his stance. "Is that all you've got?" Yao scoffed disdainfully, seizing the moment while Zhou Yao was off balance to launch another assault. He swiftly changed his hand seals, causing more vines to erupt from the earth, intertwining to form a massive net that descended upon Zhou Yao. With a grave expression, Zhou Yao quickly sidestepped to evade. The vine net brushed past his garments, leaving a series of gashes from its sharp thorns. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yao rolled away, increasing the distance between himself and Yao. He then summoned his internal spiritual energy, which surged wildly towards the nether blade, intensifying its ghostly radiance. "Damn it, old slippery eel, you celebrate too soon," Zhou Yao shouted angrily, swinging the nether blade once more. A flurry of black blade lights erupted from the weapon, hurtling towards Yao from various angles. The blades moved with such speed that they left behind shadows in the air. Yao frowned slightly, quickly conjuring a circle of wooden shields in his hands. The shield emitted a faint green glow, and the runes upon it shimmered as if imbued with life. The wooden shield stood firm before Yao as the black phantom blade lights collided against it, resulting in a series of thundering booms. Flames and ghostly light intertwining in a fierce clash. The black blades and the wooden shield were locked in a standoff for a moment, until Yao suddenly increased his spiritual energy output. The wooden shield glowed brightly, shattering all of Zhou Yao's blade lights. Immediately after, Yao began to move his hands in rhythmic motions, chanting incantations, causing the severed vines to regrow, now thicker and more formidable, their sharp thorns glimmering ominously as they surged towards Zhou Yao once more. Damn it! Here they come again. Zhou Yao cursed loudly, attempting to evade once more. However, he was unexpectedly ensnared by a vine that struck from the side, its sharp thorns piercing his skin and causing blood to gush forth. Damn it! Zhou Yao gritted his teeth, swinging the nether blade to sever the vine that had ensnared his arm. At that moment, the other vines seized the opportunity to encircle once more. Zhou Yao, under the relentless assault of the vines, gradually found himself at a disadvantage, new wounds appearing on his body. Youngster, I advise you to surrender. There is no escape for you today, Yao declared, slowly advancing towards Zhou Yao, his hands conjuring more vines to strike at him. Zhou Yao took a deep breath, channeling the remaining spiritual energy within him into the Yomi blade. Old mudfish, do not celebrate too soon. The outcome is not yet determined, he shouted, disregarding his pain as he charged at Yao once more. Yao, noticing this, exhibited a flicker of disdain in his eyes as his hands rapidly formed seals. Instantly, a dense thicket of thorns erupted from the ground at the cave's entrance, lunging towards Zhou Yao with ferocity. Zhou Yao's expression hardened. At the very moment the thorns were about to make contact with his body, he seized the opportunity to sidestep, evading the frontal assault of the vines while swinging the Yomi blade to cleave through a robust vine. The collision between the Yomi blade and the vine sparked a flurry of embers. The thorny bramble momentarily faltered from the impact, but quickly resumed its relentless growth. Damn it, this tenacity is truly exasperating, Zhou Yao thought as he swiftly executed the ethereal step, gliding like a specter through the thicket of thorns, rapidly closing in on Yao. Zhou Yao moved with ghostly agility, darting between the tightly clustered vines. The sharp, whistling sound of the vines grazed his garments, yet they could not touch him. With the grace afforded by the ethereal step, Zhou Yao swiftly approached Yao. In mere moments, he had navigated through the vines and stood before Yao, raising the Yomi blade high, channeling all his strength into a fierce downward strike aimed at Yao's head. The cold light emanating from the Yomi blade intensified, as if it sought to tear the very fabric of space apart. Yao reacted with remarkable speed. In that critical instant, he conjured a wooden sword. Crafted from pure wood element spiritual energy, the sword radiated a gentle, verdant glow. Come on, Yao shouted, raising the wooden sword to block the impending blow. With a resounding clash, the impact reverberated through the air. The collision of a Yomi blade and the wooden sword unleashed a powerful shockwave that spread outward from the point of contact. Zhou Yao felt a tremendous backlash travel down his arm, leaving it numb, while the skin of his palm split open, blood flowing freely. Seeing this, Yao seized the moment to deliver a powerful kick. The force of the blow struck Zhou Yao's chest like a thick tree trunk, sending him hurtling backward as if a marionette with severed strings. He crashed heavily to the ground, sliding several feet before coming to a stop. Zhou Yao struggled to rise, yet a sharp pain pierced his chest, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Despite his injuries, Zhou Yao's spirit remained unyielded, burning with an even fiercer resolve. Gritting his teeth, he endured the pain, gradually standing tall once more, his gaze fixed intently on Yao. The Yomi blade in his grip was held tighter, its cold light still flickering with determination. The old loach and the seventh-tier dragon indeed possess extraordinary strength. Zhou Yao could not help but utter a word of praise, wiping away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Though his words bore a hint of admiration, they could not conceal the bitterness within. The recent close-quarters clash had profoundly illuminated the vast chasm of power that lay between the 6th and 7th tiers. Even with his attribute potential reaching a terrifying 150, he he still appeared so fragile in the presence of the early 7th-tier Yao. In the next moment, Zhou Yao swiftly retrieved a handful of elixirs from his backpack, and without a second thought, he popped them all into his mouth. The elixirs dissolved instantly, transforming into warm currents that cascaded down his throat, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Chapter 98. A stalemate as Zhou Yao consumed the medicinal pill. A cascade of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding. Consumed power pill, yellow grade, strength 100. Ding. Consumed power pill, yellow grade, strength 100. Ding. Consumed windwalker pill, yellow grade, agility 100. However, Zhou Yao paid little heed to these notifications. Instead, he reveled in the surge of energy flooding his body. An indescribable sensation of euphoria blossoming within him. To his astonishment, he soon realized that the injuries he had sustained were healing at an astonishing rate. Fueled by this overwhelming energy, the once torn wound on his palm rapidly scabbed over, and in an instant, the scab fell away, revealing fresh skin beneath. In mere moments, Zhou Yao felt rejuvenated, his strength significantly amplified. He even sensed that his current prowess was now on par with Yao's. As he embraced the exhilarating flow of power coursing through his veins, his gaze sharpened, locking onto Yao, who stood not far away, silent and resolute. In the next heartbeat, Zhou Yao stomped the ground with ferocity, causing it to shatter explosively, fissures radiating outward from his center. Like a black cannonball, he launched himself toward Yao. Although Yao observed Zhou Yao consume the pill and witnessed the miraculous healing of his wounds, he remained supremely confident in his own abilities, dismissing Zhou Yao's actions as desperate flailing. In Yao's eyes, Zhou Yao was merely grasping at straws. Even with his rapid recovery, he stood no chance against him. With a wooden sword in hand, Yao regarded Zhou Yao with disdain, scoffing, "What significant enhancement can one truly gain from a mere medicinal pill?" With that, he summoned the wood attribute spiritual energy, causing his sword to radiate brilliance. Ancient runes shimmering as a formidable life force surged around him. Yao swung his sword, ready to confront Zhou Yao, armed with the nether blade. Zhou Yao approached Yao, leaping high into the air, raising his weapon above him with tremendous force, and bringing it down upon Yao with all his might. The cold, ethereal light of the nether blade seemed to freeze the surrounding air, rippling through the fabric of space itself. Unfazed, Yao met Zhou Yao's descending strike with his wooden sword. Clang! The clash produced a deafening roar as a powerful shockwave erupted, expanding violently outward from the point of impact. Rocks and debris cascaded from the mountainside, disintegrating into dust, while the entrance to the cave was sealed by tumbling stones. Both combatants recoiled from the collision, propelled backward several meters. Zhou Yao executed a deft maneuver in midair, landing firmly, his feet sinking into the ground and carving deep furrows in the earth. Yao also regained his footing, retreating several steps before stabilizing himself. With a burning battle spirit ignited in his eyes, Zhou Yao wasted no time and charged at Yao once more, ready to unleash another assault. Zhou Yao executed the ethereal step, his figure flickering like a wraith, instantly appearing beside Yao. The phantom battle blade struck like a venomous serpent, aiming for Yao's ribs. Yao reacted with remarkable swiftness, sidestepping while simultaneously swinging his wooden sword in a reverse arc, unleashing a fierce green sword aura towards Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao swiftly maneuvered the phantom battle blade, shattering the sword aura with precision. Without delay, he pressed forward, engaging Yao in close combat. In that moment, their figures intertwined as the sounds of clashing blades echoed incessantly. Seizing an opportunity as Zhou Yao withdrew his blade for defense, Yao thrust his wooden sword forward, targeting Zhou Yao's throat. Zhou Yao felt a tightening in his chest and quickly leaned back, the wooden sword grazing his throat as it passed. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yao lifted his leg, delivering a kick towards Yao's sword arm. Yao's arm went numb, nearly losing his grip on the wooden sword. Surprised by the unexpected surge in Zhou Yao's prowess within such a short span, Yao was determined not to relent. With a fierce roar, he summoned the wood attribute spiritual energy that surged around him. Instantly, it seemed as if the trees on the entire island had awakened. channeling their spiritual essence towards Yao. At that moment, he appeared to be the sovereign of the forest, commanding the strength of all the trees. Zhou Yao, even if you have consumed elixirs, it is all futile before my absolute power. In the blink of an eye, a massive log, thick at one end and pointed at the other, materialized before Yao. This colossal log radiated a rich glow of would attribute spiritual energy, its sharp end gleaming with a chilling light, directly aimed at Zhou Yao. With a cold smile, Yao declared, "Zhou Yao, prepare to meet your demise." With that, he thrust forward, the giant log propelled like a cannonball, charged with a cataclysmic force toward Zhou Yao. Simultaneously, Zhou Yao remained undeterred. This old mudfish truly possessed formidable strength. It appeared he had no choice but to fight with all he had. With a steely gaze, Zhou Yao hurled the phantom battle blade with great force. The blade whirled rapidly before him, slicing through the surrounding air, producing a sharp, whistling sound and forming a colossal black vortex. As Yao launched the giant log, Zhou Yao thrust both hands forward, bellowing, "Let us see who is superior. Bladestorm, go!" The blade vortex surged forward like a roaring beast, charging towards the massive log. As the storm collided with the log, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, radiating brilliance. The blade vortex relentlessly sliced through the log, emitting a sizzling sound, while its shavings flew like snowflakes. Despite the log's formidable resilience, it gradually succumbed to the relentless assault of the blade vortex, splintering into fragments. These shards, swept up by the storm, rained down upon Yao like a barrage of sharp arrows. Yao's expression shifted, inwardly astonished. This young man possesses such capabilities. He dared not underestimate the threat and quickly concentrated his spiritual energy, forming a protective ring of tree shields before him. Debris struck the shield, producing a series of sharp, resounding thuds, while vibrant green sparks of spiritual energy erupted in the air. Zhou Yao gazed at Yao and shouted, "You old mud eel! Today you shall pay the price for your greed." Yao snorted dismissively in response. "Humph, is it you who dares to challenge me? Do not indulge in foolish fantasies. You are merely struggling in your final throes." With that, Yao intensified his output of spiritual energy, attempting to break through Zhou Yao's tempest of blades and launch a new wave of assault. Zhou Yao, however, stood his ground resolutely, exerting all his strength to maintain the whirlwind of blades, resulting in a stalemate between them. Goodness, does this old mud eel possess an endless supply of spiritual energy? After such a prolonged battle, he still unleashes skills with instantaneous precision. This defies logic. Zhou Yao grumbled inwardly. Yet he failed to consider that his very presence in this island realm was, in itself, an anomaly beyond reason. Chapter 99. Confrontation with the twin serpents as Zhou Yao maintained the blade storm. He racked his brain for a solution to break the stalemate. He was acutely aware that if this impasse continued, his spiritual energy would inevitably be exhausted. In that moment of realization, as Yao intensified his spiritual power to attempt to shatter the storm, Zhou Yao altered his incantation. From the tumultuous vortex entwined with the colossal tree, two smaller whirlwinds suddenly emerged. These newly formed vortices sliced diagonally, evading the formidable onslaught of Yao's massive trunk, and instead lunged toward his true form. Yao was evidently caught off guard by Zhou Yao's ability to generate two additional storm entities amidst the blade storm. In a hasty response, he could only retract some of his spiritual energy, summoning two gigantic vines to fend off the dual blade storms. Nevertheless, Yao appeared somewhat flustered in the face of such fierce aggression. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yao swiftly retrieved the Yaoling blade, which had lain dormant in his backpack for 2 days, and charged at Yao with fervor. The blade striking like a crimson lightning bolt aimed at Yao's chest. Yao, alarmed, instinctively sidestepped, yet was still a beat too slow. The Yaoling blade grazed past his attire, leaving a shallow crimson mark upon his chest. This strike sent a chill of sweat cascading down Yao's forehead. With his initial success, Zhou Yao's morale surged, and his offensive grew ever more relentless. He unleashed a series of intermediate sword techniques, each strike akin to a tempest bearing down upon Yao. Yao, no longer daring to underestimate his opponent, wielded his wooden sword with all his might, channeling his fierce wooden spiritual energy to repel Zhou Yao's assaults. The clash of their spiritual forces lit up the surroundings, a dazzling display as dust billowed at the mountain's base. Just as Zhou Yao began to gain the upper hand, Yi Chun, who had been watching from the sidelines, could no longer contain himself. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, unwilling to witness his father falter against Zhou Yao. With a sudden twist of his massive serpent form, he unleashed a sweeping tail strike. The dragon's tail, resembling a robust iron pillar, whistled through the air as it aimed fiercely at Zhou Yao. In its wake, trees were severed cleanly and debris scattered wildly. Sensing the imminent threat from behind, Zhou Yao's heart sank. With little time to turn and defend, he leaped forward swiftly, simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy to conjure a tricolored shield behind him. Boom! The dragon's tail collided violently with the star's shield, shattering it instantly under the overwhelming force. Zhou Yao stumbled forward, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth due to the impact. Seizing the moment, Yi Chun advanced, his massive form lunging forward with jaws agape, intent on biting Zhou Yao. Just as Zhou Yao regained his footing, he was confronted once more by Yi Chun's ferocious onslaught. Enraged, he bellowed, "You little mudfish dare to ambush me? Do you truly believe I am easy prey?" With that, he infused all his spiritual energy into the recently reclaimed netherblade and charged headlong at Yi Chun. Observing Yi Chun's entry into the fray, Yi Ao's confidence surged anew, and he resumed wielding his wooden sword, creating a pincer movement alongside Yi Chun to assault Zhou Yao. Surrounded by the two adversaries, Zhou Yao stood undaunted. With the exquisite technique of the ethereal step, he deftly wove between their attacks, seeking an opportunity to counter. After a brief struggle between the two serpents, Zhou Yao seized upon the vulnerability presented by Yi Chun's massive, sluggish form, and at the opportune moment, launched himself toward Yi Chun. Observing this, Yi Chun's eyes glimmered with disdain, as if he deemed Zhou Yao's endeavor akin to striking a stone with an egg. Just as Yi Chun prepared to engulf Zhou Yao whole, Zhou Yao suddenly executed the ethereal step, vanishing from Yi Chun's sight in an instant. Startled, Yi Chun had yet to comprehend the situation when Zhou Yao reappeared at his flank, thrusting the spectral blade with ferocity. With a sound akin to a piercing whistle, the blade penetrated the gaps between Yi Chun's scales. In pain, Yi Chun let out a thunderous roar, his colossal form thrashing violently in an attempt to dislodge Zhou Yao. Gripping the spectral blade with unwavering determination, Zhou Yao channeled the power of the nether, striving to exacerbate the wound. Witnessing Yi Chun's injury, Yi Ao's heart raced with urgency. He unleashed a flurry of strikes with his wooden sword, attempting to compel Zhou Yao to relinquish the blade. Aware of the fierce assault from behind, Zhou Yao understood the necessity of retreating. Thus, he swiftly withdrew the spectral blade and executed his technique to evade Yi Ao's onslaught. In the wake of his injury, Yi Chun became even more frenzied, disregarding his wound as he lunged once more at Zhou Yao. While dodging Yi Chun's attacks, Zhou Yao also had to remain vigilant against Yi Ao's ambush, as the tide of battle turned increasingly unfavorable for him. When Yi Chun once again opened his maw to bite down on Zhou Yao, rather than retreating, Zhou Yao boldly charged forward. Yi Chun hesitated, taken aback by Zhou Yao's audacity. Just as Yi Chun was about to clamp down on Zhou Yao suddenly sidestepped. Maximizing the ethereal step, Zhou Yao swiftly repositioned himself at the base of Yi Chun's enormous tail. At that moment, Yi Chun's vast physique had become a hindrance. With a powerful swing of the spectral blade, Zhou Yao struck decisively at Yi Chun's tail. The blade met its target with a resounding crack, slicing through the resilient scales and leaving a deep gash as a torrent of serpent blood flowed forth, causing the tail's movements to slow markedly. Yi Chun emitted a pained roar, and Yi Ao, witnessing his companion's renewed injury, was filled with a mix of shock and fury. He forcibly summoned the spiritual energy within, unleashing a formidable vine attack. The surrounding trees withered instantly, their life force converging upon Yi Ao like rivers flowing to the sea. The light radiating from Yi Ao's wooden sword intensified as countless slender vines sprouted from its blade, swiftly intertwining to form a colossal green orb of energy. This orb, imbued with cataclysmic power, hurtled toward Zhou Yao at breakneck speed. Realizing the overwhelming strength of this assault, Zhou Yao understood he had no avenue for retreat. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated all his spiritual energy into the spectral blade. Raising the blade high, he bellowed, "Purgatory's judgment!" Slash! A colossal crimson blade of light erupted from the abyssal warblade, seemingly infused with the terrifying power of celestial fire, causing the very fabric of the surrounding space to warp and distort. The red blade of light collided thunderously with the green orb, and in that instant, a brilliant radiance surged at the foot of the mountain, as a formidable surge of spiritual energy cascaded outward like a tumultuous tide. The surrounding peaks trembled violently, rocks tumbled like raindrops, and the ground fissured with enormous cracks. The desiccated trees, drained of their spiritual essence, were instantly reduced to a cloud of ash beneath the searing heat of the fire's energy. As the dust and smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, Zhou Yao, Yao, and each bore significant injuries. Zhou Yao knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, the once lustrous abyssal warblade now dull and lifeless in his grasp. Yao's pallid complexion betrayed his condition, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, while the wooden sword in his hand lay shattered into two pieces. Yi Chun fared even worse. His massive serpentine form lay prostrate on the ground, his body riddled with wounds, and his dragon tail hung limply. Chapter 100. A hasty retreat. The three individuals were gravely injured, clearly on the brink of collapse. Among them, the seventh tier Yao was in the best condition, yet his pallor was ashen, and dried blood lingered at the corners of his mouth. Yi Chen's massive serpentine form was riddled with wounds, his scales scattered and his dragon tail hanging limply. Zhou Yao, in an even more pitiful state, leaned on his sword with one knee on the ground, his body swaying precariously, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. However, apart from a layer of dust, his attire bore no marks of injury. The brief calm, reminiscent of the stillness before a storm, was abruptly shattered by Yao. His eyes glimmered with madness and fury as he fixed a menacing gaze upon the faltering Zhou Yao. Yi Chen struggled to rise, his four diminutive claws laboriously supporting his immense frame. Zhou Yao slowly stood as well, his form unsteady but his gaze resolute, meeting Yao's stare with unwavering determination. In a low voice, he declared, "Old mudfish, it has come to this. We are now bound in a fight to the death. Before you meet your end, allow me to show you my most powerful strike." Yao scoffed derisively, his voice sharp and frigid. "Zhou Yao, spare me your grandiloquence. This relic treasure is mine for the taking. Today I must eliminate you." Zhou Yao disregarded Yao's taunts, raising the spectral blade high above his head. He then channeled the remnants of his spiritual energy into the blade. Within mere moments, a tricolored luminous blade, nearly 2 zhang long, emerged from the blade, continuing to expand. Yao, witnessing Zhou Yao's formidable blade aura, was taken aback and hastily gathered his spiritual energy to forge an even more solid spirit wood sword. In the next instant, seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yao shouted, "Void-splitting star shatter." With a fierce swing of the spectral blade, the tricolored blade aura shot forth with astonishing speed. However, its trajectory was not aimed at Yao, but rather at the massive head of the just-risen Yi Chun. Yao's heart sank as he realized Zhou Yao's intent and rushed forward to intercept the blade aura. Yet, the speed at which it traveled was terrifying. Reaching Yi Chun in the blink of an eye, Yi Chun attempted to evade, but his severely injured body betrayed him, leaving him powerless to avert his fate. With a crisp and resolute crack, the tricolored blade aura struck true against Yi Chen's thick neck. In an instant, the colossal dragon head separated from its body, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering the surroundings. Yi Chen's immense form collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust, akin to a mountain crumbling, heralding the end of its existence. Meanwhile, Yao, who had rushed halfway, witnessed the horrific sight of his son's decapitation. His eyes instantly filled with blood, and he let out a heart-rending roar that reverberated throughout the land. "Zhou Yao, I demand blood for blood." In that moment, he resembled a madman, having lost all reason, recklessly charging toward Zhou Yao. Yao wielded the wooden sword with the ferocity of a tempest. each strike imbued with boundless wrath and murderous intent, determined to vent all his hatred upon Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao exerted every ounce of his strength to defend himself. Yet Yao's relentless onslaught surged forth like an unceasing torrent. With a sudden thrust, Zhou Yao found himself unable to evade Yao's erratic strikes. The legendary Netherworld battle armor proved insufficient to withstand Yao's furious blow, as the wooden sword pierced deep into his left shoulder. With a muffled groan, blood streamed down the blade, staining his garments crimson. Pain surged through him like a tidal wave, yet he clenched his teeth, stifling any cries of agony. Seizing the moment, Yao pressed his advantage, raising the sword once more, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to the beleaguered Zhou Yao. Despite the excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder, Zhou Yao swung the Netherworld battle blade with fierce determination, unleashing a blade of light that forced Yao backward. He then turned and dashed towards the cave entrance, his steps faltering, channeling the remnants of his spirit energy into the Netherworld battle blade. As if wagering everything, he struck at the boulders with all his might. A tremendous roar echoed as the rocks shattered and splintered, scattering like petals from a celestial maiden, creating an opening just wide enough for him to pass through. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yao slipped through the gap, resembling a wraith of darkness. At that very instant, a voice erupted from within the cave. "Old mudfish, do not revel in your victory too soon. The beheading of your son is merely a prelude. Within 3 days, I shall sever your old head." Yao's furious shout reverberated as he pursued, stepping into the cave with gritted teeth, vowing, "Zhou Yao, you cannot escape. I will find you and make you wish for death." Zhou Yao, undeterred by Yao's vitriol, fled desperately into the depths of the cave. He dared not pause for even a moment, fully aware that Yao would not relent. Moreover, his own spirit energy was nearly depleted, leaving him devoid of the strength to fight back. Otherwise, given his nature, he would never have fled. The further he ventured, the darker and more damp the cave became, resembling an enormous, foreboding prison. Eerie lights flickered along the walls, as though summoned from another realm, concealing countless unknown dangers. After a while, Zhou Yao encountered an abrupt fork in the passage, revealing 4 dark, deep corridors that seemed to lead into an endless abyss. Standing at the crossroads, he hesitated, uncertain of which path to take. Just then, he keenly perceived faint footsteps behind him. Though subtle, they struck like a hammer upon his heart. With no time for deliberation, he instinctively chose the second passage on the left. Without further thought, Zhou Yao plunged into the corridor, disregarding any potential dangers ahead. Whatever peril lay in wait was preferable to awaiting death in place. Resolute in this belief, he quickened his pace. The passage gradually narrowed, forcing him to move sideways. As the oppressive confines of space intertwined with the tension in his heart, Zhou Yao gripped the shadow blade tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain, his nerves taut to the utmost degree. Suddenly, a hissing sound emerged from the darkness, as if a colossal creature was slowly approaching. Zhou Yao halted, every muscle in his body coiled with tension, his focus sharpened, his gaze fixed intently on the depths of the shadows. Before long, a gigantic serpent, its body adorned with black scales, slithered into view. Its girth was akin to that of a large barrel, glimmering with a chilling luminescence in the faint light. Its eerie green eyes emitted a sinister glow, resembling 2 flickering will-o'-the-wisps, instilling a sense of dread. Its flickering tongue exhaled a nauseating stench. The enormous serpent gradually raised its head, its vast skull resembling a small mountain, fixating its gaze squarely upon Zhou Yao. Internally cursing, Zhou Yao thought, "Damn it, not this creature again. Does it not know that I detest such elongated and slender beings?" Yet, with no retreat possible, Zhou Yao took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart, suppressing the excruciating pain radiating from his left shoulder, and tightened his grip on the shadow blade. Chapter 101. The woman in the coffin. Zhou Yao, valiantly suppressing the weakness caused by the depletion of his spiritual energy, swiftly reached into his backpack with his left hand, retrieving several pills without a second glance, and swallowed them whole. The pills dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into warm currents that cascaded down his throat. He channeled his spiritual power, guiding these currents to circulate rapidly through his meridians, striving to restore the nearly parched energy within him. However, the enormous python afforded him little time to recuperate. With a sudden, violent twist, the massive serpent surged forward like a bolt of black lightning, heading straight for Zhou Yao. The stench of decay assailed him as he beheld the python's gaping maw, lined with sharp fangs, closing in at an astonishing speed. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Yao summoned all his strength to harness the efficacy of the pills, relying on his indomitable will and instinct for combat to fend off the python's onslaught. His figure darted through the narrow passage like a wraith, each evasive maneuver fraught with peril. At last, as the python lunged once more, the potency of the pills erupted within him. A surge of vibrant spiritual energy flooded his meridians, and the once dimly lit nether blade reignited with a ghostly glow. Damn it! That old mudfish outside dares to bully me, and now you, little creature, think you can intimidate me too. Today, if I do not slice you into 8 pieces, I shall not bear my surname. Zhou Yao roared defiantly, abandoning his evasive tactics. With both hands gripping the nether blade tightly, he struck down fiercely at the approaching serpent. A colossal arc of black blade light howled downward, imbued with a cataclysmic force, cleaving towards the python. The creature, sensing imminent danger, attempted to evade, but it was too late. The blade's edge struck true against the serpent's body, and with a sickening sound, its resilient scales were severed like parchment, blood erupting forth. The python emitted a pained shriek, its massive form writhing violently on the ground, splattering blood in all directions. In the next moment, despite its agony, the python lunged at Zhou Yao once again, its speed diminished but imbued with a desperate resolve. Zhou Yao's gaze sharpened as he swung the nether blade once more, delivering a powerful and decisive strike that cleaved the serpent's head in two. The enormous body of the python crashed heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. Zhou Yao exhaled deeply, only now registering the increasing pain in his left shoulder. However, he could not afford to tend to his wounds, for Yi Ao could pursue him at any moment. He pressed onward through the passage, his steps heavy with weariness. Soon, he glimpsed a glimmer of light ahead, a beacon of hope amidst the darkness. Quickening his pace, he rushed toward the illumination. Upon emerging from the passage, he found himself in a vast, wondrous expanse. This space was extraordinarily broad, with the cave walls seemingly composed of some exotic crystal, emanating a soft glow that illuminated the entire area as brightly as day. The ceiling soared high above, where peculiar runes flickered intermittently, their light pulsating in a rhythmic dance. In the heart of the space lies a colossal stone platform, upon which rests a crystal coffin radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. The coffin is translucent, shrouded in a faint mist that obscures whatever lies within. Encircling the stone platform are numerous stone pillars of varying shapes, each etched with enigmatic patterns and symbols that seem to pulsate with life, subtly shifting in the light. The ground beneath is not composed of ordinary rock, but rather a sleek, mirror-like black substance that reflects the brilliance of the cave's walls and ceiling, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Scattered across this obsidian surface are tiny points of light, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky, casting a mysterious glow. Zhou Yao cautiously stepped into this enigmatic space, his heart brimming with curiosity and trepidation, uncertain of the secrets and dangers concealed within. At the very moment he crossed the threshold, the elusive chaos spirit pearl within him stirred with an uncanny and intense energy, whirling rapidly in his dantian and releasing waves of warm currents that coursed through his meridians. It felt as though the pearl was exuberantly proclaiming that it had discovered something of utmost significance. Zhou Yao was taken aback, since its inexplicable emergence within him. The pearl had remained silent and dormant, never exhibiting such fervent activity. Instinctively, he channeled his spiritual energy, striving to stabilize the chaotic aura within him, while remaining vigilant and observant of his surroundings, eager to discern what had incited the pearl's agitation. What could possibly provoke such restlessness in the chaos spirit pearl? His curiosity piqued. Zhou Yao's gaze was drawn to the crystal coffin at the center, which emanated a mesmerizing array of colors. He approached the vibrant coffin slowly, scrutinizing the intricate patterns on the stone pillars as he passed. The designs appeared to narrate an ancient conflict, depicting colossal divine beasts and formidable human warriors locked in a fierce battle against grotesque creatures. The sky was stained crimson, the earth fractured, and rivers flowed backward. At the base of the pillars, obscure inscriptions lingered, but Zhou Yao could not decipher their meaning. As he focused intently on interpreting the inscriptions, the Chaos Spirit Pearl's agitation intensified, as if urging him to hasten toward a specific location. Following the Pearl's guidance, he turned his gaze to the mysterious crystal coffin. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his curiosity and unease, resolutely advancing towards it once more. As he drew nearer, the mist within the coffin seemed to respond to an unseen force, swirling with increasing velocity. The dazzling colors intensified, nearly blinding Zhou Yao. As the brilliance subsided, he was astonished to behold a woman lying within the coffin. Dressed in a flowing white robe, her figure was graceful, and her beauty was striking, as if she were merely ensconced in slumber. Yet upon closer inspection, ethereal strands of spiritual energy coiled around her, seemingly upholding some form of seal. As Zhou Yao was engulfed in confusion, the woman's fingers suddenly stirred. Gradually, she opened her eyes, which shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance. This radiance resonated with the kaleidoscopic glow of the crystal coffin, instantly rendering the entire space chaotic with spiritual energy. Her gaze settled upon Zhou Yao, and a mysterious smile graced her lips, one that seemed to unveil all the secrets nestled within his heart. To his astonishment, after a millennium, you have reappeared before me, bearing the Chaos Spirit Pearl. The woman's voice was melodious and enchanting, yet it carried an indescribable weight of antiquity and enigma. Chapter 102. The Ancient Fire Qilin and the Battle of Gods and Demons. Zhou Yao felt a shiver run through him and hurriedly inquired, "Who are you? How do you know about the Chaos Spirit Pearl?" The woman did not respond immediately. Instead, she slowly sat up, her gaze drifting past Zhou Yao to a corner of the space. Following her line of sight, Zhou Yao beheld a colossal beast resembling a qilin emerging from the darkness. The creature radiated intense flames, its hooves striking the ground, instantly turning the earth a fiery red. Its eyes burned like torches, fixated on Zhou Yao, filled with vigilance and hostility. "Intruder, why have you trespassed here?" Though the beast had not transformed into human form, it spoke with a voice that resonated like a thunderous bell throughout the space. Just as Zhou Yao was about to speak, the woman interjected, "Qiu, cease your rudeness and come here." Upon hearing her command, the qilin's wariness lessened slightly, yet it continued to closely scrutinize Zhou Yao as if ready to strike at the slightest movement. Unable to contain himself, Zhou Yao burst into laughter at the beast's name, but quickly stifled it upon noticing the creature's hostile glare directed at him. The aura emanating from this beast was far more formidable than that of the old loach outside. After suppressing his laughter, Zhou Yao discreetly cast a probing spell towards the airborne beast. However, it seemed to sense his actions and was about to reprimand him when the woman's clear, melodious voice rang out once more, "Qiu, do not act impudently. He means no harm." With that, she waved her hand towards the beast hovering in the air. Soon after, Zhou Yao's probing spell yielded results. Ancient Fire Qilin physique, strength, agility, spirit, skills, combat power. To Zhou Yao's astonishment, all the attributes were marked with question marks. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since acquiring the probing spell. It could only indicate a vast disparity in strength between him and this Fire Qilin. Overwhelmed, Zhou Yao shifted his gaze from the qilin to the enigmatic woman, curiosity bubbling within him as he asked, "Miss, may I inquire about your identity? How is it that such a powerful ancient Fire Qilin obeys your command?" The woman smiled gently, her expression as warm as the spring sun, and replied, "I am Yao Ji, hailing from the ancient divine clan." With that, her beautiful eyes shimmered, yet she offered no further details about her origins. Zhou Yao pondered silently, realizing that her identity must be extraordinary. Yao Ji turned her gaze back to him and asked, "And you, how did you come to be in this relic? And how did you obtain such a divine artifact as the Chaos Spirit Pearl?" With a wry smile, Zhou Yao recounted, "This tale is one of fortuitous coincidence. I had ventured through the ancient tomb instance, enduring many hardships to reach the seventh layer. Within a hidden chamber on that level, I discovered the Chaos Spirit Pearl, which emanated an unusual glow. Out of curiosity, I decided to take it, only to have it directly merge into my body. Subsequently, I was targeted by the Yao father and son, who deceived me into believing that there were treasures within this relic, leading me here. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, once the Guardian's barrier was breached, their true intentions were revealed as they sought to slay and plunder. A fierce battle ensued, during which I vanquished Yichun. However, Yao's strength was formidable, and ultimately, I found myself compelled to retreat into this sanctuary due to the depletion of my spiritual energy. Zhou Yao narrated these events with a blend of truth and fabrication, positioning himself on a moral pedestal, transforming into a quintessential victim. Yao Ji nodded slightly, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in her eyes, and remarked, "I see. It appears your journey has been quite fraught with challenges." Zhou Yao then inquired, "Fair Yao Ji, what brings you to this crystalline coffin? And what purpose does the fire Qilin serve in guarding it?" Yao Ji's expression grew solemn, and with a gentle sigh, she began, "All of this traces back to the ancient war between deities and demons. At that time, the demon clans, in their relentless pursuit of dominion over this realm, brazenly transgressed the boundaries established by the divine and demonic races, invading the territories of humanity. As the most vulnerable of the three races, despite the emergence of formidable warriors, humanity was no match for the might of the demon race. With their champions nearly annihilated, humanity could no longer endure and sent a desperate call for aid to the Divine Clan. The Divine Clan, having witnessed the continuous ascension of human warriors over countless years, recognized the necessity to protect not only humanity, but also their own foundation. Thus, they resolved to drive the demon race back to their infernal realm. Consequently, a cataclysmic battle erupted between the divine and demonic factions, with both sides unleashing their might, resulting in a catastrophic clash that altered the very fabric of the heavens and the earth, leaving innumerable casualties in its wake. My father, a powerful figure of the ancient divine clan, expended his divine strength in that conflict. In a final act of protection, he sealed me within this crystalline coffin and entrusted the ancient fire Qilin, Chio, to guard me, hoping that I might evade this cataclysm. Zhou Yao listened intently, filled with awe at the grand yet tragic history, and could not refrain from asking, and what transpired thereafter? What was the outcome of the divine-demonic war? A hint of melancholy crossed Yao Ji's eyes as she replied. In the end, both races suffered tremendous losses and, unable to continue the fight, forged a temporary peace. Yet, both remained discontent, clandestinely amassing strength. The relic you speak of is a mysterious remnant of that war, harboring numerous secrets and dangers, which naturally attracts many to seek its depths. However, for many years, they could not breach even the outermost protective barrier until your arrival. Zhou Yao, ignoring Yao Ji's final remark, furrowed his brow and mused, if that is the case, then Yao and his son must be privy to some of the relic's secrets, which is why they devised a scheme to lure me here. Yet, I wonder what they truly seek from me. Could it merely be the Chaos Spirit Pearl? Yao Ji cast Zhou Yao a meaningful glance, contemplating for a moment before responding. The Chaos Spirit Pearl is a core fragment of an ancient artifact. Its inherent power intricately linked to this relic. They may wish to harness the power of the Chaos Spirit Pearl to unravel certain hidden secrets within the relic and attain formidable strength. In this chaotic world, strength is the very foundation of existence. Zhou Yao felt a sudden clarity in his heart and remarked, "No wonder they resort to such unscrupulous means. Although I have ventured deep into this relic, the Chaos Spirit Pearl stirs within me, seemingly guiding me to seek something, yet I remain oblivious to what that might be." Yao Ji gazed at Zhou Yao, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes as she said, "Since the Chaos Spirit Pearl resides within you, it is undoubtedly destined to be linked with you. Its agitation likely signifies a resonance with the aura of the other half of the divine artifact. During the ancient war between gods and demons, the artifact was split into two. One half was taken by the demon clan, while the other is said to be concealed even deeper within this relic. The Chaos Spirit Pearl you possess is presumably the fragment taken by the demon's elite. Perhaps this is the result of the two shards responding to one another." Zhou Yao's heart swelled with joy as he declared, If I can locate the other half of the artifact, it may enhance my strength, guarding against that old slippery eel Yao's potential resurgence. Yet, this relic is fraught with peril. We remain uncertain about our next course of action. Chapter 103. Delving into the ruins, Yaoji gazed at the fire Qilin and remarked, "With Chichio by our side, we can readily navigate through any dangers that may arise. However, we must remain vigilant. This ruin is fraught with various mechanical traps, and there might be remnants of the demonic clan lurking in the shadows." Zhou Yao nodded in agreement, saying, "Then we shall proceed with caution. Nevertheless, my knowledge of these ruins is quite limited, and I hope that both Miss Yaoji and esteemed Fire Qilin can guide me." The Fire Qilin let out a low growl, seemingly acknowledging Zhou Yao's words. With a smile, Yaoji reassured him, "Fear not, for since our paths have crossed, we shall look out for one another. Just remember, while divine artifacts are indeed wondrous, one must not allow their power to cloud one's judgment." Zhou Yao solemnly nodded, responding, "Rest assured, I shall remain steadfast in my principles. Yet, I wonder how arduous the quest for the other half of the divine artifact will be." After a moment of contemplation, Yaoji replied, "The ruins are laden with traps, and as we venture deeper, the dangers will undoubtedly escalate. We must remain prudent." Zhou Yao wholeheartedly agreed and engaged Yaoji in further discussion regarding the potential hazards of the ruins and strategies to counter them. At this juncture, Zhou Yao, having endured several intense battles, found his spiritual energy greatly depleted. Recognizing the peril of delving deeper into the ruins in his current state, he spoke to Yaoji, "Miss Yaoji, I require a moment to meditate and restore my spiritual energy. I would be grateful if you could provide me with some protection during this time." Yaoji nodded gently in response. Zhou Yao then retrieved a low-grade spirit stone from his storage ring and settled into a relatively safe corner. He sat cross-legged, clasping the spirit stone in his hand, and began to circulate his spiritual energy, guiding the essence from the stone into his body to rejuvenate his nearly desiccated meridians. As the spiritual energy surged within him, Zhou Yao felt his withered meridians revitalized as if quenched by much-awaited rain. He immersed himself in his cultivation, his awareness of the external world fading, while the sensation of spiritual energy circulating within him became increasingly pronounced. Meanwhile, Yaoji and the Fire Qilin stood guard over Zhou Yao. The Fire Qilin stood majestically at the cave's entrance, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Yaoji sat quietly nearby, her gaze alternating between Zhou Yao and the environment, occasionally manipulating a few talismans as if preparing for the journey ahead. Time passed slowly in the stillness, and after 2 or 3 hours, Zhou Yao's aura shifted abruptly. The previously waning fluctuations of his spiritual energy transformed into a robust vigor. He gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them, and his clenched fists made a cracking sound, indicating he had returned to peak condition. Rising to his feet, Zhou Yao stretched his limbs and addressed Yaoji and the Fire Qilin. "Thank you both. I am restored, and we may commence our journey." Yaoji nodded slightly, and the Fire Qilin let out an excited low roar, seemingly in response to Zhou Yao. The trio officially set forth into the depths of the ruins. Not long into their journey, they encountered a vast chasm ahead, its depths unfathomable, intermittently flickering with eerie ghostly lights. Across the chasm lay several iron chains haphazardly suspended, appearing precarious and on the verge of collapse. Zhou Yao furrowed his brow and remarked, "These iron chains appear rather unstable. It would be perilous to tread upon them recklessly." Yaoji stepped forward, scrutinizing the chains intently, and stated, "These chains are likely maintained by some form of array. There may be a means to traverse safely." At that moment, the Fire Qilin emitted a low, resonant roar, its gaze fixed intently across the chasm. Following its line of sight, Zhou Yao and Yao Ji beheld a horde of bat-like creatures that had mysteriously materialized on the opposite side. They were enormous, their wings spanning over a person's height, and their eyes glimmered with a blood-red light, fixed hungrily upon the trio. "It seems our presence has been revealed. These creatures must have been summoned by some force of the relic," Yao Ji declared gravely. Zhou Yao tightened his grip on the nether blade, asserting, "Since retreat is not an option, let us engage in battle." No sooner had the words left his lips than the swarm of bat-like monsters let out a piercing shriek, descending upon Zhou Yao and his companions like a black storm cloud. Zhou Yao was the first to charge forward, employing the ethereal step, his figure weaving through the mass of bats like a wraith. With each flourish of a nether blade, arcs of dark energy surged forth, swiftly dispatching several of the creatures. Yao Ji acted with equal swiftness. Her runes emanated a brilliant light as she chanted incantations, beams of luminescence shooting forth from the runes to strike the bat-like fiends, who responded with anguished cries. The fire Qilin exhibited unmatched valor, opening its maw and unleashing torrents of flame that surged toward the swarm, engulfing numerous bat-like monsters in its fiery embrace. Yet, these fiends seemed indefatigable, relentlessly pressing forward. Zhou Yao mused inwardly, "This cannot continue. There are far too many of them, and our energy is rapidly depleting. We must swiftly discover a means to navigate the chasm and extricate ourselves from their clutches." While engaged in battle, he surveyed the surroundings, seeking a solution. Suddenly, he noticed peculiar symbols etched upon the wall of the chasm, their design reminiscent of the runes encountered on the stone door. While fending off the onslaught of bats, he called out to Yao Ji, "Yao Ji, look at those symbols on the wall. They may hold the key to crossing the chasm." Upon hearing this, Yao Ji immediately turned her gaze to the wall, observing intently. Without ample time for contemplation, she remarked, "These symbols appear to be a form of clue. If we touch the iron chains in a specific sequence, we might activate the array and traverse the chasm safely. However, we must eliminate these creatures swiftly to have the opportunity to try." Zhou Yao nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. I shall attract their attention while you and the elder fire Qilin ascertain the correct sequence to touch the chains." With that, Zhou Yao infused his energy into the netherblade. No longer sparing his spiritual power, the black blade light surged forth, cleaving through the ranks of bat-like monsters. In that moment, the blade's radiance reigned in their assault. Yao Ji and the fire Qilin swiftly initiated their actions, the fire Qilin unleashing fire serpents to deter the approaching bats, while assisting her in deciphering the symbols. Yao Ji, drawing upon her understanding of the runes, quickly unraveled the information contained within the symbols. At last, Yao Ji discerned the sequence to touch the iron chains. She proclaimed loudly, "Zhou Yao, brace yourself. I am about to begin." Upon hearing her words, Zhou Yao immediately unleashed his full potential, the ethereal glow of the netherblade intensifying, repelling a multitude of bat-like creatures in the vicinity. Following the prescribed order, Yao Ji touched the chains one by one, and with each of her movements, a peculiar radiance flickered upon the chains, gradually coalescing into an illusory bridge. "Quickly, while the formation activates, let us hasten across," Yao Ji urged. Zhou Yao Yao Ji and the fire Qilin swiftly stepped onto the bridge, charging toward the chasm's far side. The bat creatures seemed to sense their intent and surged forward with even greater fervor. Just as they were nearing the opposite edge, a massive bat creature broke through the fiery barrier of the fire Qilin, lunging directly at Yao Ji. However, Zhou Yao, with remarkable agility, pivoted and swung the netherblade, unleashing a formidable arc of energy that cleaved the beast in two. The trio successfully reached the far side of the chasm, while the enraged cries of the bat creatures echoed behind them, thwarted by the deep abyss that lay between them. Chapter 104. The Iron Guardian of the Demon Clan. Just as they crossed a ravine, the fire Qilin suddenly spoke in a disgruntled tone. "Wait. It seems my power is being suppressed by the forces of this realm." Its voice brimmed with dissatisfaction as it shook its massive head in displeasure. Zhou Yao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively casting a probing spell on the fire Qilin once more. Unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaimed, "Wow, finally! I can see it, 7th tier, great perfection. Quite impressive. Even under suppression, this strength is still remarkable." The fire Qilin huffed arrogantly and remarked, "If it weren't for this inexplicable suppression in my prime state, the insignificant beings within this relic would hardly catch my attention." Yao Ji smiled gently, offering reassurance, "Chiu. Even with some suppression, your strength remains the strongest among us." Zhou Yao nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, with the esteemed fire Qilin by our side, we feel considerably more confident. It appears this relic is indeed extraordinary, capable of suppressing even a powerful being like the fire Qilin." The fire Qilin flicked its tail and said, well, since we are here, we should make the best of it. Let us proceed and see what other marvels this relic holds. Thus, the trio continued their journey. Along the way, Zhou Yao contemplated the implications of the relic's ability to suppress the fire Qilin, pondering the myriad of dangers that lay ahead. While deep in thought, they suddenly encountered a colossal stone door, intricately engraved with peculiar runes that emanated a mysterious and ancient aura. Zhou Yao pointed at the door, saying, "This stone door appears quite formidable. The runes seem to maintain some form of seal." Yao Ji stepped forward, scrutinizing the runes closely. "I have never seen these runes before, but I can sense the powerful energy they contain." As the group examined the stone door, the fire Qilin abruptly growled lowly, its eyes fixated warily on the shadows flanking the door. Zhou Yao and Yao Ji immediately understood and assumed a defensive stance. Moments later, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. This individual bore a striking resemblance to a human, clad in a black robe, with a stern visage and eyes that glimmered with an eerie light, enveloped in a thick aura of demonic energy, clearly a formidable demon. The demon regarded Zhou Yao and the others with a cold smirk, saying, "I never expected anyone to make it this far. You certainly possess some skill." Zhou Yao, undaunted, met the demon's gaze and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The demon scoffed, replying, "I am the Iron Guardian under the command of Elder Imokong, tasked with guarding this stone door. If you know what is good for you, depart swiftly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Yao Ji furrowed her brow and retorted, "Guarding the stone door? What sinister scheme are you demons plotting? This relic is already shrouded in numerous secrets, and your clan seeks to meddle. What is your true intention?" The Iron Guardian disdainfully replied, "You remnants of the divine clan, cease your posturing. This world should rightfully be governed by my demon clan, and the power within this relic is naturally ours to wield." Zhou Yao gripped the phantom blade firmly and declared, "You, demon clan, are consumed by ambition, seeking to disrupt the peace of this world. I shall not allow your schemes to succeed." The demons erupted into laughter, their voices echoing through the corridor with a dissonant sharpness. "Is it merely you, a callow youth, a young maiden of the divine clan, and a subdued fire beast, think to thwart the grand designs of my demon kin?" The fire Qilin, incensed, let out a furious roar. "You vile demons, cease your arrogance. Witness how I shall deal with you today." With that, it prepared to charge into battle against the demons. Zhou Yao swiftly raised a hand to restrain the fire Qilin, saying, "Elder, please remain calm." The demons dared to be so brazen, indicating they possess some confidence. "Do not act impulsively." Yao Ji added, Chiu, "Let us first compose ourselves. We must deliberate and ascertain their intentions before taking action." Observing their exchange, the demon mocked, "What is this? Are you afraid? Perhaps if you beg for mercy now, I might allow you to leave in one piece." Zhou Yao fixed his gaze upon the demon, responding coldly, "We are not afraid. Rather, we deem you an inconsequential adversary unworthy of our rash intervention. Pray tell, what is it that your demon clan seeks beyond this stone door?" The Iron Protector's expression darkened as he retorted, "Humph, attempting to extract information from me? Spare your efforts. Since you've chosen to come here today, do not expect to leave alive." With that, the Iron Protector swiftly formed seals with his hands, summoning a surge of demonic energy that coalesced into swirling black currents, advancing menacingly towards Zhou Yao and his companions. The air seemed to tear apart where the currents passed, emitting a hissing sound. Zhou Yao shouted, "Bring it on." He swung the phantom blade, instantly unleashing the rending sky and shattering star strike. A black blade of light cleaved towards the dark currents. With a thunderous collision, the two forces met, generating a violent shockwave that sent surrounding stones tumbling. Seizing the moment, Yao Ji invoked divine spells, her hands aglow with radiant runes, sending forth beams of golden light towards the Iron Protector. The Iron Protector darted aside, evading some of the beams, but several struck his arm, leaving charred marks. The fire Qilin, unwilling to be outdone, opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of flames. The fire coalesced into a roaring fire dragon, charging towards the Iron Protector. The demon's eyes narrowed as he conjured a black shield of demonic energy to deflect the dragon's assault. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "You possess some skill, but it is still insufficient. Witness my technique." As he spoke, the demon's power surged, and a massive, shadowy apparition emerged behind him, wielding a black spear that lunged violently towards Zhou Yao and his allies. Zhou Yao sensed the overwhelming force contained within the spear. Should it strike true, it would surely pierce him to the core. He hastily channeled his spiritual energy, executing the ethereal step, his form flickering like a phantom as he sought to evade this lethal strike. Yao Ji once more activated her runes, forming a golden defensive barrier before her. The fire Qilin unleashed an even fiercer blaze, attempting to disrupt the Iron Protector's attack. Yet, the black spear moved with blinding speed, swiftly penetrating through the flames and piercing the golden barrier. With a cracking sound, fissures appeared in the barrier, causing Yao Ji's complexion to pale, and a trickle of blood escaped her lips. Yao Ji, enduring the agony, swiftly formed seals with her hands, murmuring incantations under her breath. Suddenly, several runes surged forth from her fingertips, soaring toward the demon tribe. The runes shimmered with an extraordinary luminescence, attempting to penetrate the malevolent aura surrounding the Iron Guardian. Sensing danger, the demons sought to evade, yet the runes traveled with such swiftness that a few managed to infiltrate its dark energy. Instantly, the chaotic magic enveloping the demon began to spiral uncontrollably, rendering the shadowy figure behind it increasingly insubstantial. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yao channeled all his spiritual power into the Netherblade, sweeping it forward with a fierce resolve. Rending the void, shattering stars, Zhou Yao bellowed. A colossal black blade of light, imbued with cataclysmic force, cleaved toward the Iron Guardian in the distance. The Iron Guardian, eyes wide with terror, attempted to defend itself, but the turmoil in its magic rendered it incapable of focusing its strength. With a resounding crash, the blade struck the demon, eliciting a harrowing scream as its body was hurled backward, crashing heavily against the stone door. Chapter 105. Self-detonation. The stone door trembled under the impact, its runes flickering with an erratic brilliance. Zhou Yao and his companions remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the demon. Struggling to rise, the demon was covered in wounds, blood seeping relentlessly from its body. It glared fiercely at Zhou Yao and the others, asserting, "You are impressive, but do not think this will deter my kind. The power behind this stone door is ours for the taking. All that you have done today is nothing but a futile struggle against a mighty force." Zhou Yao replied coldly, "No matter what schemes your kind may concoct, we shall not allow you to succeed." Suddenly, the demon erupted into a maniacal laugh, imbued with madness. "You wish for me to surrender? Dream on. When our grand plan comes to fruition, it will herald your doom." With that, the demon lunged towards Zhou Yao and his companions, its malevolent energy surging wildly as if it intended to self-detonate, taking them all with it. Zhou Yao's heart raced with alarm as he shouted, "No, it intends to self-destruct. Quickly stop it." The fire Qilin immediately unleashed a torrent of flames, attempting to block the demon's advance. Yao Ji, disregarding her injuries, cast a rune spell once more, seeking to bind the demon's movements. Zhou Yao wielded the Netherblade, unleashing a series of slicing strikes towards the demon. Together, their efforts hindered the demon's actions. Yet, its resolve to self-destruct remained unwavering, as it fought desperately to reach the stone door. Just as the demon was about to make contact with the door, Zhou Yao summoned all his strength, his form flashing as he positioned himself directly before the demon. He pressed the Netherblade against the demon's chest, roaring, "Do you dare?" The demon met Zhou Yao's gaze, a flicker of determination crossing its eyes, while its dark energy surged violently, threatening to explode at any moment. Zhou Yao understood that hesitation was not an option. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his inner power into the Netherblade, causing it to radiate with brilliance. With a decisive thrust, he drove the blade into the demon's heart. The demon's body stiffened, the frenzy in its eyes gradually fading as it collapsed slowly to the ground. Its impending self-detonation ceased, averting a crisis for the moment. Zhou Yao exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Yao Ji approached, commenting, "It is fortunate you reacted swiftly. Otherwise, we would all be in peril." Zhou Yao nodded. "This demon is utterly deranged. It seems the secret behind the stone door is crucial to them. What should we do next?" Yao Ji gazed at the stone door, observing the runes flicker erratically likely affected by the recent battle. Let us first see if we can restore the runes and stabilize the door. Then we shall endeavor to uncover the secrets that lie beyond it. The three gathered around the stone door, scrutinizing the flickering runes. Yao Ji furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with concentration. She gently raised her hand, her fingertips brushing against the edges of the runes, attuning herself to the chaotic waves of power within. It appeared the runes had been disrupted by some formidable external force, shattering their original order. To mend them, they would first need to locate the core nexus of the runes and realign the flow of energy. As Yao Ji pondered, Zhou Yao subtly nodded, his gaze scanning the stone door for the nexus she had mentioned. The fire Qilin stood vigilantly nearby, ever watchful for any emerging dangers. Occasionally flicking its tail, its massive form emanating a subtle aura of pressure. Look here. The lines of these runes seem to converge at a singular point at the base of the stone door. Could this be the focal point of the formation? Zhou Yao remarked, pointing to a spot at the bottom of the stone door that emitted a faint glow. Yao Ji crouched down, her eyes lighting up as she meticulously observed. It is quite possible, Zhou Yao. Try to stabilize the spiritual energy at the focal point using the power of the chaotic spirit pearl. I will assist in guiding the energy of the runes. Qiao, please provide protection to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Following her instructions, Zhou Yao channeled his spiritual energy, awakening the chaotic spirit pearl within him. The pearl radiated with brilliance, and a gentle force of chaos coursed down his arm, slowly infusing the focal point at the base of the stone door. The light within the focal point flickered violently at first, then gradually stabilized. Upon witnessing this, Yao Ji swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations as streams of rune energy burst forth from her hands, merging into the runes on the stone door. Through their combined efforts, the erratically flickering runes began to regain their original luster, the light becoming steady and soft. At the moment the runes were fully restored, the stone door trembled slightly, emitting a deep, resonant rumble. Be cautious, the door is about to open. The fire Qilin growled alertly. Zhou Yao and Yao Ji quickly rose, aligning themselves with the fire Qilin in a defensive stance, their eyes fixed on the slowly opening stone door. Beyond the door lay a dimly lit space, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloping them, intermingled with wisps of demonic energy. As the door fully opened, they cautiously stepped inside. The space was adorned with numerous colossal stone pillars, each etched with strange patterns and inscriptions of the demon race. Zhou Yao turned to Yao Ji and inquired, "Can you decipher these inscriptions? Perhaps we can uncover the demon's nefarious plot." Yao Ji approached the pillars, scrutinizing the inscriptions, her expression growing increasingly grave. These texts document a dreadful scheme. The demon race intends to harness the power within these ruins to open a passage to the abyss of the demon realm, unleashing the demon gods trapped within. Should the demon gods descend, this world would be plunged into irreversible despair. A chill coursed through Zhou Yao's heart. It was no wonder the demon race valued these ruins so highly. It seemed imperative that they thwart their plans. Yet he pondered, what was the key object needed to open the passage, and could it be located within this very space? At that moment, the fire Qilin suddenly let out a furious roar, its gaze fixated on a black altar at the far end of the space. Upon the altar rested a crystal sphere emanating an eerie red light, surrounded by swirling black demonic energy, seemingly drawing power from the space around it. That is the object. It exudes a malevolent and formidable aura, undoubtedly related to the opening of the passage, the fire Qilin declared. Zhou Yao and Yao Ji exchanged determined glances and rushed toward the altar without hesitation. However, as they approached, a swarm of phantoms from the demon race materialized around them, brandishing weapons and launching a frenzied attack. Zhou Yao wielded the ethereal battle blade, striking at the nearest illusion. The blade's radiance passed through the phantom, yet it felt akin to slicing through the very air, inflicting no substantial harm. These phantoms proved to be rather troublesome, seemingly impervious to ordinary attacks. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Yao remarked. Yao Ji pondered for a moment before responding. These illusions are likely formed from demonic energy. We must employ a force capable of countering such energy to confront them. Zhou Yao, try infusing your weapon with the power of the Chaos Spirit Pearl while I invoke the Purification Runes. Obediently, Zhou Yao channeled the Chaos Spirit Pearl, imbuing the ethereal battle blade with chaotic energy. In an instant, the blade radiated a brilliant light, its previously dull surface transforming into a crystalline clarity, emanating a chaotic glow. Zhou Yao swung the blade once more towards the illusion. This time, as the blade made contact, a sizzling sound erupted, the phantom being eroded by the chaotic force, gradually dissipating. Yao Ji, too, swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations as several golden purification runes flew from her hands, targeting the surrounding illusions. Wherever the runes touched, the demonic energy was cleansed, and the phantoms vanished one by one. Under their combined assault, the demonic illusions dwindled. However, just as they were on the verge of eliminating the last of the phantoms, a chilling laughter reverberated through the space. Do you really think you can thwart us so easily? Such naivety. Chapter 106. The crystal ball with laughter echoing. A towering shadow of a demon emerged upon the altar. This apparition radiated a dense aura of malevolence, its eyes glimmering with a blood-red light, and wielding a massive black battle axe that exuded a chilling presence. This was the guardian of the altar, a demon shadow, far more formidable than its predecessor. Everyone be cautious, Yaoheim warned. The demon shadow swung its axe, cleaving towards Zhou Yao and his companions with ferocious intent. A streak of black axe light, imbued with overwhelming power, surged forth. Zhou Yao swiftly employed the phantom step of the netherworld, sidestepping the lethal blow. The axe light struck the ground, instantly erupting into a vast crater. The fire Qilin roared in anger, unleashing a torrent of flames as it charged at the demon shadow. Yet, the shadow stood resolute, enduring the flame's searing heat. Once again, it swung its axe, releasing an even more potent arc of energy that cleaved through the fire and bore down upon the fire Qilin. Caught off guard, the creature was grazed by the axe light, leaving a deep gash upon its body. Chio, Yaoheim cried out in distress. Her runes blazed brightly, coalescing into a powerful beam of purification that shot toward the demon shadow. The shadow raised its axe to defend, and the collision between the purifying light and the axe produced a dazzling flash, causing the demon's form to waver slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yao channeled the full force of chaos into the netherworld blade. A colossal blade of chaos, imbued with apocalyptic might, slashed toward the demon shadow. Sensing the imminent threat, the shadow abandoned its assault on the fire Qilin and focused entirely on parrying the impending strike. With a thunderous roar, the chaotic blade clashed against the axe, unleashing a violent surge of energy. The entire space trembled as the demon shadow's form became increasingly ethereal under the onslaught, yet it remained unvanquished. It has not perished. Let's exert ourselves further, Zhou Yao urged. Yaoheim nodded, exchanging a knowing glance with Zhou Yao, their thoughts intertwined. Gathering her spiritual energy, she summoned a massive golden beam of light that descended from the heavens, enveloping the demon shadow. Within the radiance, the shadow emitted a tormented howl as its dark energy rapidly dissipated. Recognizing the moment, Zhou Yao once again swung the netherworld blade, infused with chaotic power, targeting the demon's core. With a sickening squelch, the blade pierced the demon's form, eliciting a piercing scream before it erupted into nothingness. The trio exhaled a slight sigh of relief, yet they remained acutely aware that the danger was far from over. Zhou Yao gazed at the crystal ball upon the altar and declared, "This object must be destroyed. Otherwise, the demon clan's nefarious scheme may come to fruition at any moment." Yaoheim concurred. Indeed, but this crystal ball appears to be guarded by formidable dark energies. Direct destruction may yield unpredictable consequences. We must devise a prudent strategy. As they pondered the means to obliterate the crystal ball, radiant beams of light suddenly illuminated the walls of the space, converging to form an image. Within the scene, the elders of the demon clan were engaged in fervent discussion. The trio fixated on the apparition on the wall, faint whispers of the demon elders reaching their ears. Everything is in place. Once the crystal ball absorbs sufficient power, the gateway shall soon open, proclaimed a tall elder adorned with a black crown. May this endeavor prove flawless. If those bothersome individuals interfere, our millennium of scheming as demons will be rendered futile, remarked an elder with a grotesque scar etched across his face. The scene abruptly halted and Zhou Yao furrowed his brow, stating, "It appears the Demon Clan's plan is nearing its conclusion. We must swiftly annihilate the crystal ball." Yao Ji's gaze flitted around the altar, seeking clues. Recognizing that the crystal ball was guarded too meticulously for a direct assault to be prudent. "Let us search. Perhaps there exists a mechanism to destroy it safely." The fire Qilin paced around the altar, its enormous claws scraping the ground. "The clues might be hidden in this vicinity. I shall examine closely." Zhou Yao scrutinized the crystal ball, attempting to discern weaknesses from the fluctuations of its demonic aura. Suddenly, he noted that the runes on the surface of the crystal ball bore a resemblance to those he had previously encountered on the stone door, albeit more intricate. Yao Ji observed the runes on this crystal ball. They seem to share a common origin with those on the stone door. Perhaps the method to unravel its secrets lies in their similarities, Zhou Yao proposed. Hearing this, Yao Ji approached for a closer inspection, affirming his observation. "If we can locate the focal point, we may be able to control this crystal ball and subsequently destroy it." At that moment, the fire Qilin emitted an excited low roar, its claws unearthing a stone slab inscribed with runes. Zhou Yao and Yao Ji quickly gathered around. The runes on the slab flickered with a faint glow, and upon careful examination, Yao Ji's expression shifted. The slab contained a method to activate the crystal ball, and perhaps reversing the operation could be the key to its destruction. The trio immediately set to work. Following the slab's instructions, Zhou Yao, using the power of the Chaos Spirit Pearl as a guide, cautiously infused energy into a rune array located beneath the crystal ball. Yao Ji vigilantly monitored the crystal ball's response, prepared to react to any unforeseen developments. The fire Qilin stood alert around them, on guard against any potential dangers. As the chaotic energy flowed into the rune array, the crystal ball quivered slightly. Its previously stable demonic energy began to spiral into chaos, emitting a low hum. Suddenly, a fine crack appeared on the surface of the crystal ball, swiftly spreading like a spider's web. "We have succeeded. Increase the power," Ypsilonao exclaimed. Zhou Yao gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength into the Chaos Spirit Pearl, flooding the rune array with even more chaotic energy. However, at that moment, the space trembled violently, and the phantoms of the Demon Clan re-emerged, now in greater numbers and strength. Clearly, their actions had triggered the relic's defensive mechanisms. "First, deal with these phantoms," Zhou Yao shouted, swinging the nether blade, which was imbued with chaotic energy, toward the phantoms. Each arc of the blade carried formidable force, causing several phantoms to dissipate instantly. Yao Ji's runes surged with brilliance, sending forth purification runes toward the phantoms, coordinating seamlessly with Zhou Yao. The fire Qilin unleashed a ferocious torrent of flames, engulfing vast swathes of phantoms. Yet, the phantoms continued to pour forth, and the trio began to feel overwhelmed. Zhou Yao sustained several cuts from the phantoms, blood staining his garments. The ethereal princess, Yao Ji, was drained of her spiritual energy, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat. The flames of the fire Qilin no longer blazed with their former ferocity. Just as the situation grew increasingly dire, Zhou Yao suddenly discerned that the phantoms seemed to be drawn by the crystal orb. Each time the orb shimmered with light, the onslaught of the phantoms intensified. Ypsilon esteemed elder of the fire Qilin, let us concentrate our forces to attack the crystal orb. If we can destroy it, perhaps these phantoms will vanish. Zhou Yao exclaimed. The trio immediately altered their strategy, directing their full strength towards the crystal orb. 3 formidable forces collided with the orb simultaneously, causing cracks on its surface to rapidly widen. With a resounding crack, it finally shattered. As the crystal orb broke apart, the demonic phantoms dissipated in an instant, and tranquility returned to the space. Phew, we have finally destroyed it. Zhou Yao sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. However, before they could bask in their triumph, the ruins began to tremble violently, and the surrounding walls crumbled. Chapter 107. Encirclement not good. The ruins are about to collapse. We must leave at once. Yao Ji exclaimed anxiously. The trio hurried towards the stone door, but the passage had been obstructed by fallen debris, sealing off their escape. Zhou Yao scanned the area, desperately seeking another exit. Could there be a hidden passage? Let's keep searching. Just then, the fire Qilin's keen senses detected an anomaly, and it charged forcefully against a wall. The wall crumbled with a thunderous roar, revealing a narrow passageway. A soft glow permeated the corridor, its destination unknown. There's no time to hesitate. We must take this passage, Zhou Yao urged. Without a moment's pause, the three plunged into the corridor. The light within grew increasingly bright, and suddenly, a powerful force surged towards them, enveloping them in its embrace. When the radiance faded, they found themselves in an entirely new space. Countless luminous fragments floated around, emanating a mysterious aura, seemingly harboring immense power. In the center of this space stood an ancient stone tablet, inscribed with bizarre symbols and script. Gazing at the tablet, Yao Ji was filled with astonishment. These inscriptions contained the complete secrets of the ancient artifacts and the true ambitions of the demon race. It turned out that all of this was merely a part of their grander scheme. Zhou Yao furrowed his brow. It appears we have become embroiled in a crisis far greater than we anticipated. The fragments in this space may also be linked to the artifacts or the demon's conspiracy. We must tread carefully. The Fire Qilin vigilantly surveyed its surroundings. Regardless, their priority was to unravel the mysteries of these fragments and the stone tablet, for they might hold the key to countering the demon race. Just as they prepared to approach the tablet for further investigation, a black portal suddenly materialized at the entrance of the space. Subsequently, a multitude of demon soldiers surged forth from the portal, led by the two demon elders from the previous vision. "You mere insects dare to thwart our plans. Today marks your demise," bellowed the elder adorned with a black crown. Zhou Yao gripped the netherblade tightly, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yao Ji and the Fire Qilin. "If you seek our lives, let us see if you possess the capability. Attack!" With a command from the crowned elder, the demon soldiers surged towards Zhou Yao and his companions like a relentless tide. Each soldier was formidable, exuding a dense aura of demonic energy, their eyes glinting with ferocity and greed. Zhou Yao was the first to engage, swinging the netherblade. A wave of black blade light erupted forth, slicing down the demon soldiers in its path, blood splattering upon the ground. Yao Ji positioned herself in the rear, swiftly forming seals with her hands while chanting incantations. Golden runes flew from her fingertips, weaving into an enormous net of light that descended upon the demon soldiers. Those ensnared within the luminous net emitted anguished cries as their demonic energy dissipated rapidly. The Fire Qilin, fearless and valiant, let out a thunderous roar, its flames surging to towering heights, transforming into the majestic silhouette of a colossal Fire Qilin. The flaming Qilin roared as it charged towards the demonic legion, igniting a sea of flames in its wake, causing the demonic soldiers to wail in agony. However, the sheer number of demons surged forward relentlessly. Two elder demons stood at the rear, coldly observing the battlefield, occasionally waving their staffs to cast various enhancement spells upon their soldiers while seeking vulnerabilities in Zhou Yao and his companions, poised to strike a fatal blow. Amidst the fierce battle, Zhou Yao's gaze swept across the floating fragments, stirring a thought within him. Seizing the moment, he harnessed several strands of chaotic energy, drawing nearby fragments into his assault. When these shards merged with his attack, the power of his blades surged exponentially, ripping a gaping hole through the ranks of the demonic soldiers. Indeed, these fragments could augment strength. Zhou Yao felt elated, continuing to guide more shards into the fray as he fought. Yao Ji also noticed Zhou Yao's actions. Maintaining the runic light net, she called out, "Zhou Yao, I will draw their fire. Seize the opportunity to collect more fragments." With that, she unleashed a powerful area spell, and a golden beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping a large group of demonic soldiers. The demons within the light struggled as their dark energy was rapidly purified. The Fire Qilin intensified its onslaught, its enormous claws swinging down, each strike bringing forth a rain of blood, affording Zhou Yao further chances to gather shards. Seizing the respite, Zhou Yao traversed through space, collecting numerous fragments. In his hands, these shards began to interlock, gradually forming the shape of a sword hilt. At the moment the hilt took form, the chaotic spirit pearl radiated brilliantly, resonating powerfully with the hilt. Zhou Yao could feel a formidable force flowing into him incessantly. Could this be a fragment of a divine artifact? Zhou Yao was astounded. The two elder demons, upon witnessing the hilt taking shape in Zhou Yao's grasp, were visibly shaken. The elder adorned with a black crown bellowed. He must not acquire the fragment of the divine artifact. At all costs, retrieve it. The other elder, bearing a grotesque scar across his face, waved his staff, conjuring black demonic energy that transformed into piercing arrows, hurtling towards Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao quickly swung his nether blade to defend, clashing sounds erupting as sparks flew, yet several arrows grazed his body, leaving trails of blood. In the meantime, the demonic soldiers, disregarding their own casualties, charged toward Zhou Yao, attempting to seize the divine fragment from his hands. Zhou Yao found himself encircled, the situation dire. Zhou Yao, we will assist you. Yao Ji and the fire Qilin swiftly converged on his side, fighting alongside him. Yao Ji continuously cast runic spells, diminishing the strength of the demonic soldiers, while the fire Qilin used its formidable form to shield Zhou Yao from numerous attacks. Through the trio's valiant resistance, the demonic onslaught was temporarily staved off. Yet, Zhou Yao understood that this could not last. The relentless tide of demons continued to surge, their spiritual energy depleting rapidly, and it was only a matter of time before they could no longer hold out. At that moment, Yaoji suddenly exclaimed, "I have deciphered some information from the stone tablet. In order to restore the ancient artifact, we must locate several key fragments, and we must do so before the demon clan." Zhou Yao, engaged in battle, replied, "But we are currently entangled. How can we search for them?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Yaoji declared, "I will use my magic to temporarily confine these demons. You and Xiaoyou must seize this opportunity to search for the fragments. I cannot hold them for long, so you must act swiftly." With that, Yaoji swiftly moved her hands, chanting an ancient incantation. A radiant glow enveloped her, and a massive golden barrier gradually rose, momentarily trapping the demon soldiers outside of it. "Hurry," Yaoji urged. Zhou Yao and the fire Qilin, not daring to delay, immediately darted in different directions through the space, seeking the remaining fragments of the artifact. Chapter 108. Fragments of the divine artifact. Zhou Yao swiftly traversed through the expanse of space, his gaze fixed intently upon the floating shards. Suddenly, he spotted a fragment ahead emanating a radiance akin to that of the hilt in his grasp, and his heart surged with joy as he raced towards it. However, just as he was about to seize the fragment, a dark figure materialized before him, obstructing his path. It was the elder of the demon clan, his face marred by a grotesque scar. "Boy, you shall not take the fragment of the divine artifact," the demon elder bellowed. Brandishing his staff as a vortex of black demonic energy surged toward Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao's expression hardened. He combined the power of the chaos spirit pearl with the hilt of his sword, unleashing his most formidable strike. A brilliant beam, infused with the essence of chaos and the might of the divine fragment, cleaved through the vortex of dark energy. Boom! The two forces collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout the space. Zhou Yao was hurled backwards by the shockwave, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he rose once more, his gaze resolute as he fixed it upon the demon elder. Meanwhile, the fire Qilin found itself in dire straits. Encircled by a horde of demon soldiers who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, brandishing various demonic weapons in a relentless assault. The fire Qilin roared furiously, flames erupting around it in a furious blaze, striving to break free from the encirclement. With a mighty roar, the fire Qilin unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating the surrounding demon soldiers into ash. Yet, more soldiers surged forth, and the fire Qilin found itself ensnared in a fierce battle. At that moment, Yao Ji faced tremendous pressure at the barrier, as the demon soldiers relentlessly battered against the golden shield, while two demon elders combined their powers in a desperate attempt to shatter it. The golden barrier flickered ominously on the brink of collapse. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Zhou Yao bore the pain and charged once more at the demon elder. This time, he flawlessly fused the powers of the chaos spirit pearl, the divine fragment, and the phantom battle blade into a resplendent beam aimed at the demon elder. The elder's countenance shifted drastically as he sensed the overwhelming force of the strike, hastily summoning all his strength to defend. Yet, the light struck him nonetheless, eliciting a piercing scream as his body was violently thrown back to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yao grasped the divine fragment, which seamlessly connected with the hilt in his hand to form the blade of a sword. The moment the sword was forged, a surge of even greater power emanated from the artifact, and Zhou Yao felt his strength amplify significantly. Xiao now. Zhou Yao transmitted a surge of power to the fire Qilin, aiding it in breaking through the encirclement of demon soldiers. Once liberated, the fire Qilin swiftly joined forces with Zhou Yao. At that instant, the golden barrier protecting Yao Ji finally shattered, and the demon soldiers, like ravenous wolves, lunged forward once again. Armed with the divine sword, Zhou Yao fixed a determined gaze upon the approaching demons, declaring, "Come forth. Witness how I shall thwart your nefarious schemes today." However, the demons appeared undeterred, intensifying their assault, for they were aware that Zhou Yao and his companions had yet to gather all the fragments of the divine artifact. As long as they could impede their progress, their sinister plot still held a chance of success. Zhou Yao wielded the divine sword, swiftly approaching Yao Ji alongside the fire Qilin. The soldiers of the demon clan surged forth like a relentless tide, attempting to separate them once more. Infusing his legs with the power of the artifact, Zhou Yao executed the ethereal step, moving through the ranks of demon soldiers like a wraith. Each swing of the divine sword unleashed a torrent of blood, sending the demon warriors sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, the fire Qilin coordinated effortlessly, opening its massive jaws to unleash a torrent of flames, devouring the demon soldiers attempting to flank them. The cries of the tormented echoed as the inferno spread, momentarily stalling the demonic onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Ji hastily joined Zhou Yao, saying, "Zhou Yao, the stone tablet mentions that the remaining shards of the artifact are concealed in a special region of this space, surrounded by intricate mechanisms. We must locate them swiftly." Zhou Yao nodded, his gaze resolute as he replied, "Very well. The fire Qilin and I will forge ahead while you watch for any clues regarding the shard's location." The trio delved deeper into the space. Along the way, waves of demon soldiers emerged, attempting to impede their progress. Yet, through the might of the divine sword and the valor of the fire Qilin, Zhou Yao carved a bloody path. Soon, they stood before a colossal stone door, etched with strange runes that flickered with an eerie luminescence. Just then, a contingent of demon soldiers pursued from behind. Zhou Yao pivoted, executing the celestial shatter, a massive blade of combined artifact and chaos power, slicing through the ranks of the pursuing demons. There's no time for meticulous study. Yao Ji, see if you can uncover the key to deciphering the runes. Fire Qilin, guard our rear and prevent the demons from closing in, Zhou Yao commanded. Yao Ji quickly searched the vicinity of the stone door, eventually discovering a concealed rune array beneath it. Following the instructions inscribed on the stone tablet, she adjusted the configuration of the runes. As the runes shifted, the glow of those on the door gradually dimmed. With a thunderous roar, the door began to creak open, releasing an ancient and decayed aura. Behind it lay a narrow passage, shrouded in thick mist, exuding an ominous presence. Zhou Yao stepped into the passage first, the divine sword illuminating their path. After traversing a short distance, they entered a vast circular chamber, at the center of which floated several shards radiating intense light, the very artifact fragments they had tirelessly sought. However, before they could rejoice, dark iron chains suddenly materialized around them, racing towards them with alarming speed. Zhou Yao swung the divine sword, severing the encroaching chains, yet they continued to emerge in endless waves. "These chains are peculiar. They seem to absorb our strength," Zhou Yao remarked, furrowing his brow. Yao Ji observed closely and declared, "Let me attempt to disrupt them with the power of the runes." With that, she cast a rune spell, golden symbols shooting towards the chains, momentarily slowing their relentless advance. Meanwhile, the fire Qilin exhaled searing flames, striving to melt the chains as they closed in. Yet the iron chains merely glowed faintly in the flames, remaining unbroken. Zhou Yao, while fending off the chains, pondered strategy. Suddenly, he noticed a minute rune at the junction of the chains, seemingly the key to their control. Ypsilonaoyi. Target the rune at the junction of the chains, Zhou Yao exclaimed. Yao Ji instantly comprehended, channeling all her spiritual energy. She unleashed a powerful beam of rune light that accurately struck the rune at the chain's connection. With a crisp crack, the rune shattered, and the chains abruptly ceased their assault, clattering to the ground.